Chapter 1 Dad's Note Number 1. Welcome to the Rule Creepypasta, Dad's Note. Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Rule Creepypasta? Where am I? Before he could think much, another system notification immediately sounded. Extracting your random talent. Random talent extraction complete. Do as you please. Do as you please, as long as you follow the rules, whether they are real or fake, the creepypasta can't do anything to you. Any damage from an attack will rebound back to the attacker. After a few seconds of his brain temporarily freezing, Ming finally reacted. Did I die? Murmuring to himself, Ming's eyes flickered. 2.5 years ago, Blue Star completely fell, becoming the world of Rule Creepypasta. In this world now invaded by Rule Creepypasta, everyone who dies is pulled into the creepypasta, given a chance to live again. Ming vaguely remembered he was just strolling down the street on a rainy day when a tricycle, sparking with lightning, came straight at him. That speed, even a Porsche Panamera would have to bow down. After experiencing less than 0.25 seconds of pain, he arrived in the creepypasta world. And in this creepypasta world, every time a player participates, they are granted a random talent. What the heck? Do as you please? Based on Ming's understanding, talents are usually of the support type, and even slightly useful ones have a ridiculously low chance of being drawn. This one seems a bit too strong, doesn't it? He then scanned his surroundings. As expected, on the bedside table, there was a neatly placed small note. This should be what they call the rules, right? He took the note in his hand and slightly lowered his head. Rows of blood-red text appeared in front of him. Dad went out, but you need to follow these rules. 1. Remember to eat on time every day at 8 o'clock, 1300 hours, and 1800 hours. 2. Remember to sleep at 9 p.m. every night. Don't make loud noises, and don't linger in the living room. 3. When sleeping, remember to open the window, so it helps you breathe fresh air. 4. Xiaomi is your best companion, please take care of it. It only eats noodles. 5. When you're bored, you can play with Xiaomi, or give it a nickname. 6. You can trade things with the neighbors, but remember, don't be outside for more than 3 minutes. 7. If your little sister invites you to play games with her, try to fulfill her request. 8. Try to make sure your little sister eats on time, or else she will get moody if she's hungry. 9. At 12 o'clock noon on the third day, Dad will knock on the door. If it's not 12 o'clock, it's not Dad coming back, so don't open the door. The note was filled with dense rules, making Ming dizzy. Hiss. Is it really this complicated? This difficulty should be the pinnacle of beginner creepypasta, right? Ming furrowed his brows. When he was alive, he had never heard of this Dad's Note creepypasta. As one can imagine, this isn't an ordinary creepypasta. Knock, knock, knock. While Ming was thinking, a heavy knocking sound came from the door. Ming's face slightly changed. He cautiously approached the door and peeked through the peephole. What he saw was a little blonde girl in a JK uniform, with half of her white stockings exposed. She had a strange smile on her face. Brother is back? Susu has been waiting for you for a long time. While laughing mischievously, she banged heavily on the door. The already dilapidated door shook violently, as if it would be slammed open the next second. Wow. A newbie. I'm used to Mom's note, but occasionally Dad's note seems pretty good too. You're really out of touch. This is different from that Mom's version. It said the death rate here is 99.9999%. I never thought I'd see such a rare version in my lifetime. Sir, aren't you paying attention to this little girl? Take a good look, her head is bigger than mine. Bigger? Where is it big? At this moment, a few viewers started to flood into the live stream. In a world invaded by strange tales, everyone had developed the good habit of watching live streams in their spare time. After all, no one knows if the next moment will be their last, becoming a player in the world of strange tales. Of course, at this moment, Ming was unaware of the content in the live stream. His eyes flickered, and for a moment, Ming didn't reply. After all, he had just read the rules, and the second one clearly stated, go to bed by 9 o'clock, and definitely do not make loud noises. And right now, the heavy curtains were hanging on the window. And aside from the dim light in the bedroom, it seemed impossible to see any light from outside. So, the exact time could not be determined for now. If it were an ordinary person, unable to tell whether it was day or night, even the slightest mistake would likely mean the whole village would be in danger. His eyes flickered slightly. And Ming suddenly pulled open the curtains, a flash of bright sunlight almost blinded him. Meow. A tiny cat's meow sounded, causing Ming to pause for a moment. A gray tabby cat was quietly lying on the balcony, basking in the sunlight leisurely. Is this little thing the cat mentioned in the rules? Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, and he slowly opened the window. A breeze rushed in, but Ming felt no discomfort. Instead, he stretched out lazily and felt quite comfortable. A faint white light covered his body. Rule 3 only said to open the window when sleeping, it never said you couldn't open it during the day. As long as Su Ming didn't go against the rules, he was almost invincible in this instance. As for whether the rules were right or wrong? Sorry, he could do whatever he wanted. He bent down slightly and grabbed the little cat. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, laughing softly. You're really cute, I'll call you Dog Egg from now on. Very good, not speaking means you agree. He nodded in satisfaction and gently placed the cat back on the balcony. Meow? The little cat raised its paw, with a hint of human-like confusion in its eyes. It seemed to be carefully considering this newly unlocked nickname. The rule says I can give you a nickname, right? I'm just following the rules as a good player. Su Ming scratched Dog Egg's soft little belly, and his smile deepened. Knock knock knock. Big brother, I know you're inside. A knock on the door snapped Su Ming out of his thoughts. Looking at the shaky doorframe, Su Ming took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. After all, it was daytime, so it couldn't possibly be 9 o'clock at night. Creak. As the old door opened, the little girl stopped moving. Her eyes fixed on Su Ming, as if looking at a delicious dish. Chapter 2 Dad's Note Number 2. To the little girl's surprise, Su Ming didn't pay attention to her. But instead, he scanned the room, finally stopping his gaze on the old clock above the fridge. Looking at the position on the clock face, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Is it 8 o'clock in the morning? Looks like it's time for breakfast? After thinking for a moment, he stood up and walked toward the fridge. Ha! A strange force suddenly held him in place. Su Ming frowned and looked down. The little girl's delicate hand tightly gripped his wrist, rendering him immobile. My dear big brother, where are you going? Her eyes were filled with a strange smile, and her face revealed an almost sickening excitement. Looking at the eerie little girl who held onto his clothes, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Su, you should have breakfast with me. He then forcefully pried her hand off. If you grab again, it'll be rude, don't make me say something that will make you sad. Su Ming walked toward the fridge without looking back, speaking lightly. After confirming the time once more, it indeed showed 8 o'clock in the morning. As for whether this clock was faulty, why should Su Ming care? The eerie little girl's eyes flickered with a trace of coldness, then she smiled strangely. She still stared at Su Ming, lost in thought. Pouting a little, she slowly opened her mouth. Brother, I don't want to eat, I want to play the horse riding game with you. And, we can play in the bedroom. The situation was wrong. Very wrong. Su Ming froze midair, slowly turning his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. Was this too forward? As the person involved, Su Ming was fine, but the live stream chat instantly became lively. WOC. This isn't the creepy game copy I imagined, right? Absolutely not. Are you wise upstairs? You believe in creepy things. If it were you, you wouldn't last 3 minutes. I think this little girl is pretty good, although she's a bit inappropriate with the streamer, but this time, I'm on the little girl's side. The streamer in front of me is a bit good looking, but still not even 1/10,000th of the viewers in the chat. Reject infantilism and aesthetics, start with you and him. Su. Su Ming's face instantly became serious. He spoke solemnly, it's mealtime, go eat on time. Seeing the strange little girl in front of him invite him to play, Su Ming's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his gaze became serious. He took out a small note from his pocket and glanced at it briefly. That's right. The conflict between Rule 1, eat on time, and Rule 7, try to fulfill the sister's wishes. But Rule 7 only says to try. So let's go with Rule 1. After a brief moment of thought, he made up his mind. He quickly walked to the fridge and took out a few packets of noodles. Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly. The number of noodles didn't seem quite right. Brother, just let me play with your head. Then, satisfy some of my needs, my good brother. The little girl's voice grew more eerie, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. Her strange gaze was as if she had seen the most delicious food. She couldn't help but lick her lips. Slap. The sharp slap froze the little girl's smile on her face. You little brat. Not eating on time, trying to act lewd, huh? A big slap landed heavily. It almost deformed half of the little girl's face. You could see half of her face turning bright red, puffing up like a ripe peach. Su Ming, with a calm expression, withdrew his hand, giving a faint glance at the confused little girl. He slowly lowered his head. He continued to seriously count the noodles on the table. The loud slap not only stunned the strange little girl, but also shocked several viewers in the live stream. I swear. Is the streamer crazy? 666,666. My mom asked me why I wear diapers, because I was so scared I got my period. Upstairs, aren't you a man? The few viewers once again contributed a wave of comments. They were all shocked by Su Ming's slap that came and went without a trace. Not just the viewers, but the strange little girl was also stunned at this moment. She dumbly covered her slightly reddened cheek, her mind still frozen in place. Who am I? Where am I? No. I am the strange one. Since becoming conscious, she had never encountered such a sudden slap. 1 second everything was fine, the next second, she was attacked, and the worst part was, he even told her to eat on time with a righteous face? Simply, this was too much. She almost thought Su Ming was the strange one. After a long silence, feeling some restriction weaken, the little girl finally regained her composure, and once again a strange smile appeared on her face. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. I'll turn your head into a ball, make your body into a doll. I'll cut your disgusting face off inch by inch. A cold, piercing chill spread in the air. The little girl's expression became more and more terrifying. Su Ming just slightly raised his head to glance at the strange little girl. His face calm as he turned on the electric stove. It seemed as if he didn't care about this matter at all. After all, he was now fully following the rules, and as long as he didn't make any obvious mistakes, he could really do whatever he wanted. Oh. He lightly responded with a faint as a reply to the sister. Damn. So bold. Solo 6. The last person who played like this probably had grass growing half a meter high on their grave, right? What's the streamer's name? I'm going to prepare incense and yellow paper. Paper? Little lowly? Go for it. A few of the audience members completely exploded. After all, in the countless streams they had watched before, players were always scared stiff by weird things, not daring to make any mistakes. Once they made the weird things angry, and started targeting them, the consequences. Just as everyone expected. Taking advantage of Su Ming turning his body. The strange little lowly's eyes suddenly flashed with a scarlet gleam. Sharp claws extended from her fingertips, and her eerie gaze locked onto Su Ming. And her body was silently drawing closer? I want you dead. Her sharp claws shot straight toward Su Ming's neck. A deep growl echoed from the sister's throat, and the cold, bone-chilling aura filled the air. Chapter 3, Dad's Note Number 3. And in the live stream, the viewers who saw the scene. Some of them were too scared and placed the phone in their chest, covering their eyes, too afraid to look any longer. But, more people had their heartbeats race and couldn't take their eyes off the screen, their eyes filled with a faint glimmer of anticipation. After all, this kind of bloody scene was even more thrilling, more exciting. Laughing to death, ha ha ha. This streamer really knows how to get himself killed. Did you see that? He's almost making the strange thing explode with anger. Let's start. I bet the streamer won't survive 3 seconds. Ah. The little lowly looks so cute when she's angry. I want to give her a loving hug before she eats me. To the previous comment, you're so twisted, but I kind of like it. SSSS. The sister's sharp claws dug into Su Ming's neck. But her smile froze again on her face, her body trembling slightly. PFF. A splash of bright red blood sprayed out. The little lowly stared at Su Ming, who was unharmed, then blankly lowered her head, her vision violently swaying. A head rolled, bumping and tumbling across the ground. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Sigh, why bother? Su Ming sighed lightly, slightly disappointed, as he slowly squatted down. He picked up the little lowly's head from the ground and placed it back onto her body. He didn't forget to wipe his bloody hands on her clothing, carefully cleaning them. The rules conflict point was confirmed once again by him. As long as what he was doing now followed any of the rules, he could still do as he pleased. No. No, it's impossible. The little lowly's eyes were silent, her mouth muttering repeatedly. This completely shattered her previous understanding. How could she, a legitimate strange thing, be bullied by an ordinary player? A strong sense of humiliation surged within her. She slowly lifted her head, her entire face beginning to twist and contort. Her mouth suddenly split open, rows of sharp fangs faintly emerging. Slap. Accompanied by the crisp sound. Another harsh slap came, forcibly covering her mouth. If you keep doing this, I'm going to get angry. Grabbing the little lowly by the hair, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, it seemed like an invisible force completely suppressed the little lowly's momentum, forcing her to submit to Su Ming's dominance. It hurts. After enduring such torment, the little lowly's eyes welled up with tears, and she finally pleaded for mercy. 2 clear tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. Then be a good girl and eat your meal. Su Ming slowly released his grip on her hair, walking into the kitchen to seriously start boiling water for noodles. And the little lowly, who was left standing alone after such cruel and brutal treatment, looked at Su Ming with eyes already filled with fear. trembling as she moved, carefully sitting at the table, organizing his messy clothes. At this moment, the few viewers left in the live stream were all stunned by what they saw. I must have a problem with my eyes. No, I need to wash them first. This is definitely the most ridiculous live stream ever. What exactly is his talent? Why do I feel like he can do whatever he wants? I get it. I think the streamer is the strange one. Actually, that little girl is the player. Shocking. A man is doing such a thing to a little girl. Ming didn't care about the arrogant little girl. Not long after, a bowl of steaming noodles was brought out. He took out a set of chopsticks and a bowl, then immediately started eating the noodles, without a care for the poor little girl opposite him. Eat more, grow strong. Ming filled his bowl with noodles and casually greeted her with a slight lift of his head. Originally, he thought that since there wasn't enough noodles, he might as well eat them all himself and fill himself up. But Ming ultimately softened. Slurp. After taking a bite, the little girl's ugly expression gradually improved. Just as she was about to take a second bite, a hand suddenly reached over, took the noodles away, and skillfully poured them into his own bowl. I'm still not full. Seeing this, the little girl's face completely changed. This time, it really changed. Her face turned dark blue. Her eyes seemed to be bulging out, blood vessels visible, like they might fall out at any moment, and her mouth opened wider and wider. It was as if, in the next second, she was going to devour Ming's brain. Slap. A crisp sound interrupted the little girl's transformation. Change back. I don't like it. Ming looked up, speaking calmly, then picked up his bowl and started drinking the noodle soup. I will kill you. Without a doubt, this hand slap enraged the strange little girl once again. It stunned her while also completely tearing her mouth open. Tentacle-like appendages, like snakes, began to twist and writhe in the air. Anyone caught by them wouldn't die, but would be drained of their life. At this moment, Ming remained calm, continuing to drink his soup. Since his talent was doing whatever he wanted, then he was going to fully embrace it. Hiss. Countless tentacles stretched out from the little girl's mouth, wrapping around Ming's head. Seeing the attack work, the strange little girl's eyes lit up slightly, then a fierce glint flashed through them. The tentacles began to shake violently, as if they were going to suck Ming dry to fill her own stomach. No doubt about it, the streamer has brought this upon himself. It's over, as they say, handsome men live short lives, and ugly ones live long. I'm new here, but I've heard about this dungeon. This little girl, once she gets hungry, will drain the player dry, completely drained, not a drop left. Upstairs, this isn't the school bus. Let me off. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream reacted differently. Some thought Ming was too reckless, easily throwing away his own life. Others felt a sense of empathy, realizing that compared to such a strange creature, humans were still too insignificant and fragile. Just when everyone was about to leave, the live stream fell into an eerie silence. On the screen, Ming was still calmly holding his bowl, with no visible wounds on his body. He slowly finished the last sip of the soup, then slowly raised his head, his cold gaze fixated on the strange little girl before him. Slap. First, a big slap sent the little girl's head flying into the air, drawing a graceful arc. Then it rolled on the ground, slowly spinning 2.5 times. He picked up her hand and dragged her body out. In the little girl's horrified gaze, he quickly opened the door and walked toward the neighbor's house. You've eaten, you've played. Now it's time to contribute to your brother. My good sister. One hand holding the little girl's head, the other dragging her headless body, Ming stopped walking. He threw his body onto the ground. He gently knocked on his neighbor's door. If it weren't for the do-whatever-I-want talent, he wouldn't have known how many times he would have died in front of this damn little girl. And Ming, being a broad-minded player. Naturally, he would play some interesting mini-games with this little girl. Don't you like to play? Looking at the little girl, whose head seemed to have moved with no reaction. Bang! 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 Ming squinted his eyes slightly, still knocking on the neighbor's door at a leisurely pace. Chapter 5 Dad's Note Number 5. Turning on the faucet, the warm water flow made Ming feel as if he had returned home. The little girl had just been sold to the neighbor's house, so Ming took advantage of the time to shower. Naturally, there would be no situation where she needed to use the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. A strange chill filled the air, and the once steamy mist slowly disappeared. The water sprayed from the shower seemed to carry a trace of blood. A slight scratching sensation appeared on his back. But Ming didn't seem to notice anything abnormal. He held the towel, rubbing from top to bottom, seriously scrubbing, as if he had already reached some crucial areas. I'm the first to oppose partial mosaics. The atmosphere feels off. What's that black thing behind him? Blood, the shower is spraying blood. Clearly, the second rule is fake. Did this streamer forget their brain while showering? The viewers in the live stream room saw this scene and once again began to question Su Ming's calm, veteran-like actions. Some viewers who had experienced this dungeon before wore cold smirks. Because the general assumption was correct, Rule 2 is false, Rule 1 is the real one. Once they don't leave at this moment, after 15 minutes, what awaits them will be endless terror and despair. Also, when leaving the bathroom, they must be fully dressed to open the door, otherwise it will be seen as if the bathroom has not been fully used. This water is a bit hard to wash off. Su Ming furrowed his brows and looked helplessly at the blood flowing through his fingers. As for the strange sounds and the unusual sensations from behind, Su Ming didn't react much. After all, Rule 3 clearly stated that these situations were normal phenomena. It was just a hallucination caused by too much fatigue. And at this moment, bang! 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 A small shadow suddenly appeared outside the half-transparent door, making Su Ming pause for a moment. That shape seemed to resemble a cat? Meow! Sure enough, the next second, a cat's meow came from outside, sounding as if it urgently wanted to come in. Could this cat be the Yi player's life-saving talisman from the urban legends? His gaze shifted slightly, but Su Ming calmly grabbed a rag and started wiping his body, showing no intention of opening the door. Meow! Meow! The shadow outside became more and more anxious, its meowing growing louder and louder. The sound of its body crashing against the door seemed to be using all its strength to warn Su Ming that it was extremely dangerous right now. As the noise outside intensified, Su Ming instead smiled faintly. If he wasn't mistaken, the creature outside probably didn't have good intentions. Because Rule 4 clearly stated, when using the bathroom, always close the door tightly. So, when most people know they've violated either Rule 1 or Rule 2, they would instinctively trust the little kitty outside. They would open the door, thus violating Rule 4 again. As time passed, the entire bathroom had turned blood red. The black shadow behind Su Ming was tightly pressed against his back, making all the viewers in the live stream room hold their breath. Because from their perspective, they could clearly see that a black-haired, decayed woman was lying on Su Ming's back. Her lips were almost pressed against Su Ming's ear. No way, why isn't the streamer opening the door? That little kitten outside is clearly here to save him. Didn't you all carefully study Rule 3? This could very well be a trap. In the situation where Rule 1 is already violated, trying it might still offer a chance of survival. Certain death or possible death, which one would you choose, the one upstairs? Get lost. While wiping his body, Su Ming frowned slightly, suddenly spinning around and kicking out. Bang! The sound of a head hitting the ground came, followed by some yellow-white liquid slowly dripping out. Son, why don't you go with your mother? The rotting woman on the ground climbed up again, her two claws reaching out forward, trying to grab Su Ming. First, I'm not your son. Second, I'm not dressed yet. Smack! Su Ming swiftly slapped back, delivering another mental blow to this thing. My dear big son. The rotting corpse repeated these words numbly, spitting out a stream of dark green smoke from its mouth, enveloping Su Ming's body. No need to think, this thing was definitely poisonous. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of intense corrosion rang out, but it had little to do with Su Ming. At this moment, he was covered in a faint milky white light shield, keeping him completely enclosed. It was clear, to do as you please, you really can do as you please. Did I give you face? One moment it's blood, the next it's poison mist. What a nice bathroom, you've ruined it like this. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming grabbed the woman, who now only had a skeletal frame, and lifted her up. You like howling, huh? Come here. Watching her mouth still opening and closing, Su Ming grabbed both her hands and shoved her head into the nearby toilet. Hot water, released the valve. Coincidentally, a dry arm reached out from deep within the toilet and grabbed the woman's head. No matter how much she struggled, the dry arm remained unmoved. Having done all this, Su Ming calmly dressed, confirmed he was done using the bathroom, and then opened the door. Holy shit! The streamer is this brave? The streamer is a beast, even molesting the passing female ghost. I admire him. Why does the weirdness not harm him? The child doesn't understand. I feel like the streamer is going to become that 0.000001% of players who finish the game. Su Ming's brain, which normal people couldn't understand, once again taught the viewers in the live chat a lesson. The number of viewers in the live chat had skyrocketed from just a few dozen to thousands. Among them were even some professional dungeon analysts coming to watch and record. Opening the bathroom door, Su Ming squinted slightly, looking towards the balcony where the curtains were lifted. There, a tabby cat was quietly lying on the balcony, basking in the sun, its eyelids drooping as if it could fall asleep at any moment. So it's true? He had just been wondering why, when he finished putting on his clothes and was about to open the door, the anxious cat shadow outside disappeared. It was probably because once he was dressed, fulfilling the condition of having finished using the bathroom, the weirdness no longer tempted him to open the door. Dog egg. Come here. Meow. The kitten meowed in confusion, lifting its head to look at Su Ming. Click. The sound of the lock turning made Su Ming's face change slightly. He no longer paid attention to the kitten, quickly moving to stand behind the door. Creak. The door slowly opened, and a little girl with a dark expression walked into the room. Her clothes were torn and ragged, as if they had been viciously ripped apart by a beast. The exposed thighs and arms were marked with ghastly wounds that were shocking to behold. This old wang next door really knows how to play, huh? Resting his chin on his hand, Su Ming carefully sized up the little girl before him, who had been through torment. A strange smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. A strange, unclear light flickered in her eyes. Chapter 6, Dad's Note Number 6. No harm? Looking at the unharmed little loli, Su Ming shook his head in slight disappointment. In his mind, the little loli should have had her arms and legs dismembered by old Wang by now, cruelly treated in all kinds of ways. But unexpectedly, this old Wang is useless. Really don't know what he's doing. Of course, what he didn't know was that in the livestream, a group of otaku were already crying uncontrollably. My dear brother, I will repay you well. The little loli walked numbly into her bedroom, seemingly no longer in the mood to play with Su Ming. Probably, she had had enough fun already. Oh. Su Ming watched her back, speaking calmly. It seemed that for now, this family posed no danger to him. After a busy morning, it was time for lunch. Su Ming cooked some noodles, placed them on the table, then picked up the kitten and fed it some noodles. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the little loli's bedroom door. What? The little loli's voice came through, her tone cold, no longer hiding her indifference. It's time to eat, I've made you a big bowl this time. No need. Oh. Su Ming looked at the tightly closed door with a half-smile, placing the noodles in front of it. At this moment, the scene looked incredibly strange. The roles of the loli and Su Ming seemed to have swapped. In the end, perhaps unable to resist the temptation, the door slowly opened a crack. A small hand reached out, quickly grabbing the noodles and pulling them back into the room. Really, I'm starting to doubt that the little loli is actually the one being mysteriously bullied in this game. The streamer really deserves to die, sob sob sob, my beloved little loli. Not bad, this player seems to have some strength, when I die, I'll learn from the streamer. Try it and you'll be dead? After the meal, everything became calm. The little loli had settled down, and the neighbors wisely stopped causing trouble. So, this is what it feels like to cheat through a dungeon? Murmuring silently, Su Ming felt a bit lonely. Meow. A slight meow from the cat brought Chin Yu back to his senses. Dog egg, you're still the one who makes me feel at ease. With a faint smile, Su Ming gently stroked the kitten's fur, sitting by the balcony, resting. Knock knock knock. Another series of knocks made Su Ming pause in surprise. Could it be that old Wang next door is still not satisfied? With a strange look on his face, Su Ming slowly walked to the door, peering through the peephole. Who are you? He didn't open the door immediately, asking in a low voice. The person in front of him was a nearly 90-year-old old woman, her face full of terrifying wrinkles. Young man, I'm your neighbor next door, and I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Su Ming squinted his eyes, taking out a small piece of paper from his pocket and frowning as he looked at it. The neighbor from Rule 6. Does this refer to not just one person, but a group of people? Looking at the old woman in front of him, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly. A deal, huh? Fine. He slowly opened the door, and a strong, foul odor rushed in, making Su Ming's brow wrinkle in disgust. The smell was so strong it was like something that had been fermented for days, enough to make anyone gag at the first breath. I want one of your arms as payment. I can help you get through tonight safely. The old woman grinned, revealing two big yellow teeth. She stared at Su Ming seriously and said something that sent a chill down his spine. An arm? Su Ming slammed the door shut with a snap, turning around and walking away. What a joke, he didn't need this old woman's help, and he wasn't about to let someone try to manipulate him. The old woman's scheme was so obvious that even the viewers in the livestream could hear it. The streamer is as decisive and straightforward as always. He's finished, I've seen this dungeon before, and without the help of this old lady, he would undoubtedly die tonight. I think the person upstairs is definitely new, and I believe the streamer can pass the level perfectly. Pass the level? I've never seen anyone pass this dungeon, it's like they're treating players as cattle. He. You will regret this. Really, you won't reconsider trading with me? The old lady outside seemed to still be unwilling to give up. With a somewhat strange smile, she continued gently knocking on the door. Knock again, and I swear I'll break your old bones. Su Ming suddenly turned around, his eyes becoming somewhat dangerous. He wasn't joking. When making a deal with the neighbors, he was still in the stage of following the rules. With his do-as-you-please attitude, breaking a few of her bones was really not a problem. The voice outside was rarely silent, then let out a soft sigh before slowly leaving. Ignoring what was happening outside the door, Su Ming picked up Dog Egg and began searching the living room and bedroom, trying to find some useful clues. As time passed, this peaceful day reached evening for Su Ming. Is it almost 9 o'clock? Looking at the wall clock nearing 9, Su Ming picked up the kitten and slowly closed his bedroom door. He leisurely lay down on the bed. As for the window, Su Ming had no intention of closing it from the beginning. With his eyes slightly closed, Su Ming found it hard to fall asleep. After all, this place was a rule-based strange tale. Although as long as he followed the rules, there would be no danger to Su Ming. But an inexplicable excitement kept stimulating his brain, preventing him from falling asleep. "Brother, are you asleep?" Almost right at 9 o'clock, a little Loli's voice sounded from outside the door. But Su Ming ignored her, because the rule said no loud noise after 9 o'clock. As for what counts as loud noise, who knows? "Brother, I miss you. Don't ignore me, okay?" Seeing that Su Ming wasn't responding, the little Loli smiled even more happily. At this moment, it felt as though she had regained her strange sense of dignity. The cries didn't stop, but rather became more intense. Bang! The bedroom door suddenly opened, and Su Ming stared blankly at the little Loli in front of him. "Brother!" Looking at the suddenly opened door, the blonde little Loli's expression gradually froze. Then, as if she thought of something, a strange smile gradually appeared on her face. She reached out to grab Su Ming. However, things developed unexpectedly. As soon as she reached out, Su Ming, faster than her, suddenly pulled the little Loli into the bedroom. Then, the door quickly slammed shut. Chapter 7 Dad's Note Number 7. What do you want to do? A sharp voice rang out from the little Loli's mouth, and her body instinctively backed away quickly. He locked the door, trapping the little Loli inside. Guess what I want to do? Su Ming slowly approached the little Loli, staring at one spot meaningfully. Which meant Su Ming was under the protection of doing as he pleased. He could again do as he pleased with the little Loli. Slap! Slap! The crisp sounds echoed in the small bedroom, sounding so natural and pleasant. Until two clear lines of tears flowed from the corners of the little Loli's eyes. Rubbing his sore wrist, looking at the little Loli whose face was full of humiliation. I am watching something new. The streamer is a beast. I'll pay 5 million, let me do it. Why though? This guy clearly broke the rule about no loud noise after 9 o'clock, and there's no consequence? The life of someone who cheats at the game needs no explanation. Dog head. Su Ming's move once again refreshed their understanding of this new streamer in front of them. After all, since the rule curse talk invaded Blue Star 2.5 years ago, no player has ever made such an outrageous move, even though occasionally some players might draw powerful talents. None can compare to this cheat in front of them. This level of talent is simply ridiculous, it's beyond ridiculous, it's ridiculously ridiculous. Phew. So good. After venting, Su Ming comfortably lay on the bed, his whole body resembling the letter F. So this so-called rule curse talk isn't as scary as I thought? He murmured softly. Su Ming casually changed his sleeping position, facing the wall, his eyes slightly squinting. However, at the window, which he didn't notice, a strange shadow seemed to be slowly climbing. Meow. The dog egg that had been sleeping soundly seemed to sense something. Its eyes showed a hint of caution, and its claws kept scratching at the balcony edge, a low growl filling the air with a heavy threat. As time passed, the balcony was gradually soaked in darkness, a jet-black arm reaching over the edge. Soon, more and more arms started pouring out from the window. Hee. Hoo-ha, hee-him. Strange laughter echoed in the bedroom, and on the window glass, a mass of bloody handprints appeared. The tabby cat dog egg saw something was wrong. Its cries grew louder, more desperate. Hee. The strange laughter grew louder, the tabby cat's fur stood on end, and it extended its sharp claws, wanting to teach the strange thing a lesson. However, it seemed to have misunderstood its own combat power. Bang! A tremendous force hit. Dog egg was slammed against the wall, its forepaws helplessly leaving tiny cracks. Sigh. Su Ming, rubbing his head with a bit of a headache, slowly opened his eyes, an expression of helplessness in his gaze. He just wanted to sleep peacefully. Why do these guys have to buzz around like flies? Due to being tainted by that strange laughter? A hint of darkness appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but soon a faint white light glowed within him, and his eyes returned to normal. After 2 seconds of silence, Su Ming slowly got off the bed, walked over to the window, his brows tightly furrowed. No way, this little cat looks so fierce, I didn't expect it to be a weakling in battle. The key here is that I traded with a few neighbors during the day, the streamer is doomed now. That idiot upstairs, when have you ever seen the streamer act weak? Mom, I'm scared, look at that cat, it hurts so much. Whether it was the eerie laughter or the pitch-black arms, everything indicated that something unexpected was about to happen. Some of the more timid viewers were now trembling, holding their girlfriends tightly. I'm going to see what you all want to do. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the still struggling black arms. He made a move that no one expected. Give it here. He crouched down, grabbed the black arm with both hands, and suddenly pulled. Ha! The laughing sound suddenly stopped, and a rather fat man froze in midair, his eyes wide in disbelief, staring at Su Ming. Laugh, go ahead, keep laughing. Seeing this guy, Su Ming's anger flared, his left hand grabbing the man's neck, his right hand swinging fiercely. Slap. The loud slap, although it caused almost zero physical damage, dealt a magical critical hit of 999. The fat man froze for 2 seconds, disbelief filling his eyes. He had been professionally climbing windows for decades, but this was the first time he encountered such a reckless player. I'm hungry. Then, realizing what had happened, drool dripped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glowing as he hugged Su Ming tightly. He sniffed hard, a twisted smile appearing on his face. Then he bit down hard. Crunch! The sound of a skull cracking echoed, and blood mixed with brain matter slowly dripped down. A large mass of red and white stuff scattered all over the ground. Ugh! So damn disgusting. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Su Ming, who usually had a strong mental fortitude, was feeling a bit queasy. You. What about me? Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little curious as he looked at the fat man, whose head had exploded but was still making sounds. That's right, just now, his do-whatever-you-want ability was triggered again, perfectly transferring the damage the fat man had caused him right back to the fat man. Before, I had no choice, now, I just want to be a good person. Sighing lightly, Su Ming patted the fat man's shoulder. Damn! I get it now, this guy's ability is invincible plus reflection damage. No way, there's absolutely no way such a ridiculous ability exists. Brother, this move made me cry, the bed sheets are soaked. Upstairs, stop posting nonsense online, if you're brave enough, DM me your address. Chapter 8, Dad's Note Number 8. Good buddy, you're my neighbor, right? Su Ming looked at the headless fat man and smiled faintly. At this moment, the fat man's brain seemed to still be recovering from the inexplicable explosion. Countless flesh and blood gathered at his neck, and finally, his head grew back. What's wrong? Perhaps his newly grown brain wasn't working too well, the fat man instinctively responded. Now, I want to make a deal with you. Sensing the presence of some strange rule, the fat man instinctively shivered. Because once a player offers a deal, they can't refuse, he didn't believe for a second that this guy in front of him was doing something kind. Smack! A loud, resounding slap made everyone jump. Including the viewers in the live stream. For a moment, the live stream was dead silent, all the viewers with their mouths slightly open, their faces reflecting the same expression as the fat man. ing swear. The fat man, known for his bad temper, turned red-eyed from the humiliation and almost lost his sanity. Don't rush, I just gave you a big slap as part of the deal, don't you want to know what I want? Su Ming still looked calm, a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. Yes, it was a strange smile. At this moment, to the viewers in the live stream, Su Ming looked even more bizarre than bizarre. What? The fat man almost ground out those words from between his teeth, his emotions clearly on the verge of collapse. Smack! 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 The slap combo ended, and Su Ming's eyebrows slowly relaxed. I gave you a big slap as part of the deal, as a reward, you let me hit you 3 times, sounds reasonable, right? Deal done, wish you a pleasant life. Su Ming calmly turned around, opened the door, and threw the tabby cat into the living room. Then, with a smile, he shook the fat man's little hand. After climbing into bed, he stretched comfortably. To avoid catching a cold, he carefully covered himself with a blanket. Remember to keep it down. With a friendly reminder, Su Ming pulled 2 cotton balls out of his pocket and stuffed them in his ears. This confusing action completely broke the fat man, who was already not too bright. His smooth bald head was bulging with veins, as though he might have a stroke at any moment. Roar! I'm going to kill you. You bastard. You're not even human. The fat man jumped onto the bed, trembling, and grabbed Su Ming's neck, seemingly trying to strangle him to death. Ugh! Although he was strangling Su Ming's neck, the fat man felt a suffocating sensation, his newly grown head gradually turning blue. But he still held on tightly, even as his eyes were about to pop out from lack of oxygen. After a while. Looking at Su Ming, who was breathing evenly and had completely fallen asleep, the fat man's eyes welled up with 2 streams of blood tears. "If I can't strangle you, I'll hack you to death." With a low growl, the fat man glared fiercely, pulled out a rusty kitchen knife from the balcony, and swung it down at Su Ming. Put! Chunks of flesh and blood fell from the fat man's body. From the original barrel-shaped waist, it was forcibly transformed into a slender, hourglass figure. Ah! Ah! Why? The fat man painfully clutched his head, collapsing to the ground. Large, dark patches of blood covered the entire room. No one knew how much time had passed. Blood began to ooze from the fat man's numb, vacant face, his mouth twisting into a foolish grin. He. He's a little mouse. 2 little gourd babies, dig. Oh, my dear Jackson Tom. Are you here to discuss the Pacific Wall project with me? With a cheerful laugh, the fat man slowly took a kitchen knife and started cutting into his own flesh, tasting it as he went. From time to time, he showed a silly smile. Is this guy seriously playing with the broadcaster until he's gone mad? I've never seen anyone so crazy, not only messing with a little girl but even making the fat neighbor lose his mind. He's got guts. Doesn't he care about his life? Help! I feel bad for the weird fat man, but I just can't stop laughing watching him desperate after running into some sort of bug. Warning! It was only 7:30, but the sun had already passed the horizon. Gentle rays of sunlight came from afar, lighting up the bedroom. You're the cat, I'm the dog, and he's the only myth. Lulu. At this moment, the fat man's face had turned pale, his lips dark and purple. He didn't react at all to the changes around him. Clearly, he had been sitting there for the entire night. SSSS. With a strange foul smell in the air, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze lowered. The fat man, sitting on the ground, was being scorched by the sunlight, his red skin horribly ulcerating. Yet, he still didn't respond, his eyes vacant, saliva slowly dripping from the corners of his mouth. Is he out of his mind? Looking at the fat man in this state, Su Ming felt a slight twinge of guilt. After all, it was because of him that this guy had ended up like this. Sorry. He apologized softly. Su Ming decided to take some action to make up for what he owed the fat man. He gritted his teeth and pulled open the curtains completely. The blinding sunlight enveloped the fat man's body completely. Ah, it hurts. Finally, the fat man reacted, subconsciously trying to escape. But in just a few seconds, his body was entirely corroded by the sunlight. A half-transparent flame attached itself to his body. Before he could do anything else, all that was left was a pile of ashes. Is it just him who fears the sunlight, or are all the weird ones in this instance like this? Watching the scene before him, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly. His actions earlier were simply to test his theory about this bizarre situation. As for the apology and guilt? Forget about it. Honestly, if Su Ming didn't have the do-whatever-I-want ability, he wouldn't know how many times the fat man would have killed him by now. Forget it, I'll go prepare breakfast first. He pushed open the bedroom door, glanced at the time, it was 7:35. He shook his head helplessly and slowly walked into the kitchen, starting to cook noodles. As for the clock on the wall, just like Su Ming had said, as long as he followed a certain rule, the accuracy of time didn't matter much to him. Bang! Bang bang! Get up, it's time for breakfast. Not sure if it was because of last night, Su Ming's actions toward the little girl had left her a bit depressed. He knocked a few times on the door, but there was no response from inside. This is your last chance. Really, you're not coming out for breakfast? Seemingly losing patience, Su Ming's gaze grew cold, and his voice became completely emotionless. Chapter 9, Dad's Note and 0.9. Meow. A weak meow of a cat caught Su Ming's attention, pulling his gaze toward the corner of the room. He slowly walked over to a corner, his brows slightly furrowed. For at this moment, Dog Egg seemed to have developed Parkinson's, its body shaking uncontrollably. It seemed the events from last night had caused some changes in it. Its fur had already fallen out in large patches. The exposed surface of the skin was covered with dark spots, and the look in the cat's eyes as it gazed at Su Ming became strangely unsettling. Meow. Meow. The intermittent meowing grew increasingly eerie. In the air, it seemed as though an unusual, sinister atmosphere was gradually seeping in. I'll give you a chance, based on your performance yesterday. Seemingly unaware of the abnormality in front of him, Su Ming continued to smile and gently patted Dog Egg's head. Who could have imagined? At that moment, the cat's fur began to fall off rapidly, and its body started to undergo a bizarre transformation. The dark spots on its body began to expand, and then the skin on its surface started to rot, emitting an unbearably foul stench. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking in its neck, the cat's head snapped to face behind it, its pitch-black pupils locking onto Su Ming. Seeing the cat in this form, Su Ming instinctively took 2 steps back. It wasn't out of fear, but to test whether the cat would attack him. Hiss, hiss. As Su Ming backed away, the cat's long tongue hung out, taking step after step toward him, making an eerie sound. Bang! A size 42 shoe sole filled the cat's entire field of vision. Then, its body was sent flying out of the balcony. If I hadn't seen you help me last night, I wouldn't have wasted so much time with you. Shaking his head, Su Ming slowly retracted his foot and walked towards the little lowly's room. Creak! Creak! An extremely jarring scratching sound from below the balcony echoed through the air, causing Su Ming to stop once again. At this moment, the number of viewers in Su Ming's live stream had surpassed the 4-digit mark, with some viewers who had seen this strange tale giving mocking smiles. The streamer is in trouble now. This cat has completely mutated, and it will get more terrifying as time goes on. Exactly. I remember it has to be fed cat food from the very beginning to slow down its mutation. No matter what you say, after watching for so long, I only like the little lowly. That's truly a punishment. When Su Ming slowly turned around, the scene before him left him somewhat startled. The cat's body had grown to almost the size of a human, its entire body was nearly rotting, and most of the exposed skin clearly revealed its skeletal frame. Completely transformed into a monstrous cat, it suddenly lunged at him, opening its stinking mouth and viciously biting at Su Ming. Thud! To Su Ming's surprise, this time he didn't use his big shield but grabbed a chair beside him and shoved it forcefully into the cat's terrifying mouth. Woo woo woo! Half of the chair got stuck inside, leaving the cat unable to move for a moment. The mouth, originally aimed to bite Su Ming's head off, seemed unable to retract anymore. None of you ever listen. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming slowly turned his head. A pale, bloodless face was almost pressed against his own, with blood-red eye sockets continuously leaking blood. Plop! The sound of glass breaking echoed beside him. Without even looking, Su Ming already guessed that it was the little lowly's 2 eyeballs that had fallen onto the floor. Damn! That scared the crap out of me. Why did the little lowly suddenly become so terrifying? Woo woo woo, lowly, scare me 1,000 times, and I'll treat you like my first love. Did you guys see? The little lowly's white stockings have turned into blood-streaked ones. For sure, even through the live stream, I can feel the eerie atmosphere, but blood-streaked ones look better than the white ones in high streaks. What's the matter? Can't wait to come out and eat? Su Ming nodded with satisfaction, seeming excited that the little lowly had voluntarily come out. Slap! Suddenly, a big shield struck her face with a heavy blow. I'm glad you came out to eat, but you intentionally scared me like this, and that doesn't sit well with me. Looking at the little lowly's ghostly appearance, Su Ming's smile slowly turned cold as he turned his head to look at the cat still struggling to remove the chair from its mouth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ming decisively opened the door. And then forcefully grabbed the little lowly's clothes. Ah! No! The little lowly, with a hideous expression, seemed to recall some terrifying experience. Her eyes filled with panic as she glanced towards the neighbor's direction. Her face finally showing some fear, her body struggling desperately as she tried to resist. Hee hee, the more you resist, the more excited I become. Watching the little lowly transform into this state, Su Ming's smile gradually became perverted. At this moment, his body seemed to have even more strength. And with a single move, he used a joint lock to carry the little lowly on his back. Whoa, that can't go there. Ignoring the cries coming from his back, Su Ming slowly opened the door and walked towards the neighbor's room from yesterday. Knock knock knock. Who is it? A tired voice came through, and the door slowly opened just a crack. You are, oh crap? The strange old Wang stared blankly at the player in front of him, his eyeballs nearly popping out. Put them back, you scared me. Alright. In a hurry, old Wang shoved his eyeballs back into place, his expression somewhat excited as he looked at the bizarre lowly on Su Ming's shoulder. Tentatively, he asked, Brother, did you come this time, to trade this little lowly? MHM. Su Ming slowly nodded, his face calm as he replied, I need a weapon that can harm the strange dot. A drop of cold sweat fell from old Wang's forehead, and once again, his eyes greedily looked at the little lowly. His expression darkened with uncertainty. To be honest, I don't have the kind of weapon you're talking about. Then goodbye. Without hesitation, Su Ming turned and walked away, carrying the lowly. And the little lowly's face showed a hint of relief, though she nervously glanced back at old Wang's door. To be honest, isn't the streamer being too cruel to the little lowly? I think they could peacefully coexist. Is the person upstairs wise? Didn't they see how the little lowly keeps acting like this, trying again and again to kill the streamer? But hasn't she done no harm to the streamer? Isn't this a bit too much? My pajamas have turned into a cassock, and my phone has become a wooden fish. This is what happens when bad people get their comeuppance. If I were the main character, I would do whatever I wanted with her. Because of Su Ming's actions, two opposing opinions appeared in the live chat. Some felt that the streamer was too cruel, after all, the little loli was also a life. Others felt the streamer was in the right, saying that in this world of bizarre rules, sympathy only leads to one's own death. Wait. Let me finish. After taking a few steps, Su Ming suddenly turned around, smiling faintly as he asked, "What's up?" "I don't have the weapon, but I can help you deal with it tomorrow." Old Wang's voice came through in a stuttering manner, though it sounded somewhat lacking in confidence. It seems that this father of the strange is not ordinary. With a quiet mumble, Su Ming furrowed his brow, his calm gaze fixed on Old Wang's door. "Remember what you said." He then slowly walked back to the neighbor's door, and with a look of utter despair on the little loli's face, he threw her inside. Hiss, phew. "Don't worry, I keep my word." Bang! The door slammed shut, and a mix of eerie laughter and cries echoed, sending chills down the spine. Of course, these subsequent events were of no concern to Su Ming for now. He quickly returned to his room, planning to take advantage of the little loli's absence too. Time to take today's shower. Dog egg? Looking at the cat squatting in the corner, glaring fiercely at him, Su Ming's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Clearly, it was you who wanted to mess with me. Why are you so angry?" "Ahem, of course, none of that is important." After taking a shower, Su Ming started wandering around the living room again, trying to find some other clues. But in this room, aside from the strange little girl in his own bedroom, there was only the eerie father's room left. That room seemed to be blocked off. No matter how hard Su Ming tried, the door had no effect at all. So, there are only two possibilities. After trying for a long time and seeing the room remain silent, Su Ming finally chose to give up. This room was either a hidden place in the ghost story, not ready to be opened yet, or it was deliberately weakened by the beginner's instance, giving new players a glimmer of hope. Both possibilities existed. In Su Ming's life, he had actually studied many probing rules, clever tricks to outsmart the strange. The result was that none of it worked. The feeling of having cheat codes really can be addictive. This was the only thought in Su Ming's mind at that moment. Chapter 11, Dad's Note number 11. Not sure how long had passed. Creak. The door to the room slowly opened, and Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, calmly watching the little girl walk in. "Back?" Seeing the little girl's clothes all torn, Su Ming asked with concern. Especially the blood-stained white stockings on her legs, which had been ripped apart, revealing a smooth thigh. "I." Breaking from her usual demeanor, the little girl's face flushed red, as if she wanted to throw caution to the wind, pointing at Su Ming and starting to curse. Looking at her reaction, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as she was about to return to her bedroom, her body was suddenly hugged tightly. "What are you doing, Sniff?" Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ming directly covered her mouth, stood up, and walked out of the room, knocking on the neighbor's door. "Is this reusing old tricks? Can you let go of that little girl and let me handle it?" "Brothers, I can't take it anymore, the streamer is a beast. This is not weird, it's clearly just a tool, okay? Kid, you, how did you come again?" Old Wang slowly opened the door just a crack, trembling as he looked at the scene before him. "You know." With a somewhat eerie smile, Su Ming changed the little girl to a different position. I can't do this anymore." "Can't do it?" Suddenly pulling the door wide open, a foul stench rushed toward them, instantly darkening Su Ming's expression. "If you can't, then you'll be his fate. Do you believe? I'll sell you to the old lady next door? You surely don't want her to know, right?" Old Wang's trembling body stiffened, looking at Su Ming's serious expression and listening to his devil-like whispers. After a long hesitation, he sorrowfully nodded. "So, what do you want?" "Forget it, I don't want anything, consider it a loss for you." Casually throwing the little girl inside, Su Ming turned around without hesitation, hastily returning to his own room. As for how old Wang was doing, or what happened to the little girl, that was not his concern. "I was originally going to let you go, but you are still so cheap." Listening to the strange sounds next door, Su Ming murmured. After all, his principle had always been, if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. Why doesn't this little girl learn her lesson? The next night became exceptionally quiet, perhaps that fat guy from last night had gone to his demise. Su Ming slept soundly. As for what time the little girl crept back into her room last night, Su Ming did not pay much attention. Time passed. It was now the morning of the third day. Su Ming served 2 bowls of noodles for the little girl and dog egg, then sat on the sofa to rest. The third day noon. 12 o'clock, huh? Boredly staring at the clock on the wall, Su Ming picked up the books from the drawer and began to pass the time. He had already thoroughly explored these books before. But there were no useful clues in them. Above are some private photo shoots, and then some exotic styles. It's completely different from what Su Ming originally imagined, okay? Every time the streamer looks at these books, it's my moment of slaughtering billions of lives. Ha! Rather than these things, it's better to go directly to the massage spa like a true gentleman. You guys are too much. No creeping around. By the way, is no one concerned about the progress of the instance? Why does the atmosphere feel so different from other stream rooms? Every time Su Ming sits on the sofa passing the time, this is when the LSPs in the live room start to get excited. Of course, he himself is completely unaware of all this going on in the live room. The time is now 11 hours 57 minutes and 30 seconds. Only 2.5 minutes left until Father returns. The atmosphere gradually begins to feel oppressive, and the audience in the live room is unusually tense. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a strange knocking sound at the door made Su Ming's brows furrow slightly. Slowly setting down the book in his hands, Su Ming stood up and carefully opened the room door. Then, he walked straight next door. Old one, I want to trade with you. Outside his own door, a middle-aged man with a pale face looked somewhat gloomy. A strange aura wrapped around Su Ming, trying to assimilate and erode him. Old one? Is Old one there? However, Su Ming seemed completely unaffected, a faint white light enveloping him. Still unyieldingly knocking on Old Wan's door. Little brother, I really can't hold on anymore, can I have a little more rest, okay? The fragmented voice came through, and just by listening to the tone, you could feel Old Wine's weakness at this moment. It's not a trade for a little lowly, don't be afraid. Upon hearing this, Su Ming smiled understandingly. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Old Wang nervously spoke through the gap, then what do you want to trade? Just like this, let me score 3 minutes. Smiling and shaking his head, Su Ming turned back to look. The middle-aged man in front of him looked extremely gloomy. Dark blue spots covered his entire face, anyone could tell that the person in front of them was abnormal. My good son. The middle-aged man wore a strange smile, slowly leaning towards Su Ming. Since he couldn't erode Su Ming mentally, he prepared to use physical means, like the big knife in his hand. My old father is always so nuclear and cute. This strange being is the final boss. It's said that he has a high IQ. The streamer is in danger. Where's the little lowly? Life without the little lowly is really dull. Why is the streamer still thinking about trading with the neighbor at this time? The chattering in the live room continued, one after another. Gradually, the audience became numb to Su Ming's bizarre actions. Damn! If you're a brother, come and hack me. An unexpected event occurred. Old Wang suddenly burst open the door, standing in front of Su Ming. Holding a mop made from a head, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man approaching. I didn't expect you to really be ready to help me? Shaking his head, Su Ming felt somewhat surprised. All along, he never expected this unreliable neighbor would actually help him deal with the strange father, but unexpectedly, he was so brave. Of course, bro, it's all about loyalty. Back in the day. Old Wang raised his mop, just about to say something. Snap. A sudden slash. It directly cut his mop in two. I did my best, little brother, the rest is up to you. Looking somewhat confused at the wooden handle in his hand, Old Wang twitched his mouth. Then, with lightning speed, he quickly opened the door, jumped in, and with a bang, closed it, followed by a click as he locked the door. The action was fluid and seamless, done in one go. A bit of loyalty, but not much. Chapter 12 Dad's Note Number 12, Final Chapter. Now, who can help you? The low, eerie father stepped closer, the big knife in his hand still dripping with dark blood. My deal with the neighbor is not finished, you can't hurt me. Su Ming murmured, his gaze a bit cold. With a strange father, the big knife suddenly chopped down. The sound of bones shattering rang out. Crack. Su Ming stood expressionless on the spot, watching the headless body groping around in front of him. Then lowered his head and glanced at the head mop rolling chaotically on the ground. A peculiar thought popped into his mind. Come, your head is here, don't throw garbage everywhere. He picked up the head mop and forcefully attached it to the father's neck. He. The middle-aged man, who had just sneered a couple of times, froze, trembling as he reached for his own head with both hands. Why has my voice turned into a woman's voice? And this head full of black, long hair? Ah! I will kill you. You little beast. The screams of a woman echoed, and the middle-aged man wildly swung the bloodied big knife. He wanted to tear Su Ming apart to relieve his hatred. Crack. Crack. Bang. 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 Various strange sounds reverberated in the corridor, but Su Ming calmly crossed his arms and coldly stared at the madman before him. Huff. Huff. Seemingly exhausted from chopping, the middle-aged man staggered to find the head that originally belonged to him. He threw the head mop on the ground and stomped it to pieces. Staring with bloodshot eyes, Father's gaze was extremely brutal. Little beast. As soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly crouched down in pain, hugging his head, a miserable scream escaping. Flesh from his body fell piece by piece to the ground. What's wrong? My old father, doesn't this feeling of chopping people feel great? Su Ming smiled faintly. Slowly walked in front of father, patted his head, his gaze a bit teasing. How filial I am, a loving father and his well-behaved son. This unrestrained attitude of the host makes my 68-year-old maiden heart flutter. Don't say it, really don't say it. If the host was in a horror story, he'd definitely be a terrifying boss. Isn't he one right now? Cough, cough, you win, it's already midnight. A broken whisper came, and father's whole body began to change. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a broken body into a kind-hearted middle-aged man. A hint of a helpless smile appeared on father's face. Child, you can clear the level now, daddy is back. Go ahead and enter the room, I will knock on the door. Okay. Nodding gently, Su Ming walked into the room with a hint of a smile. Then he closed the door. Bang! Bang bang! Daddy is back, my good son, open the door quickly. A gentle voice sounded from outside the door, with a trace of reluctance in father's eyes. Son, quickly open the door. Time is running out. Open the door, do you understand? The knocking grew more and more urgent, his voice turning somewhat anxious. If you don't understand, why doesn't the host open the door? Wasn't it cleared? This level is quite tricky, there's another pit waiting. Although I can't understand the host's operation, I am greatly shocked. Shock +1. Fool. Su Ming just stood silently outside the door, his gaze as calm as always. He glanced at the clock on the wall, which showed exactly 12 o'clock. If I'm not mistaken, the clock you have is only at 11:59 right now? Which means the time at home is actually 1 minute fast. Su Ming spoke with a hazy expression, having no intention to open the door. Though the strange father couldn't do anything to him if he opened the door now, what if it caused a bug that prevented him from clearing and leaving? It's better to be careful. Bang! 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 Dog bastard! Open the door for me! Open the door! Why aren't you opening the door? Seeing his scheme unraveled, the original disguise vanished away. Looking through the peephole, the eyes slowly filled with a hint of madness. You keep calling me a beast, to be honest, who do you think you are? You should be thankful I don't have any deadly weapons. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming ignored this brain-dead strange creature. If we say he has no intelligence, he knows how to play tricks within tricks, and he can also play hard to get. Silently calculating the time, Su Ming slowly opened the door, giving a friendly international gesture to the father in front of him. With the father glaring with eyes full of hunger and smoke rising from his head, Su Ming's body gradually became illusory. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the level. Dad's note rating, S, highest score for beginner level. Rewards, 1 property certificate in the world of creepy tales, several rule points, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 Wuling Hongguang car. Title earned, Lowly Killer. Lowly Killer, when facing adult girls under 23, your damage ignores their defense, dealing critical hits with every strike. Title evaluation, due to your brutal performance, this title is awarded to encourage you. This is a cubic space. Su Ming stood quietly in the room, observing his surroundings. Title? His eyes flickered slightly as Su Ming clicked on his title and chose to equip it. He roughly understood that as long as he achieved the highest score in the creepy tales, based on his performance, he could obtain a special title. As for the platinum treasure chest and rule points, the former could yield some skills, potions, or equipment, etc. While the latter is the currency needed for transactions in the world of creepy tales. Silver treasure chest, open. As soon as Su Ming's voice fell, dazzling light flashed, and a somewhat strange-looking item appeared in front of him. Steel wire ball gloves, gloves made of pure steel wire, capable of dealing minor damage to the bizarre. Looking at the shiny pair of gloves in his hand, Su Ming blinked and slowly put them away. Not bad, it really is a good item. As for the property and the Wuling Hongguang, Su Ming wasn't very interested in receiving them for now. The most important thing at this moment was to start the real creepy tale level. After all, to be honest, the highest rating for the beginner level was just S, and the rewards were quite underwhelming. Let's start the creepy tale level. A faint voice came out, and Su Ming's face showed a hint of melancholy. Extracting the level. Please prepare, players, fasten your seatbelts at all times, countdown 3.2.1. Departure. Chapter 13, Death Amusement Park Number 1. F-grade level confirmed, Death Amusement Park. It's the weekend today, finally can go to the amusement park to relax for a day. How could it be, these amusement rides, so thrilling? Ah, so fun, really fun. I finally experienced everything, ha ha ha. But I think I won't be able to go back. Dull yellow sunlight. A bus came to a steady stop at the entrance of the amusement park. Dear passengers, this trip has arrived at our final stop, Death Amusement Park. The mechanical voice of the broadcast sounded. Ming curiously looked at the grand amusement park in front of him. The amusement park was not as desolate as Ming imagined. He could occasionally see tourists coming in and out. What kind of level is this? Amusement park? Oh no, I've never even heard of this. I hope to draw some powerful skills. On the bus. A somewhat arrogant voice rang out. Heh, just an F-grade level, look at you all getting scared. A young man with dyed yellow hair slowly stood up, a smirk of disdain spreading across his face. After all, he had achieved a rare A-grade rating in the beginner level with his own ability. Just this alone surpassed at least 95% of beginner players. Hey! What's with that look? Looking down on me? The yellow-haired guy shifted his gaze to Ming, pointing a finger. His head held high, like a proud little rooster. Idiot! Ming shook his head helplessly, turning to look out the window, his brow slightly furrowed. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get off the bus. The bus driver shouted impatiently, a terrifying aura sweeping over. Taking a glance at the driver's seat, the yellow-haired man's face turned pale, not daring to say anything else, and he walked toward the door. Kid, my name is Li Yan, remember it? Seemingly feeling that Ming had embarrassed him, Li Yan turned coldly and glanced back, arrogantly making a gesture across his neck. I remembered. Ming nodded and then got off the bus with many players on the vehicle. Extracting your random talent. Random talent extraction complete, calling a thief father. Calling a thief father, when you encounter something strange or a player, you can call the other party father, and they will protect you unconditionally and favor you. Noticing the voice in his mind, Ming's expression began to look strange. How to say this talent? It's a bit absurd, but very reasonable. Ticket hall. Hello, I need a ticket. Handing over his only $100 bill, Ming calmly looked at the bunny girl cashier in front of him. Internally, he still felt a bit regretful. If it were a man, maybe he could try to get a free ride. Sir, please take your ticket and change. The bunny girl smiled slightly, throwing a flirtatious glance at Ming, handing the ticket and change over with both hands. Bending slightly, one could vaguely see half of a big white rabbit. Wow, how come I saw something I shouldn't have when I just arrived? I must say, the strange things in the bizarre world are really nice. Too bad I don't like this bunny girl's fishnet. I'm just here to prove this streamer, I actually don't believe he isn't cheating. What? I, Donkey Benway, am not cheating. As soon as Ming entered the bizarre instance, within minutes, hundreds of viewers flooded into the live stream. As time went on, the number of viewers continued to grow. Hey! Brother! Noticing a weight on his shoulder, Ming frowned slightly, turning to look at the fat guy behind him. We're all new players, I find you quite pleasing. How about we form a team? That way we can look out for each other. I don't need it. Ming slowly shook his head, taking 2 steps forward to make room for the players in line behind him. Then he lowered his head to examine the ticket in his hands. That's really too bad. The fat guy looked darkly at Ming's back. Then his face regained a smile as he moved to another player. Bro, I see your bones are amazing. Wow, just the ticket cost 15? Looking at the ticket in his hand, Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression gradually became serious. Because on the back of the ticket, it clearly stated the following rules. Amusement Park Guidelines. 1. After entering the amusement park, you can enjoy yourself, but you must be polite to the staff. 2. If a staff member wearing red invites you to play their project, you can choose to decline, but you only have 3 opportunities to refuse. 3. There are only staff members dressed in red. If you meet someone in black, please ignore them. For feeling any discomfort during the fun is normal, just buy a drink in the shop to alleviate it. 5. There are no roller coaster attractions in the amusement park. 6. If you run out of your $100, please immediately ask the staff for vouchers. 7. To ensure your gaming experience, you must play at least 5 projects. 8. The tour group is a warm family. The rules are not particularly complex, with only 8 in total. But for Ming, after obtaining the calling a thief father skill, these things had already become less important. Taking advantage while other players were still looking around, Ming's eyes flickered as he walked straight inside through the main gate. Please keep your belongings safe. Ha! Ming slowly turned around to look at the security guard near the corridor, smiling as he spoke. Uncle, can you help me with something? Pointing to the little yellow-haired guy not far behind him, Ming's eyes flickered slightly. This guy had been like a fool on the bus, wanting to take him out at any moment. So, it was time to strike first. It's begun. Sue God is going to start operating again. Watch closely and learn well. Learn to operate? Do you want to learn how he beats the bizarre things? Still learning to bully the little girl? The streamer is dumbfounded, right? Asking for weird help right at the beginning? Tell me, what gives him the right? Who knows, it's the first day I miss my little girl. Since Su Ming perfectly cleared his novice dungeon, the viewers in the livestream finally learned his name. In less than a few minutes after starting the stream, the audience in the live room had already reached a terrifying 4-digit number. Put. The little yellow-haired boy, also known as Li Yan, looking at what Su Ming said to the security guard, couldn't help but scoff. So you're still a dumb newbie? Is weirdness your dad? Do you think he will help just because you ask? Arms crossed over his chest, Li Yan had a teasing expression. Even leaning in close to the security guard's face, looking at Su Ming like he was an idiot. Please take care of your personal belongings. As everyone expected, the security guard gazed straight ahead, completely ignoring the two in front of him, and spoke to himself. Did you see that? Stupid. Slowly shaking his head, Li Yan gave Su Ming the middle finger and swaggered into the amusement park. Chapter 14 Death Amusement Park Number 2. Su Ming stared at his back, a strange smile creeping up the corner of his mouth. I want you to help me kill him, adoptive father. As soon as the words fell, the security guard seemed to spring to life, his whole body jolting. I can't kill him, but I can give him a beating. Rubbing his fists, the security guard's figure flashed and appeared in front of Li Yan. What are you doing? Yellow-haired Li Yan looked at the security guard in confusion, unable to speak again. Bang! A massive fist landed solidly on his forehead. Before he could react, bang bang. More punches rained down. The security guard wore a strange smile, flipping Li Yan over and pressing him down hard. My adopted son said to beat you, beat you. Like a demon, whispered in Li Yan's ear. No. I'm sorry, I was wrong, bang. Don't hit me there. The wails echoed at the entrance of the amusement park. All the surrounding players stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at this scene. Their faces still bearing a hint of disbelief. So it turns out, just by calling the security guard adoptive father, you can command him to help? A few clever players exchanged knowing glances, looking at the security guard with some ill intentions. Adoptive father, can you give me some money? Bang! The security guard, happily beating, didn't even raise his head, countering with a punch. That player's body flew back 7 or 8 meters. Clutching his groin, struggling on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This scene made a few players instinctively tighten their legs and quickly enter the park, not daring to say another word. You little brat, next time open your eyes wider, dare to bully my adopted son, At this moment, Li Yan was more out of breath than in. Shaking his shoulders weakly, he spoke with a bitter face, I get it, adoptive father. Slap. In Li Yan's incredulous gaze, a heavy slap hit his face. You think you can call him adoptive father? No respect. The security guard's face darkened, slowly retracting his arm. Then walked straight back to his post, smiling and nodding at Su Ming. The huge contrast in attitude from the security guard made Li Yan doubt life for a brief moment. Little yellow hair? Still hurt? Su Ming slowly squatted down, patting his swollen cheek. Don't mess around if you're fine, I hate that the most. Murmuring softly. Shaking his head, Su Ming turned and stepped into the amusement park hall. If it weren't for Rule 8, the tour group is a warm family, possibly meaning to prohibit players from hurting each other. Su Ming would have wanted to kick this yellow-haired boy a couple of times and slap him again. Looking with a dark expression at Su Ming's retreating figure, Li Yan took a deep breath and clenched his fists. With my talent this time, just you wait. In the vast amusement park, under the Ferris wheel, there stood 2 players. In front of them was a staff member wearing a red outfit. Hi. Want to try our Ferris wheel? It's definitely the most enjoyable ride in the park, fun and affordable. Hold on, how much does this cost? The player on the left waved his hand, carefully touching the change in his pocket and asked hesitantly. Unexpectedly, the staff member's originally enthusiastic smile slowly changed, and his expression became somewhat gloomy. Interrupting someone while they're talking is rude. Really rude. As he kept mumbling, the staff member's expression grew more and more sinister. Rip. Before the player on the left could react, his body suddenly split in half. Scorching blood soaked his companion's clothes. Alright, sir, would you like to try our Ferris wheel ride? After this, the staff member once again wore a brilliant smile on his face. I'm not feeling well, I'm sorry. The remaining player's face turned pale, his body shaking uncontrollably. After hesitating for a while, he slowly spoke. Oh, that's really too bad, please come again next time. To his surprise, the staff member did not lose control but instead shook his head regretfully. Then he ignored him completely. Huff. Letting out a gentle breath, the player politely waved his hand, then staggered back continuously. That shocking act of tearing a living person apart truly scared him, estimating it would leave a psychological shadow. At this moment, Su Ming's figure slowly appeared. Looking at the blood all over the ground, and then at the strangely smiling staff member, he furrowed his brows slightly. Sir, would you like to try our Ferris wheel ride? In the distance, the player who had narrowly escaped stopped in his tracks, knowing he had already used one of the 3 chances to refuse as stated in the rules. An upcoming peril loomed ahead. Secretly staring at Su Ming, wanting to see what choice he would make. Excuse me, how much does it cost? Su Ming smiled slightly and asked softly. Sir, it costs 40 yuan to play once. Would you like to pay in cash or scan? When these words came out, both Su Ming and the player's expressions changed drastically. Is it 40 for the Ferris wheel, or does each ride cost 40? If it's the latter. Each person only had 85 yuan left in cash, meaning they could only enjoy 2 rides, which would lead to a money shortage. And Rule 7 states that at least 5 entertainment items must be played. As for the remaining 3, would they have to ask the staff for discount vouchers? After pondering for a moment, Su Ming slowly raised his head, a smile appearing on his face. Could you please give me a 50% discount? I'm sorry, according to the rules. Foster father. As soon as these words came out, the staff member's eyes widened, staring straight at Su Ming. Taking the 20 yuan Su Ming handed over, a look of excitement appeared on his face. Clearly, Su Ming's recognizing thieves as father's skill activated once again. Sure, son. He then sent Su Ming into the Ferris wheel, waving his hand with a smile. As he turned back, the corner of his mouth curled into a brilliant smile. Have fun. The player who had been secretly observing from a distance dropped his jaw in shock. So it can actually be discounted? After hesitating a few seconds, the player gritted his teeth and walked back under the Ferris wheel. Hello, could you give me a 50% discount, foster father? Imitating Su Ming's tone, a hint of expectation appeared in the player's eyes. A 50% discount? Okay. The staff member clearly froze for a moment, then a bizarre smile appeared on his face. Damn. It's actually true. This player was filled with excitement. Turns out there's such a hidden gimmick that actually allows the staff to give a discount. Good. You want a discount, right? Bang. A deafening sound erupted, accompanied by endless pain. Hee. Break a bone? It's been a long time since I've heard such a strange request. The staff member's mouth curled into a strange smile, staring directly at the person lying on the ground. Gently helping him up. He seemed exceptionally friendly. Do you want to break more? No more, I want to play. Whoa. Wiping his nose, this player trembled to prop himself up, tears flowing uncontrollably. Crack. A subtle sound came from within his body, making his expression stiffen. If he felt correctly, it seemed like a spine bone near his kidney had broken. I'll charge you 40, have fun. The staff member cheerfully took 2 bills from the player's pocket and tossed him onto the Ferris wheel. Once again, a friendly smile appeared on his face. What Su Ming didn't expect was that there were 2 other tourists sitting with him on the Ferris wheel. One was a little girl looking about 7 or 8 years old, the other was her father. At this moment, they weren't admiring the view outside the window, but were staring straight at Su Ming, occasionally letting out strange laughter. Hee. Daddy, that big brother smells so good. I want to share snacks with him. Sure enough. When they reached the highest point of the Ferris wheel, the little girl's expression towards Su Ming began to look more and more off. Her pale cheeks, devoid of color, showed a smile. Holding a bag of snacks that looked like popcorn, she cheerfully handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming gave a faint glance, his brows slightly furrowing. Inside were some wriggling white maggots, climbing up the walls of the bag. What made Su Ming feel the most disgusted was that there were a few half-cut maggots frantically squirming in the gaps of the little girl's teeth. Get lost, don't mess with me. His mouth twitched, and Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. If this little brat didn't behave, he wouldn't mind dealing with this future flower. Hee. Since Big Brother doesn't like snacks, then I can only eat you. Who told you to smell so good? The little girl laughed happily, revealing a gap in her mouth, showing the rotting flesh inside. Smack. Su Ming seized the opportunity, put on his wire scrubber gloves, and slammed down. A crisp and loud sound followed. Countless pieces of rotten flesh splattered everywhere, as if a rain of rotten meat fell inside the cable car. In the live stream, the atmosphere reached its peak again with this loud slap from Su Ming. The chat room was filled with waves of crazy messages. Wow! Su God's moves are still so outrageous. I love how domineering Su God is, please hit me hard. Ah! How dare he, how dare he? This is creepy. It can't be that his skill is invincible plus rebounding again, right? I, Wang Tong, officially report him for cheating. The little girl and her father were frozen in place, a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Woo woo, daddy. Damn it. How dare you bully my child? The middle-aged man's eyes turned red, blood-colored fangs grew from his mouth, and veins bulged all over his body. He reached out his corpse-stained hands to grab Su Ming's neck. Foster father. Foster son. Just as he prepared to move, the eerie look faltered for a moment, and then excitement flickered in his eyes. All the previously furious abnormalities vanished, returning to his normal appearance. It's reasonable for me to teach sister a lesson, right? Su Ming smiled, waving his palm already wearing the wire scrubber gloves. I have to say. This title of Lowly Slayer is quite powerful. This hit nearly splattered the eerie little girl's brain. Smack! The middle-aged man's loud slap sent the little girl's head flying, falling onto the seat next to them. This bizarre operation truly startled Su Ming. Goodness, I haven't even made a move yet, why did you suddenly start fighting? Little brat, how did you treat him? He is my foster son. The middle-aged man panted heavily, glaring fiercely at the little girl. He glanced at Su Ming apologetically, his gaze lingering for a moment. Slowly, he picked up the little girl's head, preparing to place it back onto her neck. Whoa whoa. Daddy, he's human, he's our food. Slap. Su Ming struck again, a blow so powerful it resembled a volleyball spike. The entire head drew a beautiful arc through the air, perfectly landing in the hands of a player who had just boarded the Ferris wheel. At this moment, the player was lying in his seat, barely moving, trembling as he clung to the female oddity, his face already drained of color. His voice carried a faint sob. I accept, we'll be together forever. He paused mid-sentence, suddenly feeling something land firmly in his hands. He glanced down instinctively, together forever, ugh. The female oddity, her face covered in sores, trembled slightly as she sensed the warmth, her complexion turning ashen in an instant. Ah. So you still despise me? Ha, you despise me. As she spoke, sores on her face burst one by one, yellowish pus oozing out. I didn't. Ugh. PFF. The player's vision blacked out as his hands slowly loosened. A large pool of blood stained the seat beneath him as the female oddity held his corpse, smiling foolishly. Ha, now you don't despise me, my dear. We're finally together forever. At this moment, Su Ming was also unusually nervous. No other reason, he had just sent the little girl's head flying. The middle-aged man, still seemingly not processing what had happened, stared blankly at his empty hands. And at the little girl's headless body. Silence. Dead silence. Foster father? HM? What's wrong, my foster son? The middle-aged man snapped out of his daze, scratching his head, and casually kicked the little girl's body out of the cable car, as if discarding trash. It's nothing. This little girl really doesn't understand, daring to bully my foster son. She should be punished, so she'll learn her lesson. The middle-aged man patted his chest, looking completely unconcerned. WW8. Why has the oddity become the streamer's foster father? I don't get it. Is this the unique charm of Su God? Rebirth, I become the oddity's foster son? Ah, Sri. Damn it, he just sent your daughter's head flying. Why don't you do something about it? 6. Su Ming slowly took off his steel wireball gloves and gave his foster father a thumbs up. And secretly gave him a 5-star review. Is this an oddity? No. This is family to Su Ming, a brother in arms. Not long after, the Ferris wheel slowly descended to the bottom. Foster father. Take care. As he stepped off the Ferris wheel, Su Ming waved at his foster father in thanks. It's nothing, if you ever run into trouble, come find me. I'll go get that little girl's head back first. The middle-aged man, holding the little girl who was almost reduced to a pile of mush, waved back at Su Ming with a smile. Chapter 16, Death Amusement Park Number 4. Along a rugged path. Not long after, Su Ming saw the next attraction, the big swing. Sir, would you like to try the big swing? It's sure to be thrilling, giving you an unforgettable experience. A staff member, with a strange smile, looked at Su Ming as he approached and eagerly invited him. Then I'll leave it to you, I want a 50% discount, foster father. Nodding slowly, Su Ming showed a brilliant smile. Hiss. Foster son. No need to say anything, half price it is. The staff member's expression changed as he looked at Su Ming, his eyes full of concern. He quickly arranged a seat for Su Ming. By the way, if you feel thirsty after the ride, remember to get some drinks. The staff member seemed to have thought of something and showed a hint of hesitation on his face. In the end, he mysteriously reminded Su Ming. Did I just see that right? The oddity is actually reminding Su God? I have a feeling that this level is still just a decoration for Su God. Damn it! Why have all the staff members been male so far? Can you arrange for two big-breasted, beautiful sisters? The brothers upstairs mainly enjoy watching. These strange attitudes left the viewers in the live broadcast room a bit confused. Clearly, every ghost story is a life or death struggle. But when it came to Su Ming, it felt like a leisurely vacation. Okay, adoptive father. Feeling a bit grateful, Su Ming nodded and climbed onto the big swing without looking back. There was a hint of enjoyment on his face. Nothing else, it was just because this newly adopted father arranged for him a VIP-style treatment, sitting in first class. Nodding in satisfaction, the staff member's face showed a bit of ecstasy. As the big swing was about to start, he finally shifted his gaze to a player standing nearby. Hello sir, have you considered trying something thrilling? Propping his chin, a strange smile reappeared on the staff member's face. Thank you, not for now. The player's expression was somewhat unpleasant as he looked up at the big swing soaring in the sky, eventually shaking his head slowly. He had completed one project already. And this one looked much more dangerous than the previous one, so he felt a bit hesitant. That's really a pity. Saying this, the staff member walked toward the switch of the big swing. Wait! At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. The three people present turned to look in the direction from which the voice came. Wow, enemies meet on narrow roads. Su Ming squinted slightly, watching the gasping figure of Li Yan in the distance. Sir, would you like to try the big swing? No trouble. The yellow-haired Li Yan stood up straight, inadvertently glancing at Su Ming, and his expression suddenly darkened. Watching the staff member's outstretched hand. He gritted his teeth and finally took out 40 yuan from his pocket, turning to walk toward the big swing. As the big swing slowly started. At this moment, Li Yan sat in the last few rows, staring at Su Ming's back, his gaze extremely gloomy. In his mind, he seemed to recall the scene where Su Ming commanded the security to beat him up in front of everyone. A low voice emerged from his throat. Kid, just you wait. One day I will kill you. Oh? Su Ming squinted slightly, chuckling without turning his head. Those who were familiar with him knew that Su Ming was always kind to repay kindness with kindness. For any potential crisis. It was reasonable for him to strike first, right? The old fans in the live broadcast room were laughing with delight at this scene. After all, watching Su Ming deal with reckless players was much more thrilling and entertaining than dealing with dull and eerie things. To be honest, I think this yellow-haired guy is quite brave. Wow, doesn't he know Su God is good at nothing except for being fond of big bucks? I really don't know how such a brainless character survived the newbie dungeon. It's ridiculous. But I feel like the host is also pretty arrogant. Upstairs, you haven't seen when Su God was more vicious during the newbie dungeon, sob my dear little loli. Otaku crying. As time passed, the big swing swung faster and faster, and the height became more and more outrageous. At this moment, the yellow-haired guy was already drenched in cold sweat. No longer having any time to continue trash-talking, instead, he grasped the handrail and trembled. Is this still okay, little yellow-haired? Su Ming calmly turned his head back, a smirk playing on his lips. Just kidding. When I died back then, the height I was knocked into the air by that sparkling tricycle was probably much more thrilling than this big swing. But a sudden wave of dizziness still made Su Ming furrow his brow slightly. This wasn't quite normal. Not long after, the big swing finally came to a slow stop. Li Yan was trembling as he clung to the railing, stepping down slowly. I'll tell you, you little brat, vomit. Before he could finish speaking, Li Yan's face changed slightly. The pale face gradually turned a shade of iron blue. Holding his stomach, he couldn't stop vomiting. Finish throwing up before you complain. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming walked slowly towards the nearby beverage store. His breathing became somewhat heavy, and a faint gray hue appeared in Su Ming's pupils. Is this mental pollution so serious? He whispered softly as he took a few steps closer. Hello, I need to buy some drinks. At the same time, Li Yan also supported his stomach, unsteadily walking over and pale-faced, he said. Why you, hello, I also need, a drink. Seeing this scene, the staff at the convenience store revealed a faint smile and slowly nodded. Alright, gentlemen, we have drinks priced at 5, 20, 50, and 100 yuan a bottle, which one do you need? Pointing to the bottles on the counter, the staff enthusiastically introduced them. Not just Li Yan, even Su Ming's mind was filled with a big question mark. These drinks have such a wide range of prices? The cheapest is 5 yuan, and the most expensive is 100 yuan a bottle? Robbers wouldn't be this fast. Excuse me, which one do you need? Seeing the two hadn't made a choice for a long time, the staff's expression changed slightly, and their smile gradually became a bit strange. It's worth mentioning that this beverage store staff member was also a bunny girl. The only highlight was that she was wearing black stockings. At this moment, her long, fair legs were resting on a chair, looking strangely at the two. Please give me a 20 yuan bottle, thank you. With eyes flickering slightly, Su Ming pointed to a bottle priced at 20 yuan and slowly spoke. As long as one isn't a fool. Everyone knows that the 5 yuan drink looks a bit unreliable. Chapter 17 Death Amusement Park Number 5. Alright, please wait a moment. The bunny girl staff smiled slightly, then took the drink from the shelf and handed it to Su Ming. The drink looked a bit like tomato juice. Its bright red color and somewhat thick consistency made one's imagination run wild. Gulpy. Without hesitation, line end. Su Ming took the drink and swallowed it in one go. No way, does Su God fear death? Yeah, what if taking the drink is the wrong rule mentioned in Rule 4? Though I don't understand, I am greatly surprised by the anchor's actions. Protect my black stocking bunny girl. 1/100. The live broadcast room once again showed a polarized reaction, for some. Su Ming drinking the beverage directly seemed to be an extremely risky move, because Rule 4 could very likely be misleading. Moreover, that drink looked so strange. Ooh, so refreshing. With just a few gulps of the drink, Su Ming felt his entire body regain vitality, a refreshing feeling coming from within. The reason he felt so at ease was because the staff from before had already given him a hint. And under the skill of recognizing thieves as family, the bazaar was definitely 100% unconditional favoritism towards Su Ming. Even when Su Ming had previously caused the little girl's head to explode, that foster father still looked after him closely. I'll have a 5 yuan one. Li Yan, seeing Su Ming's reaction after drinking, had a slight spark in his eyes. He didn't hesitate any longer and handed the only 5 yuan note left in his pocket to the staff. Alright, sir, please hold on to it. The black rabbit girl wasn't picky, handing a bottle of drink to Li Yan. Taking the drink, Li Yan decisively gulped it down. Refreshing. The effect was immediate, his body felt as if it was rejuvenated. Li Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he shot an unfriendly glance at Su Ming before wanting to turn and leave. You just wait, ugh. After just a few steps, his body suddenly staggered. Cough cough. In his somewhat disbelieving gaze, a trickle of blood involuntarily flowed from the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, his skin became extraordinarily loose. And he looked as if he had instantaneously aged to 70 or 80 years, with his eyes already dull and lifeless. This is... An anger surfaced in Li Yan's eyes. Staggering towards the front of the beverage store, he was just about to say something. Thud. The body fell straight down. Sure enough, cheap things are never good. Goodness, did this idiot just kill himself? Su Ming watched the strange scene before him, his lips twitching. He hadn't even started, yet this guy had already kicked the bucket? Su Ming shook his head regretfully, feeling his somewhat shriveled pockets. Watching the tourists approaching him, a strange smile crept onto his lips. Foster father. Huh? It's you. My foster son. The middle-aged tourist suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at Su Ming with excitement. Foster father. Give me money. Su Ming didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. That's right. He was running a bit low on cash. I'm not dead. A furious roar rang out, and Su Ming turned, puzzled. The old body of the yellow-haired man on the ground mysteriously glowed with a faint white light. Then, to Su Ming's astonishment, Li Yan slowly stood up, gritting his teeth, and quickly walked towards the staff of the giant swing. Hello, I need some vouchers. Alright, sir, what denomination do you need? Just a friendly reminder, vouchers can only be redeemed once. The staff under the giant swing's eyes lit up slightly, a strange smile returning to their face. Li Yan's eyes flickered as he looked at his withered arms. This was the skill he had drawn, Return of Light. The effect was to forcefully extend one's life after truly dying, allowing one to live again. But the downside was also clear. His body couldn't fully recover and was still in a state of mental pollution. What are the denominations? Vouchers are available in denominations of 50, 100, and 300 yuan. Which one would you like? Then I'll take the 300 one. Gritting his teeth, Li Yan's eyes hardened. Though he knew there might be a trick with the voucher, he could no longer care. If he couldn't cleanse the mental pollution immediately, he wouldn't be far from death. Great, please keep your voucher safe. The staff handed over a 300 yuan voucher, their smile growing more and more strange. Foster son. I only have a bit over 1,000 cash on me. Is that enough? If not, I'll go get more. Seeing the middle-aged man pull out a handful of cash and hand it to Su Ming gladly, Li Yan's eyes twitched. Watching another passing tourist, he shifted his gaze slightly, imitating Su Ming's action. Foster father. Give me money. Slap. A loud slap came, sending him flying, his bright yellow hair dancing in the wind. Ha, double luck? This is hilarious. Why do some people think they can imitate the God Su's moves? I see now, the God Su's skill is just calling others foster father, right? Did you notice that bunny girl's expression? She looks like, hiss. Master, please whip me hard. Cough cough, I. Watching the figure walk away, tears welled up in Li Yan's eyes. Why? Were all players so different from one another? Is it just because he wasn't cheating? Suppressing his rising anger, Li Yan took a deep breath, shakily walking in front of the drink shop. He presented his voucher and pointed to a bottle of drink. Please help me get this 20 yuan one. Okay, please wait a moment. The bunny girl smiled charmingly, and her rabbit ears swayed slightly. Sir, here's your drink and your change, please take it. Thank you. Li Yan took it with difficulty, revealing a faint smile. Luckily, his skill was quite powerful, allowing him to come back to life in a roundabout way. He opened the bottle cap. Looking at the familiar liquid, he poured it into his mouth without hesitation. Su Ming watched every move of the yellow-haired man, his expression growing serious. That bottle of drink had quietly turned black. Could it be that this guy's perception has gone haywire? His gaze flickered. As if he thought of something, Su Ming quickly took a few steps, looking at the staff of the giant swing from another angle. His brows furrowed deeply. Sure enough, as Su Ming expected, the staff's red shirt. A large part of the back has now turned black. What's the problem? Not lingering in place, Su Ming quickly walked towards the next amusement facility. Based on the current clues, as long as he asked the staff for coupons, would it speed up his own mental pollution? Or would it speed up the pollution of the staff? What would happen if the staff's clothes turned completely black? No, wait, why does this concern me? This is not something I should worry about. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming simply stopped thinking about it. If he suffered mental pollution, the thousands of bills in his pocket wouldn't even be enough to buy himself a few more lives. And if he encountered a physical attack? Sorry. The hundreds and thousands of foster fathers in the entire amusement park would become Su Ming's most loyal bodyguards. Chapter 18 Death Amusement Park Number 6. Shortly after Su Ming left, Li Yan's eyes were vacant, walking blankly towards a certain place. Hello, sir, would you like to try our newly opened roller coaster? You can ride for free. A strange voice sounded from behind him. Li Yan slowly turned around and looked at the staff in front of him, his mouth curling into a strange smile. Sure. Roller coaster, let's ride the roller coaster. All right, sir, please follow me. The staff quickly stepped forward, grabbing Li Yan's hand, and led him down a small path. Their steps synchronized, both moving stiffly and directly deeper. A gentle breeze brushed by, the staff's black jacket becoming more and more deep and dazzling. What is this? Reaching a fork in the road, Su Ming blinked. Before him was an enormous swimming pool, with a big sign above that read, Water Park. In the center of the swimming pool, there were many tourists in swimsuits. Ahem, tourists in swimsuits. Sir, would you like to experience our water park? Absolutely refreshing. A staff member smiled at Su Ming, waiting for his response. Then let's experience it, please. Handing over 40 yuan, Su Ming followed the staff to the changing room. Don't ask why. Just know that this staff member was too dedicated, not to mention the 3-point bikini, that pair of long signposts, were simply long and white. Ladies, get ready to see Su God in swimwear, expect it. Not bad, it's my favorite part again, the tissues on the bedside are running low. I've seen this urban legend before, this place isn't dangerous, it can purify pollution. What a pity for that little yellow-haired guy from before, if he could find this place. Such a big amusement park, not everyone can stumble upon this. After changing into his swimsuit, Su Ming entered the swimming pool with the staff member. By the way, how long can I soak? Seemingly thinking of something, Su Ming's gaze narrowed slightly. Sir, there is no time limit here, but for your gaming experience, we recommend at least 20 minutes of play. Okay, thank you. As soon as he hit the water, Su Ming felt all his capillaries relaxing. A stream of icy coolness, as if washing away the heavy feeling that lingered from the urban legend copy. Hey handsome, interested in playing together? A woman who looked to be in her 30s waved her finger at Su Ming from not far away. Her gaze a bit openly suggestive. No, thank you. Not turning his head, Su Ming's voice sounded a bit indifferent. What he needed to do was quickly soak for 20 minutes, then rush to the next item. A woman? Ha! In a small thicket not far from the water park. At this moment, 3 figures were walking towards the water park, one of whom was the chubby guy who began to rope in Su Ming. Ji Lu, it seems that this strange rules urban legend isn't too difficult? The tall and slim youth on the left looked at the chubby guy in the middle and casually spoke. Yeah, by the way. You have 45 yuan left, right? The chubby kid, Ji Lu, looked at his allies on both sides, a bright smile spreading across his face. Yeah, brother Lu, we all have 45 yuan left, right? When the money runs out, we'll just ask the staff to exchange it for some vouchers. After all, it's just an F-level urban legend, how difficult can it be? Shaking his head, the player on the right was filled with pride. He had initially sought excitement, dissatisfied with the boring life in the real world. Which is why he had determined to leap from a tall building, happily entering this dangerous yet thrilling urban legend world. Makes sense. The chubby kid, Ji Lu, nodded slowly, joining the two and envisioning a bright future, his face filled with agreement. Let me tell you, if you stick with me, as long as I don't die, then. Just as he was speaking, Ji Lu casually glanced to a certain spot on the right, and his face suddenly changed drastically. Look over there. It's eerie. Where? Puff. The two players on either side froze. A thin line of blood appeared on their necks, then the crack widened, blood spurting out. Struggling to turn their heads, the two players wanted to say something more. But due to their ruptured trachea, they could only gasp for air, blood soon backing up into their trachea, and in no time, they were completely still. They fell straight to the ground. If you follow me, as long as I don't die, I will inherit your legacy. The chubby Ji Lu's lips curled into a playful smile, slowly retracting the scalpel into his sleeve. He squatted down, carefully searching around. TSK, TSK, TSK. Took care of 2 little pigs again. Truly well deserved as a newcomer who just passed the beginner dungeon, this guy is quite honest. Kicking the 90 yuan bills into his pocket, the chubby kid hummed a little tune. Walking step by step toward the water park. Before these 2 unlucky ones, he had already stabbed 3 other allies. This was also the reason he was eager to win over allies at the beginning. The chubby kid, relying on his intuition, suspected that this so-called voucher was definitely problematic. So he let these little partners witness what the darkness of human nature truly was. Since we've got enough money, then we can consider clearing the game. A radiant smile appeared on the chubby kid's face, his pace still leisurely. On the other side of the water park, Su Ming frowned slightly, not because there was something wrong with the pool's water, but because this group of shameless female tourists was teasing him in every possible way. Any normal person would be overwhelmed inside. But this was some freaky urban legend. Without needing to think, even a fool could see things were off. Hey handsome, take a look at this, is it big? Brother, I lost my accessory, can you come help me pick it up? You are my little treasure. Seeing that Su Ming had no reaction, these female tourists began to escalate their antics. Whether in frequency or extent, they made Su Ming feel a bit unbearable to watch. Cough cough, hiss. I can't take it anymore. To be honest, don't look at them being weird, they are all so freaking attractive. Especially that lace. I'll pay $10, let me be the broadcaster. Can I see this content without a membership? As for Su Ming's current dangerous situation, not many people, aside from some newcomers, were paying attention. Most of the audience in the live room stared intently at the screen, eager for Su Ming's next move. Wondering how he would choose. To rise up in rebellion or draw his gun to shoot? Chapter 19, Death Amusement Park Number 7. A bunch of dying old hags. Don't mess with me. Watching these increasingly twisted female tourists, Su Ming couldn't help but yell out in anger. And he made a very expressive international gesture. Dying, old hag? You little brat, really pushed your luck, haven't you? Come, let's have fun together. The expressions of the female tourists became more and more twisted, as if the more Su Ming resisted, the more excited they became. A strong possessiveness appeared in their eyes in unison. The body rushed quickly towards Su Ming. Adoptive father. Adoptive father, help me. Another loud roar echoed out. All the male tourists in the water park froze, then their bodies quickly moved closer. But their bodies firmly formed a wall of people, surrounding Su Ming in the middle. The staff at the edge of the water park widened their eyes at this moment, staring blankly at the scene before them. What is this situation? I have a feeling, Su God is about to start his show, looking forward to it. Hey, host, if you don't like those fair-skinned beautiful long legs, how about switching with me? Die under the peony flower, to be a ghost is also charming? Oldly, are you going to go against me? Let me in quickly, I want to tear this kid into pieces, hee. Wang He, stop messing around, why are you blocking me for this ingredient? The female tourists also didn't expect this situation, staring with wide eyes, anxiously wanting to squeeze inside. Adoptive fathers, help me hold them down. A deep voice came from Su Ming's throat, carrying a hint of inexplicable meaning. At this moment, all the male tourists remained silent. But their bodies were exceptionally honest. One by one, they reached out to firmly hold down the female tourists in front of them. Weren't you quite powerful just now? Su Ming remained calm, slowly taking out an item from his pocket, with a dangerous smile on his face. That's right, it was his pair of steel wire ball gloves. TSK, this is satisfying. Counting roughly, there must be at least 40 to 50 of these strange items. Stand still, I'm going to respond to your enthusiasm. Slap. A crisp sound shocked the face of a strange ant to change color. Her face visibly turned a shade of iron blue. You little brat, you. Slap. This slap was even fiercer. Su Ming put in almost all his strength. The ant's whole face was severely twisted and deformed. So much so that her two eyeballs elegantly departed, creating ripples in the pool. Bang! Su Ming timely added 2 kicks, completely crushing the 2 eyeballs. Bang! Your mother blew up. Turning to look at the little girl next to the ant, Su Ming's mouth curled into a strange smile. Slap! The critical hit doubled. The strange little girl's head was directly split open by Su Ming's slap. Ah, this is so comfortable. So exciting. Su Ming covered his head. His voice became more and more twisted, his smile became more and more insane. Ha. So refreshing, it's just too enjoyable. Slap. The laughter grew louder. Su Ming's blows became harder with each slap. 10 minutes later. Su Ming slumped on the edge of the pool, his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. From elderly women in their 70s or 80s, to little girls 4 or 5 years old. He didn't let anyone go. Wow. Su God is really a beast, he can even do this? Too outrageous, oh my god. The elderly, the young, all of them? It's heating up. I just gave myself a big slap. You upstairs, what is this? I just came out of the bathroom and saw this scene, I immediately gave myself a Thomas spin. To be honest, having the chance to beat up these strange beings, Su Ming felt no guilt at all. On the contrary, this feeling was truly exhilarating. When he used to watch live broadcasts, the players were really pitiful, often getting limbs amputated. Or they got contaminated and turned into strange beings, becoming monsters. His righteous big slaps were for the players who had suffered and died. It was absolutely not for his own selfish desires. This was Su Ming, representing those deceased players, using his hands to give them a silent shout, an angry roar. Time is running out. Adoptive fathers, be sure to keep holding them. Su Ming's mouth curled into a smile. Calculating the time, there were still about 4 or 5 minutes left. Don't worry, my son. With an adoptive father here, not even a mosquito can get through. Son, you just got tired from hitting, take a good rest. The adoptive father army around him looked serious. They firmly held down these female tourists. Let them get close to Su Ming at all. For these strange women's curses and cries. For Su Ming, it was like a Beethoven symphony, beautiful melodies that made one feel refreshed. Gulp. By the pool, the sound of the little chubby Ji-Lu gulping echoed. At this moment, he felt a bit chaotic. Who the hell are these people? Su Ming and the strange ones are family? Cough. Hey over there, big guy. It seemed he thought of something. Ji-Lu's gaze shifted slightly, a plan quietly forming in his mind. Looking at the little chubby guy walking over with a big smile. Su Ming squinted slightly. He used to work in sales, so when it comes to reading people, he is indeed very skilled. This guy is probably a smiling tiger. Big guy, can I team up with you? At least we can look out for each other. No need. Alright. To Su Ming's surprise, the chubby boy was taken aback for a moment, then a look of apologetic smile appeared on his face. He actually obediently walked to the other side, not saying another word. Su Ming's eyes squinted slightly at the chubby boy's antics. He decisively raised his threat level several notches. With a person like this, once they become enemies, they will resort to any means. I hope you won't provoke me. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to restore his spirit. From the looks of it, this chubby boy hasn't done anything yet. Su Ming's steadfast principle is, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If he dares to make any small moves, then don't blame me for striking first. A few minutes later, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, quickly stood up, and walked towards the dressing room. Since he has rested enough, it's time to continue to complete the next amusement item. So comfortable, so this is the relaxation checkpoint? How humane. In the pool, Ji-Lu lazily enjoyed lying on the swimming ring, looking a bit relaxed. Too bad I can only soak for another 10 minutes. Slowly opening his eyes, he showed a hint of regret and reluctance. Then he glanced at the still motionless tourists beside him, curiosity flashed in his eyes. Forget it, what does it have to do with me? Shaking his head slightly, Ji-Lu stopped thinking too much. He closed his eyes again, his expression a bit relaxed, enjoying this wonderful leisure time. However, as Su Ming, who had changed clothes, slowly walked away, all the tourists in the pool unanimously exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths slowly curling into a strange smile. Chapter 20 Death Amusement Park Number 8. Little handsome guy, come play with sister? Brother, it seems my strap has come off, can you come help me fix it? He, want to try sister's skills? As the male tourists scattered, those female tourists returned to their previous selves, staring intently at Ji-Lu, using all means to tempt him. Ji-Lu looked around in confusion. There wasn't such a situation when Su Ming was still here? Could it be that his charm is too great? Put. What am I thinking, discussing charm with the strange ones? His eyes flickered slightly, Ji-Lu snapped back to reality, and frowned slightly. It's already been 11 minutes, still 4 minutes left. Looking at the watch on his wrist, Ji-Lu murmured, forcing his eyes shut. He calmed himself down and ignored these female tourists. However, as time passed, the expression of little chubby Ji-Lu grew more and more unpleasant. Because these female tourists seemed unsatisfied with just verbally teasing him, they were now ready to make their move. Damn. Only 2 minutes left. Ji-Lu frowned tightly, glancing back, with no retreat left. And the expressions of the female tourists had become increasingly strange. The atmosphere thickened. Splash. Water splashed, Ji-Lu's legs knelt in the water. Ladies, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The nearby strange women's faces showed a hint of resentment, then somewhat reluctantly spoke, all right. This time, I'll forgive you. Then the body slowly retreated, restoring the initial distance again. So, the guy before, did he also have a similar skill? With a slight glimmer in his eyes, Ji-Lu began to have some guesses inside. Just now, he had activated his own skill, kneel down. As long as he kneeled down at the original spot, he could gain a strange forgiveness that allowed him to escape. But unfortunately, this thing could only be used once, and after that, it lost its effect. I didn't expect to use my life-saving skill on this seemingly safest ride. Ji-Lu frowned tightly. His face looked a bit ugly, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. Hello sir, would you like to try our newly launched carousel? It's absolutely worth it. Not long after leaving the water park, Su Ming found himself at the next attraction. Yes, it was the stunning carousel right in front of him. I think Su Shin should pass this one up. I've seen players on this carousel die miserable deaths before. Upstairs, care to elaborate? Are you kidding me? Those ordinary players from before can't compare to Su Shin, this cheat. My opinion, suggest the staff to change for another Blackstockings bunny girl? Bunny girl? Give me a one to come and get my super sexy selfie. Seeing that Su Ming was already on his fourth entertainment project, the viewers in the live room became increasingly lively. Chatting, munching on gossip, selling sexy pictures, it was all available. Alright, thank you. Su Ming took out 40 yuan again and handed it to the staff beside him. This time, he still didn't ask for a discount. Not for any other reason, just because he had money to be willful. Alright, sir, please wait for the next round. With a slight smile, the staff signaled Su Ming to wait for a moment, as a group of children and a player was currently enjoying the ride. Okay. Nodding slowly, Su Ming walked to the side resting area and sat down to wait. At this moment, he still held 2 bottles of bright red drinks in his hand, with a label that had a string of digits, 100 yuan. What effect will this drink have? Carefully examining the 2 bottles in his hand, Su Ming frowned slightly. To be honest, he was somewhat hesitant to try it, though it was highly likely the drink was fine, but Su Ming didn't want to joke with his own life. Pulling radishes, hey ha pulling radishes. Come on, let's pull radishes together. The carousel was spinning rapidly, accompanied by a cheerful nursery rhyme. Su Ming could clearly see. The player on the carousel seemed to be immersed in the experience, wearing a light smile, his body spinning gently with the nursery rhyme. Looks like it's not bad? Looking at the excited player, a smile slowly crept onto Su Ming's lips. But his gaze was somewhat cold. This player, if nothing goes wrong, was about to be done for. As the nursery rhyme ended, the carousel slowly stopped, but that player remained seated, unmoving, his pupils a bit dazed. Staring blankly ahead. He. Pulling radishes. Hey-ya, pulling radishes. The other kids on the horse leaned in closer, surrounding that player in the center. Singing that familiar nursery rhyme. Their expressions became increasingly strange, countless hands slowly reached forward, attacking the player's neck. As if they wanted to pull out this big radish. And that player had no reaction, sitting straight up, wearing a strange smile. He also hummed along with the surrounding kids, repeating pulling radishes. Smack. At that moment, Su Ming made a big dive and suddenly attacked. The target was that player. Don't speak. That player suddenly woke up, just about to say something, but his mouth was suddenly stuffed with a thick drink bottle. With a slight flicker of his eyes, Su Ming did not hesitate. He pried open that player's mouth and roughly forced the drinks down his throat. Cough, cough. No more. Suddenly, the player covered his throat, eyes wide open. Struggling to tap on Su Ming's arm, thick liquid slowly spilled from the corner of his mouth. What do you mean no more? I'm doing this for your own good. You, just hold on a little longer. The sunny boy, Su Ming, grinned widely, revealing a brilliant smile. Yet he showed no signs of stopping his actions. I mean, how should I say this? I must have misunderstood. Isn't this the first time Su God has actively saved someone? What's going on? Knowing Su God's personality, he clearly seems like a living king of hell. I can't believe it. Calm down. From my perspective, Su God is testing the effect of that 100 yuan drink, so he's using this player as a test case. Su Ming's benevolent actions left the audience in the livestream a bit in disbelief. Is this still the Su God they knew? Chapter 21 Death Amusement Park Number 9. Cough, 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 cough. What are you doing? The player's face turned red, coughing painfully a couple of times, his complexion becoming extremely grim. What am I doing? Just look around you? Following Su Ming's gaze, the player was slightly stunned, and then his pupils suddenly contracted. What is this situation? A group of strange children nearby was filled with unwillingness, their bodies slowly spreading apart. They stared at Su Ming without hiding their intentions, their eyes glinting with malice. No matter what, thank you. My name is Zhang San. The player smiled a little awkwardly, looking at Su Ming with gratitude in his eyes. No need, I just see you as a test subject. Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming turned to walk toward the staff, not taking the matter to heart. As for the effect of that 100 yuan drink, Su Ming had some understanding. Just when Zhang San drank it, not only was his mental pollution lifted, but a faint light also shone over his body. Probably some kind of temporary buff or something. Sir, it's your turn. The staff smiled slightly, making a gesture to invite him in. At this moment, the strange children whom Su Ming had forcibly interrupted earlier wore creepy smiles. They were impatiently waiting for Su Ming to get on the carousel. Benefactor. What's wrong? Turning his head, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Zhang San who stood in place. It's a bit dangerous for you alone. I'll go again, maybe I can help you. Taking a glance at the eerie children nearby, Zhang San hesitated for a moment, and ultimately, he gritted his teeth, wanting to sit on the carousel again. This player named Zhang San has a good heart. In the world of weird tales, it's rare to find someone who stands by their principles. I still think you can't trust anyone. Always be on guard. Am I blind? Is this livestream really showing brotherhood in the Three Kingdoms? The audience in the livestream was touched by Zhang San's actions. They knew that the broadcasts they had watched before were almost always filled with betrayal and deception. And this Zhang San before their eyes. No need, you should go down now. I have my own ways to deal with it. Surprised by Zhang San's gesture, Su Ming shook his head again, waving a stack of cash in his hand. With a hint of a smile, his meaning was clear. Is having money like having a father? Zhang San stared blankly at Su Ming, touching the few remaining bills in his pocket, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Well, I should go to the next attraction, but thank you, anyway. I owe you a life. Looking at the several bottles of drinks in Su Ming's arms and the large amount of cash in his hand, Zhang San nodded slightly. Then he walked away without looking back along a small path. Su Ming glanced at the cash in his hand, smiling indifferently. In this world of weird tales, the first rule of survival is to trust no one. The second rule is to never play the saint. As for saving Zhang San, just as Su Ming said, it was just to let him experiment with the drink's effect. Living was just his good luck. If he died, Su Ming's conscience would not hurt. After confirming that Zhang San had gone far away, He casually pulled out a few $100 bills and handed them to the staff, smiling as he said, "I will book this carousel." "Sir, this is a little against the rules." "Foster father." "Alright, you little brats, get the hell out of here." As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the staff happily accepted the bills, then their eyes bulged, viciously pointing at the group of strange children, cursing at them. "Uncle, bang. Why should I eat poof? Bang." After doing all this, the staff's mouth once again curled into a smile. "As long as I'm here, no one can disturb you." Troublesome. Nodding slightly, Su Ming's body slowly rotated with the carousel. I have to say, the strength of the skill recognizing thieves as fathers is indeed somewhat outrageous. Pulling radishes, heya pulling radishes. 10 minutes later. Su Ming slowly got off the carousel and walked straight towards a certain place. "What are you doing?" Not far from the carousel, there was a bungee park for children, with about 10 kids inside. Among them, a few children who had just come from the carousel looked at Su Ming with some vigilance, their eyes flashing with ferocity. "You just bullied me. I really don't like it." Su Ming's face was calm, stating his intention directly. He slowly took out an object from his pocket and put it on his hand. That's right, it was that pair of steel wireball gloves. "You dare to bully me? Father. Foster father." Su Ming's voice and that of the child echoed at the same time, and a few middle-aged men beside them suddenly stiffened. Then, under the disbelieving gazes of these little brats, the middle-aged men picked them up with one hand, and then with a bang, they fiercely slapped a big bag on the faces of these kids. "What are you looking at? Dare to bully my foster son? Whoa, you are my dad." One little boy couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down his face, looking at his father with a face of grievance. Bang! However, what awaited him was still a big slap. "What are you whining about? He is my foster son." It seemed to trigger the man's anger. He raised his hand again and viciously slapped down on the little boy's backside. This streamer seems to be vengeful. Wouldn't he get himself killed? "Upstairs, are you new here? Godsu is smart when he needs to be, and can cheat when he needs to, okay? Brothers, I'm coming clean. I am the reincarnation of King Zhou. Type 1 and I will let Dodgy play with you for 3 days and nights." This operation that seemed outrageous to ordinary people had long since become common for the viewers in the livestream. "You dare to mess with me, I will deal with you." Apart from a few sparse complaints, thousands of viewers surprisingly saw this as a matter of course. "It seems I don't need to make a move." Looking at the scene before him, Su Ming shook his head in disappointment, took off the steel wireball gloves in his hand, and slowly turned to leave. Isn't it already the 5th amusement project? Murmuring softly, Su Ming looked around at the entertainment facilities, feeling a bit indecisive. "Sir, would you like to try our newly opened roller coaster project?" Hearing the voice behind him, Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. "Roller coaster?" Suddenly turning around, a staff member in red clothes was standing behind him without him noticing, their expression somewhat strange. "Not for now, thanks." After pondering for 2 seconds, Su Ming slowly shook his head. Since the rules clearly stated that there was no roller coaster project, it was best not to take that risk. He wasn't the kind to enjoy courting death. "Alright, sir, that's really too bad." To Su Ming's surprise, the staff member merely wore a look of disappointment, then stopped bothering him. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Su Ming's expression did not relax at this moment. To confirm his guess, Su Ming quickly walked to the slide, pointing at the long slide and looking at a nearby staff member. "Hello, I want to play on the slide. Is that okay?" The staff member came back to his senses, a strange smile creeping onto his face. "I'm sorry, sir, would you like to try our roller coaster instead?" Taking a deep breath, Su Ming emphasized again, "I want to play on this slide. Is that okay?" "I'm sorry. Foster father." Words that pierced the soul came out, and the staff member's expression gradually twisted. Okay, then you just put." Before he could finish, a surge of blood burst from his mouth, and the staff member bent over in pain, slowly collapsing to the ground. "Sir, would you like to try our roller coaster?" Behind the staff member, a dark shadow appeared out of nowhere, then the shadow slowly wriggled and transformed into another staff member dressed in a black jacket. With a sinister and terrifying smile, he fixed his gaze straight on Su Ming. "Wow. Does the weird thing know how to backstab? I've never seen anything like it. I remember the eerie things in ghost stories are usually a team, right? Oh no, why do I feel the atmosphere is turning terrifying? Don't be afraid, throw the weird thing into the merit box, and let the Buddha deal with it." This sudden scene truly frightened the viewers in the live stream. Scarlet blood seemed to splash across the entire screen, making everyone's heart shiver. Where exactly did things go wrong? Taking a deep breath, Sumin was at a loss for words. Rule 3. If a staff member in black clothing tries to talk to you, please ignore them. Sir, have you made a decision? The staff member in the black jacket smiled more and more strangely, then added, our roller coaster, asterisk smack. Asterisk. The sound suddenly cut off. Sumin didn't know when he had put on the wireball gloves, and he swung hard at this guy's face. Hee. You're finished, hee. Foster father. Touching his swollen face, the staff member's expression suddenly froze. Tell me, why must I ride the roller coaster? Sumin said coldly, and as soon as he finished his second sentence, a visible grayness surged from deep within his eyes. Gulp. Without hesitation, Sumin quickly took out a drink bottle labeled 100 yuan and gulped it down. In just a few seconds, this strange mental pollution disappeared without a trace. But at this moment, Sumin's skill effect kicked in, and the strangeness on the staff member's face vanished, calmly answering. Players must ride the roller coaster to complete the 5th project. But during the roller coaster, if you carry any pollution, it will be devoured by it. Only normal people can leave. So you must prepare enough drinks, at least 50 per bottle, to be effective. After finishing this talk, the staff member continued to ask, Foster son, would you like to try the roller coaster? Wait for me here, I'll be right back. Sumin nodded slowly, feeling amazed again. This skill of recognizing a thief as a father is truly perverse, directly making him the weird thing's real son. The feeling of thirst hit again, a sign of having been mentally polluted. Taking out another bottle of drink, he decisively drank it down. Then Sumin looked at the passing tourists and stepped forward to stop them. Foster father. Give me money. As expected, another 1,000 yuan bills came in. Hello, this, and this. All included. Coming out of the drink shop, Sumin held a transparent plastic bag filled with neatly arranged 10 bottles of drinks. Alright, let's go. Drinking the beverage casually, Sumin nodded slightly to the staff member. And right there, he demonstrated what money ability really means. Alright, please follow me. Thus, the two walked along a small path through the woods. The plastic bag filled with drinks shone brightly under the sunlight. After walking about 10 minutes deep into the woods, they finally arrived at their final destination, roller coaster. Is it you? Suming's eyes narrowed slightly. On the roller coaster. Besides a dozen tourists, there were 3 players sitting on it. Among them, Suming actually recognized 2. One was the chubby kid experiencing the water park, and the other was Zhang San, who had ridden the carousel. Benefactor. Zhang San's eyes brightened slightly upon noticing Suming's arrival, and he shouted loudly. What a coincidence. With a smile, Suming walked straight onto the roller coaster and sat next to Zhang San. Behind him was the chubby kid. With a slight glance, Suming appeared somewhat surprised. Both of them were holding 2 bottles of 50 yuan drinks. Though not wealthy, it was clear they had some means. The tourists are gathered. Now, we can start the ride. The staff smiled slightly and looked calmly at the few people. The 3 did not respond. Trying to avoid mental pollution, they reduced drink consumption. What to say? Does this mean we're about to clear? It seems this horror tale is really easy. 3 players managed to clear it. What do you think of Su God's rating? At least an S, right? Wave goodbye to my high sis rabbit girl. As the instance approached its end, viewers in the livestream were somewhat nostalgic. Suming's livestream seemed to have an invisible magic, leaving people wanting more. Boom! With a slight jolt, the roller coaster slowly descended the hill, gaining speed. Thank you for saving me. Benefactor. Once we get out, I'll treat you to a nice meal. With a hint of excitement, Zhang San patted Suming's shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. No need to be so polite. Slowly shaking his head, Suming also smiled. Big shot. By the way, that skill you had to immobilize the creepy things was really amazing. Finally leaving this damned place. The chubby kid's voice came from behind, thick with envy. Not bad, after all, it's just a one-time skill, just shout foster father and you can. Suming's voice held a hint of regret, but he quickly regained his smile, turning to the chubby kid, though it's one time, I managed to rake in some cash. After saying that, he raised the plastic bag in his hand. Awesome. Truly the big shot, decisive enough. With a thumbs up. The chubby kid's smile grew even wider at Suming's response. He. Forcing a smile, Suming turned his head and slightly closed his eyes. It seemed that at a moment when Suming was unaware, Zhang San and the chubby kid, Jilu, exchanged glances and subtly nodded, their lips curling into a smile. So looking forward to it. Unfortunately, it wasn't just the 2 of them who smiled. Suming's lips also curled into an eerie grin. Chapter 23 Death Amusement Park Number 11, Final Chapter. The scenery on the roller coaster is pretty nice. Zhang San looked around and then pointed to a nearby mountain peak. Benefactor, look over there. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, looking over with confusion. Put. The sound of a blade-piercing flesh echoed, and a smile curled on Zhang San's lips. Sorry, benefactor. We only have 2 bottles of drinks, it's hard to guarantee. However, his words were cut off abruptly. Because the one who was stabbed wasn't Su Ming, but the chubby kid behind him. What's going on? Wasn't everything fine? Why did he suddenly pull a knife? Damn, I take back what I said earlier, that Zhang San doesn't look like a good person. Fortunately, Su God predicted their prediction, or else it would be a disaster. Didn't you notice, when we initially chatted, Su God already shouted foster father and activated the skill. Damn it, the chubby kid is one thing, but Zhang San is really something else. The audience in the livestream was shocked by this sudden scene. Most people didn't expect that just as they were about to clear, the other 2 players actually stabbed me in the back. What's even more shameless is that this Zhang San keeps calling me benefactor. Cough, cough, W.I. The chubby Ji Lu turned his head with difficulty, his expression showing disbelief. A tourist behind him slowly pulled out a dagger, an eerie look on his face. Do you dare to hurt my adopted son? After the man spoke, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. The dagger stirred back and forth, stabbing Ji Lu's chest with a chilling thrust. Are you a bit confused? Su Ming's gaze remained calm as he turned his head to stare meaningfully at Zhang San. I didn't. Zhang San was about to make a move when a tourist beside him swiftly pressed down on his shoulder, making him unable to move. Stop pretending, I knew from the very beginning. Su Ming, with a teasing expression, patted Zhang San's shoulder and continued to explain. In the rules of Strange Tales, most players are actually just as bizarre, it's just that the latter are a bit more cunning, right? I'm sorry. I was wrong, benefactor, please forgive me. Zhang San could no longer hold back, his voice trembling with a hint of crying. With a slight smile, Su Ming slowly turned Zhang San's head to one side and gently pointed. Look, what is that? As time passed, a terrifying silhouette appeared on the mountain not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was the head of a spider, hundreds of meters long. I said, why does this track look so familiar? Looking at the colorful track beneath his feet, Su Ming showed a hint of relief. If I'm not mistaken, we are probably on one of the spider's legs? Just a spider's head is already hundreds of meters long, how big could the entire spider be? Su Ming slowly took out the amusement park ticket. The front of the ticket. That colorful map now looks so much like a spider web. Hiss. When the few of them looked at the spider, it seemed to be looking back at them. In an instant, Su Ming felt an extreme thirst. Glug. He quickly opened a bottle of drink and downed it, and the gray in his eyes finally disappeared. Benefactor. No need to say more, I'll feed you. With an eerie smile, Su Ming opened another bottle of drink and poured it into Zhang San's mouth. This gentle gesture felt so familiar to Zhang San. When was it that Su Ming saved him like this? You forgave me, benefactor? With a tentative inquiry, a glimmer of hope appeared in Zhang San's eyes. Let's first enjoy this wonderful performance together. Pointing at the chubby guy behind them, Su Ming's mouth curled into a strange smile. The chubby Ji Lu's state visibly changed, his originally clear eyes gradually tinted grayish-white. And then transformed into a deep black. His entire face seemed to lose moisture, becoming incredibly dry, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Swish! A white afterimage appeared, and in an instant, the chubby man's figure vanished. Looking again, his whole body was wrapped in grayish-white spider silk, moving towards the giant spider's mouth. So beautiful. Calmly watching this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Whoa, thank you, benefactor, for saving my life again, I will definitely work hard. Beside him, Zhang San watched this scene, and a chill rose in his heart. Then he wiped his nose, tearfully expressing his gratitude. Stop. When did I say I would let you off? Blinking, a hint of doubt appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Didn't you just agree to let me go? You even gave me a drink to remove the pollution. Oh, fine. Su Ming slowly nodded, wearing a thoughtful expression. Just as a glimmer of hope reappeared in Zhang San's eyes, Su Ming's brows slightly furrowed, and he changed his tone. So I agreed to let you go last second, but what happens next second concerns me not. Goodbye. Waving his hand, Su Ming slowly put on the steel wireball gloves. A trace of cold gradually emerged in his eyes. Those who know me understand, I am the kind of person who loves to return evil for evil. Just after the words fell, in Zhang San's ash-gray gaze, a big slap, covered with steel wires, fiercely came at him. Smack! This slap produced at least 80 decibels. But Su Ming felt it wasn't loud enough. Foster father hit harder. Smack. 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 3 consecutive big slaps, each one more satisfying than the last. Each sound louder than the previous. I raised the flag for Su God. Su God, don't hit him anymore, come hit me hard. Ah. Brothers, I've talked to her privately, she said I'm a colorful toad. With a person like Zhang San, even the pig wouldn't want him for breeding. I'm so fired up. It feels like my recently stitched eggs have been crushed again. Seeing Su Ming finally vent his anger, the atmosphere in the livestream became hot again. Everyone applauded for Zhang San's miserable end. It's a familiar feeling. Slowly retracting his palm, glancing at the nearly lifeless Zhang San, Su Ming gazed into the distance, a little lost in thought. Swish. Before long, another spider thread came, dragging the pig-headed Zhang San away. What a big spider. Su Ming could clearly feel that the densely packed eyes on the spider's head were all eerily staring at him. Accompanied by a faint sound of wind, Su Ming's body gradually became illusory. And this roller coaster was still heading towards the unknown direction. Chapter 24 Hell Restaurant Number 1. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared Death Amusement Park rating, SSS, the highest rating for the instance. Reward, 1 shop in the world of strange tales, several rule points, 1 golden treasure chest, 1 junior gene enhancer. Title obtained, Master of Big Slaps. Master of Big Slaps, your current big slap can cause damage to the strange, but to some extent, it will be hated by the strange. Title evaluation, anything can be improved with practice, even a big slap is no exception. 6. Looking at this ridiculous title, Su Ming twitched the corner of his mouth. Then without hesitation, decisively equipped it. As for the small side effect of being hated by the strange, to be honest, Su Ming didn't care. After all, these strangeness have not liked him for 1 or 2 days. However, this reward of the shop and the junior gene enhancer is quite interesting. Looking at the light blue syringe in his hand, Su Ming was a bit surprised. This thing isn't cheap. Congratulations player Su Ming for achieving a perfect clearance in F-level instance Death Amusement Park. The Death Amusement Park is now integrated into the world of Strange Tales, and this instance will be permanently closed. Little White God, Demon. I remember the highest score is SS set by the great Lu Bai, right? Yanghua, Chi Master impossible, absolutely impossible. Is there someone who can achieve a perfect clearance? Chicken from Hell, Kunkin integrated into the world of Strange Tales? What does that mean? Can someone explain? Fei Yangyang, bootleaker for the first time in so long, someone got a perfect clearance with an SSS score, meaning this instance has become a public facility in the world of Strange Tales now? With this announcement, the world channel exploded. Everyone speculated about who the god player Su Ming was, breaking the instance record ever. And it's an unprecedented SSS rating. Integrated into the big world? Su Ming, who also heard this news, frowned slightly. Because at the end of this instance, that gigantic spider, which seemed even bigger than the amusement park, wouldn't it come looking for trouble with him later? He shook his head slightly. Gazing at the junior gene enhancer in his hand, Su Ming didn't hesitate to inject it into his skin, then slowly pushed the syringe. Hiss. A sharp pain made Su Ming's body twitch slightly. He could clearly feel that it was as if there was a fire burning fiercely inside him, purging the impurities in his body. About 1 or 2 minutes later, Su Ming, pale-faced, collapsed onto the floor, gasping heavily for breath. But in his eyes, there was an uncontrollable joy. He clenched his fist and raised it, as if the muscles in his arms hid terrifying strength. If he had to make a comparison, he could easily fight 4 or 5 of his past selves with little effort now. The enhancement from the genetic potion was comprehensive. At this moment, Su Ming felt that his thinking speed had increased significantly. Even the endurance of every part of his body had more than doubled. It is worth mentioning that, after officially clearing a dungeon, some basic functions of the spooky world were also unlocked. Su Ming decisively purchased a table, a sofa, and some decorative furniture in the store, making this empty space look less dull. Then he opened his attribute panel. Player, Su Ming. Special skills, none. Title, Master of Force Pockets, click for details. Equipment, steel wool gloves, 1 golden treasure chest. Fixed assets, 14,225 rule points, a 3-bedroom apartment, a shop on the first floor of the spooky square, and a Wuling Hongguang vehicle. I have quite a few rule points, let's check the store first. Looking at the remaining rule points, Su Ming decisively chose to open the store interface and entered Weird in the directory. Weird Harvester, image a cutting machine made of titanium alloy, effective in cutting the weird. 19,999 rule points. Transform, skill activate the skill and you can imitate anyone for 5 minutes. 18,000 rule points. Anti-weird missile, image all fear comes from a lack of firepower. 15,000 rule points. Damn. Cursing under his breath, Ming decisively switched off the interface. He thought he had quite a few rule points, but it turned out he couldn't afford a single good item. And the ones he could buy were not appealing at all. Never mind, I'll save a bit more. After sorting my price again, this time Ming finally felt rich. Mineral water, 1 rule point. Master Kong's old pickled cabbage, 2 rule points. Flashlight, 5 rule points. Mitsubishi military dagger, 30 rule points. Lin Xieying's Tamu sword, 250 rule points. These items looked economical and practical. Ming decisively bought a Mitsubishi military dagger, a few ropes, and a flashlight. He originally planned to check out his properties, but at this moment, Ming had completely lost that thought. One more wave should be enough. After thinking for a long time, Ming finally made up his mind. Starting match. Random dungeon selection in progress. 1550, 50/50, match successful. E-class dungeon, underworld restaurant. Finally, summer vacation has started. Today is my first day interning at the restaurant. The supervisor told me that if I get through the 3-day internship, I can earn a nice reward. Hee. I'm so happy, this uniform is really beautiful. I must work hard. Wait. Why do the customers here look at me so strangely? Where are Li Qi and Wang Fingxia? Where did you all go? The supervisor is really nice to me, hee. Haha, so this is my role. Guests, please enjoy. A flood of memories surged in. Ming's consciousness slowly returned, as if he had just experienced a strange dream. Some yellow stains were smeared on the cuffs. He opened his hands, and the slender palms made Ming pause slightly. Is this not my original body? His gaze flickered. Ming touched his chest and took out a work badge. Name, Ming, profile picture. Age, 18. Identity, underworld restaurant intern. Oh my gosh, isn't this just too ugly? Looking at the photo on the work badge, Ming couldn't help but complain. Dark skin, balding hair. This definitely does not look like an 18-year-old boy. Even a 48-year-old Ming wouldn't be doubted. Random talent is being drawn. Talent drawn, money ability. Money ability, the great Donkey Marx once said, nothing cannot be solved with money. If there is, then you certainly did not give enough. Another question mark rose in his mind. Ming twitched his mouth and took a deep breath. Is this what you call a random talent? Chapter 25, Restaurant of the Underworld Number 2. Then he looked at the back of the work badge. A total of 8 internship rules made Ming frown slightly. As an excellent intern, your job is simple, just treat customers as gods. 1. Be polite when serving guests, and never question any dishes they order. 2. After the customer places an order, dishes must be served on time within 20 minutes. 3. Working hours are from 14 to 2200 hours, and you cannot leave the restaurant during work hours. 4. The dormitory is shared with one other person, please do not disturb your roommate's rest. 5. If you encounter any trouble, you can ask your supervisor for help. 6. As an intern, you must serve at least 3 customers every day. 7. Go to bed on time before 2300 hours, no matter what you hear or see. 8. Always remember your identity as a waiter, not the food of the guests. Just as Ming was absorbed in reading. Hey! You brat! Do you see the customers over there? Don't keep them waiting. A coarse voice came from behind, and Ming suddenly turned around. I understand. Coming back to his senses, Ming looked at the distant dining table. There, a headless figure dressed in a suit looked downright elegant. Sir, may I ask what you would like to order? Ming smiled faintly, looking at the elegant headless figure and asked. Kid. I don't like your tone. To Ming's surprise, the headless figure showed no mercy. Arranging the plates elegantly, then placing a napkin cloth against its chest. Its tone carrying a hint of malice. Su God is on again, is he the donkey of the production team? Doesn't he ever rest? You wouldn't understand, in the Great Xia there's an ancient saying, once the drum is beaten, the energy diminishes. No way, sir. How did this strange creature manage to be both ugly and elegant? Come on, Su God, I haven't slept in 3 days, can't you take a break? Ming's speed in completing tasks left everyone astonished. Not only did he achieve the highest ratings in 2 consecutive tasks, but he did it without any breaks. Of course. As loyal fans of Ming, they continued to clock in on time. Oh? Then, sir, what kind of attitude do you think I should have for you to like it? Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, then he asked playfully. This guy must be a rookie? Daring to talk to a customer like that, he must not want to live. A player noticed Su Ming in the corner of the restaurant, showing a hint of disdain. This kind of guy obviously hasn't been beaten up, clueless about why flowers are so red. Forget it, what does it have to do with me? Helplessly shaking his head, the player cautiously walked towards his own customer. Bang! You despicable waiter, you talk to me like that with this attitude? The headless figure slammed the table, its tone turned extremely angry. Standing up. It slowly walked towards Su Ming. Let me tell you what it means that the customer is God. Oh? 10,000, is that enough? Casually pulling a stack of cash from his pocket, Su Ming's gaze was calm. 100,000? I'm sorry. It was my fault for not recognizing you, young master. Looking at the thick stack of cash, the headless figure's voice became a bit excited, tremblingly accepting the money. You must know. As an office worker, its monthly salary was only around 7 to 8,000. And with Su Ming giving this amount, it was almost equivalent to a whole year's salary. Carefully sniffing it while placed on its stomach. Ah, this smell of money. Feeling slightly intoxicated, it then sensed Su Ming's increasingly cold expression and hurriedly spoke. Young master, I'm truly sorry, you are magnanimous. Clearly, the headless figure had mistaken Su Ming for a rich second generation who came to experience life. Even the tone of its speech became cautious. Do you want more money? With a devilish smile, Su Ming slowly spoke. Young master. 100,000, a slap, are you in? At this moment, not just the headless weirdness before him, but even the splitting girl at the dining table and the cat-eared girl were shocked. This person in front of him, so rich and ruthless? I'm in. Then transfer the money. Slowly pulling out his phone, Su Ming opened his wallet. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Cash ability is really awesome. Looking at the string of zeros in his wallet that were a bit hard to count, Su Ming didn't hesitate and directly scanned 1 million. 1 million? The voice of the headless weirdness trembled as it stared foolishly at the transfer record, directly thud kneeling on the ground. Hiss. How many zeros are there? I'm a bit dizzy. I should call the police. This is getting ridiculous. Are we not even pretending anymore? If nothing goes wrong, I feel like this is still Su God's random skill, just means he has a bit of money. Did you see the gaze of that cat-eared girl next to him? I feel like she wants to really steam Su Ming with just her eyes. When Su Ming just opened his phone, the balance displayed was just seen by the viewers in the livestream. In an instant, Su Ming's identity was speculated in various ways. Some said he was the chosen one in the world of strange stories, some said he could use loopholes to cheat. Even more outrageous, some said he was actually the creator of the strange story world, and the whole world existed to please him. In short, all kinds of rumors and whispers flew around, and the Su Ming described was increasingly ridiculous. Anything about 8 legs, 3 eyes, all kinds of nonsense. What's going on with this guy? A player noticed the commotion here, watching the headless weirdness kneeling and bowing, banging its chest. His mind was running wild. Rip. A strong, sharp pain pulled him back to reality, and the player's face turned pale instantly. What kind of service attitude is this? You actually get distracted while I'm ordering. With blood dripping from his chewed-up arm, the weird old man in front of the player continued with a blank expression. This time, I'm only taking one of your arms as punishment. If there's a next time. Yes. Please, customer, order. Struggling through the pain, the player shakily handed over the menu with his remaining left hand. Get up, I'm going to start now, just endure for a moment. Slowly putting on the steel wire ball gloves, Su Ming's gaze gradually became dangerous. Just right, he also wanted to experience the power of the title master of slaps. Smack. Just one slap. The weird shoulder was deformed from the hit. Raising his hand again, Su Ming felt an unusual familiar sensation surging within him. As if this slap had been tempered 1,000 times. With the most perfect angle and just the right amount of force, it struck fiercely towards the headless weirdness. The speed was so fast that it almost created an afterimage. Smack. A dark red liquid sprayed from the headless weirdness's neck, followed by the weirdness collapsing to the ground, rolling in extreme pain. Young master, you continue. I can still hold on. Forget it. Shaking his head slowly, for now, let it go, he wasn't some obsessive weirdo. Get up, this little injury won't affect you. Okay, young master. As soon as the words fell, the headless weirdness returned to its original state, its tone extremely humble. Chapter 26, Yomi Restaurant Number 3. Wow, turns out this guy was faking it? I really thought he got sprayed by Su God's slap. Hey upstairs, do you want to see what you're saying? No wonder I stay up all night watching Su God's livestream, he's as violent as ever. If I'm not mistaken, is Su God about to bully that cat-eared girl next to him next? The scene before them made the viewers in the livestream feel unusually familiar. It seems a bit reminiscent. As the camera turned to the pitiful cat-eared girl beside him. At midnight, countless lonely young people became dry-mouthed. All right, ordering? Su Ming appeared unsurprised. After all, it was nearly impossible for a player to truly hurt the strange being. Currently, he could only satisfy his urge to play. I would like a serving of spicy sour shredded potatoes, is that all right? The headless strange pondered for a while, cautiously asking. At this moment, he viewed Su Ming as if he were his reborn parents. Everything he said or did became extraordinarily careful. Okay. Slowly nodding, Su Ming walked towards the kitchen outside the restaurant corridor. What are you looking at? I want a serving of bloody black chicken feet. The black chicken feet must be at least 2.5 years old, got it? The player who initially mocked Su Ming now had a visibly grim face. Because this dish was not even on the damn menu. The strange being in front of him was clearly making things difficult on purpose. Customer. Shut up, if you don't have the ingredients, can't you figure it out yourself? Or, should I just eat you? A dark-skinned strange being sitting opposite him grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. In his hands, he was holding a head shaped like a basketball. I understand, I'll figure something out. The player, with a hint of a cry in his voice, also walked towards the kitchen. Seemingly having thought of something, he quickened his pace, hope resurfacing in his eyes. Behind him followed a short-haired girl wearing a super short skirt. Chef, table 38 wants a serving of spicy sour shredded potatoes. Reaching the kitchen door, Su Ming politely knocked and softly spoke. Oh. One of the chefs glanced back at Su Ming, his face showing some displeasure. How long will it take? Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy? Just right, the other tables want a serving of steamed brain too. As Su Ming spoke again, the chef raised 4 arms, a sinister smile on his face, slowly advancing towards Su Ming. 100,000, is that enough? A stack of cash was thrown at the chef. Su Ming casually leaned against the door, calmly lighting a cigarette. The air of a rich second generation was evident. 100,000? Clang. Pots and pans instantly fell to the ground, the chef's menacing expression vanished, slowly replaced by a smile. Prepare it within 5 minutes, and add another 100,000. Got it. The chef's face lit up with joy, hurriedly picking up the cash on the ground, his forearms moving like the wind. In less than a minute, a serving of spicy sour shredded potatoes was freshly made. Sir, your dish. Next time, mind your attitude, you never know, I might be your boss. With a meaningful glance at the chef, Su Ming casually tossed a bundle of 100,000 cash, picking up the spicy sour shredded potatoes and walking out. The reason he dared to be so arrogant was that Su Ming believed that without violating any rules, the chef could not harm him. As for what happened next, Su Ming already had some strategies in mind. Hey! Brother! Just as Su Ming was about to turn back, a voice made him stop. What is it? And, I'm not your brother. Calmly turning around, Su Ming looked at the two before him. Hello? I'm Joe Bai. The boy on the left wore a somewhat flattering smile, slightly lowering his head to introduce himself. I'm Zhang Jia. The short-haired girl on the right was blushing, her voice a bit shy. Get to the point, I don't have time for your introductions. Seeing their expressions, Su Ming knew without saying what they wanted. They wanted him to help them out, get through the dungeon. We want you to. Not interested. Before Joe Bai could finish his sentence, Su Ming waved his hand, single-handedly carrying the spicy sour shredded potatoes as he headed towards the restaurant. Seeing Su Ming about to leave, Joe Bai became anxious. He rushed forward, grabbing one of Su Ming's wrists, tears and snot mixed as he shouted, I know you seem to have some status, capable of making even the strange beings humble to you. Please, please. Get lost. The voice suddenly turned cold. Bang! With a flip of his hand, Joe Bai's body slammed down, hitting the floor tiles hard enough to create a huge pit. You must know, after Su Ming used the beginner gene potion, his physical strength compared to these ordinary players was like an upgraded version of Tyson. Isn't this streamer obviously rich? Why not share some with him? Do they really have to be so heartless? Who doesn't have their own difficulties? Honestly, if I had a few billion, I'd give each person here $1 million. I'm dying of laughter, only in the live stream can you meet such a living Buddha. Upstairs, how about I send you my payment code? I'm in a tough spot right now. Can you give me 50 to buy KFC? Seeing Su Ming's immediate rejection, some kind-hearted people couldn't stay still. In their eyes, Su Ming clearly had hundreds of billions in his account, and it was only natural to help other players in need. Many kind-hearted people felt deep contempt for Su Ming's actions. Ahem, you, Puff. Coughing painfully, Jobai slowly lowered his head, filled with resentment. No benefits, no use, why should I help you? Slowly shaking his head. Su Ming adjusted his sleeve and continued walking forward. Brother, can you help me, please? Hearing the voice behind him, a hint of impatience appeared on Su Ming's face. Just as he turned around to get angry, his expression suddenly froze. Quick, put on your clothes. Damn. Silently swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Su Ming hurriedly glanced to the side. Wow. This scene just now was absolutely breathtaking. Ah, brother, it's my fault, please punish me. Casually tossing a piece of black lace fabric to the ground. The girl named Zhang Jia kneeled with her legs apart, blushing as she looked at Su Ming. Her eyes revealed a hint of lust. Ahem, so you're saying I just need to help you clear the level, and during this time I can treat you like a toy? Coughing awkwardly 2 times, Su Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yes. Yes, master. I am at your service. Blinking her eyes, the girl's eyes brimmed with sparkling tears. With 3 parts expectation and 7 parts shyness, she looked like a bud ready to bloom, swaying precariously in the wind. There are strong players other than me, you should look for someone else. They would be willing. Slowly shaking his head, he turned around without hesitation. Su Ming's face returned to calm, his eyes turned cold again. What a joke, this kind of socialite. Did not stir even the slightest desire in Su Ming. Chapter 27 Restaurant of the Underworld Number 4. Miss, ahem, your name is Zhang Jia, right? Finally getting up from the pit, Jobai looked at the beauty in front of him, licking his lips in thirst. Smack. Pervert. A loud slap once again shattered Jobai's self-esteem. Dazed, he touched his cheek. At that moment, he questioned life. Why was this girl's attitude toward Su Ming so different from her attitude towards him? Damn. That filthy bitch. Sooner or later, I will pin you down and make you kneel and sing my praises. And that little bastard. Taking a deep breath, Jobai's gaze slowly turned sinister. Because he still had a powerful ace skill that could help him make a comeback. He. Just wait, you 2 dog lovers. Rubbing his red knees, Jobai gritted his teeth and muttered a curse. This is the dish you ordered, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Placing the sour and spicy shredded potatoes on the headless, bizarre table, Su Ming walked towards the exit without looking back. Hey. Young master, I seem to need some service? Just as Su Ming was about to leave, the cat-eared girl at the nearby table couldn't sit still. Quickly got up, gently tugging at Su Ming's clothes, her cat ears trembling slightly. Her cat tail was also restlessly swaying back and forth. Let's talk about it later, I have things to do. Swaying his head slowly, Su Ming casually tossed out a pile of cash, pushing the cat-eared girl's hand away and striding straight into the depths of the restaurant. Here, this must be the manager's office, right? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming gently pushed the door open. Who let you in? You worthless intern. 1 million, shut up. Su Ming had been prepared, throwing out several stacks of cash, his expression calm as he looked at the suited female manager before him. Is this still a horror story copy? Are they players? Is there any law left? Ladies, give me some advice. When I go to the horror world later, how can I chase after a big shot like Su God? This scene is too absurd, right? Is that player starting with billions? To be honest, I've seen some who seem to cheat, but I've never seen a streamer cheat without even trying to pretend. For Su Ming, who possessed money ability, the viewers in the live stream had long since grown numb. Because casually tossing out hundreds of thousands was as effortless as tossing a coin, many viewers were shouting about beastly behavior. Even many people started scrambling to buy lottery tickets, hoping to become rich overnight and win billions from him to spend freely. Is this real? Swallowing hard, the female manager's expression changed, and she quickly stood up. Please, have a seat. What do you need from your sister? Don't worry. Help me contact your boss. Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming naturally sat down, raising his hand to interrupt the female manager's words. Contact the boss? The manager's smile froze slightly, glancing at the bundles of cash on the table, her expression became a bit flustered as she spoke. Is there something you're dissatisfied with? If you're not satisfied. I'm not dissatisfied, please help me contact the boss. I want to buy this restaurant. With a slight flicker in his gaze, Su Ming gently tapped his fingertips and slowly explained. The restaurant, buy it? A strong shock flashed in her eyes, and the female manager spoke with some stammering. Then, glancing at the cash on the table, relief washed over her. After all, this million was equivalent to her salary for several years. Just taken out casually by this person in front of her. One could imagine. Realizing this, the female manager hurriedly grabbed the phone. Hello, boss? Okay. Sir, you're very lucky, our boss usually isn't here, but she's here today checking the ingredients. Please wait a moment, she'll be right here. Suppressing her excitement with difficulty, the female manager quickly poured a cup of hot tea and respectfully handed it to Su Ming. If he really bought the Huangquan restaurant, then it was very likely she would be his boss in the future. As long as she performed well, she might, cough. Thinking of this, the female manager appeared more proactive, bending her body low, revealing a hint of pure, snow-white body. Wow! This is unbelievable without any censorship. I took a screenshot, image. So white, so big. This female manager is not right, I feel she wants to be taken by Su God. Oh dear, is this really a rules horror story? Did I get into the wrong software? To be fair, if I had endless money, I might be more extravagant than the streamer. The once tense atmosphere of the horror story suddenly changed flavor. Others were repeatedly brushing against the edge of life and death, while Su Ming was trapped in joy. In comparison, other players seemed to be wasting their accounts, living on thin ice. Cough, how long do we have? Subtly turning his head, pretending not to see the scene before him, Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette. He appeared somewhat lonely. On the other side. I'm sorry, customers. Puff. My hand. I don't care, I want to eat large intestine sashimi today. If not, then use your large intestine. From time to time, the cries of players echoed like ghosts wailing. In this spacious restaurant, the sound echoed, while some guests and waiters stared coldly. For them, this kind of thing happens every day, it's just too common. Just humans, they are livestock, and they eat, so they eat. The scene on this side of the restaurant was like hell. Contrasting sharply with the office deep in the hallway. Su Ming sat cross-legged, seriously examining the calligraphy and paintings on the wall. At the same time, he was secretly thinking about that item he had his eye on, wondering if it could be exchanged after the end of this instance. That special skills effect was just useless for ordinary people. But for Su Ming. Not for anything else, but for the skills only function, with a 5% chance each time he drew a random skill, it could become a permanent special skill. If the skills from the previous two instances could be imprinted, Su Ming could almost walk freely in the world of horror tales. I hope this time I can gather enough. He whispered softly, then let out a light sigh. Creak. Accompanied by the sound of the door opening, a pleasant voice came. Excuse me, which guest is, a human? Su Ming turned his head suddenly, surprised. The restaurant owner in front of him was not tall, roughly around 1 meter and 56 centimeters. Wearing a Lolita dress, the light yellow skirt swaying slightly, this was actually a white-haired little loli. Chapter 28 Yuanquan Restaurant Number 5. Xiaohong, is this the rich young master you mentioned? The white-haired little loli narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in them. Slowly turning her head, she looked at the female supervisor beside her, a faint anger crossing her eyes. Come on, hand me the phone. Su Ming smiled calmly, not giving much explanation. After all, his intern look was indeed quite shabby, he didn't look like a rich person at all. Human, what do you want my phone for? The doubt in the white-haired little loli's eyes deepened, and she looked at Su Ming as if he were a creepy old man. Not for any other reason. But his current dark Mediterranean style made it hard not to be suspicious. Don't you not believe it? Let me send you 5,000 first to show my strength. Under the little loli's puzzled gaze, Su Ming skillfully picked up his phone. Ding. WeChat Pay received 50 million. Not enough? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and scanned the code again. Ding. WeChat Pay received 500 million. Listening to this voice announcement, trembling, they opened the phone wallet. The white-haired little loli and the female supervisor fell silent, lingering without speaking. To be honest, I have no doubt that as long as Sushin wanted, this white-haired loli, ahem. Dog head. Just kidding, if I had a few $100 billion, I would form a loli group and play bumper cars every day. Upstairs warrior, you are really something. This white-haired loli is too beautiful. I feel like she is a good cabbage, about to be eaten by a pig. This scene felt somewhat familiar to the old fans in the livestream. In comparison, this time, the white-haired loli appeared to be more mature and plump than the one Su Ming encountered before. One could say it was a mixture of plump and thin, sparking the imagination. Woo, uncle. You are not joking, you really want to buy our restaurant? Coming to her senses, the white-haired little loli's voice trembled, her speech carrying a hint of crying. I'm sure, is 50 billion enough? If not, how about 100 billion? Slowly picking up his teacup, gently blowing on it, Su Ming slowly raised his head. His gaze remained undisturbed. Enough. Our restaurant is only valued at 20 to 30 billion, your offer is too high. Xiaohong, hurry and prepare the contract. Yes, ma'am. Nodding with excitement, the female supervisor quickly pushed the door open and ran to another room. Hello, my name is Bai Miao, may I ask what your name is? Seemingly realizing her loss of composure, Bai Miao patted her chest and extended her fair arm. Su Ming. Politely shaking hands, Su Ming reluctantly withdrew his hand. I have to say, this white-haired little lowly, whether in looks or figure, gathers all kinds of charm into one. The meal is quite good. Mr. Su, please take a look at the contract. At this moment, the female supervisor pushed the door in, handed over the contract in her hand, and spoke respectfully. 3 billion? I don't like it. Change the contract. Just by glancing, Su Ming frowned slightly, his expression a bit displeased. Seeing this scene, Bai Miao was momentarily stunned, then her face turned red as she spoke. Ah. Do you think the price is too high? We can change that in this regard. No, what I mean is, change it to 30 billion. The extra will be for restaurant renovations and employee benefits. Gently shaking his head, Su Ming didn't hesitate to pick up his phone. Because he carefully counted, there was just over 300 billion in his current account, he only needed to leave a few billion to spend. Besides, it's still unknown if this money will be here after he clears the level. If you think it's fine, then let's sign. After browsing through the contract, Su Ming slowly wrote down his name and stamped his handprint. Mr. Su, I must tell you something first. Hesitating for a long time, Bai Miao suddenly raised her head, tears faintly glistening in her eyes. This restaurant was left to me by my father, and he hasn't returned for a long, long time. Recently, a restaurant opened across the street, and both its standards and service are much better than ours. The current Huangquan restaurant is actually on the verge of bankruptcy. After saying all of this, Bai Miao lowered her head deeply, unable to look at Su Ming any longer. The reason I'm so happy is that the restaurant is already tens of billions in debt and will soon go bankrupt, being swallowed by the restaurant across the street. But if this 30 billion, the restaurant can not only be renovated but can also expand its size significantly. At the end, her voice became as soft as a whisper. Her small hands nervously tugged at her light-colored skirt, seeming a bit anxious. It doesn't matter, just sign. Glancing at the two, Su Ming handed over the contract. As Bai Miao finished signing, a strange wave came, causing Su Ming's expression to become odd. It felt as if he had formed a connection with this Huangquan restaurant, and all the rules here were as if non-existent to him. And Su Ming could customize his own rules in this restaurant. Cough, brothers, if I'm not mistaken, did Su God just buy this restaurant? Then what's the point? Just flip the table. Angry. Since he bought the restaurant, does that mean it includes that young woman and the white-haired little lowly? Humorous. What are you thinking? I don't think the streamer is that kind of person, she's a white-haired lowly. As Su Ming signed his name and stamped his handprint, the audience in the livestream couldn't sit still. Some switched out to see other players, and yes, it was still bloody and bizarre. And switching back to Su Ming, everyone exclaimed, goodness. Since this restaurant already belongs to me, then from now on, in this instance, my rules are the rules. Yes. Everything is up to you. Bai Miao and the female supervisor bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to meet Su Ming's gaze. Mr. Su. Su Ming slowly sat back in the chair, looking at Bai Miao with some confusion. Please don't kick me out, I want to wait for my father to come back. I can be your secretary or assistant. Bai Miao slowly raised her head. Her snow-white long hair draping over her shoulders, a hint of pleading flashing in her light red eyes. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Waving his hand, Su Ming smiled slightly. Then he seriously examined the white-haired little lowly's body from top to bottom. In name, you are still the owner of this restaurant. The later debt repayment and renovation issues, will you be responsible for solving? Thank you, Mr. Su. A hint of gratitude appeared in Bai Miao's eyes, her knees slightly bending in a respectful gesture. It's nothing. Nodding slowly, a smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Then he looked towards the restaurant outside the corridor. His eyes slightly squinting as he slowly walked towards the restaurant. You all continue to be busy, I still want to experience life. Chapter 29 in Zhuang Restaurant Number 6. Is it you? As soon as he stepped out of the corridor, a figure was already waiting at the fork in the road, startling Su Ming slightly. Sir, you have become the restaurant owner? The cat-eared girl was about to greet him, but her body froze in mid-air, her expression carrying a hint of panic. Now, Su Ming's aura had changed, and the connection with the restaurant made her realize. The human before her had become the owner of the Zhuang restaurant. Oh? You can tell? Yes, sir. The tips of the cat-eared girl's ears turned slightly red, shyly speaking up. Sir, may I ask if you have a girlfriend? Do you think I'm suitable? Her tail swayed slightly as she gazed at Su Ming, a glimmer of enchantment flickering in her eyes. The intense rise and fall of her chest showed her inner turmoil. After all, who wouldn't like a rich person? Don't do this, I'm not interested in women. Even if it's you. Su Ming gazed calmly at the cat-eared girl, shaking his head slightly, and turned to walk away. Hey! Sir, wait. A faint flicker of anger rose in Su Ming's eyes as he slightly narrowed them. In his principles, there's no rule against dealing with shameless women, whether they are players or strange beings. Whoa. Two crystal tears slid down the cat-eared girl's cheeks, her eyes turning red in an instant. Biting her lip, she stepped forward and grabbed Su Ming's clothes, tearfully saying, Sir, my mother is sick and needs a large sum for surgery. It's not that I'm materialistic, but I really can't raise that much money. I was thinking. Stop. Expressionless, Su Ming removed the cat-eared girl's hand, slowly lifting her chin. His expression carrying a hint of mockery. How much do you need for the surgery? I can give you money, what can you offer me? At least 2 million. If possible, I can follow your orders for the rest of my life. When mentioning the surgery fee, tears shimmered once again in the cat-eared girl's eyes. Hiss. What kind of plot is this? Rich people really play games like this. To be honest, I'm tempted. Who would refuse a cat-eared girl with fluffy ears? Bro, having a sexual interest is dangerous. Aren't you supposed to pay attention to the plot? Isn't this a bit off? At that moment, the most active comments came from some kind-hearted people in the livestream, who occasionally brought warmth to the neighbor's widow, and sometimes couldn't bear to see the lonely fallen girls on the street, filling society with love. Of course, love comes in only one flavor. Is it worth it to gather surgery fees for your mother? Su Ming's gaze slightly flickered as he touched the cat-eared girl's ears, questioning playfully. Worth it. This time, the cat-eared girl didn't hesitate, her face filled with seriousness. Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore. How much is your monthly salary? 3,000. If that's the case, 3,000 a month, less than 40,000 a year, for 2 million. You would have to work for 50 years without eating or drinking? After a brief calculation, a strange smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. How about this? The restaurant is in need of a front desk. Here, we provide food and accommodation, sign a 20-year contract of servitude, how about that? Thank you, sir. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, a glimmer of light appeared in the cat-eared girl's eyes, turning into a face full of gratitude. It's important to know. Working for 20 years to earn 2 million, and that's with food and accommodation provided. This treatment surpasses at least 95% of the weirdness in the strange tale world. Xiao Hong. Looking at the cat-eared girl before him, Su Ming secretly nodded. After all, the Yin Zhuang restaurant is considered a high-end restaurant. And having a fair-skinned and beautiful cat-eared girl as the front desk should be a fantastic effect. I hope I can bet right. Watching the manager approach, Su Ming slowly shook his head and walked towards the restaurant hall. Right now, he was gambling. The money brought by this cash ability will disappear with his success in clearing the levels, right? If it disappears, then it's just a waste of some time. But if it doesn't disappear after clearing the levels, then that would be interesting. In his past life, while watching live streams, Su Ming had vaguely heard some high-level players reveal that some top players had almost made the world of strange tales their second home. Some even started investing in industries within the world of strange tales. Of course, these things were still far too distant for Su Ming. As he walked into the restaurant, Su Ming glanced around, his eyes flickering slightly at the scene before him. Since he had already bought this restaurant, then everything here was all up to Su Ming. There are still 37 players alive? Counting me, that's a total of 38. After pondering silently, an excellent idea popped into Su Ming's mind. Ahem. Players, please stop for a moment, let me say something. Raising his voice? Unexpectedly, what happened next was that the players were still confused, but some bizarre guests were angrily slamming the table. Even if you are the boss, can you respect the guests? 100,000. A stack of cash flew into the chest of that strange person, and their bizarre eyes widened suddenly. Then they knelt down on the spot. I'm sorry, boss, I was too loud just now. It's fine. Looking around again, Su Ming spoke again. Today is the restaurant's anniversary, can I say a few words? Every guest here gets 100,000. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the guests, who were initially a bit irritable, exchanged glances. And the next second, with hands on their knees, they waited seriously for Su Ming to speak. Tonight, everyone present will be treated by young Master Su. This is an eye-opener, so this is how the world of strange tales is? Upstairs, don't let Su Ming confuse you, he's different, he plays games with cheats. A clear view of the world. Laughing and crying. Since Su Ming consecutively cleared the dungeons with the highest ratings, the heat in Su Shen's livestream reached another level. Who would have thought that a newcomer who only cleared 2 dungeons would have nearly 20,000 viewers in the livestream? Indeed, money can make strange things move. He sighed again. At this moment, as long as Su Ming wanted to, throwing out 100,000 could make these guys fight over cleaning toilets. He turned to look at the players who were still confused, not knowing what was happening. Su Ming smiled kindly and raised the loudspeaker again. I know, your lives are tough, but please don't be sad. Although I am also struggling, I can help you. If you want to clear the levels. As Su Ming just started speaking, a rather aggressive-looking player suddenly turned around. Are you *****ing crazy? Stop wasting my time. Security. Su Ming was not angry, instead, he smiled and put down the loudspeaker. What is it, boss? 2 tall, strong security personnel in uniforms suddenly appeared beside Su Ming. Chop him. Alright, boss. The 2 security guards fully demonstrated what it means to be ruthless and not talk much. They picked up the carving knife from the table and walked towards the aggressive player. No. I was wrong. I'm sorry. The player's face instantly turned pale, he seemed to realize he had offended someone tough. He immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The 2 security guards instantly stopped in their tracks, turning to look at Su Ming. Su Ming said nothing, but his gaze gradually became cold. Little brat, the boss said to chop you up, die for me. The 2 security guards, who were skilled at reading the situation, had a strange smile on their faces as they grabbed the player. No, ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 knives brutally ripped off half of his face, and bright red blood spurted out. I was wrong. Ugh. Screams echoed in the restaurant. The guests in the restaurant were still fine. But those players all had pale faces, looking horrified at the demon in front of them. A few players with overflowing compassion showed a hint of anger, their eyes casting a shadow as they looked at Su Ming. This, and that one. All, kill them. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Su Ming's lips curled into a teasing smile as he pointed at a few unfriendly-looking guys. You guys don't like me, so go ahead and find a chance to take me down. But unfortunately, this time, I will act, before you do. Slowly closing his eyes, Su Ming leaned back in a wooden chair, his expression still calm. No way? Why? They are just a bit uncomfortable, they haven't said anything. Su God is being a bit ruthless this. With a slight glance, Su Ming's face still showed no expression. 1,000 points, to protect one person, even if it's just 1 point less, is not allowed. This is my rule. Listening to Su Ming's words, Zhang Jia nodded with some grievance, her hands crossed over her chest, lost in thought. I'll go. Zhou Bai, who had been stuck in place for a long time, finally made up his mind after much contemplation. Oh. Sorry, you are the exception. This is my second rule. Clearing his throat, Su Ming looked at Zhou Bai and slowly shook his head. This guy seems to want to mess with me, so let's get rid of him first. I can only say. 6. Su Shen's move is astounding. Indeed, if I were Su Shen, protecting this guy at this moment would be like getting kicked by a donkey. By the way, is there really a skill called wealthy? Is it a bit ridiculous? Ahem, I'm an old fan, I can testify. Su Shen's skills are more and more abnormal, it's like he's the beloved child of the horror world. The real world is now 3 in the morning, but the live broadcast room is still exceptionally lively, with comments flying everywhere. Some people even started betting on the outskirts, gambling on how many mysterious beings Su Ming could draw, and how many players would survive the dungeon. There are even people betting on whether Su Ming would bully the white-haired loli. Guests, thank you for waiting. Now, to reward old and new customers, this restaurant is giving away another wave of benefits. After distributing the promised cash, Su Ming looked at the satisfied guests and pointed at the eagerly waiting players beside him. Give 3 interns a good review, and I'll refund 100,000. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, all strange eyes changed. They looked at the nearby players with greedy eyes, their gazes filled with eagerness. Serving 3 customers a day, those who have paid can go boost their performance. You all see clearly, those 10 over there have not paid. Pointing at the 10 players in the distance who looked somewhat grim, Su Ming shook his head slightly. Once you gather 1,000 points, you can trade with me anytime, right? The girl, Zhang Jia, raised her head with a complicated expression, staring intently at Su Ming. But that guy is the exception. Pointing at Zhou Bai, who looked exceptionally awful, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Then with a deep gaze, he spoke. You are a smart person, you should be able to see that I am targeting you, right? If you want to survive. Su Ming slowly extended 3 fingers. First, find a way to gather 5,000, and I can overlook past grievances. Second, find a way to kill me. Third, find a way to kill me before I kill you. Chapter 31, Yellow Springs Restaurant Number 8. Alright, those who have paid, your task for today is finished. I've even prepared dormitories for you. With a shift in tone, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable smile, looking at the excited players, his face adorned with a kind smile. I can arrange for you to have luxurious suites, 1 person per room. This way, you can also avoid Rule 4, not disturbing your roommate's rest, right? After saying this, the players who had paid were filled with joy, while the remaining 10 who had not paid wore dark and uncertain expressions, looking at those beside them, their minds filled with little schemes. The rent also has costs, so charging each of you 500 rule points is quite reasonable, right? The players who had just been filled with joy suddenly froze. Damn! I thought Sushin had changed his mind? I feel like the host is increasingly developing the potential of being a capitalist, truly taking advantage of this group of players. Generally speaking, new players who go through 2 or 3 dungeons will only have this little left. I want to see how much more this ruthless capitalist can squeeze out. Watching Su Ming gradually becoming capitalized, the viewers in the live broadcast room were both amused and helpless. Wait, do we have to pay for this too? Can I not live? Watching the players with various expressions. Su Ming shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't have money, just go stay in the dormitory. If something happens, I won't take responsibility, okay? After saying this, Su Ming slowly picked up a cocktail from the front desk and calmly sat down on the sofa. Having been taken advantage of the first time, these players showed some indifference facing Su Ming's second request. After all, the most precious first time was already given. What else could they not give? 10 minutes later, Su Ming looked at the balance in his backpack, and a radiant smile appeared on his face. Including the newly credited 9,500 rule points, his wealth had now reached a terrifying 46,384 points. At this level, it was almost equivalent to the entire wealth of players who had cleared more than a dozen horror-themed dungeons. And Su Ming had just progressed to the 3rd one. As expected, extortion is always faster than working. With a silent sigh, Su Ming slowly shook his head, lifted his glass, and headed towards the office deep in the corridor. He went to chat about life with the white-haired loli and have a good talk. Security, don't forget to chop that guy up from earlier. I even gave him 10 minutes of opportunity, I didn't expect him to be slower than me. Su Ming's voice echoed from the depths of the corridor, laced with a hint of regret. Jobai glanced at the security guard, and his face suddenly changed drastically. What the hell? 2 security guards are following you around like a sycophant, how could I dare to act? He spat out in deep frustration. Then quickly rushed towards the back of the restaurant to escape. Human, you can't escape. The 2 security guards, wearing eerie smiles, almost became ethereal, following Jobai like ghosts. Next, their bodies pressed against his shoulders. A wave of black mist enveloped him. Boring. Indeed, these humans are too weak. Shaking their heads, the 2 security guards slowly left. And behind them was a ground covered in blood and torn flesh, with a bloodstained work ID dropping to the ground. Name, Jobai. However, as the security guards walked away, the pieces of flesh on the ground began to slowly squirm, and the blood started to flow backward. That was close. A somewhat weak voice came through. Jobai touched his pale cheek. A hint of shadow flickering in his eyes. That's right, this was the skill he had drawn, rebirth. It allowed him to resurrect once after completely dying in this dungeon. An almost cheat-like ability. Now these guys probably think I'm already dead. Jobai's smile turned slightly eerie. Stroking the bloodstained dining knife in his hand, he quietly gazed at the office deep in the corridor, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Then his body faded into the darkness. Brother, can you lend me 30 rule points? I only need 30. At this moment, in another part of the restaurant, Zhang Jia bit her lip, looking pitifully at a player in front of her, tears welling in her eyes. It's not that I don't want to help you, in the world of horror tales, compassion. Although she had given Su Ming 1,500 rule points and still had a few hundred left, it didn't mean she was an overflowing-hearted saint. The young man slowly shook his head and turned towards the kitchen outside the restaurant. Brother, as long as you are willing to lend to me, these 3 days will all be yours. Seeing the young man about to leave, Zhang Jia became anxious. She grabbed his sleeve, her face flushed, pleading desperately. Ahem, it seems, it's not impossible? The young man licked his lips, pulled Zhang Jia into his arms, burying his head in her chest, gently smelling her. Not bad, very fragrant. A hint of enjoyment appeared in his eyes, and all principles were thrown behind him. Then the young man smiled and said, "Let's go, brother wants to eat seafood." In the dark corner of the corridor, outside a cluttered storage room, a strange rhythmic noise began to sound. No way, what the heck? This, in the broad daylight. Ahem, this new streamer plays like this? I just want to know, why aren't we shown the streamer's perspective? Is it because I didn't subscribe? Indeed, I could even accept the mosaic. Listening to the sound, I seem to rush forward too? In Zhang Jia's live streaming room, there were only a few dozen viewers at that moment. After all, she was just an ordinary new player, and naturally, not many people paid attention to her. But just based on this wave of operation, many people in the group were at ing their friends. "Bro, I found a treasure streamer, hurry over." This surprisingly brought some heat to her live streaming room. In the spacious office, Su Ming was lying on the chair, his brow slightly furrowed. "Meow, you can handle these things yourself, why must you have me sign? Didn't I say you are still the boss?" Glancing at the determined white-haired lowly in front of him, a trace of pain emerged in Su Ming's eyes. On the table was a large stack of documents, procurement lists, food safety notices. All kinds of messy things needed a signature. "Mr. Su, although you are very rich, but..." "Alright, don't say anymore, I'll sign." Grabbing the ballpoint pen, Su Ming gritted his teeth and signed his name page after page. "Mr. Su, you can't do this. You must read it carefully before signing." Bai Miao's small face was serious, her snowy white hair slightly swaying. In her bright eyes, filled with responsibility and seriousness. "Is this the pain of being rich?" Tilting his head back, Su Ming felt a mixture of emotions. About half an hour later, the noise from the storage room deep in the hallway slowly diminished. The door swung open. Zhang Jia wiped the light yellow stain from her clothes, a strong look of disgust flashing in her eyes. "I'm sorry. I didn't want it to happen, really." Chapter 32 Underworld Restaurant NO 9. With a bloodstained kitchen knife tucked into her waist, her face gradually regained its calm. Then she bit her lip, looking around in the pitch-black surroundings, like a frightened rabbit. In a state of panic, she walked toward the distant restroom. The storage room was pitch black. Only a cold corpse slowly oozing blood. The young man's terrified face was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide with regret. Unfortunately, in a world of strange tales, there was no regret medicine. One wrong step led to another. "Brother, I'm here to pay the protection fee." A gentle knock sounded on the office door. Zhang Jia's soft voice came out. "Come in." Su Ming slowly raised his head, pushing the documents aside with a pained expression. Bai Miao pouted, her chest rising and falling violently, staring at Su Ming with a hint of frustration. "This is 1,000 rule points, can you help me complete today's task?" "Don't worry, once you pay, you won't have to worry about the tasks for 3 days." Skilled at opening the transaction interface, watching the 1,000 rule points come in again, a hint of smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes again. "No need for the luxury suite?" Zhang Jia looked at Su Ming with red eyes, a bit wrong, shaking her head without speaking. With a sigh, she slowly left. Her back looked a bit lonely. "Xiao Hong, go help him brush the task, here's 500,000, you keep the remaining 200,000. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Supervisor Xiao Hong nodded gratefully and quickly pushed the door out. "What does Mr. Su think of this person?" Bai Miao handed over a cup of hot tea, standing quietly beside him. "Disgusting." "Oh?" Surprised by Su Ming's answer, a trace of doubt appeared in Bai Miao's eyes. Even if Mr. Su can smell the blood on her, it shouldn't be like this. What disgusts me is, despite doing these things, she must pretend to be pure. It's really quite annoying. Impatiently waving his hand, Su Ming interrupted Bai Miao's words. His gaze flickering slightly as he took a sip of hot tea. "Blood smell? What does that mean? Is Su God saying this person killed someone? That's unlikely. Besides, killing someone doesn't drop gear and rule points. I also think, she looks so lovable, how could she be a bad person? I think Su God is being hasty. Good person? Bad person? Ha ha. When you enter the strange tale world, you will know the things in the newspapers there. On the street, even on every person's face, there were 2 words written. Eat people. Su Ming's strange attitude towards players left the viewers in the live broadcast room puzzled. Clearly, sometimes he would take a deadly move without giving any chance. But at times, he was principled, unlike most players who would take everything without a word and then stab you in the back. So far, the players that Su Ming promised to protect, except for a few unfortunate ones who couldn't pay for their dormitory, were almost all relatively safe. So why does Mr. Su want to help her? Who would go against money? We are all ordinary people. Gently closing his eyes, he lay back in the chair again. If it weren't for the equipment, the rules could only be traded actively, and killing players wouldn't drop anything. Otherwise, in this restaurant, there would be no players left alive except for Su Ming. I have a moral bottom line, but not much. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and Su Ming's gaze became gradually cold. Time passed. Before long, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Time to get off work, what a hard day. Rubbing his tired thighs, Su Ming sighed. Mr. Su, do you need me to take you to rest? Bai Miao blinked, seemingly understanding Su Ming's meaning, and shyly lowered her head. Let's go. Nodding slowly, Su Ming closed the door and followed behind the white-haired lowly. Why haven't these guests left yet? Passing by the restaurant, seeing it still crowded with people, Su Ming felt a bit puzzled. They will leave later, after all, it's only at night that. What is it? Seeing Bai Miao's hesitation, Su Ming looked even more confused. Mr. Su, these things are limited by it. Pointing to the ceiling. Bai Miao's face changed slightly, and she closed her eyes and shook her head slowly, seeming unwilling to say more. All right. Glancing again at the restaurant, there were still 7 or 8 players inside. Probably because they had just paid today. And those who hadn't completed their tasks were now anxiously wandering around. Mr. Su, this room is specially prepared for you. Going upstairs. Bai Miao smiled and then opened the room door. This is quite nice. As he scanned the room, Su Ming's eyes brightened. This damn 48-inch big color TV, private cinema, gym, game room, everything is there. Outside the balcony, there was even an open-air swimming pool. With her head lowered, Bai Miao clasped her hands together, and her rosy cheeks seemed to carry a hint of entanglement. Ultimately biting her lip, she asked softly. Mr. Su, do you need me to help you fill the bathtub with water? Ahem, you go busy yourself, I can handle these myself. Coughing awkwardly twice. Su Ming shook his head, pushing Bai Miao out of the room, and then suddenly slammed the door shut. Although she was already over 18, this is a damn weird world. Besides, clearly his current appearance was that of an old man, how could this little lowly have a crush on him? Damn. Is the host a eunuch? To be honest, you're really bold up there. So far, I haven't seen a player in this weird world dare to, do that. Isn't it because these players haven't cheated? If I were Su God, I'd give you live broadcasts, no membership needed, I mean it. Just letting the one above have a glance, looking forward +1. Of course, playing is one thing, but keeping life safe is the most important. Bai Miao stood at the door, seeming relieved, as if she had let out a sigh. The redness on her cheeks gradually faded away. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Covering her face, she dashed away without looking back. Damn. One more guest is missing today. In the dark corner, Zhou Bai confirmed Su Ming went upstairs before slowly coming out. But at this moment, his mood was still extremely poor. He had avoided Su Ming during the day, which led to. He had now violated Rule 6, at least 3 guests must be hosted in a day. What to do? I have to sleep before 11 o'clock. Walking alone in the corridor, his face was dark and uncertain. Waiter? I need your help. A shout came from behind, making Zhou Bai's body stiffen slightly, then he slowly turned around. When he saw the person clearly, a look of surprise appeared on Zhou Bai's face. This was precisely a guest he had seen during the day, and he had not made things difficult for any players, giving them all 5-star reviews. But it's already off work, can I still? Don't worry, it's fine. The guest in front of him slowly walked forward and gently patted Zhou Bai's shoulder. Do you smoke? The middle-aged man smiled as he offered him a cigarette. Thank you, what help do you need? Taking the cigarette handed by the middle-aged man, Zhou Bai felt a stir of emotion, and his body finally relaxed. I'm a bit hungry, please prepare a dish for me. Holding Zhou Bai's hand, the middle-aged man slowly walked toward the kitchen. I won't waste your time, it will be quick. As Zhou Bai was pulled along, the joy on his face slowly faded, for the middle-aged man's grip on his arm was like a vice, surprisingly strong. I want to ask, what do you plan to eat? The middle-aged man turned his head to look at Zhou Bai, his expression becoming a bit strange. You are the dish I want to eat. This dish, huh? Chapter 33, Hell's Restaurant Number 10. In an instant, a chill shot straight to Zhou Bai's head. Watching the middle-aged man's smile becoming increasingly terrifying, Zhou Bai desperately tried to pry open his hand. At this moment, only a few steps remained to the kitchen. Useless, don't struggle. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curved into a smile, as a figure from the world of creepy tales, these ordinary humans had no strength to fight back in his grasp. After all, you are just food provided to us by the restaurant. Ha ha. So that's it. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhou Bai's pupils shrank, murmuring. Then looking at his arm held tightly by the strange man, he fell silent for 2 seconds, pulled out a kitchen knife from his pocket, a fierce glint in his eyes. Puff! A spray of blood surprised the middle-aged man slightly. Watching Jobai's body run madly away, and then looking at the half of his arm in his hand, he shook his head helplessly. Creak! Casually tossing the severed arm into his mouth to chew, a look of enjoyment appeared in his eyes. The food I have my eye on will not let you escape easily. The middle-aged man continued to stand still, his calm gaze watching Jobai's back. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. I knew it wouldn't be that simple, this useless streamer is going to be done for. Indeed, this must be a hidden rule, after working hours, these creepy guests will become even more aggressive. Does anyone know who the streamer next door is? I want to learn from them. I can't understand, why does the player who killed the streamer once look more bizarre than the bazaar itself? Jobai's live chat was filled with wails, and the few viewers had almost no hope that Jobai could survive. In obvious violation of the rules, his chances of survival had dropped to the freezing point. Rip! Suddenly tearing his shirt apart, wrapping it around the stump on his arm, Jobai's face became paler from blood loss. Damn! I knew these creeps were up to no good. But this should count as completing the service for the last guest. Where should I go to sleep next? The rules didn't say I had to sleep in the dorm, right? Cursing under his breath, Jobai panted heavily, tiredly leaning against the wall, his gaze becoming a bit vacant. Right, what did he just say? Yes, it turns out we humans are the food for the guests. At this moment, Jobai was deeply perplexed about his identity. I should find a place to rest first. I am food? It's food. Stumbling to his feet, Jobai seemed unaware that his eyes had already turned pitch black. He hobbled deeper into the hallway. At this moment in the restaurant, the remaining players who hadn't completed their tasks were facing the same fate as Jobai. Except for 2 lucky ones who had a sudden idea. They decisively cut off one of their ears and handed it to the guest as a snack. The other 7 or 8 players were bizarrely taken into the kitchen. And when they came out, they had turned into a whole roasted lamb. The next day at noon, Ming slowly stretched and got out of bed to wash up. I haven't slept this well in a long time. What material is this bed made of? It's so comfortable. Oh, it turns out to be hair. Lifting the mattress, looking at the dense black hair inside, Ming instantly lost interest. Meanwhile, Bai Miao had already arrived in the kitchen early in the morning, thoughtfully preparing a meal for Ming. You don't need to be this troublesome, you're almost becoming a babysitter. Watching Bai Miao bustle around, Ming shook his head helplessly. This little girl clearly didn't cook often. Well, you could tell from the way she poured a whole bottle of soy sauce into the rice cooker. I'll do it, you can take a break. Quickly sending Bai Miao out of the kitchen, Ming began to get busy. In less than half an hour, several steaming dishes were placed on the dining table. Mr. Su, this is really delicious. After tasting the braised chicken, Bai Miao's eyes lit up, and she quickly put a few pieces into Ming's bowl. What happened to those humans who didn't pay yesterday? Glancing at Bai Miao eating voraciously, Ming slightly furrowed his brow and slowly asked. Humans? It seems 4 died in the restaurant, 2 died in the dormitory? 3 survived, and one of them seems to have some issues with their cognition. Nodding slowly, Ming's gaze flickered slightly, feeling a bit emotional inside. This is the so-called world of weird tales. If I didn't have the money ability, then just on the first day, at least 80% of the players would die. Not to mention those who have already been mentally polluted. No matter the level of the dungeon, the completion rate was still shockingly low. Let alone getting a good rating. In the dim corridor. I am food, I am the guest's food. As Ming walked down the stairs, he paused slightly. The voice was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. The player who got chopped yesterday? Filled with a sense of bewilderment, Ming slowly pushed open the door, and the scene before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. Guest, please enjoy. A figure was leaning against the wall, the blood pooling beneath him had long since congealed. Holding a bloody dinner knife in hand, he was methodically slicing the skin off his chest and carefully placing it on a plate, repeating this action over and over. The skin from his thighs to his belly was completely gone, revealing the crimson muscles and tendons inside slowly squirming, making one feel a chill down the spine. This guy is Jobai? Looking closely for a long time, Ming became even more confused. Wasn't he supposed to have been chopped up by security yesterday? How did he pop up again? Looks like the food has fermented well. It was the white-haired lowly behind Ming, licking her lips as she quickly walked over to Jobai. Picked up the plate filled with skin. Gently took a piece to taste, closing her eyes slightly, a look of enjoyment appearing on her face. Whoa, my beloved white-haired lowly, how can you do this? Is the upstairs person crazy? This is the world of weird tales, can there still be normal people? Indeed, if it weren't for Sushin buying this restaurant, this little loli would probably be the biggest boss of the dungeon. Help! The way she eats human flesh with her eyes closed is so beautiful. Watching this scene made some viewers in the livestream recall the terror of players being bizarrely controlled. Even if the little girl looks so cute now, in the eyes of other players, she is still a terrifying entity that has killed countless players. Mr. Su, would you like to give it a try? No. Turning his head with some discomfort, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy seems to have violated Rule 8, suffering mental contamination, thinking of himself as food. So the question arises. When was he contaminated? Was it because he stayed in this corridor after work hours? Or because he failed to complete Rule 6, to serve at least 3 customers? How will he be dealt with later? Of course he will be made into the most delicious food. I think the customers will like it. Bai Miao looked at Su Ming in confusion and answered as if it were obvious. Then I'll go check on the others. Nodding, Su Ming no longer thought too much. If those who died had paid, he might have felt a twinge of guilt. As for this so-called Zhou Bai? Not his concern at all. It's a pity. I can't exchange items right now. Opening his backpack, looking at this large sum of wealth, Su Ming's eyes held a hint of regret. If he could exchange that item that could imprint skills, with a 5% chance of becoming a permanent skill, perhaps after this instance, he could make cash ability permanent. In that case, every instance could mean becoming incredibly wealthy. Chapter 34 Yomi Restaurant Number 11. Oh. I also need to figure out a way to exchange for a weapon that can kill the strange beings. After all, although his skills seemed quite powerful in these instances, who knows if the next one might be very ordinary. It's best to be prepared for the worst. What did Sushin just say? Get a weapon that can kill the strange beings? If I remember correctly, even the cheapest weapon that can cause damage costs several tens of thousands of rule points, right? The one upstairs, why don't you take a look at what you're saying? Didn't you see how the host extorted so many rule points just now? By the way, Sushin's steel wireball gloves. So exciting. I usually love playing with stuff like this. Hearing that Su Ming intended to exchange for a weapon that could kill the strange beings left the viewers in the live stream shocked. After all, these things, aside from high-level players who might collect 1 or 2 items, only someone like Su Ming, who has gathered thousands of rule points from a group of players, could afford to exchange for them. In the restaurant. Having lunch, it was now 1 in the afternoon. Although it wasn't work hours yet, some players had already started preparing. That's right, it was the few remaining players who hadn't paid. Please. Since you've helped them so much, be kind and help me. I don't want to die yet. Get lost. Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned cold, sweeping over the players in front of him. 2 security guards stood appropriately behind Su Ming. Ah. Boo-hoo. 2 female players burst into tears at the sight before them. The tragic state of the few players from yesterday was still fresh in their minds. If you don't have money, don't bother me. If you want a freeload, I won't hesitate to send you away first. A casual glance, Su Ming's gaze showed no change as he slowly turned and walked away. Only a slight regret remained in his heart. It seemed that these players were truly poor, which meant they had nothing to do with Su Ming. It's a bit boring. Sitting at his desk, Su Ming held a bowl of coffee, his brow slightly furrowed. Bang! Bang bang! Come in. The office door was slowly pushed open, and it was Bai Miao who entered. She was holding a stack of documents and seemed a bit unhappy. What's wrong? Seeing her look, Su Ming set down his coffee cup and gently asked. Mr. Su, the restaurant across the street came to collect protection fees. Came to collect. PFF. Su Ming came back to his senses, spewing coffee out. Cough cough, what's going on? The restaurant across the street came to collect protection fees? Truly, this was the world of strange tales. This really left Su Ming feeling dumbfounded. Mr. Su, let me wipe it for you. Seeing the coffee on Su Ming's clothes, Bai Miao hurriedly put down the documents, picked up a tissue, and walked to Su Ming's side, carefully wiping the white liquid that had stained his clothes. Of course, seeing Bai Miao so close, Su Ming's mouth twitched, and then he suddenly stood up, frowning tightly. Don't worry about this for now, tell me clearly, what is this protection fee about? Waving his hand, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Now the boss of Huangquan restaurant is him, which means, the protection fee has come up to him? It's like this, because our restaurant has been on the brink of bankruptcy, we signed a document with the restaurant across from us. As long as we pay them 10 million every month, they won't pressure us for now. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Su Ming seriously looked at the white-haired loli in front of him. Let me see the contract. Okay, Mr. Su, this contract needs your signature. Before she could finish speaking, Bai Miao's expression instantly froze. Then her face suddenly turned pale. Rip. Accompanied by a few crisp sounds, the contract smoothly went into the trash can. Now, I am the boss of this restaurant, right? This contract was not signed by me before, so it is void. Looking at Bai Miao's frozen expression, Su Ming gently patted her shoulder, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. What is the name of the restaurant across from us? It's called Lingmei Hotel. Bai Miao said softly, then nervously added, if we don't pay the protection fee, once they pressure us, with their strength, we will almost lose our source of customers. Oh? Lingmei Hotel, is it strong? Looking at Bai Miao's appearance, Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes and slowly asked. If we include Mr. Su's 300 billion on economic strength, both sides are about the same, but they have a strong backing. And their backing is the famous Fengdu City. After explaining the whole situation, Bai Miao seemed hesitant to meet Su Ming's gaze. In the end, her voice grew weaker and weaker. What the hell? What did I just hear? Fengdu City? If this is that Fengdu City, is Su God close to his demise? Indeed, that's one of the top 10 A-level ghost story instances known to humans so far. Su God, stop. This water is very deep. Hearing this familiar term, the viewers in the livestream were utterly unsettled. Do you know what the concept of the top 10 A-level ghost story instances is? So far, even the top batch of elite players entering there have a death rate of over 90%. No one dares to step in easily. Fengdu City. Listening to Bai Miao, Su Ming whispered softly. The name Fengdu City had naturally appeared before his death. It is one of the top 10 A-level ghost story instances discovered since Blue Star was invaded by the Rule Monster. Known for its harsh rules, terrifying quirks, and an outrageously high death rate. Becoming a nightmare that countless top players dread facing. Alright, first let's think about how to renovate and transform. After pondering for a while, Su Ming rubbed his aching temples, his eyes gradually turning cold. If they dare to cause trouble. Why wasn't this month's protection fee paid on time by Huangquan Restaurant? Have they grown bold? A voice came from the door, followed by the sound of breaking dishes and the noisy chatter of guests. Su Ming. Bai Miao, asterisk. This slap in the face came too quickly, right? Bai Miao secretly glanced at the embarrassed Su Ming, unable to suppress a trace of a smile. Then she forcibly recalled tragic past events, her face returning to calmness, even with tears welling up in her eyes. Glancing at the strange white-haired lowly, Su Ming slowly stood up. A bizarre smile crept onto his lips. Let's go, let's see this guy. And let him know, in my restaurant, it's me who makes the rules. A surge of anger rose in Su Ming's heart as he pushed open the office door and walked straight to the restaurant. He wasn't bragging. After becoming the owner of the Huangquan restaurant, Su Ming could mysteriously call upon the restaurant's rules and powers. In other words, he could set the rules for others. Chapter 35 Huangquan Restaurant Number 12. Where's your boss, Bai Miao? Get him out here now. In the center of the restaurant stood a young man who looked exceedingly arrogant, an aura unwittingly emanating from him that made the guests and security around him dare not meet his gaze. Clearly, he was also strange. But their combat powers were not even on the same level. Wenchuan, this is not your Spirit Media Hotel. Seeing the exceptionally arrogant young man in the hall, Bai Miao's face darkened, and he couldn't help but shout in anger. Oh. My dear sister Bai Miao, long time no see, you are as beautiful as ever. Wenchuan's lips curled into a smile, licking them as his gaze lingered on Bai Miao with ill intentions. Could this strange person also be a second-generation official? Look at how this white-haired lowly can't even speak, it shows he's definitely a big shot. No, how dare he be so arrogant in front of Su God? I suspect he is likely connected in countless ways to Fengdu City. Seeing such an arrogant bizarre person in front of them, the audience in the livestream couldn't sit still anymore. And they began to speculate anxiously about the identity of this guy. Once again licking his lips, looking at the somewhat nervous Bai Miao, the desire in Wenchuan's eyes was unmasked. Can't pay the protection fee? No worries, as long as you come with brother. Slap. A loud slap echoed, freezing all players and weird creatures in the restaurant. No loud noises inside the restaurant. Su Ming rubbed his slightly numb palm and spoke with a sneer in his eyes. You. Wenchuan, confused, touched his own face, unable to believe he was looking at Su Ming in front of him. A lowly restaurant lackey dared to take action against him? Damn it! Once he recovered, he raised his hand to strike Su Ming's skull. Faint black smoke faintly surged from his palm, giving people an inexplicable sense of dread. Hey, fighting is not allowed in the restaurant. Su Ming calmly extended his hand, gently catching Wenchuan's hand, and then he slapped him again. Slap. Though the damage was not severe, the insult was extremely high. This scene made everyone present's eyelids jump. Mr. Su, he is from the Wen family. I don't care what he is, a chicken, a duck, fish, or meat. If he dares to cause trouble in my territory, even a wild dog has to crawl out. Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold. Now he was practically invincible in this restaurant, where all the rules were set by him. Little bastard, slap. The response to Wen Chuan was still a loud slap. This time, it conveniently knocked out his two white front teeth. My hand feels a bit numb. By meow, can you take him on? The white-haired lowly's face turned pale as she glanced at the twisted face of Wen Chuan, and could only answer honestly, Mr. Su, if I were still the boss, I could easily take him on, but... Seeing Bai Miao's hesitant expression, Su Ming slowly nodded. It seems that after losing the support of the restaurant's ownership, Bai Miao's strength was indeed lower than the current Wen Chuan. As if thinking of something, Su Ming looked back at Bai Miao, his brows furrowed slightly. Then if I hold him down, can you find a way to kill him? Su Ming's tone was unusually calm, as if he was merely dealing with an insignificant ant. This sent chills down Wen Chuan, who was being held by the collar. What do you want to do? Do you know who I am? My dad is Wen Gang, one of the shareholders of Fengdu City. In this area. So noisy. Su Ming turned his head to scan the room, finally looking at Bai Miao. Take off your white stockings. Ah. Everyone in the restaurant widened their eyes, and Bai Miao blinked, her face stiffening. Mr. Su, why are you? When I say strip, you strip. Hearing the wails around him, a surge of anger rose in Su Ming's eyes. Oh no. Damn, I just got so excited that I tore my girlfriend's stockings. Now What time is it? Has Su God finally come to his senses? The timing is a bit off too. Ah. Beast, let go of that white-haired lowly, let me come. Upstairs, our company has life-sized lowly figurines. Completely realistic, affordable prices, private inquiries only. The audience in the livestream watched in wide-eyed disbelief, not daring to miss a single detail. Of course, these are all LSPs. The real gentlemen are seriously taking screenshots to post on their moments. Alright, fine. Feeling a bit wronged, she took off her shoes and tossed the white stockings to Su Ming. Bai Miao's face grew even redder. It's already this time, how can Mr. Su still want to play like this? Receiving the stockings, Su Ming looked at Wen Chuan beside him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lucky you, come, learn from me, ah. Looking at the beaming Su Ming, Wen Chuan blinked in confusion. Smack. Damn. I told you to scream. The sharp pain re-emerged, like steel wool scrubbing raw flesh. Wen Chuan couldn't help but cry out. Ah. Woo-woo. As soon as he opened his mouth, the crumpled stockings were quickly stuffed into his mouth, making him only able to whimper. His face turned exceptionally red. Finally quiet. Bai Miao, you still haven't answered me, can you kill this guy? Woo-woo. At this moment, Wen Chuan finally felt unprecedented terror. He never expected that the Huangquan restaurant would be acquired by a human. What does that damn Bai Miao see in him? It can't be that he's rich, right? He had initially prepared a sky-high contract worth 5 billion, and this bitch wouldn't even sign. Why does this guy have the right? Mr. Su, if you really want to kill, I have the ability, but... Then go ahead. Suddenly pinning Wen Chuan to the ground, Su Ming's lips curled into a strange smile. Once we are out of this restaurant, you should treat me like a grandson. But in here, I am your father. Woo-woo. Bai Miao slowly lifted her head, looking at the immobile Wen Chuan, her expression changing slightly. Su Ming didn't know the consequences of killing this person in front of him. But she knew. Closing her eyes with a complex expression, her body trembled slightly. The surrounding air seemed to become somewhat suffocating. Bai Miao, obey. Chapter 36, Huangquan Restaurant Number 13, Final Chapter. A cold, emotionless voice emerged. Bai Miao slowly opened her eyes, and a strong chill surfaced deep within her gaze. Following that, her body began to change. Her head full of white hair turned crimson as if soaked in blood, a hint of color spreading from her pupils, gradually occupying her entire eyes. On her originally pure white skin, strands of blood-colored patterns emerged. Woo-woo. Woo. Seeing this scene, Wen Chuan's face instantly became pale, and his body struggled desperately. But his hands were firmly gripped by Su Ming. A strong rule power bound him in place. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Puff. In just an instant, Bai Miao's body turned into a blood shadow, as if a metallic sheen flashed by. Then, Wen Chuan's lifeless head appeared in Bai Miao's hand, continuously dripping thick, crimson blood. So powerful? Gently releasing Wen Chuan's headless body, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a bit surprised. Boss Su, there's something I don't know if I should say it. A customer, pale-faced, stared at everything in front of him, trembling as he pointed to the bleeding corpse on the floor. Speak. Taking out a tissue, meticulously wiping the bloodstains off the steel-wool gloves, Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. He is the owner of the Spirit Medium Hotel. Although he is just the most useless son of Wen Gang. But since you killed him, Wen Gang will inevitably. The mysterious guest frowned and slowly spoke the guess in his heart. Fengdu City, even if he doesn't come to find me, I will have to go there sooner or later. Moreover, since it's already done, what's the use of regretting? With a calm smile, Su Ming slowly walked deeper into the hallway. Regarding life and death, Su Ming had long since looked down upon them. Since he had lived like a coward, why should he bow his head as a ghost? The so-called players? Strictly speaking, they were no longer related to the people of the real world. Wow! Sushin is so cool. This is really heating up. This is the first time I've seen a new player actually kill a weird one. You might not believe it, but I was so excited that I accidentally crushed an egg. Egg? Is it the kind of egg I'm imagining? With the death of Wen Chuan, the atmosphere in the livestream reached its peak. It's known that the reason they are called weird is because ordinary people are like sheep to be slaughtered in front of them. And Su Ming seems a bit different from others. Bai Miao stood still, and the strange change in her body disappeared. She turned back into a cute little white-haired loli. Humph. It was just that you had a backing before. I didn't dare to act out of line. Now, Mr. Su seems to be even more mysterious. With a charming smile, Bai Miao disdainfully wiped her hands. Then bounced over to Su Ming. The reason she decided to act was because of Su Ming's calm attitude, looking down upon everything. Such an innate quality cannot be faked, this means. Su Ming must have an extraordinary background. Mr. Su, wait for me. Thinking of this, Bai Miao's fear of Fengdu City faded a bit more. As for the next 2 days, Su Ming lived a quiet life. Bai Miao was crazily planning various decoration styles for the restaurant and implementing the plan to counter-merge the Spirit Hotel. And Su Ming occasionally sipped tea, offering some suggestions. Glancing at the excited and busy Bai Miao, a rare feeling of guilt arose in his heart. Because once he completed the game, if the effective money ability expired, and he achieved an SSS rating, then the Huangquan restaurant would be merged into the big map, which meant he had seriously tricked Bai Miao. On the other hand, if money ability didn't disappear and Huangquan restaurant merged into the big world, Bai Miao would have the opportunity to expand and strengthen it, creating glory again. The precondition was that Su Ming had the highest rating; if not, the instance would reset after completion. Bai Miao was still that Bai Miao. What? I actually mixed in for 3 days and am about to clear the level? To be honest, this guy Su Ming has quite a principle. He actually let me clear the level. I hope I can meet such a big shot in the next instance. This money is really worth it. Players in the restaurant laughed and chatted, their previously tense hearts finally relaxed. Those few guys who hadn't paid, only one was left, trembling in the corner. Half an ear, one arm, and blood on one side of the waist. All enough to show how hard the past 3 days had been for him. Hee, look at those players now, I want to laugh. If they still look like this, it's no surprise they'll be wiped out in the next instance. Honestly, Sushin has been enjoying it these days, with a white-haired little loli following him around. I literally haven't blinked for 3 days. What do you think Sushin's score will be this time? As the instance was about to end, the audience in the livestream was still somewhat unfulfilled. After all, Su Ming's live stream style was completely different from others, as if the identities of players and weird beings had flipped. Even the passing dogs have to face the 2 big beatings. Time is running out. Standing in the restaurant lobby, Su Ming spoke softly. Mr. Su, are you leaving for a while? Bai Miao stood quietly behind Su Ming, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. After I leave, you should try to swallow the Spirit Media Hotel. As for the other consequences, I will find a way. Nodding slightly, Su Ming looked at the watch in his hand. Only 1 minute left until the end of the instance. At that moment, a magical scene appeared. All players began to change, transforming back to their original forms. Su Ming scanned around. What the heck? That short-haired girl, Zhang Jia, is actually a monster. Less than 1.5 meters tall, weighing at least 200 pounds. Isn't this just a walking gas can? Fortunately, I didn't let her succeed. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. As several players next to her began to gag, a smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes. It was obvious that those guys had done something they shouldn't have done, and now they were probably regretting it. Su, Mr. Su? Bai Miao's eyes widened, seemingly unable to understand how Su Ming transformed from a bald uncle to a handsome young man. Is this your original appearance? Swallowing nervously, Bai Miao's cheeks turned a shade of red. What's wrong? Su Ming waved his hand, a faint smile on his lips, while slightly turning his head to glance at the cat-ear girl at the front desk. Keep it up, do well, and I'll give you a raise. Thank you. The cat-ear girl lowered her head, her voice trembling. Just yesterday, the surgery fee that her mother had long owed was finally paid off. After doing all this, Su Ming's body gradually became unreal, finally looking at Bai Miao. Little girl, wait for me to come back. Bai Miao blinked but didn't answer immediately, instead frowning tightly, her flowing white hair swaying slightly. After a moment, her brows relaxed, and a smile tugged at her lips. I will wait for you here. Chapter 37, Apartment Number 103, Number 1. The scene suddenly shattered. In a daze, Su Ming saw a white-haired girl sitting lonely in front of the restaurant door, looking somewhat resentful. Congratulations on successfully clearing Huang Quan Restaurant Rating, SSS. Reward, a set of the paranormal world's incomplete buildings, several rule points, and a doll for dying in exchange. Awarded title, Wealthy Billionaire. Wealthy Billionaire, wearing this will increase the total rule points earned by 25%. Title evaluation, don't ask where the extra rule points come from, just know it's Wealthy Billionaire. Touching his cheek, Su Ming felt somewhat absent-minded. What did that white-haired loli mean? Am I being targeted by something creepy? His pupils suddenly contracted, and goosebumps appeared on Su Ming's body. Forget it, since the rating is SSS, does that mean the Huang Quan restaurant has successfully merged into the big world? Sure enough, just as Su Ming expected, in the next second, a mechanical voice echoed in every player's mind. Congratulations to player Su Ming for clearing Huang Quan restaurant, receiving the highest rating. Huang Quan restaurant will merge into the paranormal world, and this instance will be permanently closed. What the heck? Is that Su Ming again? Only a few days have passed, and he got a second SSS rating? Brothers, do you know where this so-called Huang Quan restaurant is in the big world? The last instance that merged into the big world, Death Amusement Park, hasn't even been found yet. The world channel exploded again. It's that Su Ming again. It's that triple S rating again. Many players started searching for these two places in the paranormal world, but so far, none have been found. It's only a matter of time. Watching the messages flood the screen, Su Ming shook his head slightly. After all, although the paranormal world is vast, it has its limits. Since these two instances have merged into the big world, they must be hidden in some corner now. With the number of players, it will surely be found within a week. I hope the money from cash ability hasn't expired yet. A thought flashed through his mind, and Su Ming smiled, not taking it to heart. First, let's change that item. With a flicker of thought, the item exchange interface appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Adding the 10,000 rule points from this dungeon reward, Su Ming's balance had reached 57,384 points? That was enough to exchange for one or two weapons that could damage the oddities. But exchange successful, Treaster's Fate Dice. Treaster's Fate Dice, special equipment after the dungeon ends, there is a 5% chance to imprint a temporary skill into a permanent version. This is what I want. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. For others, this item might seem rather useless, but if my luck with skills continues to be overpowered, then the effects will be completely different. He then clicked on the search bar and typed, oddity. Looking at the dazzling array of equipment, Su Ming felt a bit troubled, because these things all seemed quite good. When filtering through, Su Ming was slightly stunned by one item. Then he was overjoyed. Skull-crushing hammer, can deal minor damage to oddities. Price, 33,333 inch. Unique special passive, if you hit enough 99 times, you can forcibly kill some oddities. This thing looks ordinary, but that passive is powerful. Just unsure which so-called some refers to which part. A flash of white light. Looking at the hammer in his hand, half a meter long and covered in black spikes, Su Ming weighed it with satisfaction. The weight was just fine. For Su Ming, a player who had used basic gene potions, holding this was no different than holding a dagger. And this death doll? After receiving fatal damage, can randomly respawn in a place. After some research, Su Ming simply put both items into his backpack, then took out another item. It shone with a mysterious light. Golden treasure chest, open. Congratulations! You received awesome Wangzai QQ candy, a portion, spicy lobster, a portion. A golden treasure chest, and this is it? Looking at the two items in his hand, Su Ming's eyes widened. Then he rubbed his eyes. Yep, still that packet of awesome QQ candy and a bag of spicy lobster. Forget it. Casually tossing both items into his backpack, Su Ming glanced around and took out two property certificates. One was for a 3-bedroom suite, and the other was for a store in the Odd Talk Square. 3-bedroom suite? Junk. To be honest, he really had no desire for these material things, so he put both up for sale at the exchange, checking if any players wanted to buy. 3-bedroom suite, selling price 300 rule points, renting 10/month. Odd Talk Square store, selling price 1,000, renting 50/month. The houses in the odd world are really cheap. Shaking his head, Su Ming felt a bit helpless. This was also the reason he looked down on these things. For new players, the rewards from dungeons were already a fortune. But Su Ming really didn't care about this amount. As for the title, I'll stick with Master of Money. Why not wear that rich beyond measure? Su Ming didn't like it, mainly, it didn't look powerful, but it could be useful for business later. Things are almost taken care of. Now to prepare for the Odd Talk dungeon. With all the necessary exchanges done and seeing his balance dwindling, Su Ming took a deep breath and clicked confirm again. Dungeon matching. Hope these players can help me find the location of the Yellow Spring restaurant after I come out. Su Ming was quite eager to see that little girl, by meow. Of course, if the money spent on money capability has already expired, then damn it, run as far as I can. That girl, by meow, wouldn't be able to fill that hole even if she sold herself. Random dungeon selection in progress. 20/100. 68/100. Match successful. D-rank dungeon, apartment 103. In this terrifying apartment, every tenant seems extremely bizarre. Each midnight, strange and unusual sounds always echo. What, exactly is the decline of morality, or the obliteration of humanity? Welcome to apartment 103, young tenants. Chapter 38, apartment 103, number 2. The night gradually revealed a hint of light. Su Ming blinked, and his body had appeared in an apartment that looked a bit old. There were 4 identical buildings, showing no difference at all. Each building is assigned 25 players? But it's in the same instance? His gaze swept around, looking at over 20 players nearby who were also looking around, and Su Ming's brow slightly furrowed. If these 4 buildings are unrelated, then there's really no need for such an arrangement, right? Extracting your random talent. Talent extraction complete, equality for all. Equality for all, the damage you receive is shared among everyone, but you yourself are not affected by this effect. Wait a minute? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming stood still without moving. This random skill. Isn't it typically selfish? Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Hey! Are you renting or not? Not far away, an old man with pale hair and a single eye yawned, looking drowsy. His right eye was a strange bluish-white, seemingly completely dead. None of the players in the hallway spoke. At this moment, no one wanted to be the first to speak up. After all, who knows if there are any door-killing creatures in this creepy instance? I'll handle it first. A cold, calm voice rang out, and a stunning figure instantly captured everyone's attention. Even Su Ming could only use one word to describe her: cool. The girl before him had a slender figure and carried an ancient longsword, looking quite heroic indeed. With her arched eyebrows, the girl cupped her hands and smiled. May I ask how I can complete the rental procedures? Just sign the contract on you, and then receive your key. The landlord old man raised his only eye and weakly waved his hand. The contract. The girl frowned slightly, then searched her pockets and indeed pulled out a crumpled rental contract. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and also took out a piece of paper from his pocket, carefully examining it. Welcome, young rental tenant. Welcome to apartment 103, you need to try to rent for 7 days. 1. No pets allowed in the apartment, rooms must be kept clean and tidy. 2. If you encounter any animals, please do not attempt to approach, swiftly distance yourself and notify the landlord. 3. The landlord does not like to be disturbed while sleeping, or else his mood will worsen. 4. You can request help from neighbors in case of difficulty, but ensure they are not wearing red clothing. 5. The stairs and hallways have no light. If you see any light, quickly close your eyes and silently chant 3 times, I cannot see. 6. When pushing open the rooftop door, you must keep your eyes closed the entire time, do not open them upon sensing any movement. 7. If you hear any noise or sounds in the middle of the night, please do not panic, it's just the neighbors playing. 8. Meals will be provided 3 times a day, remember not to waste. 9. If there's a knock at the door while resting at night, confirm it is a neighbor before opening the door to ask the reason. At the bottom of the contract, there were some small words that made Su Ming slightly frown. Renting requires paying rent. And each player only has 100 yuan, just enough for the first day's rent, the rest will probably have to be figured out by themselves. 100 yuan a day? The girl carrying the ancient longsword frowned slightly, handing the money and contract to the landlord old man. He. The old man smiled but said nothing. He slowly accepted the money, then signed the contract. Next. Hello, here's my contract. With the first person going ahead, the following players naturally were no longer afraid, lining up one after another to submit their contracts. Next. Hello? Puff. A player flew backward. The face filled with disbelief. Bang. Before he could say anything further, the old man struck the player's forehead with a club. The player's head burst open. He. Slowly crouching down, the old man happily grabbed the red and white substances from the brain matter and began to eat it in big bites, occasionally letting out a strange chuckle. What is happening? For a moment, all the players were stunned, standing still in shock. Because at this moment, the unlucky guy seemed to have broken no rules, so why was he suddenly? Could it be that this old man prefers young and pretty girls? Isn't that gender discrimination? Yeah, that player clearly didn't break any rules. Why does this happen? Most players in the corridor were discussing. Looking at the unlucky guy whose body was almost cold, a hint of sympathy appeared in their eyes. Just now, his body stiffened. Could he be sleepwalking? Only Su Ming, standing aside, furrowed his brows slightly and murmured softly, slowly taking out a half-meter-long, spiked skull-crushing hammer. Step by step, he walked towards the eerie old man. Be careful. Impulsiveness is the devil. A kind-hearted player turned pale, unable to stop stepping back, while quietly reminding. Only the girl with the longsword showed a flicker in her eyes, slowly retracting a portion of her sword sheath, calmly staring at Su Ming's back. Hey! Old man, it's time to get down to business. Looking at the old man who was leisurely eating, Su Ming patted the old man's shoulder, a strange smile appearing on his face. Bang! The words and the hammer fell at the same time. Caught off guard, the old man's head was smashed in. Touching his head, slightly coming to his senses, the eerie old man suddenly stood up, almost roaring in anger. Ah! Kid! You disturbed my sleep? That's rude, very rude. What the old man didn't expect was. Su Ming pointed his finger at the old man's nose, not giving him a chance to react. I am very polite, always, using virtue to impress others. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Su Ming's right hand bulged with veins, fiercely swinging the hammer down, accurately striking the back of the eerie old man's head. Hey. Why has Su God become so violent as soon as he starts streaming? I don't know, maybe that old man is asking for it? He won't have drawn some kind of heaven-defying skill again, right? And he didn't even bother to act? Are you an idiot? Since he's hacking, why would he need to act? Su Ming's streaming speed still exceeded the audience's expectations. In just 2 rounds of the game, he was streaming again? But some people thought about it. Su Ming seemed to treat the dungeon like a vacation, sleeping when needed and drinking when needed, which seemed quite reasonable. Isn't he afraid? All the players looked at each other, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Then they reacted and retreated quickly. You know, in the Creepy Tale dungeon, once you anger the strange, it's hell to pay even with 10 lives. Interesting. Only the girl standing still looked at the scene in front of her with interest, her eyes slightly brightened. I'm going to kill you. The voice of fury came. The eerie old man's nails suddenly elongated. Lightning fast, they clawed at Su Ming's face. Bang! Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and swung the hammer again. Smack! And his left hand conveniently added a big slap. Chapter 39, Apartment number 103, number 3. At this moment, all players in the dungeon suddenly changed their expressions. At the same time, they touched their right cheeks, looking around with uncertain expressions. Why do they feel like someone just scratched them? Thud. Thud thud. One hammer after another, pounding. At this moment, Su Ming was like a god of war, constantly brawling with the eerie old man. The old man's body became more and more twisted, and his face grew increasingly angry. But Su Ming still acted as if nothing was wrong. Like someone under a spell, the more he hit, the more excited he became. It's just that these good brothers have suffered. When he swung the hammer for the 73rd time, Su Ming took a couple of breaths, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes. His gaze swept over the players around him, his expression a bit strange. Because everyone had already turned blue and purple, as if they had been pressed to the ground and beaten up by street punks. What on earth, sob, have you done? Some girl player was already sitting on the ground, crying loudly. Sob, what did he do? How did he make the girl cry again? Is the person upstairs blind? Su God is clearly hitting the weird old man. But look at those players, they didn't do anything, so why do their faces look like they got beaten up? If this were an Entering Science, it could at least make a drama series. For the players around with suddenly bruised faces, the viewers in the livestream were just as confused. From Su Ming's perspective, there were no strange attacks on these players, so why did their faces suddenly swell? Ahem, this strange ability is very strange, it deals area damage. Gently coughing twice, Su Ming's brow furrowed, his expression becoming a bit ugly. Then he swung his arm fiercely. Bang! The iron hammer, covered in blood and pieces of flesh, struck down again towards the slowly writhing rotten meat on the ground. I want to represent the players and eliminate you, this evil guy. Seemingly sympathizing with the player's plight, Su Ming's arm swinging the hammer became even stronger, each swing louder than the last. The old man? Sob, sob, sob. He's really a good person. I didn't expect him to care about us this much. Su Ming's act of heroism truly moved the surrounding players to no end. No, don't hit anymore. Good man. I won't charge you rent anymore, okay? A fragmented voice came through. The old man's mind was still a bit sluggish. Why was his attack having no effect on this human in front of him? Could it be because he didn't eat breakfast today? Rent? Wouldn't it be easier for me to just take you down? Su Ming looked at the rotten meat on the ground, a bit confused, his hammer still swinging. Having already hammered 88 times, he just needed another 11 hits, and if luck was on his side, he could slay it. And this landlord old man would be the first strange creature Su Ming killed with his own hands. So refreshing, it feels just like this. Bang! Bang bang! The old man's pleas for mercy had already been ignored by Su Ming. At this moment, his inner defenses had completely shattered. No longer able to show even the slightest arrogance. But, would Su Ming stop? He would not. Big hammer 80. Big hammer 80. The shattered skull hammer rose and fell in his hands, and Su Ming's expression grew more and more excited. The players in the apartment corridor seemed to have forgotten their fear at this moment. Seriously watching this bloody and twisted man. Bang! The count finally reached the 99th hit. The strange old man before him had turned into a pile of mush, like a thin bacon pancake. Shattered skull hammer special effect judgment in process, judgment failed. Special strange. How could this be? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming frowned slightly, showing no signs of excitement on his face. In the eyes of ordinary players, this strange old man had probably already bitten the dust. However, Su Ming knew that the old man had not truly died, on the contrary, its flesh was slowly recovering. Ha, you're lucky to be alive. Putting the hammer back into his backpack, Su Ming put on a steel ball glove and ruthlessly slapped that pile of mush. Smack! After venting for a bit, Su Ming's emotions were released, and he leaned contentedly against the chair the old man had sat on. Hiss. How did I not notice the streamer was so twisted? He turned someone into meat sauce and still whipped the corpse? You'll get used to it. Now if Su God doesn't beat up freaks for a day, it feels like something is missing. Look at how Su God is, it's just like me entering sage mode. Upstairs, do you want a bottle of kidney treasure? If it doesn't work, I'll refund you. Hurry, DD. These bullet comments are speaking the truth. Now, in the live broadcast room with over 10,000 people, it has completely split into two parts. One part has come to admire Su Ming's violent aesthetics, while the other part is specifically here to see the white-haired lowly. Among them, there are also a few selling private goods. Later, when this guy recovers, you all go find him for signatures. Before the words finished, Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Swish! A golden sword energy swept through, slicing that lump of meat in half. Even the tiles on the ground exploded completely. Not simple. With slightly narrowed eyes, Su Ming's gaze turned towards the edge of the corridor. The girl slowly retracted her long sword into its sheath, her gaze meeting Su Ming's, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. I also find him unpleasant, just adding a bit of pain. Yeah. Nodding slowly, Su Ming did not speak further, quietly sitting on the chair, waiting for the strange old man to recover. After all, he still needs to find him to sign the rental contract. Perhaps it's because of this? The crushed skull hammer had hinted that he was a special anomaly, unable to be killed. Su Ming and the girl did not speak. Other players naturally did not dare to say anything, standing dumbly in place, the air feeling exceptionally quiet. Cough cough, cough, my old bones. After an unknown amount of time. The old man who was turned into a lump of meat by Su Ming finally fully recovered, coughing a couple of times with pain in his eyes. Hey! Can I sign the contract now? Watching the strange old man recover so quickly, a hint of surprise flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Without a doubt, this kind of abnormal recovery ability is indeed a bit enviable. Sign, I'm signing it for you right now. Looking at Su Ming extending his hand, the strange old man instinctively covered his one eye. Noticing that Su Ming did not intend to hit him, he then carefully took the contract and pulled out a steel pen to prepare to sign. I don't have money, but I want a rent for 7 days. You can't. The old man, halfway through his sentence, looked at the bloody crushed skull hammer reappearing in Su Ming's hand, and swiftly changed his tone. What you're doing is actually quite reasonable. He decisively altered the 1 to 7 with a few strokes. Only then did the old man cautiously sign his name, a smile suddenly appearing on his face that looked worse than crying. He swore. This strange man had never encountered such a violent human in his life. A player looked at the contract signed by Su Ming, his eyes lighting up slightly. I want to sign too. Upon seeing who it was, the old man's expression changed again, his whole body resembling a plucked monkey. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Chapter 40, Apartment 103, Number 4. Before this player could react, he was kicked 10 meters away, his entire body almost sticking to the wall. It was the kind that was very hard to peel off. What does this mean? This is called a three-peat. I'm really going to die laughing. Why does every dungeon have a fool following Sue God? Yo yo yo. Look at this wall, it's white and bright, then look at this floor, it's big and round. Upstairs, are you a little blackie? Revealed your chicken feet, right? Dog head. Damn it. The old man hunched over, gasping for breath, with a fierce light flashing in his one eye. His gaze swept around, seemingly wanting to continue venting the anger from being ruthlessly humiliated by Su Ming. Cough cough. Lightly coughing a couple of times, Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold, putting away the smile at the corner of his mouth. Others don't need you free, but you have to sign properly. Otherwise, I don't mind using you to train your body again. He was ready to pick up the key on the table at any moment. The key showed the room was 103, which was the third room on the first floor. Speaking of which, he was quite destined with this dungeon. A strange smile curled at the corner of Su Ming's mouth as he cast a meaningful glance at the landlord old man. Under the landlord old man's dark and unstable gaze, he slowly walked towards his room. The girl with the long sword watched this scene, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth. As Su Ming walked past her, seeing the excited players lined up to sign, she spoke softly. I didn't expect, you actually have a heart. Her voice had a slight magnetism, which sounded very pleasant. Sorry, brothers. What can a lowly do? A mature woman is my true love. How could there be players wielding swords? That shouldn't be, this is only a D-grade dungeon. To be honest, this woman has top-notch charm, figure, and looks, but she's a bit unworthy of me. Others say I'm a colorful toad, what about you upstairs? The girl in front of him, carrying a long sword, once again brought a wave of comments to Su Ming's live stream. Nothing else, mature men all like this type. After all, who could refuse a youthful, mature, and sexy woman? The key is she can wield a sword. That's definitely a bonus, right? A heart? Ha! Unable to hold back a chuckle, Su Ming showed a brilliant smile on his face. He waved his hand casually. He did not stop but walked straight towards his room. This thing wouldn't even be eaten by dogs in the horror world. If it weren't for this time's drawn skill being, equality of all beings, these players would all be dead. What would that have to do with Su Ming? But now it's different. Now, the players are basically substitutes. For Su Ming, they still hold some value. Creak. With a creak, Su Ming slowly pushed open the door. The room appeared a bit dusty, perhaps due to long inactivity. Doesn't Rule 1 say to keep the room clean and tidy? Gently closing the door, Su Ming began to clean seriously. Actually, violating the rules isn't a big deal, even though the 100 players here are essentially Su Ming's lives. But waste without concern doesn't seem very worthwhile. Knock knock knock. Not long after he started cleaning, there was a knock at the door. Is anyone there? I'm your neighbor next door, and I want to ask you. Get lost. Before he could finish speaking, Su Ming impatiently cut him off with a low shout. He continued cleaning the dust in the room. Oh. Ha ha ha. The neighbor really came. Quick, open the door, open the door. I need your help, open the door. From the sound, it was a middle-aged man, whose excitement rose upon realizing Su Ming's presence. Su Ming ignored him, leisurely continuing to clean the room. Until he cleaned the last speck of dust in the room, he then slowly took out a skull-crushing hammer and gently opened the door. Now you slowly tell me, what do you want from me? With the hammer resting on his shoulder, Su Ming smiled faintly. He looked calmly at the over 200-pound man in front of him, yawning out of boredom. At the same time, in a room on the third floor, a player was halfway through cleaning and suddenly changed his expression upon hearing the knocking outside. Bang bang bang. The knocking outside grew stronger, almost shattering the door. Coming, coming. After confirming his room was clean, the player nervously opened the door, looking at his neighbor in front of him. You did well, you actually cleaned your room so fast. The strange neighbor chuckled, a hint of regret appearing in his eyes. After looking around again, he said helplessly, it seems you are quite a clean neighbor, not bad, very good. Is there anything else? Looking at the strangely behaving neighbor, the player furrowed his brow slightly and tentatively asked. But, your room is still not very clean. The neighbor's face showed a strange smile as his gaze shifted downward. The player followed the neighbor's gaze, looking down at the floor beneath him. His pupils instantly contracted. This. On the floor. The neighbor slowly withdrew his foot, but left a bloody footprint that stood out sharply. He. Still not clean enough? The neighbor slowly raised his head, his eyes strangely staring at the player. Ah! The piercing scream echoed in this apartment, making all players hear it very clearly. On the first floor corridor. Ming smiled at the big fat man in front of him and spoke slowly. I can guarantee, as long as that foot of yours dares to step in here, it will never go back. Do you believe it? Casually glancing at the fat man's outstretched small foot. A trace of mockery appeared in Ming's eyes as he planted the fractured skull hammer on the ground. Why is WC so fat? This weirdness must be caused by hormones, right? Young man, you don't understand the two-dimensional world. Did you see Klee on that fat man? Definitely a homebody. By the way, that old man before was indeed selling swords. If it weren't for Godsu discovering he was sleepwalking, just signing the contract could have cost several players their lives. The weirdness in this instance is quite sneaky, and this weird fat man is particularly severe. But Godsu was able to discover this? Ming's cautious attitude refreshed some people's perception of him once again. Most players, when chatting, wouldn't pay attention to the lower half of this neighbor. So the death rate in this ghost story instance has always been high. Because the weirdness here is quite sneaky. Ahem. The fat neighbor suddenly blinked, somewhat awkwardly retracting his foot, his eyes darting around. I was just joking with you, don't mind. I was also joking with you. Nodding with a smile, Ming suddenly slammed the door shut. Bang! The fat man stood still, his cold gaze fixed on the door in front of him, his face showing no expression. After a moment of silence, he awkwardly smiled and slowly left the doorway. Can framing be played out? Hearing that there was finally no movement outside, Ming felt some emotion. In today's ghost story instance, these weirdnesses are getting more and more unusual. To make players break the rules, they all started playing Sun Tzu's Art of War. Chapter 41, Apartment number 103 number 5. Looking at the time on the wall, it now reads 11:30. Isn't it time to prepare for lunch? Feeling some protests from his stomach, Ming decisively walked towards the back of the staircase. Soon, he arrived at the fifth-floor dining hall. At this time, many players had gathered, exchanging experiences. Did you hear? It just sounded like killing a pig, that scream, tisk tsk. I heard some unlucky guy was killed by the neighbor? Regarding this, Ming had no reaction. Probably like himself, they encountered the sixth neighbor. Big shot? You also come to eat? Come sit here. A weak-looking, scholarly young man in the crowd pushed up his glasses and warmly invited. Glancing over, Ming slowly sat down next to this player. Want some water? Seeing Ming actually sat next to him, the weak young man was delighted. After all, this was someone who almost got crippled by the weirdness. No need, let's wait for the meal. Slowly shaking his head, Ming seriously surveyed the canteen's environment. A dozen simple tables, some yellowed walls, and a kitchen covered in grease. Inside, strange sounds were coming from the kitchen. Don't say cooking, if someone said there were people fighting inside, Ming would believe it. It's time to eat. With a loud call, the weird old man wearing an apron slowly came out from the kitchen. He was carrying a big pot in his hands. A strange aroma wafted from the pot, making people's appetites surge. What on earth is so fragrant? I'll go take a look. The weak young man sitting next to Ming couldn't hold back, stood up, and walked towards the big iron pot. When he saw what was in the pot, ugh! His throat constricted violently, his cheeks instantly puffed out, and some yellow and white substances began to overflow. Just when he wanted to vomit, it seemed he remembered something, and his gaze gradually became determined. Then he forcefully swallowed. And he swallowed it back down again? What the hell? This isn't just a tough guy, he's simply a wolf that destroys everything. This is the most shocking thing I've seen since I've been watching live broadcasts. Swallow. Did he swallow it back? I really want to ask him what this thing tastes like. Ugh. I can't take it anymore, I'm eating, and I just sprayed stinky tofu all over my girlfriend's face. What should I do? Seeking help online. Urgent, urgent, urgent. This is simply a direct hit. Even through the phone screen, it was enough to make some viewers vomit on the spot. I can only say that this guy will surely become a great person in the future. But it was precisely because of this ruthless act that he barely saved his life. What the hell? You son of a bitch. Ugh, ugh. Two players saw the scene and couldn't help it, they started vomiting on the ground. I have to say, even for Ming, it was an intense visual shock. I didn't expect this guy to be quite smart, just a bit disgusting. Although Ming had no expression on his face, his eyelids still twitched violently when he saw the weak young man approaching him slowly. Then he quickly stood up and walked towards a few nearby tables. Burp. Big brother, why are you leaving? The weak young man let out a belch reflexively and wanted to continue towards Su Ming. Until he saw Su Ming slowly take out the skull-crushing hammer, only then did he blink and sit back down with some disappointment. And around him, no players dared to approach any closer, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at this ruthless man. Hurry up and eat, otherwise, the food will get cold. Pointing at the dishes in the pot, the landlord old man wore a strange smile. After saying this, he slowly walked towards the two players who couldn't hold back their vomit. Why aren't you keeping the room clean? The old man slowly hunched his shoulders, his one eye gradually becoming bloodshot. I'm sorry. Thud. One player, pale-faced, trembled as he knelt on the ground, unable to stop bowing his head. Big brother, please, can you save me? The other player appeared to be more clever at this moment, looking at Su Ming with eyes full of pleading. You broke the rules, if I save you. Su Ming softly murmured, his brow furrowed. After hesitating for a while, he finally added seriously. It will cost extra. The two players, who had already been in despair, revealed joy on their faces upon hearing Su Ming's words. Fearing that Su Ming might change his mind, they excitedly spoke. I have all the rule points in my bag, a total of 2,400, all to you. I have 1,800 here, I'll give you all of it. Hearing this extremely satisfying response, a bright smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Oh. Bang. The skull-crushing hammer instantly flew out, accurately smashing the old man's head flat. In the old man's confused gaze, his body fell straight to the ground. Old man, first, I did not provoke you, and secondly, I truly did not provoke you, why hit me? To be honest, although Su God is a bit scheming and cold, he is quite reliable when it comes to transactions. Why do I feel like the anchor is so arrogant? Is there no justice? Is there no strange stuff? New here? The last strange thing that talked reason with Su God, I remember I was sitting at the table with the kids. For some reason, at this moment, the old fans in the live broadcast room unexpectedly felt a hint of sympathy for the strange old man. Probably because Su Ming was quite kind-hearted. Regardless of the players opposing Su Ming and the strange, the dead were dead, the injured were injured, and the remaining few were all paralyzed. Take advantage of it while it's not conscious, quickly deal with your vomit. Slowly walking forward, Su Ming picked up the hammer and smiled somewhat kindly. Thank you. The two players came back to their senses, thanked him again, and quickly picked up a cloth to wipe the floor. A few minutes later. Is it time to eat? The strange old man slowly stood up, rubbing his somewhat misshapen head in confusion. Yes, you just accidentally fell asleep. Su Ming stood beside the old man, patted his shoulder, and seriously explained. So that's how it is. Then, I think I saw someone dirty the floor just now? You must have overworked yourself, your eyes must have been blurry. Pointing at the clean and tidy floor, Su Ming remained unmoved. I see. The old man nodded in sudden realization and quickly walked to the large pot, beginning to serve lunch to the players. Line up, one by one. Holding the iron pot and a ladle, the strange old man shouted loudly. This is... Standing at the very front, Su Ming's face suddenly changed. The pot emitted a strange smell, but inside were nothing but rotting, pus-filled animal corpses. This sight made Su Ming frown involuntarily. Rule 1 is that pets are not allowed, and Rule 2 is that if animals are encountered, you must quickly stay away and notify the landlord? So, how did the rotting animal corpses get into this landlord's pot? Chapter 42, Apartment number 103, number 6. Here, this is yours. While Su Ming was lost in thought, a ladle of rotten meat, dripping with foul-smelling liquid, was poured onto his plate, causing his brows to furrow. Food cannot be wasted, which means it must be eaten. His eyes flickered slightly, and Su Ming's expression grew colder as he stared directly at the old man. It seemed that in the next second, he was about to smash the plate of rotten meat onto the old man's forehead. Ahem, you don't have to eat in the cafeteria during meal times. Seeing Su Ming's look, the old man suddenly turned pale. He awkwardly reminded him, if you're trying to fool me, you'll regret it. After pondering for a while, Su Ming temporarily abandoned the idea of smashing the plate and instead walked over to the two players in front of him with the plate. Pay up. Two simple words, Su Ming's gaze filled with a hint of amusement. Am master. This is all I have, 1,800 points. One of the players didn't hesitate and immediately opened the trade window, giving Su Ming all his rule points. And you? Su Ming's eyes moved slightly, staring unblinkingly at the other player. Sorry, master. Actually, I lied to you. My rule points are all used up. The player spoke with a tense expression, stuttering as he explained. He gritted his teeth, deciding to go all in. Since he had already done it, he might as well act as if he was fearless. Good. After 2 seconds of silence, Su Ming held his plate, slowly turning around, seemingly unwilling to say anything more. Thank you. Bang. But just because he didn't want to say more didn't mean Su Ming didn't want to do more. The plate had somehow already been placed on the table. Su Ming gripped the skull-crushing hammer, his veins bulging. With a loud crash, the player's head was instantly deformed, half of it caving in. Does this player really think Su Ming is a nice guy? I bet this guy thinks Su Ming is just a player, and even if he doesn't like him, he won't overdo it. Su Ming is so cool. Even the way he wields the hammer exudes youthful hormones. It hurts, so painful. I feel bad for this guy for a second. Oh my god, look at the watermelon juice exploding out. The audience was not surprised at all, they were numb to Su Ming's brutal actions. It seemed that everyone had reached a consensus. Su Ming treated all players and strange things the same, beat them to a pulp whenever he got the chance. Perhaps feeling like he hadn't vented enough. Su Ming took a deep breath. The blood-stained hammer glistened under the light, casting a strange gleam. Bang! Bang bang! Let me teach you a lesson for lying to me. Damn! Do you really think I'm some kind of saint? The hammer kept swinging. The player's body on the floor was gradually crushed, his bones almost all shattered. Remember this next life, I'm never a good person. Slowly retracting the hammer, Su Ming's expression returned to calm. He picked up the plate and walked slowly toward the stairs. From start to finish, the player never even managed to scream in pain, being hammered into a pile of minced meat. You dirted. The strange old man stammered, pointing at Su Ming and wanting to say something. Su Ming slowly turned around, his face calm as he swung the large iron hammer in his hand. What do you want to say? Look closely, the blood and meat on the ground, did I make them? It was clearly this player who carelessly threw the meat chunks. I suggest we blow his body to medium rare and wrap it in breadcrumbs. After saying this, Su Ming ignored the strange old man's reaction, slowly walking down the stairs. This plate of rotten meat cannot be wasted. So, I can only let my dear neighbor do it for me. The staircase remained quiet for the moment. In less than 2 minutes, Su Ming arrived at the first floor, hesitating for a moment, then gently knocked on the door of the neighbor's house on the right. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Who is it, so noisy, huh? A familiar voice came, which made Su Ming's eyebrows twitch slightly. Isn't this the voice of that strange fat man from before? Just right, let's settle both old and new accounts. Open the door, I want to ask you for a favor. With his eyes slightly squinted, Su Ming spoke slowly. Creak. The door opened, revealing the fat man wrapped tightly in his pajamas. I have a feeling this fat man is in deep trouble. Why is this guy wrapped up so tightly? It's like our Su God wants to take advantage of him. Little sister upstairs, does my 8-pack abs need a touch? Go to hell. This guy is using a stock photo. Sister, DM me and I'll show you a video. After a brief surprise, most people looked at the strange fat man in front of them without any panic. Instead, they excitedly kept scrolling the comments, secretly anticipating how many surprises Su Ming could bring to this fat man. Need help? No problem, we're all neighbors, come in. The fat man blinked, then realized and showed a strange smile. No need for trouble, just help me eat this food. Pointing at his plate, Su Ming frowned slightly. Come in to talk. All right then. Nodding slowly, Su Ming calmly walked into the room. Bang! The door was suddenly slammed shut, and the fat man even locked it. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood today, so. As soon as the door closed, the fat man's expression darkened instantly. He quickly walked in front of Su Ming. With a lewd smile, he slowly lifted the nightgown he was draped in. I will clean you up and then enjoy you to the fullest, hee. Under the fat man's nightgown, he surprisingly wore a blood-red apron. Because he had been wrapped so tightly in the nightgown before, this made the live viewers' hearts race. No way? Didn't Rule 4 say to ensure the neighbor wasn't wearing red clothes? It's over, it looks like the streamer is doomed this time. Hey upstairs, haven't you woken up? This strange fat man won't be smiling for long. Just to mention, you might not believe it, but I thought this strange fat man's words were from a BT. Looking at the suddenly naked fat man, some players couldn't help but sweat coldly for Su Ming. In the obvious violation of the rules, Su Ming's skills couldn't possibly still be invincible, right? He. As the fat man's laughter came, he stepped closer to Su Ming. At the same time, wisps of black mist emanated from his body, all rushing towards Su Ming. Oh? It even carries mental pollution? What the fat man didn't expect was that at this moment, Su Ming showed no signs of abnormality, but a strange smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Slowly weighing the iron hammer in his hand. My dear neighbor, you. Bang. What's you? Su Ming withdrew the hammer with a smile that was not quite a smile, placing the plate aside and slowly squatting down. Gently patting the fat man's cheek, his eyes full of mockery. You thought I couldn't see it? Dressing like this at noon. How, are you afraid of the cold? The fatty was about to argue, but the huge iron hammer kept getting bigger in his view. Don't, Bang! The floor was almost smashed to pieces. Even if I break the rules, what can you do to me? Chapter 43, Apartment Number 103 7. His gaze gradually became cold. During the smashing, Su Ming even put on steel wool gloves. Bang bang! Bang bang! Pop bang bang! It seemed he found a strange rhythm in the music. Su Ming grinned, and he seemed to become even more excited. Why is this rhythm so familiar? Isn't it the Dun Beatles Symphony? What do you know? Su God knows how to use tools well. Why is this weird? There's clearly mental pollution, but the streamer isn't affected at all? Totally not fair. Pollution? Su God is already invincible, why should he fear the fat little weird? It was the familiar part again, besides a small number of new viewers being shocked by Su Ming's actions. Most old fans were already used to it. It seemed that this guy Su Ming had never been afraid of the weirdness in the instance. At the same time, all players in the instance shivered. Dizziness flooded their heads, and some players with poorer physical fitness couldn't help but lower their heads, rubbing their foreheads. Is this food poisonous? The previously weak young man turned pale. He had just forced himself to eat all the rotten animal meat on the plate. But unexpectedly, why do I suddenly feel dizzy and want to vomit? Am I suffering from kidney deficiency? Looks like this perfume is toxic? What's going on? Did I not sleep well yesterday? Countless players were confused, especially those who were closer, looking at each other. Fear appeared in their eyes. Could it be that this instance is so twisted? As time goes on, will it pollute us? Now, you're not wearing red clothes, right? He raised the red apron in his hand, looking at the fatty who looked like a boiled chicken. Su Ming said with a smile. Then, thinking the scene was too beautiful, he gave a merciful final blow, smashing the fatty's head completely. You say, should I kill you? Su Ming slowly stood up, picked up a cigarette from the fatty's coffee table, took one out, and slowly lit it. Yes, I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to help eat those? I'll eat. The weird fatty was now lying on the ground. His smashed neck slowly healed, and his head began to grow back. But it still looked tragic. Like a boneless chicken foot, it weakly crawled towards the plate. Then, glancing fearfully at Su Ming, he strained to extend his hand and began to devour the rotten meat. Afraid that if he moved too slowly, Su Ming would smash him again with the big hammer. Is there any other food here? Frowning slightly, Su Ming slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, looking exceptionally calm. Just like a friendly neighbor big brother. Yes. Yes. Behind the apartment, there's a vending machine, you just need a little bit of cash. The fatty quickly licked the plate clean, nodding like a chicken pecking at grain. But where does the cash come from? With a satisfied smile, Su Ming lowered the shattered skull hammer from his shoulder and coaxed him gently. Cash? You just need to work in the apartment, or you can trade organs for it. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Ming smiled. So, are you willing to help me earn some cash? Like going to work, being a little slave? The fatty's eyes bulged, struggling to swallow a mouthful of saliva. As he saw Su Ming slowly raise the hammer, the fatty's face turned white. In the end, reason overcame panic. I am willing. After a moment of silence, the fatty sniffled and spoke with a face full of sorrow and indignation. He decisively took out a few bills from the drawer and handed them over with both hands. A smile even uglier than crying appeared on his face. Very perceptive, I really like it. As he took the few stacks of cash, Su Ming's brows slowly relaxed, and he warmly patted the fat man's shoulder. He opened the locked door and walked out of the room. By the way, I'll come to collect the protection fee at this time tomorrow. Although Su Ming's figure was no longer visible, his devil-like voice clearly reached the fat man's ears. I got it. Woo woo. Staring blankly at the open door, the strange fat man slumped to the floor, unable to hold back and finally cried out. The fat man was not wrong. Behind the apartment was a huge vending machine, shining with dazzling lights. And unexpectedly, there was someone who arrived before Su Ming, already standing in front of the vending machine choosing food. Is it you? Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the girl in front of him carrying a long sword. What's wrong? The girl furrowed her brows slightly, turning back with a hint of confusion. Oh my gosh. Is this a destiny dropped from the sky? I see my goddess again. Upstairs, what are you talking about? This is clearly my wife. Lowly faction, raise your hand, let me crush the mature woman faction. Actually, I think this mature woman is just okay. Her looks are not 1/10,000th of my goddess. Attached black stockings photo. I have to say, the girl in front of me did have some charm. Many loyal members of the lowly faction have now shifted to the mature woman faction. Although I don't expect Su Ming to suddenly realize, occasionally looking at those white legs is a nice eye candy. Nothing. Su Ming withdrew his gaze, slowly shaking his head. It was only because this girl dressed somewhat differently that made Su Ming pay attention. But realistically speaking, what do these players have to do with him? Beef jerky, mineral water, a cup of instant noodles plus a sausage. The food in the vending machine was normal, but the prices were quite expensive. Just for the few things Su Ming chose, it cost a whopping $100. Even if he tried to save a little, he still needed to spend at least $200 a day on food. For a moment, Su Ming seriously wanted to smash this capitalist vending machine. After grabbing his things, Su Ming paid no more attention to the girl and turned towards his room without looking back. Hey. Su Ming slowly stopped his steps, waiting for the girl to speak. My name is Yu Xiaoyu, are you interested in cooperating? Not interested. His tone remained flat, and Su Ming still did not turn around. What a shame. Yu Xiaoyu stood still, her fingers gently tapping on the vending machine, her eyes filled with vague meaning. In room 103. Su Ming picked up the kettle and poured hot water into the instant noodles, turned on the TV, and then comfortably lay on the sofa, waiting for the noodles to soak. Welcome to this live show, I am the host of this channel. Feel the world with the best motorcycles. Choose our motorcycles. What the hell is this? Chewing on the beef jerky with force, Su Ming slightly frowned and pressed the remote again. Breaking news, recently, there have been many ferocious animals appearing in our city, all residents please. Ferocious animals? Looking at this news, Su Ming put down the remote and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 44 Apartment 103 Number 8. What? My kidney only sells for $300? On the other side of the apartment, a player looked at the doctor-like guy in front of him with surprise in his eyes. He was the ruthless guy who swallowed his own vomit. This is already a discounted price, I sold the last player for only $250. Sell or not, I don't care. The doctor scoffed, eyes full of disdain. I am giving you this price just because you pleaded with me. Do you know how weak your kidney is? You have no idea? The thin youth fell silent, his expression dark and uncertain. Because what the doctor said was the truth, throughout his life, he had never lasted more than 3 seconds. WC. Pass it on, the streamer's kidneys are very weak, only sold for $300. To be honest, although this is a quick way to make money, doing this in the ghost story dungeon is undoubtedly a slow suicide. Not necessarily, what if working a job is even more dangerous? I don't think it's that bad, last year I traded a kidney for an iPhone 6s, right? Aren't I living just fine now? Originally, this weak young man's live streaming room had only a few viewers. If it weren't for his earlier outrageous actions, those few remaining people would probably have left. Now seeing him about to lose a kidney in the livestream actually made these viewers a bit excited. I sold it. But I have one request. The weak young man seemed to have made up his mind, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. What request? The doctor's lips curled into a strange smile as he slowly asked. I hope you can give me anesthesia when cutting. You can rest assured about this. Slowly, the doctor took out a syringe from his pocket, chuckling as he did. The needle swiftly pierced the young man's body. The young man let out a muffled groan. Then his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. When he woke up again, he found a grotesque scar on his waist resembling a centipede, with blood slowly oozing from the wound. Behind him, players were still lining up one after another, their eyes filled with excitement. After all, losing a kidney in the ghost story world isn't really dangerous, on the contrary, it can earn you some money, enough to survive the first 3 days. Why not do it? As for working? Working is impossible, it will never happen in this lifetime. Good luck to you all. A smile appeared on the weak young man's face, and then he held his waist, leaning against the wall as he slowly walked back to his room. But when going up the stairs, a smile returned to his face, and his hunched body gradually straightened. This skill seems to let me clear the levels easily? Licking the corner of his mouth, a smug look appeared on the weak young man's face. The skill he drew this time was super speedy regeneration. That means, no matter how many kidneys are lost, he could regrow them immediately. This also means that he can exploit the doctor to make money endlessly, ensuring he can survive the 7 days. When he first drew the skill, he even chopped off a right on the spot to test its true effect. He. With a sneaky laugh, this tough guy slowly walked up the brightly lit stairs. But it seemed that he was a little too excited. He seemed completely unaware that Rule 5 clearly stated, there are no lights on the stairs and hallways. Meanwhile, on the other side, some determined players stood in front of a notice board. Room 405 needs a tutor to help my child with homework, degree requirement is college or above. Compensation is 100 per hour. Recruiting apartment cleaners, long-term available 100, day settlement 150 per day. Hiring human research assistants, interview at room 308, come if you dare. These jobs don't seem easy. Yeah, maybe these weird jobs are trying to trick us. Anyone want to team up to go for interviews? Interview? Ha. What if that human research assistant is specifically researching you? Around the players chattered, staring at the recruitment postings on the board. Their expressions were dark and uncertain. So far, no one dared to try, because trying could very well mean death. RIP. Accompanied by a crisp sound, one of the papers was held tightly by Yu Xiaoyu as she examined it carefully. A tutor? Without any hesitation, her face calm, she walked towards the marked location on the paper. It's that woman again. Let's follow her to see what's going on. Several players exchanged glances, their lips curling into a smile as they slowly followed her. Do those guys behind us not covet the streamer's beauty? Goddess Yu. This is my 520th confession to you. I have long fallen deeply in love, unable to extricate myself, loving you to the point of losing all sense of direction. What are you kidding? I'm an old fan, how could I not know? In the last ghost story dungeon, some guys tried to plot something bad, but sister you cut their tools with one slash. Cough, upstairs, can you elaborate on those tools of crime? As a cool and aloof goddess, Yu Xiaoyu's livestream still has many viewers. Although she can't compare to Su Ming, just based on her looks and figure alone, countless spirited young men flock to her. Not to mention she has incredible sword skills, which is definitely a strong point. As night slowly approached, after getting the free dinner again, Su Ming still thoughtfully called for the delivery service from next door. He polished off the food on the tray with a clean sweep. Then Su Ming bought a cup of instant noodles and a pack of sunflower seeds from the vending machine, happily slurping on noodles while cracking seeds. Roar! Ah! Help me, who can save me? Suddenly, strange sounds echoed outside the room, sending chills down the spine. Could you keep it down? Do you have any manners? Pressing the remote, he switched the TV channel, and impatience flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Then he turned up the volume on the TV and went back to slurping his noodles. Knock, knock. After a while, a loud knocking sounded, causing the door to tremble slightly. Who is it? Su Ming, having just finished the last sip of soup, squinted his eyes slightly and slowly asked. Is it the new neighbor? I'm a resident of 102, can you come out and help me? The voice sounded like a middle-aged woman, tinged with nervousness and anxiety. All right then. After a moment of silence, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face, and he slowly opened the door. After all, Rule 9 says that if you hear knocking at night, you can open the door to ask the neighbor why, right? What's going on? The door slowly opened, revealing a woman in a gray coat standing in front of Su Ming. Her face looked worn, wrinkles creased the corners of her eyes. It's like this, I just found out that there are animals in our apartment. Animals? Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly, querying with some caution, where did you discover them? It was obvious to notice. The woman was covered in large patches of blood, as if she had just been bitten by something. Can you come with me? I will take you there. Seemingly grasping onto a lifeline, the surprise in the woman's eyes flashed and quickly faded. I'm in a good mood, let's go. Surprisingly, Su Ming pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded, signaling the woman to lead the way. Thank you. Just come with me, it's this way. With a positive response, the woman cautiously glanced in a certain direction, slowly moving toward the darkness. And Su Ming followed behind with a smiling face. However, his hands, he did not know when, had been clasped behind him. Hey, did you notice? Is Su God hiding something behind his back? I took a screenshot, he's hiding a big hammer back there, ready to bash this bizarre woman. I really thought the host was going to help this poor woman. I never expected it, ultimately, to be a mistake. Seeing how sympathetic the person upstairs is, do they often help the widows in the village and street girls in trouble? Even though the middle-aged woman looked pitiful, there wasn't a hint of sympathy in Su Ming's eyes, still prepared to crush and destroy strongly. Just as the viewers outside the live stream expected, Su Ming remained consistently heartless towards the eerie feelings. Ah! Help! He. Just after taking a couple of steps, two screams echoed again, resonating through the apartment. Hearing those cries, Su Ming's smile deepened. That sound, it was made by a player. Are we done? Where are the animals? Shaking his head, Su Ming seemed a bit impatient. The woman in front immediately stopped moving. Her body remained still. But her head was twisted a full 180 degrees. A strange smile slowly appeared on her face. Hee hee. Neighbor, there really are animals. Where are those animals? Su Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, and a strange smile also gracing his face. Animals, hee hee, it's me. As soon as the words fell, the woman's body slightly hunched, and some gray fuzz slowly grew on her wrinkled face. Hee hee. Woo woo, roar. A strange sound came from her throat, her body thickened, and her clothes were instantly torn apart. Her appearance was becoming more and more like a fierce animal. Grandma Wolf? Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly pulled out a skull-crushing hammer from behind him. The blood-stained hammer swayed slightly, while Su Ming still looked with interest at the woman continuing her transformation. Even if you've transformed, your speed is still, bang. Su Ming was knocked away by the vicious wolf claw, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes. Your speed is quite fast, huh? Licking his lips, Su Ming's eyes shone with even greater excitement. With a flick of his hand, the hammer flew back into his palm. What a pity. I can't feel any pain. Have you not eaten? A smile crept on his lips as Su Ming gazed at the increasingly irritable werewolf. He shook his head with a look of regret, as if blaming it for not eating. Oh whoa. Seems like Su Ming's words ignited its fury. The werewolf fiercely clawed towards Su Ming. Su Ming slowly raised his skull-crushing hammer, having no thought of dodging. Oh whoa whoa. Seeing the human in front of her so arrogant, the wolf grandma's eyes became even more ferocious. Isn't this guy saying she hasn't eaten? Then she will show him that even starved for 3 days and nights, she can still easily overpower him. Ah, I take back what I said before, this ugly creature really deserves to die. Exactly, deceiving my sympathy. Luckily, Su God stayed alert, or she would have succeeded. Oh, come on, understand a bit. When hungry and thirsty, people do all sorts of things, isn't she just eager to pin Su God down? What's wrong with that? Look at those weird, slime-covered fangs, I really want to tongue-kiss her. The viewers in the live chat were still bragging and joking, not caring at all about Su Ming's life or death. Having watched for so long, the vast majority of people were convinced that Su Ming was either a noob or the darling of the creepy tale world. What these weird creatures did was just becoming more and more perverse. Rohar. The huge wolf claw sliced fiercely towards Su Ming's shoulder. Although at this moment, that big hammer was already less than 0.01 centimeters from his head. But none of this mattered now. When it comes to physical fitness, strength, and damage, what can the human in front of him compare to? Who gave him the courage? Clang. A fong stained with a bit of blood drew an arc in the night sky. Honorably dismissed. Next, you should extend your claws and tear me apart fiercely. I've already immersed myself in this roleplay. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming slowly gripped the wolf grandma's neck, unable to help but lick the corner of his mouth. Pain. Too painful. Who the hell is scratching my face? I'm really done. Me too. I have a gash on my shoulder, and my face seems to be swollen, just like being beaten up. All players in the 4 apartments now wore expressions of deep panic. Especially after seeing the same tragic state in those around them, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This dungeon was too terrifying. Even if they hadn't violated any rules, they would still suffer harm. As for other reasons, players had nearly ruled them all out. It couldn't possibly be the work of players, right? Bang! The ground was smashed into a pit, neither too big nor too small. Su Ming's clothes were stained with a large amount of dark red blood. A what? No. A what? Impossible. The werewolf stared blankly at its broken claws, its expression dull and filled with disbelief. A dignified anomaly. Bang! Another few heavy blows fell, rendering it unable to scream even in pain. 80. Bang, bang. The more it struck, the more intense it became. The more it hammered, the more pleasurable it felt. Finally, after accumulating 99 strikes, the special effect of the crushed skull hammer was triggered. This wolf grandma stuck out her tongue, let out a muffled grunt, and immediately met her end. After a careful gaze, Su Ming's eyes turned cold as he slowly lifted the big iron hammer. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. I finally got first blood, even if it's a middle-aged woman. Chapter 46, Apartment 103, Number 10. Su Ming looked around in the jungle and ultimately shook his head in disappointment. This place was somewhat different from what he initially imagined. The surroundings were silent and desolate, seemingly without any hidden clues. Why are there animal corpses again? The landlord's eerie voice echoed, causing Su Ming's eyes to narrow slightly. Oh, it's so dirty here, and although it's not indoors, I still feel. Bang! Looking at the old man slowly approaching. Su Ming showed no hesitation and directly smashed the hammer onto the old man's forehead. Ah! Is that rascal so impatient to live, is it you? Cough, cough, I was just here to clean. The old man, who had been furious, slowly raised his head and looked at the cold-faced Su Ming. His face instantly stiffened, then a look of terror appeared in his eyes. I'm not bothering you, right? How about I? By instinct, he stroked his smooth head, and the strange old man's body couldn't help but shiver. As a dignified anomaly, why are you so cowardly? Go deal with him. Old man, if you're capable, you do it, if not, stop blabbering. To be honest, I've visited countless live streams, only this anchor makes me feel so shocked, just by his gaze he could scare the anomaly into trembling. It's still Su God, simply appealing to all ages. The fearful expression of this strange old man made many viewers see shadows of players from other live streams. However, the difference is that those players were tormented to death by anomalies. While Su Ming here seemed to torment these anomalies to death? Never mind, let's clean up properly. Su Ming smiled slightly, shouldering the hammer as he walked toward his room. As expected, the world of urban legends is actually no different from the real world. These things only bully the weak. At this moment, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. In fact, it's not just the anomalies, most players in this urban legend world, just like the anomalies, also prefer to bully the weak and kick someone when they're down. As for trust, sympathy? These conscience-filled things often become their own death knell. Squeak. As soon as he pushed open the door, Su Ming did not immediately step inside. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes, aimed in one direction, and suddenly swung the hammer. Bang! Puff! Brother, I mean no harm. Suddenly, a stream of blood sprayed from the empty air, followed by a half-transparent figure slowly solidifying. Invisibility? Furrowing his brows tightly, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly. SSSSS. The sound of the big hammer dragging on the floor emerged as Su Ming slowly walked toward this player. I haven't seen you before, are you from another building? Su Ming's eyes examined the unfamiliar player as he walked, and he had a vague guess in his heart. Brother! I really mean no harm. Looking at Su Ming approaching slowly with the bloodstained hammer, like a demon, the player's pupils suddenly constricted. Bang! In response was Su Ming's heavy hammer, delivering a solid blow to the player's shoulder. Still not willing to tell the truth, huh? Slowly donning grappling gloves, Su Ming looked at the figure slumped on the ground. A strange smile crept onto Su Ming's face. No, stop hitting. I said. Actually, I just wanted to use my invisibility skill to sneak over here and steal some cash. This player looked bewildered, swallowing hard and gazing at Su Ming with sincerity. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the night sky, and the player's face instantly became a bloody mess. The wires on the gloves were like barbed spikes, pulling away pieces of flesh from his face. You are lying. Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold, his indifferent tone devoid of any emotion. Aiming for the player's other cheek, he raised his hand again, seemingly ready to strike a second time. Ah! The intense pain made the player gasp, touching his bloodied face in disbelief. Tears brimmed in his eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. I tell the truth. Our boss got the news, there is only one way to complete this quest. He sniffled, appearing resigned, and explained in a slightly dejected tone. What is the purpose? Su Ming retracted his palm, asking with a smile that was not quite a smile. That is? The player raised his head slightly. And in the next moment, a glimmer seemed to flash at his fingertips. Then, in a move faster than a blink, he fiercely sliced towards Su Ming's neck. Ha ha ha, do you know? The villain always dies from talking too much. Confirming that this strike hit the vital spot, the player trembled all over, laughing excitedly. Even though he felt a slight pain in his neck, that no longer mattered. Ha 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 ha. You are just the first, our boss. What happened to your boss? Like a duck with its throat squeezed, his laughter stopped abruptly. A chill rose within him. Did you see that? Something is off. I'm sure just now this guy's blade grazed Su God's neck, but why did it not cause any harm? What if Su God's body underwent a baptism of holy light, a plunge into the divine spring? Damn! I can't continue this nonsense. I think it should be a skill, but a random skill strength wouldn't usually be this outrageous, right? Seriously, let me take him out for a urine test. Remember that sword-wielding girl from before? I feel she seems pretty strong too. I can't wait to see Su God fight her. Most of the audience clearly saw Su Ming's neck being sliced by the blade. But looking at Su Ming, who seemed unbothered, they fell into deep self-doubt. This is unbelievable, is he even acting? Didn't the blade graze your carotid artery? The player slowly pointed at the blade, his speech becoming stammered. Keep talking, if you tell me, I will let you go.
Squatting down, Su Ming gently patted his shoulder, his tone unusually tender.
Really? Actually, I. Liar.
Su Ming blinked, muscles tensed, raising the crushed skull hammer high.
Bang. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing Su Ming's clothes red. And that corpse slumped limply to the ground. I've asked you several times, but you didn't tell the truth. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. His gaze gradually calmed, Su Ming scoffed, taking a few steps back to the room. As for this player's intent.
After Su Ming acquired equality among all beings, everything became less important. To put it simply, as long as Su Ming wanted to, even if 99 players in the quest gathered together to attack him, those players would all suffer a backlash and die.
Su Ming would be completely unharmed. I just wanted to be a good person.
But if you dare to provoke me, I won't believe it unless I kill you all. Gazing at the bloodied corpse outside the door, a smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. The door slowly closed, Su Ming took off his clothes and tossed them into the washing machine, before slowly walking into the bathroom. The popularity of a new book often hinges on the number of reviews.
Chapter 47, Apartment Number 103, Number 11.
After everything was tidied up, Su Ming went to bed early.
To avoid being disturbed by outside noises, he thoughtfully put in earplugs.
When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. The eerie old man knocked on Su Ming's door at 8 o'clock sharp, calling him to eat the hot, steaming pot of meat.
How many died last night?
Su Ming slowly got dressed and walked towards the cafeteria on the 5th floor.
5 died?
Counting the number of players gathered in the cafeteria, Su Ming's brow slightly furrowed, then he took a deep breath.
Averagely speaking, that would mean 5 died in one apartment, so 4 apartments would mean 20 died in a day? Dita, what's wrong? Seeing Su Ming's somewhat dark expression, the weak young man quietly asked.
But his condition seemed a bit off. His already thin body appeared even slimmer, and his eyes had a faint yellow tinge, looking somewhat dull.
Why does this guy look so familiar? Ahem, I feel like. His condition is similar to mine after I struggled all night. Impossible, right? This is a horror story instance, this guy must be mentally contaminated. Su God, stay away from him. What if you get infected?
The audience in the live stream, seeing the player's condition, began to speculate about his experience. After a fierce discussion among everyone, they finally reached a consensus. This guy must have rewarded himself too many times last night.
What's your name? Did you not sleep well last night?
Seeing his state, Su Ming's eyes flickered as he slowly walked over and sat down next to him. A strange smile crept onto his lips.
It was clear.
Su Ming might have thought wrong.
Big brother, my name is Li Yi.
Ah, no, it's because I encountered a light on the stairs yesterday.
Recalling his experience from yesterday, a trace of fear appeared on Li Yi's face.
You know, in the pitch-black stairwell, a faint yellow light suddenly lit up.
Then someone seemed to walk towards me. In a split second, I closed my eyes and silently chanted, "Can't see me." Eventually, I don't know how long it lasted, maybe about 3 seconds? I suddenly shivered, and then everything around returned to normal.
After hearing all this, Su Ming slowly nodded, then his eyes narrowed slightly.
Too bad you were still infected. Infected? I thought I was fine after following the rules. Unexpectedly, Li seemed unaware of his body's abnormality.
But waved his skinny arm, his face filled with confusion.
For a moment, all the players instinctively moved a bit further away. This guy was clearly not just mentally contaminated, even his perception had been altered. Be careful.
Su Ming rarely patted Li Yi's shoulder, smiling casually. Then he ignored him, picked up a plate of food, and walked towards the fat neighbor's house on the 1st floor.
Open the door. Su Jun, you're here?
The fat man respectfully opened the door, then handed over a few bills with both hands.
My great citizen.
Taking the money from the fat man, Su Ming's eyes twitched, shaking his head helplessly.
Don't play these games with me, tell me what's up on the rooftop? The rooftop? The fat man, who was busy eating rotten meat, suddenly froze, a look of terror appearing on his face. You must not go up to the rooftop, there's... What's there?
Looking at his expression, Su Ming became even more curious.
And no, I can't tell you. The fat man's face gradually turned ashen. Suddenly, his whole body dropped to the floor. Grasping his neck, gasping for breath with difficulty. Seeing his appearance, Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes and didn't ask further. He turned and closed the door, leaving. Gag. In a room on the 3rd floor, intense vomiting sounds were echoing. How could this happen, gag? Leaning on the sink, Li Yi's face looked extremely awful.
A massive vomit mixed with a hint of blood was spreading a strong, foul smell.
And on his body, fine yellow hair had somehow grown. Brothers, come see, this streamer probably won't live long. What kind of pollution is this? Why do I feel like he is gradually turning into an animal? Brothers and sisters, I am called the fortune teller. I can predict love, future, and karma. I already predicted that the streamer would face a calamity. If you want to find me for fortune telling, hit like, and I'll add you as a friend. You scammer upstairs, get lost. Li Yi's live stream audience was not large to begin with, but his toughness had attracted quite a few viewers. But at this moment, Li Yi looked like he was about to die. Viewers scattered and left, the live stream room fell silent again, leaving only a few loyal fans. Could what that big guy just said, gag, be true? Have I already been contaminated? After another round of vomiting, he looked at the unfamiliar, emaciated figure in the mirror, and his pupils constricted violently. These hairs. He suddenly grabbed the hair on his arm, fierce determination flashing in his eyes. With a quick pull. Ah! Damn it! The intense pain made him collapse to the ground, his body rolling uncontrollably. The section of his arm from which he pulled the hair had become a bloody mess, but as Li Yi expected, super rapid regeneration was swiftly repairing his skin. Staring unblinkingly at that part of his arm, confirming that the repaired skin would no longer grow hair, Li Yi slowly let out a sigh of relief. Rip, ah! Sizzle. Clumps of hair fell from his body. Even though Li Yi's face twisted in pain, he did not stop his actions. What could be on the roof? Su Ming sat on the sofa, his brows furrowing slightly. It was only the second day, and nearly 1/5 of the players were already dead. This copy, I'm afraid, is not as simple as surviving for 7 days. If this pace continues, there would be hardly any players left in the apartment in less than 5 days? The talent equality for all did not mention whether the damage received after all players died would still affect oneself. Su Ming was not afraid to gamble, he just didn't want to gamble. Since players can comfortably make their own health packs, why not take this opportunity to dig for more clues? I should go check the roof. Looking towards the door, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, softly murmuring. Thinking of this, Su Ming pushed open the door and slowly walked towards the staircase. This apartment had a total of 7 floors. But it seemed that the 6th and 7th floors were not occupied by players, likely hiding unspeakable secrets. Step, step. A few strange footsteps echoed, making Su Ming's expression change slightly. He slowly raised his head. At the corner of the staircase leading to the 4th floor, a faint light appeared out of nowhere. The light was somewhat yellow, adding a touch of eeriness. Rule 5 says, the stairs and corridors have no lighting? Murmuring, Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly, but his pace did not stop. Even though Li Yi had obeyed the rules at the first moment, it seemed to have no effect. I really want to see if you guys can take me down? Slowly raising his head, Su Ming took out the skull-crushing hammer, resting it on his shoulder, a bizarre smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Actually, even if I break the rules, it won't be me who suffers. I just want to be a good person. Slowly stepping up a few stairs. The body was enveloped in light, and Su Ming's gaze swept over. The scene before him was greatly beyond Su Ming's expectations. He began to understand why Li Yi had looked like he was drained this morning. He must have truly been drained. In front of him was a girl who looked about 18 or 19 years old, her appearance almost perfect. With willow brows and phoenix eyes, and a cherry small mouth. Su Ming had to admit, even the previous girl carrying a long sword was slightly inferior in comparison. Of course, what shocked Su Ming so much was definitely not the girl's beauty. But rather, she was completely naked. What the hell? What was that just now? Why did it suddenly get blurred? But I just sprayed my girlfriend's face with the milk tea I was drinking. Is Su God's live stream this thrilling? I didn't notice just now, can someone explain what happened? Cough cough, thankfully I was recording the screen. Although it was blurred in a blink, but I have screenshots, hit me up if you need them. I hate those who hide and cover up upstairs. Brothers, I'm here to share the benefits. Screenshot. Although most people didn't notice at that instant, the screen quickly turned into a blur, leaving them a bit confused. But still, some people clearly saw that moment. The absolutely beautiful face and perfect body made countless viewers instinctively rush to the bathroom. What the heck are you? With an increasingly heavy gaze, Su Ming stared intently at the girl's bare body, gripping the hammer tighter. Yeah. The girl gently sighed, her bare feet touching the floor, her eyes seemingly filled with alluring glances. Just as Su Ming's pupils were constricting to the limit, and his arm was about to exert force, the girl unexpectedly made another move. He saw her slowly squat down. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, her hand reaching towards Su Ming's belt. This is too much. Bang! Without hesitation, Su Ming suddenly swung the hammer, aiming straight at the girl.
This hit nearly smashed her shoulder to a bloody mess.
Are you kidding me? These weird tricks of seduction, does he look like he would fall for that? Rule 5 still says what, close your eyes? What the heck am I closing my eyes for?
The more he thought about it, the more nauseous he felt. Su Ming's gaze turned fierce, raising the big hammer again, with no mercy in his eyes.
Damn, what we guessed before was indeed correct. Isn't this weird? This is blatant benefits. I'll transfer 1,000 to the streamer, can I take this scene instead?
You upstairs, LSPs, I just came back from that player's livestream, he's in such a miserable state now.
Buzz. At this moment,
the girl suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with an unusual light.
In an instant,
her figure almost turned into an afterimage, as she quickly dashed towards the darkness before Su Ming could react.
Hey! You exposed your foxtail.
Watching the girl retreat so decisively, Su Ming awkwardly shouted.
Feeling a bit regretful when he noticed she didn't respond to him. What a pity the first hammer missed.
If it hit her head, this flirty fox probably wouldn't have escaped.
As the girl fled,
the light from the stairs gradually faded, returning to its original state.
Sigh, she really is a fox spirit.
Scratching his chin, Su Ming felt somewhat helpless and continued to walk up the stairs.
He wasn't wrong.
As she escaped, Su Ming clearly saw the foxtail behind the girl, light yellow and looking somewhat fluffy. Passing the 6th floor, strange noises came from the corridor, seemingly trying to stop Su Ming from going further up.
Gently shaking his head, Su Ming ignored it. 7th floor.
Here, it looked different from the other 6 floors, whether it was the stairs or the corridor.
They all look very old and worn out. They seem out of place with the floors below. Hey! I suggest you don't go up.
An old, eerie voice came from within the apartment, the strange old man.
You live on the 7th floor?
With narrowed eyes, Su Ming tightened his grip on the hammer, staring intently at the slowly approaching old man.
Young man, take my advice. The secret on the roof, you can't handle it.
At that moment, the eerie old man seemed to have forgotten his fear, wearing a creepy smile, signaling Su Ming to leave. At this moment, Su Ming noticed that his equality of all beings was triggered again, which meant that neither the copy nor the eeriness seemed to want him to go up.
Old man, come here.
A smile tugged at the corner of Su Ming's mouth as he beckoned the strange old man with his finger.
I won't. To his surprise, the old man seemed to have regained his normal state, looking at Su Ming with a face full of terror. Without saying anything, he hurriedly ran towards the corridor on the 7th floor. I really thought this old guy was going to confront Su Ming. Wait, did you notice? He seems to be in the same state as when he first entered the copy, is he sleepwalking again? But doesn't Rule 3 say the landlord can't be disturbed while sleeping, or he will get in a bad mood? Isn't someone upstairs a fool? What's the big deal if his mood gets bad? With one hammer from Su God, I can make your heart die. Physically speaking. I really thought you were ready to confront me. Looking at the corridor where he could no longer see the old man's back, Su Ming shook his head helplessly and continued up the stairs. After just a few steps, a heavy iron door, stained possibly with blood or painted bright red, stood at the end. The iron door looked old, with a few spots of rust on it. But the red color seemed extraordinarily bright. Is that really blood? As he approached the iron door, smelling the intense stench of blood, Su Ming was somewhat surprised. After contemplating for a moment, he slowly raised the huge iron hammer, aimed at the direction of the iron lock, and smashed down hard. I want to see what exactly is hidden inside. Chapter 49, Apartment 103, Number 13. Bang! The blood-red door was suddenly smashed open. What lay before Su Ming caused his pupils to contract violently. The rooftop resembled a hell drenched in blood, endless blood staining everything around. The railings, the walls, the floor. Everything seemed soaked in blood, the entire space reduced to a deep red. The most bizarre part was that the ground was covered with animal bodies, all soaked in blood, their bodies displaying a sinister scarlet, looking a bit eerie and terrifying. He. In the center of the rooftop was a figure draped in a red cloak, holding a blood-red scythe, bending over as if slaughtering various animals. Dark red blood flowed from the scythe, dripping slowly onto the ground with each swing. As if sensing Su Ming's gaze, the cloaked figure turned its head slowly, revealing a decayed face, scarlet eyes, and teeth stained with blood. Ah! What's going on? My head. My head hurts so much, I don't want to live, let me die. I am an animal, he. Within the apartment, the screams of countless players echoed from the apartment to the rooftop, causing Su Ming's expression to change slightly. This is terrifying. What the hell is this? I've seen this copy before. This strange ability is extremely perverse. As long as it is observed by players in any way, it will be polluted by its curse. So if we are in a world of horror stories right now, would these tens of thousands disappear in an instant? Then why hasn't Sugod been affected after watching for so long? And why do I hear countless players screaming? The strangeness before his eyes was more terrifying than ever, just the sight of that bizarre face sent chills down the spine. Everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. At this moment, some people had already deduced the rough effect of Su Ming's skills from the reactions of players in the instance. This was clearly an invincible damage transfer. What is this intensity of mental pollution? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming suddenly closed his eyes. The heart-pounding sensation vanished in an instant. The players in the apartment, who were crying and howling, gradually eased the painful expressions on their faces. So Rule 6, you must close your eyes on the rooftop is the correct rule? In other words, the rules actually do not want players to see this scene? Is it out of protection for the players? Furrowing his brows slightly, Su Ming pondered silently in his heart. The figure draped in a red cloak just glanced at him. Its terrifying mental pollution was enough to kill an ordinary player 3 times over. But did I just see something? A rare look of conflict appeared on Su Ming's face. Because the existence before him was simply too outrageous, to the point that merely being watched by it could kill a top player. Something's not right, this instance shouldn't have an unsolvable plot. Su Ming murmured softly. To verify his guess, he slightly turned his head, then squinted his eyes into a narrow slit. Then he slowly opened them. Sure enough, the apartment downstairs had no reaction, which indicated that Su Ming's guess was correct. There might be pollution, but not much. The intensity of the mental pollution depends on the degree to which this strange existence is perceived. At this moment, Su Ming's vision was filled only with the corpses on the ground. Even if he was keeping his eyes open, the level of pollution he experienced could be negligible. The level of pollution experienced by players in the instance temporarily had nothing to do with Su Ming at all. What is this? His eyes narrowed slightly, and Su Ming's expression turned serious. In the corner of the rooftop, there were human bodies lying. And among these human bodies, Su Ming suddenly discovered that there were a total of 25 bodies. 8 of them had already rotted away, turning into pools of blood. The other bodies remained intact for now, except for being covered in bright red blood. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. Is this me? When his gaze fell on one of the bodies, Su Ming smiled strangely. That blood-covered body was indeed his own. My head is going to explode. Why is Sugod lying on the ground? Then who is this Sugod now? Is there a possibility that this strange instance originally split the players into identical 2 parts? Saying these things is useless. Let's see what Sugod will do next. Stop guessing. With my Einstein-like brain deducing this must be a silicone doll. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the blood everywhere and the lined-up bodies, which was already creepy enough. The sudden appearance of Su Ming's body truly startled many people. This made them even more curious about Su Ming's next reaction. Would it be as reckless as always? I see now. His gaze gradually swept across the center of the rooftop, catching a glimpse of that strange existence out of the corner of his eye. He. To his surprise, the voice in the red cloak seemed to discover Su Ming again and slowly turned to look at him, a strange smile appearing on the rotting face. An invisible terrifying pollution surged forth again. Which son of a dog is this strange being? My head hurts so much. Is this instance this terrifying? Are the strange beings ignoring the rules and playing a massacre? Again, painful cries echoed within the apartment, with some players already lying on the ground, clutching their heads and rolling around. Is this that person's skill? In the corridor of the first floor of the apartment, Yu Xiaoyu carried a long sword on her back, calmly gazing towards room 103. At this moment, the room was pitch black, clearly indicating that there was no one inside. Has she gone to the rooftop? A smile curled at the corners of her lips as Yu Xiaoyu gently caressed the blade of her sword. His gaze flickered slightly. Strangely, at this moment, she did not seem to be in unbearable pain like other players. Whenever her eyes gradually turned crimson, the long sword she carried on her back trembled lightly, and streams of sword intent merged into her body, dispelling the crimson. On the rooftop, Su Ming quickly scanned the area. Although it was only a brief 1 or 2 seconds, it was enough for him to grasp the gist of the situation. Then he swiftly shifted his gaze away. Is this the true reality? Just as he expected. The presence of this figure in the red cloak seemed to be for the purpose of slaughtering bodies. While the players' bodies were on the outermost part, it would take some time before it was their turn. But it definitely won't be more than 7 days. About 5 or 6 days, and it will be the players' turn? What if by then, no one cracks the code, or if we go to the rooftop and can't avoid the eerie gaze, we get instantly killed? Then this dungeon will lead to total annihilation? Standing quietly in place, Su Ming's expression appeared a bit strange. Chapter 50, Apartment 103, Number 14. Could it be that all players, when entering the dungeon, had their bodies waiting to be slaughtered on the rooftop? And only their souls were in the apartment? This is quite interesting.
Su Ming's eyes gradually filled with excitement, and a smile crept onto his lips. Then he closed his eyes and took out the skull-crushing hammer. Slowly, he walked towards the center of the rooftop.
Hee hee hee.
The eerie laughter continued to echo, but it had no effect on Su Ming, who had closed his eyes, listening for the sound to pinpoint the location.
The hammer launched. Bang. Hee hee, ha.
The strange laughter carried a hint of surprise, as if searching for something that had knocked on its head.
Bang, bang, bang.
You little punk scared me, damn. Now Su Ming finally confirmed the creature's contamination rule. As long as it couldn't see him, then it would never be able to see him.
Now, you seem a bit cuter. Bang.
Another smash came down, and Su Ming heard the sound of bones shattering.
This feeling is amazing. Ha ha ha. Bang bang bang.
At this moment, the eerie being squatted in place, its concave head struggling to think about which jerk hit it.
Hee hee hee. Bang, ugh.
After a dozen hits, the eerie being was no longer able to laugh, like a chicken caught by the neck.
Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This eerie being is actually a brain dead? Did Su God discover its flaw so quickly? As long as it can't see, this eerie being has no offensive capability. After discovering the clue, the streamer could have just turned around and left. Why so personal? At this moment, although Su Ming's vision was dark, the viewers in the God Perspective live room were seeing everything clearly. This guy Su Ming really goes hard against the eerie being. Even though he couldn't see it, he still relied on his feelings, pounding the creepy being that enjoyed showing off. One small step for exercise each day, one giant leap for a healthy life. Bang bang, crack. With both hands swinging, the smile on Su Ming's face grew increasingly twisted. Ha ha ha, ugh, cough cough, ha ha ha. Darling. The big hammer and the big mouth fit perfectly. As time passed, some liquid soaked the soles of Su Ming's shoes and even carried a hint of warmth. Su Ming slowly squatted down, closed his eyes, and felt around. He placed his fingers on his nose and sniffed. It should be blood? Then, he placed the bloodstained finger in his mouth, and the smile on Su Ming's face grew wider. Is this the blood of the eerie being? Not bad. At the same time. Ugh, why the hell is my tongue swollen? Me too. This dungeon is so terrifying, mommy, my tongue is numb, woo woo woo. No matter what players were doing at the moment, they all felt the abnormality of their tongues and their hearts grew increasingly frightened. Some players even squatted on the ground, unable to hold back their tears. Bang. Finally, with the 99th smash, Su Ming heard the notification of the killing judgment failure echoing in his ears. Su Ming did not feel the slightest surprise. This strange level of terror is several levels higher than that old landlord. Since the old man couldn't be killed, let alone this guy. I'm sorry, I didn't want to. Turning his head to the side, a hint of regret flashed in Su Ming's eyes. I just had a little itch. Hee hee, ha? Ignoring the movement behind him, Su Ming returned to his friendly demeanor. Slowly walking towards the stairway. Combining the attempts of other players from different apartments to assassinate him, Su Ming had roughly figured out how to clear apartment 103. Bang! The blood-red iron door slammed shut. Su Ming put away his steel ball gloves and skull-crushing hammer, slowly walking down the stairs. When he reached the third floor, Su Ming's footsteps came to a stop. Is it you? Did you just come down from the rooftop? Yeah. Looking at the girl in front of him, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows and nodded slowly. Can you tell me information about the rooftop? Yu Xiaoya's gaze was calm as she spoke. Glancing slightly, Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he continued downstairs. As for the information, why should he give it to her? Was it just because she looked good, or had a nice figure? As an exchange, I can give you 2,000 rule points. Yu Xiaoya's cold voice came, making Su Ming's body freeze instantly. Then he slowly turned his head, a warm smile appearing on his face. Why didn't you say so? I love helping others and giving of myself. What else do you want to know? Just give me a bit more. As if a switch had been flipped, Su Ming now seemed so considerate and understanding. Here it comes, the evil capitalist is here. Wow, Su Ming directly changed faces when he heard about rule points? Brothers, think about it. The moment this girl spoke, she offered 2,000 rule points. Don't even say Su Ming, I can't keep up either. Ah. Rich lady sister, let's get close. My specialty is being really long. Looking at Su Ming, who appeared completely different, the viewers in the livestream almost burst out laughing. It turns out the seemingly cold-hearted Su Ming had this side to him?
This caused the majority of the audience to change their attitude towards Su Ming again, with some cute girls and some not quite normal men cheering for him.
Stop, I just want information about the rooftop. Player, Yu Xiaoya has sent you a trade request. Yes/no.
Without a doubt, Su Ming reluctantly accepted the trade. Watching the 2,000 rule points arrive instantly, he couldn't suppress the rising smile. Ahem, it's true that Rule 6 says you must close your eyes on the rooftop, but it's not entirely correct. The key is that your gaze can't see the strange thing at the center of the rooftop, then you will definitely be safe. Just 2 sentences, Su Ming smiled slightly, then turned and walked away. As for the player's body and the way to clear it, that would have to depend on her understanding. After all, Su Ming hadn't lied to her about the information. With that alone, Su Ming felt his conscience was quite good.
Chapter 51, Apartment 103, Number 15.
Back in his room, Su Ming slowly lay back on the sofa, closing his eyes softly.
The timing isn't ripe yet?
Murmuring softly, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows. Then, as if he thought of something, a smile slowly appeared on his lips, and he drifted off to sleep.
In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Are there only 13 players left?
Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly. At this moment, the cafeteria seemed a bit empty, with only a sparse 10 or so figures remaining.
Big boss. Are there any clues you can share?
Hearing the voice, Su Ming slowly turned his head, his eyes fixed on the person in front of him.
Why are you looking at me like that? Li Yi's eyes flashed with surprise.
Then sitting next to Su Ming, he took a deep breath, his expression becoming a bit serious. It has only been 2 days, and half of the players are basically dead.
Are you a player?
Huh? Looking at the huge iron hammer slowly taken out by Su Ming, Li Yi's eyes twitched violently, and he panically stood up.
What do you mean, boss? It's nothing.
A smile appeared on Su Ming's face, and after confirming that Li Yi had not been corrupted, Su Ming slowly put down the huge iron hammer in his hand. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Ming held the food tray and slowly walked toward the staircase.
I remember this guy was polluted yesterday? How is he looking so revitalized again? Dumb. Is it possible that he has resurrection or purification items?
Indeed, it has been so long, these players must have some items too, no need to mind.
By the way, what happened to that humanoid fox in the staircase? Shouldn't the streamer care more and bring her some warmth? The audience in the livestream didn't pay much attention to Li Yi's normal recovery.
After all, some skills or items could achieve such effects, and what the audience cared about most now was,
first, how Su Ming would clear the game, and second, where that naked little fox had gone. Knock, knock, knock.
Knocking on the neighbor's fat guy's door, receiving several bills handed over to him. After watching him finish all the food, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Then he went to the self-service machine, bought some food quickly, and as Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold, he pushed open the door and walked out. It's almost time. Su Ming speculated that this dungeon said to survive for 7 days, but according to the situation on the rooftop, that eerie being would definitely start chopping up players' bodies within 5 days. And once the corresponding physical issues of the players were not resolved, then the consequences.
Naturally, it goes without saying. Hey, boss. What is it?
Hearing the voice from behind, Su Ming squinted slightly and slowly turned around.
Boss, are you going to do a mission? I think you can take me with you. A slightly panting figure quickly approached. Li Yi patted his extremely thin body and vowed to shout. I don't think that's going to work. Glancing at Li Yi, Su Ming didn't hesitate and continued to walk straight toward the other side of the apartment square. There was where the other 3 apartment buildings were located.
Anyway, the players from the other apartments would eventually take action, so Su Ming simply decided to strike first.
I have my own value, boss, take me with you, you will definitely not lose. Watching Su Ming's back grow further away, Li Yi's face looked exceptionally conflicted. His intuition told him that in this dungeon, to survive and escape, he must hold on to Su Ming's thigh. Su Ming's body stopped in place, neither turning back nor speaking. Seeing Su Ming stop, Li Yi of course knew what he meant and quickly explained. It seems you are going to communicate with players from the other apartments, right?
I'm not good at fighting, but I still have some skills. The more people on the opposite side, the more my advantages are clear.
So powerful? Could it be boasting? I think so too. This skinny dog doesn't look like he can fight at all, right? Skinny dogs. What the hell? Your whole family is skinny. I'm thicker than your arm, do you believe it? I don't believe it unless you show it to the sister.
It wasn't just the audience in the livestream with doubts, mainly Li Yi's stick-thin body made many people reluctant to look at him. It felt like even a bag of rice could easily crush him. It's no wonder the barrages were basically full of ridicule. Standing in place, Su Ming turned his head, as if he was thinking seriously.
Let's go.
After saying these 2 words, Su Ming continued walking toward the edge of the square.
Thank you, boss. Li Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, with a somewhat shy smile, quickly caught up. Inside the third apartment building, a young woman in a mink coat casually sat on a chair in the dining room, her expression looking a bit lazy. The details of the players in the second apartment have been figured out, except for one player whose skill is the magic ice ball. The rest of the players have almost no killing power. The fourth apartment is also not to be feared, those players are almost dead, with only 4 or 5 people hanging on. 2 players stood respectfully next to the young woman, secretly glancing at her alluring figure, unable to help but swallow hard. Then their bodies began to blur, slowly transforming back into their own appearances. Oh. The young woman brushed off the dust from her mink coat, her expression somewhat playful. What about the players in the first apartment? This, we don't know yet, Lin Chi hasn't come back up to now. The 2 players exchanged a glance, speaking helplessly. With the disguise props given by me, you can't even accomplish this small task? Really useless. The young woman suddenly stood up, her expression seeming somewhat angrily warm. Hey! Look! At this moment, a player standing by the window shouted with delight. Is Lin Chi back? This efficiency really is damn slow. If nothing goes wrong this time, all of us in the apartment should be able to clear the level, right? After all, with Miss Yang here, we can completely sweep everyone. Yeah, I really don't know how many points we can get this time. The players in the dining room were discussing among themselves, seeming to have great confidence in the young woman, Miss Yang. Back? The young woman who was sitting on the chair slowly stood up and casually walked to the window. With just one glance, her expression changed slightly. Get ready for battle, he is not Lin Chi. Chapter 52, Apartment 103, Number 16. Downstairs of the apartment building. Su Ming slowly raised his head, looking up, a smile curling on his lips. I've come right to your door, are you still not ready to come down? After waiting for a long time. Seeing the unresponsive apartment, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. It shouldn't be like this, right? Other apartment people barged in so brazenly, these players should at least react a bit, right? In this situation, either the players in this apartment are almost dead, or they have already formed a united front against outsiders? Big shot. Let me come. Seeing the change in Su Ming's expression, Li stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. Is he preparing to unleash a big move? Frowning slightly, Su Ming suddenly took 2 steps back. Players in the apartment. You. Taking a deep breath, Li Yi's chest puffed out slightly, and his face turned red. You are all trash. In my eyes, you are not even as good as one of the big shot's toes. To be honest, with your turtle-like cowardice, the big shot would find it dirty just wiping his butt for you. Su Ming. All players in the third apartment. Ah, what a guy. This is what he calls a special skill. I see, we all underestimated him, turns out this guy is a master of words. Have you noticed, what he says is so philosophical, drawing hatred for Su God. If I were Su God, I wouldn't even need anyone else to act, I'd just toss this guy's ashes away. As Li Yi launched his verbal attack, the audience in the livestream instantly exploded. They all apologized, claiming they had misjudged earlier, this guy is definitely a solid talent. They estimated the blood pressure of the opposing players probably rose several levels. Not only the players in this third apartment, even Su Ming was dumbfounded. Wow, turns out this guy's special skill is drawing hatred for himself? You bunch of soft-footed shrimp, dare to come down? Be careful, my big shot will crush you to death with a fart. The big shot said, just waving a hand, and he can slaughter all your men, and take all your women back to warm the bed. It seemed that Li Yi was getting more and more excited as he spoke. A mouth like a Gatling gun, was crazily firing at the players in front of the apartment. The speed of speech was fast, the voice loud, making everyone present feel ashamed. Su Ming's face grew darker, desperately suppressing the urge to hammer this guy to death. Enough. Bang. A loud slap finally made Li Yi stop his verbal assault awkwardly. Those two really are arrogant. Big shot? I wonder how big he can really get. A young woman standing at the edge of the 5th floor window licked her lips, her eyes teasingly looking at the two on the ground. Without a doubt. Though Li Yi's method seemed a bit extreme, it must be said, the effect was quite good. You guys go deal with these 2 guys, they can be used to replace your own bodies. After pondering for a while, the young woman slowly turned her head, her gaze turning cold. Yes, Miss Yang. The 2 players behind her exchanged glances, a trace of joy appearing in their eyes at the same time. Then they quickly ran downstairs. You go first, they should be coming down. With slightly squinted eyes, Su Ming's mouth curved into a strange smile. Slowly putting on wireball gloves, he then took out a half-meter-long skull-crushing hammer from his storage space. Next, it would be a bloody battle.
For Su Ming, hammering to death all the players in a whole apartment was quite exhausting.
No, big shot. Don't abandon me, I want to stand on the same front as you.
I want to spread the light of righteousness across the land.
Patting his chest, Li Yi's eyes were filled with determination.
If you die, don't blame me. Glancing at this middle schooler in front of him, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Then he quickly walked to the stairway on the first floor. Found a hidden corner, gripping the big iron hammer, motionless, with a strange smile on his lips.
No way, the streamer is actually planning a sneak attack? Is he not a righteous gentleman anymore?
Upstairs, do you have some misunderstanding about Su God?
Who the hell told you he was a righteous gentleman? So cruel, Su God is preparing to take on a whole building alone? Read more, look at Sun Tzu's Art of War.
This is clearly called the 36 Stratagems, beat the dog while it's down. It's time for the familiar bloody violent scene, which led some viewers to develop the habit of opening the screen to record. Always ready to document Su Ming's violent art. Previously, someone specifically edited the strange videos of Su Ming's brutal beatings and posted them online, making him an instant internet celebrity. Damn it, I want to torment these two idiots severely.
But you can't say that, if they come over, isn't that a bargain for us too?
In the stairway. Two players rushed down the stairs quickly, their eyes suddenly brightening when they saw the previously arrogant loudmouth.
Little brat, I'm coming. Bang!
Before one player could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then his consciousness spun, his vision turned dark.
What the hell?
You're not following the rules of martial arts. The other player reacted, quickly darting out of the stairway, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Su Ming holding the bloodied hammer inside.
Idiot!
Kicking away the body that blocked his path, Su Ming slowly walked towards the remaining player.
Wasn't you boasting pretty fiercely at the start? How, is your leg shaking now?
Su Ming waved the iron hammer in his hand, a strange smile on his face.
Isn't this just a sneak attack? Damn you, what are you pretending for?
Seeing Su Ming approaching, the player's face darkened, slowly pulling an object out of his pocket.
What the hell? Big shot, be careful.
Seeing the object in his hand, Li Yi's face changed dramatically, and he instinctively lunged towards Su Ming to block in front of him.
There's no time. Bang!
With a hint of smugness, the player quickly pulled the trigger. With the sound of a gunshot, Li Yi froze in place, staring blankly as he turned to look towards Su Ming's direction.
This shirt is torn?
Su Ming lowered his head helplessly. A large hole has been torn at the collar, exposing the strong muscles inside.
Ah! My chest, it hurts so much. This strange thing attacked again? My heart is racing. At the same time,
all players in the instant screamed in agony, their voices filled with immense pain.
Including the player in front of Su Ming. How could this happen? My chest.
A strong sense of weakness overcame him, causing his handgun to fall to the ground, while disbelief filled his eyes. He had clearly shot Su Ming right on target. So why was he completely fine, while his own chest was now aching?
I know. Your skill is backlash.
Holding his chest, this player suddenly understood.
Correct. Then let me reward you with a big hammer.
Nodding in agreement, Su Ming rushed forward, not giving him the chance to escape. Grabbing the player's collar, his arm bulged with veins, then he suddenly exerted force.
Ah! No! Bang!
As expected, this powerful blow flipped the player's skull right off.
The scene was extremely bloody. Who else?
Carefully wiping the blood off his face, Su Ming revealed a brilliant smile.
Slowly raising his arm,
he flipped the middle finger at the apartment before him.
Chapter 53, Apartment 103, Number 17. Miss Yang, were they just killed instantly? Is there really such a powerful player right now? No kidding, Miss Yang is one of them.
The players in the apartment watched the scene, fear creeping into their eyes. Those two players who just went down were the top fighters on their side, yet they were unexpectedly taken down by Su Ming.
This filled everyone with deep panic. Be quiet.
The woman standing by the windowsill shouted without turning her head. Everyone come down with me, I want to see, what gives this guy the nerve to be so arrogant? Slowly turning around, the woman's face was cold, her tone exceptionally angry. After all, in front of her, Su Ming humiliating these players was like a slap in her face, wasn't it?
If Miss Yang intervenes, won't it only take a minute to take this guy down? Yeah, this little brat doesn't know his place.
Seeing that the woman finally took action, the remaining players' eyes flashed with joy. They all knew well how strong Miss Yang was. She was only a few steps away from being among the top players in the paranormal world.
Let's go.
The woman's voice was filled with suppressed anger, and she walked down the stairs without looking back.
And the players quickly followed behind her. Do you think they might be scared? Li Yi stood in the shade, speaking with a hint of doubt. If they are scared, should I step in and call more people down? When it starts, remember to stand behind me.
Su Ming looked straight at this seemingly honest tough guy and shook his head slightly. If he had no bad intentions, Su Ming might help him just for the heck of it, but if he had something sneaky in mind, heh.
By the way, do you have any rule points in your bag? I have some, but not many. Li Yi's expression was a bit awkward, speaking hesitantly. That's good, give them all to me.
Su Ming narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before slowly speaking. He could help others, but he wouldn't make a losing deal.
I only have 200. Stop talking nonsense.
Seeing Su Ming's eyes gradually becoming cold, Li Yi gritted his teeth and quickly opened the trade.
Ding.
With 243 rule points received, Su Ming's expression finally relaxed a little. I am increasingly feeling that ever since Sushin discovered a path to wealth, it's getting darker and darker. Speaking of which, Sushin really has principles, he only helps if there's money involved.
What use is just over 200 rule points? It's just that the streamer is in a good mood, otherwise, how would he take him along? Sigh, if I die and enter the paranormal world, I hope the skills I draw are as amazing as this. I want to play however I want.
It seems that most of the viewers in the livestream agreed with Su Ming's insistence on collecting money.
After all, there is no free lunch in this world, players are usually open-hearted. Those who are overflowing with sympathy often die the fastest. Once I take your money, I will do my best to help you.
Taking a slow breath, Su Ming had a hint of a smile in his eyes, but if you are ready to take your own life, then you can't blame me.
Don't worry, big guy. When you go west, I will definitely not go east.
Hearing Su Ming's warning words, Li Yi shivered all over and suddenly patted his shoulder fiercely.
That's good. With a somewhat indifferent shrug, Su Ming stared intently at the stairway entrance.
On his shoulder, the blood-stained big iron hammer swayed slightly.
What great guts! You, how dare you kill Ah Wen and Brother Huang?
Miss Yang, please make sure to avenge them. As a group of players appeared at the stairway, they saw the two terribly dead bodies and couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, filled with a look that wanted to tear Su Ming apart. They stood in front of Su Ming, glaring fiercely at him.
Oh? You want revenge? Then come over. With his eyebrows slightly raised, Su Ming teasingly beckoned with his finger. I just love watching you guys who can't stand me but can't do anything against me, like dead dogs. If you are a man, stop talking nonsense and just come at me. Slowly raising the big iron hammer in front of him, Su Ming remained completely relaxed. Clap, clap. A round of applause sounded, catching Su Ming slightly off guard, and he turned to look. It was a young woman draped in a mink coat, wearing a blue cheapao underneath, and just standing there, an invisible aura emanated from her. May I ask your esteemed name? Su Ming.
Su Ming only glanced around before looking back, slowly uttering two words.
Mr. Su, may I ask how you view this young lady? The woman's words made the surrounding players furrow their brows in disbelief. One player even showed a hint of indignation, pointing at Su Ming and Li Yi, his face turning red as he shouted, Miss Yang, you need to understand, it is these two guys who, pooh. Is this your place to speak?
The woman slowly turned her head, and with a casual wave, a tiny silver needle appeared in her palm. But the player clutched his throat in horror, gasping a couple of times, and weakly collapsed to the ground. Wow, this woman looks so beautiful and gentle, but unexpectedly, she's also ruthless.
Did you see her eyes? Killing a person is like killing a chicken. No kidding, otherwise how could others treat her with so much respect? Honestly, I like this type.
I just happen to sell this type, it's very popular.
Anyone upstairs need it?
Looking at the aloof woman in front of him, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but perk up again. With the most discussion focusing on how Su Ming would deal with her. After all, Su Ming was famously cold-hearted and ruthless. The surrounding players now exhibited deep fear in their eyes, looking at the beautiful woman in front of them, as if recalling her strange personality and ruthless methods.
Now, how do you see this little lady?
The woman flicked her hair back, a smile appearing in her eyes. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at this strange woman with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. I see you as a fool. Clearly, I killed your subordinate, yet you are still trying to win me over. Shaking his head and smiling lightly, Su Ming slowly raised his head. How do you plan to win me over?
Are you going to use your body to please me?
Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the woman's expression suddenly turned ugly, her fingers trembling slightly, and another silver needle flew out.
Pooh!
The silver needle seemed to pierce through Su Ming's brow, yet there was no wound.
Your little embroidery needle isn't very effective, huh?
Accompanied by a sharp pain from his forehead. The young woman's expression changed slightly. At that moment, Su Ming seized the opportunity, quickly stepped forward, and showed no mercy as he brought down a heavy hammer.
Bang!
The hammer hit the young woman squarely on the forehead, causing it to swell high.
and she seemed to transform into a unicorn. Chapter 54, Apartment Number 103 NO. 18. Ah. I'm going to kill you, you little slut.
Only then did the young woman react, as a large handful of silver needles appeared in her hand, flying toward Su Ming like a rain of pear blossoms.
Zizizizi.
The dense silver needles passed through, but Su Ming still stood calmly in place.
How can this be? Ah. Ah.
My body, why does it feel so painful all over? All players in the dungeon cried out in agony, some even rolling on the ground uncontrollably.
Weren't you so good at pretending,
Suddenly gripping the young woman's neck, Su Ming gently teased her chin with his hand.
Now why aren't you pretending anymore? I was clearly so strong. You couldn't possibly withstand it.
At this moment, the young woman appeared extremely embarrassed, her whole body slumped on the ground, both hands weakly tugging at Su Ming's arm.
Her eyes filled with pain and disbelief. Why did her ultimate move, rain of pear blossom needles, have no effect on this guy in front of her? She clearly hit him.
Also, why did her body now feel tingly, as if pricked by needles?
Ha ha ha. I knew this guy would be dumbfounded. I understand now, Su God's skill must transfer damage to other players, right? Is it that perverse? I just want to ask, from the first dungeon, what skill of Su God wasn't perverse?
That's right, I came here specifically to watch this godly show. As the live stream audiences witnessed this scene, even through the screen, a sense of satisfaction surged within them.
Seeing the young woman's miserable yet bewildered expression made the audience feel as if they were there in person.
It was as if it wasn't Su Ming who was tormenting her, but themselves from outside the live stream.
Li Yi. What's up, boss?
Hearing Su Ming's call, Li Yi hurried over, his expression respectful as he asked.
I have a task for you, go help me block their staircase. Don't let anyone in.
With his eyes slightly narrowed, Su Ming smiled broadly. But even though Su Ming looked no more than friendly, it sent shivers down the spines of all players around.
This guy, is he planning to annihilate them? Don't worry, boss. As long as I have breath, absolutely no one will get in. Take this.
Casually tossing the heavy hammer to Li Yi, Su Ming slowly nodded. The reason for this was that he discovered a hidden rule: players from different apartment buildings cannot enter other apartment interiors.
This is also why he didn't rush to kill the previous two. Brothers, let's kill him. If we don't take him down, none of us will survive. Quick, back to the apartment, this guy is a complete devil.
The noisy voices rang out again, all players rushed toward the staircase in panic.
Bang!
With great difficulty, he swung the heavy hammer, sending one player flying.
Li slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily, his expression turning cold. I said, as long as I have breath left, you all will never get in. The hammer stood firmly on the ground. Li Yi's gaze was like that of a hungry wolf, his eyes turning extremely fierce and brutal. Charge, brothers, this guy looks weak, he must be pretending. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that my acting is that bad? Did they see through it so quickly? Damn it, let's fight.
With a firm resolve, he swung the heavy hammer again, aiming it at the brat who just spoke.
Now, let's talk about our matter. What do you want to say?
The young woman was pinned down hard by Su Ming.
Eyes full of anger. Are there any rules? No. Without thinking, Miss Yang firmly refused. Smack.
The steel wool harshly scraped across the woman's cheek, tearing away a large patch of flesh.
Ah. A sharp scream echoed, slightly shocking everyone present. Are there any rules? I have. Boo-hoo.
In the end, unable to withstand Su Ming's intimidation, the woman lowered her noble head and touched her bloodied cheek, speaking with a hint of a sob.
That's more like it.
Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and casually opened the transaction interface. All.
Ding. The balance received is 10,023 rule points. Now, can you let me go?
The woman, her eyes red and face filled with shame and anger, shouted.
Ah.
Surprisingly, Su Ming's expression was even more exaggerated than the woman's at this moment.
With wide eyes, he spoke in disbelief. When did I say that if you give me money, I will let you go? You. Smack.
Another harsh slap came, completely stunning the woman.
You, I have a principle, as long as someone wants to kill me.
Su Ming calmly stroked the woman's bloodied cheek, continuing with a gentle face.
Anyone who wants to kill me, I will first make sure they are completely dead. So. Smack.
His gaze gradually turned cold, a hint of a smile appearing in Su Ming's eyes.
The harsh slap hit her for the third time. You beast, kill me. Hurry up and kill me.
Seeming unable to accept this humiliation, tears streamed down the woman's face as she screamed in desperation.
No, I need to strike while the iron is hot.
As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the fear in the woman's eyes deepened. You cannot be such a beast, no. Even worse than a beast. The woman's tone was exceptionally angry, her hands trembling as they shielded her chest, her body shaking constantly. What did I just hear?
Did I hear wrong? Boo-hoo, my aloof male god, why would you say such wolfish words?
Shocked. A once cool streamer has fallen today, actually doing this to a female player in the world of strange tales.
I am a UC editor, does that brother above have any interest in working at UC?
As soon as Su Ming uttered this, the audience in the live stream room erupted. After all, no one expected the usually calm and indifferent Su Ming to say such things. Some young girls in the live stream nearly fainted in tears.
What are you thinking? I have no interest in you. I just want to deal with these players while that Li guy is still around.
Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming raised his head, looking towards the direction of the staircase.
However, it didn't matter whether he looked or not. Seeing it made Su Ming's eyes twitch.
Goodness, Li was now covered in gruesome wounds, blood continuously flowing.
And most importantly, a player was thrusting a dagger fiercely towards Li's neck. Be careful.
Su Ming rushed forward quickly but seemed still a bit late.
Lonely Star 9 styles, falling plumb. At a critical moment.
A crisp voice rang out, accompanied by sword energy resembling blooming plum blossoms.
Puff. Puff.
In just this one strike, more than half of the 10 or so players present fell.
Next.
A faint blue long dress, with a long sword on her back, slowly stepped forward.
Is it you?
Su Ming looked at the girl in front of him and slowly spoke.
Is getting these players' bodies the way to clear the level?
Yu Xiaoyu slowly turned her head, speaking calmly. Clearly, she had roughly guessed the so-called level-clearing conditions.
Sword energy?
Su Ming had no reaction. But the collapsed woman suddenly exclaimed, terror flashing in her eyes.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Sword energy like this, at least requires clearing an A-rank dungeon to obtain.
As one of the strongest among new players, even I.
Su Ming caught 2 players beside him and slammed their heads together.
Oh.
Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Ming slowly turned his head back, speaking with a half-smile.
Of course, you are the exception.
Facing Su Ming's gaze, the young woman trembled even more violently, like a frightened little rabbit.
Don't look at me, I'm not that kind of person.
Glancing at Yu Xiaoyu, Su Ming slowly shook his head, his expression appearing quite calm. But this person, she seems to.
Tremblingly extending her finger, the young woman's gaze towards Yu Xiaoyu was still filled with disbelief. Is this surprising? Who told you that sword energy needs to be exchanged to obtain?
Gathering a ray of sword light at her fingertip, Yu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile.
Put.
The young woman blankly lowered her head, her wide-open eyes unable to close for a long time. A splash of red blossomed at her chest, like a blood-stained rose.
She couldn't figure it out until her death.
How a proud existence, looking down on the world, could encounter 2 game hacks in the same dungeon.
What does she mean? That it can be obtained without exchange?
After watching the live stream for so long, this is definitely the most perverse player next to Su God.
I think some god revealed it before? Sword techniques start at least at 100,000 rule points? Are we saying that there's a possibility that she means she comprehended all of this herself?
In the live broadcast room, the audience looked at the scene before them, all somewhat shocked.
If this woman is really a new player, it means she has already comprehended sword intent in the real world?
But most of the audience still held a skeptical attitude, speculating the most that she should have gained some opportunities in the Ghost Talk world.
I killed her, you have no objections, right?
The cold voice came in, making Su Ming shake his head helplessly. I originally planned to crush her myself, it's just that you moved first.
And I advise you not to have any thoughts about me. Continuing to kill player after player, a faint smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. After a long silence,
Yu Xiaoyu slowly lowered her finger, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. How could that be?
You are overthinking.
Then her gaze turned sharp again. Unsheathing the long sword at her back, she swung it at a nearby player, almost instantaneously killing them.
Su Ming was even more ruthless, at this moment having already taken back the heavy iron hammer from Li. The bang-bang sounds continued, with each heavy blow capable of turning a player's head into mush.
As for the players' pleas for mercy and screams,
they were all ignored by both.
Su Ming's gaze grew slightly colder when he killed the last player.
He withdrew the heavy hammer, slowly walking toward the apartment building where he lived. She wants to kill me.
I must kill her first.
Is there any way?
With his back to Yu Xiaoyu, a strange smile appeared on Su Ming's face, whispering softly. If it weren't for her probably guessing his skills, perhaps that sword energy was aimed directly at him.
What does Su God mean by this? Is he preparing to harm my goddess?
To be honest, if they really fought, I think Su God is more at a disadvantage, but if infused with Su God's skills. I also noticed that her eyes on Su Ming were wrong at first. You can't hide the gaze that wants to kill someone.
I hope she doesn't do anything stupid.
Otherwise, Su God's extremely cruel methods. Su Ming's voice was as thin as a mosquito, but it was still clearly heard by the audience in the live broadcast room.
Many people felt somewhat worried about this. What if Su Ming really goes all out to kill? Then wouldn't there be one less beautiful streamer?
You must know that many viewers in the live broadcast room had already secretly searched for Yu Xiaoyu's broadcast room. Yu Xiaoyu stood there, glancing at the somewhat unconsciously Yi. Her brows slightly furrowed, her face changing slightly.
Sigh. In the end,
she slowly continued to carry the long sword on her back. His face regained calm. He walked up the stairs, and soon arrived at the 7th floor. Su Ming walked decisively toward a room.
Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?
An elderly voice came from inside the room as the knocking sounded.
Su Ming remained silent, his expression calm as he continued to knock on the door. Which one of you?
The door slowly opened, revealing the strange old landlord.
Oh, it's you? What do you want from this old man?
I need you to help me carry 3 bodies to the rooftop of Building 3.
No objections, right?
Su Ming stared calmly at the old man's only remaining eye.
What objection could I have? Leave it to me.
Hearing this, Su Ming slowly lowered his arm that held the hammer.
Actually, I really have no objections. On the contrary, I feel unusually happy.
The old man's tense and panicked expression vanished, replaced by a hint of joy as he awkwardly coughed.
You guys?
Looking at the old man's expression, Su Ming roughly guessed the cause and effect.
Well, those animal bodies are us. All the residents here are lambs waiting to be slaughtered.
If we can't find other bodies to replace them, it will eventually be our turn. Su Ming followed the old man down the stairs step by step. And at this moment, light reappeared in the stairwell, and a beautiful girl with a foxtail appeared.
Xiao Xin, what are you doing? Hurry and put on your clothes. Before Su Ming could react, the old man shouted irritably.
Then the light went out, and the girl's figure vanished again.
Well, this is my granddaughter. Let's go.
Su Ming's calm voice came, and he continued to walk down the stairs.
All along, he never had the slightest thought about the flirty fox. About half an hour later,
the old man's figure slowly appeared, still carrying 3 uncorrupted bodies. But at this time, these bodies had already grown stiff. As if with the passage of time, the bodies were becoming a bit cold.
Hurry! Change them while we can.
A hint of anxiety appeared in the old man's eyes, and behind him were the strange fat man and a neighbor Su Ming had never seen. There are a total of 18 human bodies, but we only got 9. At this moment, strange scars appeared on the old man and fat man's bodies, their clothes somewhat tattered. They looked rather disheveled.
What happened?
Taking one of the bodies, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly. It's nothing, just those bunny kids in Building 4 tried to snatch bodies from us, they're young and strong.
Oh.
Casually nodding, Su Ming carried the player body toward the stairs.
Big guy. Wait for me.
Li Yi was also struggling to drag a body, laboriously following behind Su Ming. His face was flushed, gasping for breath from time to time.
This body of yours is really...
At the back, Yu Xiaoyu watched Li Yi's figure, her eyes showing a deep disdain. Finally, the corner of her mouth lifted in a sneer. Holding a body in one hand, she quickly passed Li Yi and rushed upstairs.
Woo. I will buy 10 girlfriends to train when I get back.
I won't let others call me a thin dog.
Li Yi's desperate roar echoed through the stairs. His cries unceasing. Young man, take it easy. My old body is even better than yours. The old man chuckled, patting Li Yi's shoulder, and slowly went upstairs.
He pushed open the rooftop door again. Su Ming suddenly lowered his head, letting his gaze stop at his toes. Then he slowly stepped forward, stopping to feel with each step.
He.
The eerie being, laughing halfway, slowly lowered its head, a hint of confusion appearing in its rotting hollow eyes.
Just now, did something touch its backside? Suddenly turning around. All around, besides the bodies of animals and humans scattered on the ground, there seemed to be nothing else. After scanning for a while,
the strange being slowly shook its head, the cloak once again covering its rotting face. It lowered its head and continued to hee as it chopped at the animal bodies.
Hey, Su God, you did this on purpose, right? This is not a little lowly, nor is it a beauty, this is a skeleton. Crying. Who knows? Maybe the streamer just likes it like this?
Upstairs, how dare you slander my brother Su God, do you dare to report your address?
Be careful, our Su family army will come to settle the score with you. Watching Su Ming's hand touch where it shouldn't, the barrage became dense once again.
Many began to doubt Su Ming's current audience preference. After all, it has been so long, but he has not shown any fondness toward other female players or strange attitudes.
Of course, except for Bai Miao.
Su Ming slowly withdrew his palm, then gradually moved away, continuing to feel around the body on the ground.
Found it.
A familiar face appeared in Su Ming's sight, his gaze slightly shifted.
But he did not move immediately.
Including the trembling Li Yi and the indifferent Yu Xiaoyu, they all just stood quietly in front of their own bodies.
Don't worry too much, as long as you can't see it, we don't exist in its world.
Just pierce your own body and smear your blood on the other replacement body. But even though the strange old man explained so clearly, the three remained unmoved. Su Ming even closed his eyes, following the sound, walking towards the old man.
You come first.
He patted the old man's shoulder and spoke softly.
To be honest, Su Ming was a bit uneasy about this. What if the strange old man was lying to him? Then, if he can't kill him, he'll just kill the fox granddaughter behind him.
Thinking of this, Su Ming felt a bit more secured. He decisively took a few steps back and grabbed the fox girl's thigh.
Don't move. Move again, do you believe I'll beat you to death?
Feeling the girl's body seem to struggle a little, Su Ming tightened his grip even more. His tone became extremely dangerous.
I have no need to deceive you.
With a somewhat helpless smile, the old man sighed lightly, then quickly broke a weasel's body,
staining its blood onto the player's body.
Then a strange scene appeared. The blood-stained weasel body gradually transformed into an old man, and then the two old men became ethereal, slowly intertwining.
All done, just that simple. Can you let go of my granddaughter now?
Listening to the fox girl's painful whimpers beside him, the old man's tone sounded a bit pained. No, wait for me for 3 minutes, once it's done, I will naturally let go. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming's hand moved up and gripped the girl's neck, then walked towards his own body.
3 minutes later.
After Su Ming fused with the body, he felt a different kind of comfort.
Only then did he satisfyingly release the girl slowly.
In his palm, there seemed to still be a faint residual warmth of the girl.
Time to eat.
The strange old man wore a faint smile as he brought out a steaming iron pot.
Inside it still was.
Where did these corpses come from? Li Yi, standing beside him, frowned slightly and spoke with some confusion. These are the animal corpses that it slaughtered. With a hint of self-deprecation, the old man bitterly added, you could also say, these are all our former deceased companions.
Yes, at first we all thought that as long as we replaced your human bodies, it would be fine.
The fat man took a plate of rotten meat, also carrying Su Ming's portion in hand, speaking helplessly.
So you used despicable and lowly methods to lure us to break the rules?
Pointing at the fox-tailed girl behind the old man, Li Yi seemed to recall some unmentionable past, cursing loudly.
But you didn't suffer any loss.
The strange old man rolled his eyes, answering without courtesy.
But I just, woo.
Li Yi's voice carried a hint of sadness. If he remembered correctly, he had only closed his eyes for a few short seconds.
By the way, big guy, can you, from now on, get lost?
Chewing on bread bought from the vending machine, Su Ming spoke with an expressionless face. Disappointed, Li Yi lowered his head and silently returned to the dining table.
Hey! This guy is even feeling wronged. Can you handle it, skinny dog? If not, let me take over.
Truly a person born with blessings but unaware of them.
Look at his expression, he seems so ashamed he could almost burrow into the ground. I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha.
Don't mock others' shortcomings, learn from others' strengths, young man, rat-tail juice. Although Li Yi was indeed quick, it wasn't a reason for the live stream audience to mock him without limits. Some viewers were immediately silenced, and others who spoke too harshly received a 10-year ban package. I must say, such people are detestable.
Where are the others? As the atmosphere fell into silence, Su Ming's calm voice broke through.
What, others? Hearing this, the strange old man froze in place, a look of panic crossing his face.
I just wanted to ask, if the players' bodies are insufficient, then what about the other strange beings in this apartment, what will happen?
Slowly raising his head.
A hint of coldness glimmered in the depths of Su Ming's eyes. Chapter 57, Apartment 103, Number 21.
After they can't get bodies, those guys will go berserk. Stammering to finish this sentence, the strange old man's expression became a bit awkward, his one eye rolling wildly in its socket.
I figured it out.
Who would have thought Su Ming showed no surprise, slowly pulling a cigarette out of the fat guy's pocket and lighting it.
You all deserve to die. Why didn't you switch my body? You all deserve to die. I will kill you all. Outside the dining room.
A deafening voice erupted, causing all players except Su Ming and Yu Xiaoyu to change color.
Only Li Yi still seemed somewhat calm.
But those clueless players were looking up with confused expressions, staring at the neighbors at the door of the dining room.
What's going on? These strange beings can't kill us, and now they want to come out in the open? Why?
I clearly didn't break any rules.
I don't want to die here, I'll fight them.
The strange beings outside the dining room wore eerie smiles. Some were dressed in red belly bands, some in red jackets, and others in red stockings.
This meant they could directly attack the players now.
I can handle it alone, you all hold on a bit.
Glimpsing at the players in the dining room,
Su Ming slowly stood up, shouldering the skull-crushing iron hammer, his face betraying no emotion.
It has begun. Is Su God really preparing to fight a group alone? Speaking of which, did you notice the streamer's strength? Has he used a basic gene potion? Over a dozen strange beings, can Su God do it? I'm so scared.
If you're scared, hide under the covers. By the way, I'll warm up your bed, just send the address and I'll come get you. Watching this scene, the audience secretly worried for Su Ming. After all, these weren't just over a dozen huskies but over a dozen strange beings.
You have to know, even a very ordinary strange being can kill a bunch of ordinary people in seconds. You think this group of little weaklings can go berserk?
Licking his lips, Su Ming slowly raised the skull-crushing iron hammer in his hand. I tell you, when I go crazy, even I am scared of myself.
Bang!
Finding an opportunity, Su Ming directly smashed the hammer onto a strange being's head next to him.
Blood splattered everywhere. Bang! Bang bang!
Taking advantage of the fact that this strange being hadn't reacted, Su Ming quickly hammered, knocking the guy unconscious.
How dare he? Old Yang, hold on. Quick, kill this guy. I must swap back my body. He.
Strange voices continuously rang out, as over a dozen strange beings pounced on Su Ming.
With the sharpest claws, it ripped toward Su Ming. With the sharpest teeth, it fiercely bit into his shoulder. However, my shoulder. And my stomach burns so hot. Pain, too much pain. How could this be? Clearly, they attacked that big guy, my waist.
Su Ming was focused on capturing a strange creature that was smashing wildly, while the players behind him lay on the ground crying out like they had suffered cruel abuse.
Bang! The 99th hit.
It seemed to reach a certain breaking point. Su Ming panted lightly, a satisfied expression as he stopped his movements. Then, somewhat disdainfully, he tossed away the strange body.
His gaze swept around, and once again, a hint of hunger flashed in his eyes. Mine, all mine. Ha 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 ha. Bang!
Aiming at a strange figure wearing a red hat, he leaped up and delivered a crushing blow, not knowing how long it had passed.
Clang!
After a busy day, Master Su finally released the heavy iron hammer in his hand.
Now, isn't this more like it? As long as I kill all these strange creatures, then no one will talk to me about rules anymore, right?
Su Ming slowly lifted his head, quietly gazing at the strange old man and the fat man.
Then grinned, revealing his white teeth. What he says makes so much sense, I can't find anything wrong with it.
Indeed, for example, if you encounter a robber, as long as you kill the robber first, he can't rob me anymore.
Although that's the logic, isn't that making you a murderer? Upstairs, don't worry about the details, I'm just using a metaphor.
The viewers in the livestream were all discussing the truth Su Ming had spoken, but very few focused on the strange bodies on the ground. It seemed that everyone had gradually accepted Su Ming's various violent actions. After all, with enough adaptation, the body slowly gets used to it.
You also saw it, we didn't do anything.
Seemingly sensing that Su Ming's gaze was not quite right, the strange old man pulled the fox-tailed girl behind him, speaking nervously.
What are you thinking? We still need you to cook these days.
Slowly standing up, Su Ming walked forward and gently patted the strange old man's shoulder.
His bloodstained face looked quite kind. Hey? You're not going to say I littered, right?
Pointing to the bodies strewn across the ground, Su Ming's lips once again curled up in a smile. These guys were all hammered out by Su Ming in 99 crazy blows, one after another.
You must be joking, whether it's the floor or you yourself, isn't it all clean?
Taking a deep breath, the strange old man forced a smile. Trembling, he began to clean up the flesh and blood on the ground. At this moment, the players around seemed still unable to recover from such a shock.
Looking at Su Ming, it was as if they were staring at a terrifying monster. Big guy, your skill won't just let us share damage, right?
One player, pale-faced, covered his stomach, shouting with a tone of disbelief.
That's right. Calmly nodding, Su Ming admitted without hesitation.
After all, as long as one wasn't blind.
Through this wave of battle, they could see some tricks. Then big guy, since you're using us to share damage, can you help us get through? No.
He didn't even lift his head, lighting a cigarette and casually responding.
Why?
I think you must help us, after all, from a moral perspective.
gaining courage again.
This player looked at Su Ming's body, somewhat hesitant to speak.
Morality? You talk to me about morality? Seemingly hearing an extremely funny joke, Su Ming nearly burst into laughter.
Then his gaze turned suddenly cold.
Bang! The player's head directly exploded in flowers. Chapter 58, Apartment 103, Number 22, Final Chapter.
Not to mention himself, even all the surrounding players did not react.
Thud.
The body thumped heavily on the cold floor, blood flowing everywhere.
I don't want what you think, I only want what I think.
Exhaling the last puff of smoke, Su Ming smiled strangely and slowly shook his head.
If you want my help, you need to pay.
Casually standing up, Su Ming walked toward the stairway. Aside from Yu Xiaoyu and Li Yi, the other 9 players exchanged glances, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes simultaneously. Looking at the hesitant players, Li Yi's eyes flashed as he stepped up onto the dining table. Listen to me for a moment.
I'm telling you, if you want to clear the game, you need to go to other apartments and kill players. Even after winning, you'll need that strange old man to help bring the bodies back. Whether you want to pay is up to you. The big guy is too kind, all for your sake.
At this moment, he explained the situation from various angles and started answering some messy questions from the players.
In less than 10 minutes, the 9 players went downstairs to trade with Su Ming on their own. But it must be said, Li Yi's efficiency in doing things was definitely impressive.
Seeing his balance restored to over 20,000, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh from the heart.
Indeed, extortion is the fastest way to make money.
Then Su Ming decisively took the lead.
With Li Yi's divine provocation, they successfully wiped out the players from the other 2 apartments.
With the strange old man and the fat man helping to carry the players' bodies, everyone smiled contentedly, enjoying life in the apartment. In the following days, the players lived quite plainly.
As for what to do about running out of money?
Except for Su Ming and Yu Xiaoyu, all the players chose to sell their kidneys for quick cash. The strange doctor who went with the old man and the fat man to carry bodies was the one wearing black-framed glasses, looking like a cultured scoundrel. Some people had already lost their kidneys. In the process, they also contributed their skin, eyes, ears. As time went by, the 7th night soon arrived.
Be big boss, clearly you are so strong, why don't you try to deal with the strange one on the roof?
A group of people sat again at the 5th floor dining room.
But this time, it was already 11:58 p.m. Do you really want to die?
Giving Li Yi a sidelong glance, Su Ming spoke somewhat helplessly. After all, that thing cannot be killed, and if accidentally stared at, these players would lose half their lives.
Big boss, can I add you after we go out?
A female player stood up, her eyes filled with unmistakable affection.
No. Why?
The female player nervously lowered her head, intertwining her hands, and stubbornly asked back.
No reason, I don't take along dead weight. Calmly shaking his head, Su Ming showed no regard for her feelings.
Just when Su Ming finished saying this, the expression of Li Yi, who was about to speak, suddenly darkened.
Then he tightly clenched his fists but kept silent. What about me?
A cold voice came. Yu Xiaoyu leaned against the wall with a half-smile.
You can.
This time, Su Ming agreed very quickly.
Oh, why?
Looking forlornly at the wall clock, Su Ming's eyes slightly narrowed as he smiled and explained. You once had murderous intent toward me, so I must find a way to kill you.
Unfortunately, I can't do it yet in this instance. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the restaurant fell into an eerie silence again.
Yu Xiaoyu slowly stood up, a trace of coldness rising in her clear eyes.
Around her body, there seemed to be an invisible sharp sword intent swirling. Stop pretending unless you want to commit suicide.
Such a tense moment did not change Su Ming's expression. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile.
Put.
As she let out another light laugh, the sword intent disappeared without a trace.
So interesting. I'm waiting for you. Come kill me.
Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, weighing the broken skull hammer in his hand.
It will.
Including Yu Xiaoyu, all players' bodies gradually became ethereal.
A familiar voice also reached Su Ming's ears. Special equipment, Trist's Fate dice, attempting to imprint skill. Imprinting failed. Failed? There's only a 5% chance. It seems indeed quite low. With a gentle sigh, Su Ming felt a bit regretful. After all, the skill all beings are equal is indeed quite monstrous. Unfortunately, it did not succeed in imprinting it as a permanent skill.
Congratulations, you have successfully cleared apartment number 103 rating, SS. Reward, 1 diamond treasure chest, several rule points, 1 random special skill book.
Title received, MVP.
MVP, all bodily functions doubled. Wherever you go, you will be the center of attention.
Title evaluation, all functions enhanced, including certain areas. MVP?
Su Ming casually lay on the sofa, his eyes flickering slightly as he repeatedly checked the attributes of this title.
Decisively chose to equip it. Enhancing all bodily functions, any man wouldn't refuse, right? This time a rating of not SSS for perfect. Is it because I didn't deal with the eerie presence on the rooftop?
Frowning slightly, Su Ming felt a bit confused.
You must know that the eerie thing on the rooftop couldn't even be defeated by Yu Xiaoyu, who seemed to possess sword intent, let alone the other players. Forget it, it's no big deal.
Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming didn't take the rating matter to heart but opened the special skill book in his hand.
Special skill book, use/not use?
Yes. The skill book emitted a faint white light. Then transformed into a beam of lightspeed and merged into Su Ming's body, while in his mind suddenly appeared a strange skill.
Rage boost.
When you are in a life crisis, adrenaline increases drastically, bodily strength triples. At the same time, you will remain awake, ignoring all pain.
Duration 3 minutes, cooldown time 1 month. Not bad. Murmuring softly, Su Ming looked again at his attribute panel. Player, Su Ming. Special skill, Rage Boost. Title, MVP, click for details. Equipment, Steel Wool Gloves, Trist's Fate Dice, Broken Skull Hammer, Substitute Doll. Fixed assets, Rule Points 35247, Underworld Restaurant, 1 Wuling Hongwang.
Seeing certain words, a hint of surprise appeared in Su Ming's eyes.
The Underworld Restaurant being counted as a fixed asset implies the money from the cash ability hasn't expired? Since that's the case, then I should go to the Underworld Restaurant and catch up with Bai Miaoshu.
Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Slowly standing up, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Chapter 59, Is Someone Causing Trouble? Ding. You have a new friend request.
Just as he was about to open the world channel, a system notification sounded.
As Su Ming expected. It was indeed a request from Yu Xiaoyu. Not afraid at all?
Shaking his head, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the only friend in his friend list.
I didn't expect my first friend to be an enemy.
Shaking his head slightly, Su Ming didn't care too much. If nothing unexpected happens, given their personalities, the next encounter will surely only allow one of them to live.
Brothers, let's go to the Underworld Restaurant.
It's cheap and good value, and the front desk girl is just too attractive.
Why not go to the amusement park? Didn't I hear there's a big spider there? Go to the amusement park to find death? Since its discovery, dozens of players who entered have not come out. Damn, the boss of the Underworld Hotel seems to be a silver-haired lowly? Coordinates, 113.54.83. Looking through the world channel.
As Su Ming expected, the 2 previous integrated dungeons have now been found by players. The world channel was almost flooded with messages about Underworld Restaurant and Death Amusement Park, fast enough to make one's head spin.
It seems quite far from me. This stupid game, why is there no teleport function? Quietly complaining a couple of sentences, Su Ming grabbed a car key.
Gently pushing open the door to this white space room. This is also the first time he stepped out of this small room. As soon as he stepped out, the space seemed to gradually twist, and then Su Ming's figure disappeared without a trace.
In the next second,
in the endless square, Su Ming's figure slowly reappeared.
I have a special skill. I can enter a horror story dungeon with my brother at the same time. I can help block the weirdness outside, and relieve pressure inside if you need, just hit me up. Idiot, that girl over there is a scam artist. Brothers, don't fall for it, come see my extraordinary sword. You son of a bitch, it was already bad enough to take advantage of me, but now you want to go this far? The replacement dolls from the dungeon sell for 20,000 in the shop, but they are only 18,888 here. This square was surprisingly lively. Following a vague sense of direction, Su Ming walked along the street. Finally, not far ahead, he saw his exclusive Wuling Hongwang. Back in the day, I could be called a car god of Akiyama.
A smile crept onto his lips. Su Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, shifted to 5th gear, and drove like a rocket toward the Huangquan restaurant. Inside a brightly lit restaurant, Bai Miao blinked her eyes, slightly raised her head, with long white hair cascading down her shoulders.
Xiaohong, why hasn't Mr. Su come to see me yet? It's already been a week. Xiaohong.
Seeing that Xiaohong was focused on handling documents with no reaction, Bai Miao couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows. Her eyes full of melancholy.
Boss, I know you are anxious, but can you please not rush?
Sighing gently, Xiaohong slowly turned her head, rubbing her temples wearily.
Mr. Su might be busy lately. When he has time, he will definitely come to find you. Really? Tightly clenching Xiaohong's sleeve, a trace of doubt appeared in Bai Miao's eyes. Really? All right then.
Having received the response she wanted, Bai Miao's brow immediately relaxed, her white skirt slightly swaying.
Xiaohong, you've worked hard, let me get you a cup of coffee.
Watching the bouncy by Meow jump out of the door, Xiaohong lay back in her chair, her eyes full of pain. I really don't know how charming Mr. Su is, causing this little girl to act like this. In this past week, the number of human guests had surged. Plus, negotiations with the opposite spiritual medium hotel had already given Xiaohong a massive headache.
Now. Xiaohong, here comes the coffee.
Carefully holding the coffee, Bai Miao stood on her tiptoes and handed it over.
Sigh.
Taking a sip of the hot coffee, Xiaohong glanced at the pile of documents on the table.
Her brows slightly furrowed. What kind of service attitude is this? Call your boss, I want to complain about you. Fire all of you. You bunch of scumbags, idiots. In the restaurant.
A sharp scream suddenly rang out, the voice sounding somewhat androgynous, the tone very strange.
What's going on? Xiaohong and Bai Miao exchanged angry glances. I want to see who is causing trouble.
With a darkened face, Bai Miao angrily pushed open the door and walked down the corridor toward the restaurant.
What happened?
As soon as she entered the first-floor restaurant, the scene before her made Bai Miao's expression turned strange. A young man dressed in a white robe, holding a folding fan, was arrogantly stepping on a waiter, spewing foul language.
Oh, are you the boss of this restaurant? The young man in the white robe looked at the white-haired girl before him, his eyes suddenly brightening. Slowly waving the fan in his hand. With a voice that sounded like a duck's quack, he laughed and said, What kind of attitude is your waiter? Spilling tea on me when serving. Do you know how expensive this outfit is?
Pointing at his soaked cuff, the young man smiled with a hint of sarcasm. This outfit is from Anima, it could have fed this scumbag for months.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Looking at his pose, Bai Miao slowly raised her head. The voice sounded a little cold.
White-haired lowly?
Slowly releasing his foot from the waiter. A flash of desire crossed the youth's eyes as he pretended to be indifferent, waving his folding fan with a faint smile on his face.
It's nothing at all. Since you are the boss, why not serve me specially, and come to apologize?
The reason he felt so bold was that since players discovered this place,
it was a bit different from the ghost story instance.
Not filled with various terrifying rules, but more like a normal restaurant where players could spend rule points. A luxurious meal only costs a dozen rule points or so. The most crucial part is, being a top player in the ghost story world naturally gave him ample confidence.
As long as there are no rules, he could almost walk sideways. And as a godlike consumer, having this white-haired lowly serve him well is also quite reasonable, right? Alright, sir, then let me serve you well.
Bai Miao gazed at the young player, hesitated for a moment.
Then slowly nodded. Chapter 60, Troublemaker, No Mercy. Just as the youth was still immersed in his delightful fantasy,
the white-haired lowly's body almost turned into an afterimage, appearing before him in an instant, her red eyes revealing a trace of bloodthirst. With blood-red nails, she viciously clawed at him.
At the critical moment, the youth suddenly snapped back to reality, and quickly rolled backward. Hiss.
But he still couldn't dodge in time, and a drop of blood fell from his chest.
A mere E-level instance's anomaly, yet it has such power?
Holding his chest in pain, cold sweat poured down his forehead and his expression slowly grew serious. The previous charm and elegance had vanished. And he seemed to have transformed into a wounded wolf, his eyes narrowing slightly. Very good, but unfortunately, you are still too young. Let me show you what it means to know heaven and earth.
Hee, a trash girl coming out of an E-level instance.
The youth quickly opened the folding fan in his hand and swung it fiercely.
A gust of wind swept out from the fan, a fierce wind roared towards Bai Miao.
The tables, chairs, and dishes along the way were all crushed into dust.
Are you daring to destroy the restaurant?
Bai Miao's face grew increasingly ugly as she stared at the oncoming storm. Her crimson pupils emitting a chilling aura.
Fighting is not allowed in the restaurant. At that moment, a calm voice rang out, and the rampant wind instantly ceased. Mr. Su.
Su? Bai Miao turned her head in confusion, looking at the figure stepping through the door, exclaiming in disbelief. Then her body turned into an afterimage, and she pounced onto Su Ming.
Whoa. Mr. Su. Someone is bullying me.
Bai Miao's voice carried a hint of crying and grievance. Tears sparkling in her eyes as she looked up with her crimson pupils gradually turning black, with a hint of tears emerging.
I'm back.
Seeing Bai Miao like this, Su Ming reached out and gently patted her head.
You are also a player?
The youth seemed to have regained his composure, his expression turning a bit ugly as he spoke calmly.
Yes, I am a player. Glancing over slightly, Su Ming's smile disappeared, and he slowly nodded.
Then you should not interfere, this is the grudge between players and anomalies. His eyes narrowed slightly, the youth scanned the surrounding players with a serious expression. Just by Su Ming's arrival earlier, it had dispelled his attack effortlessly, indicating that his strength was likely not on the same level as Su Ming.
Since that was the case, he could only try to instill caution in Su Ming from the perspective of players versus anomalies, allowing himself to retreat unscathed. Players and anomalies? Hearing what he said, a hint of ridicule appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Then let me ask you, if I take action against you, what would the outcome be? If you take action against me, all the players present can witness. You are a traitor to humanity. Explain, you have ulterior motives, wanting to collude with the strange and harm your fellow humans. The young man spoke with righteous words, powerful and forceful. Some players in the restaurant even nodded involuntarily, feeling that what he said made sense. Helping the strange, isn't that what a traitor to humanity does? Oh? Are you threatening me? Su Ming once again beamed a brilliant smile, then his gaze swept around. Do you all think this way? The surrounding players did not speak. As Su Ming's gaze passed over them, they all lowered their heads. How is it? Am I right? Seeing their default attitude, the young man's lips curled slightly upward, casually adding, unless you let me go, and no longer interfere in this matter, I naturally won't say. No, you misunderstood. Su Ming slowly shook his head, then, under the confused gazes of everyone, turned and closed the restaurant door. Only then did he explain seriously. Because of your foolishness, you pulled them all down with you. I just gave them one last chance, but unfortunately, those people did not cherish it. Su Ming's expression was somewhat regretful. He picked up the little girl, by meow, and slowly sat on the sofa. What do you mean? Are you really going to become a traitor for the strange? Looking at Su Ming's fearless attitude, the young man's face finally changed. Pointing nervously at Bai Miao and Su Ming's arms, his tone began to grow increasingly agitated. Fool. Not bothering with him anymore, Su Ming looked at the little girl holding onto him tightly, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Brothers, charge! Kill this traitor! Why should he help the strange? The strange and humanity are natural enemies. At this moment, the young man finally panicked, waving the fan in his hand and shouting loudly. His shout indeed had some effect. Most of the surrounding players rushed towards Su Ming, except for a few who still stood by without responding. All kinds of skills and weapon attacks gathered towards Su Ming. Annihilate. Su Ming still did not lift his head, just lightly uttering one word. Then an extraordinary scene appeared. The time around seemed to freeze in an instant, and all the players, including the young man, became stiff and stood still. Silence, a deathly silence. A couple of seconds later, in their terrified gazes, their bodies began to turn transparent, then slowly disappeared. As if they had never existed. How has the restaurant been during this time? From start to finish, Su Ming never lifted his head, as if everything around was irrelevant. Since Su Ming re-entered the Yellow Springs restaurant, all the rules here were determined by him. As long as he did not encounter a being that could break the rules. Then in Su Ming's eyes, these players and ordinary people were no different. Mr. Su, will this lead to? Bai Miao slightly raised her head, a hint of worry in her eyes. I can testify, it was that guy who bullied you first. Me too, I can't stand his arrogant face, talking nonsense about traitors, I see him as scum. Exactly, he even dared to touch the little girl. Before Su Ming could speak, the players who had not attacked him previously began to shout. Some looking skeptical, while others wore angry expressions. But no one dared to speak ill of Su Ming. After all, that extraordinary scene just now had terrified all the survivors present. Just one word. Directly wiping out a group of players, how powerful had this strange man become? Of course, some people seemed to have already guessed Su Ming's identity. A hint of excitement emerged in their eyes. Big boss, are you the Su Ming? Su Ming slowly stood up, slightly lowering his head, looking at the white-haired girl in front of him. Girl. Why haven't you gotten off me yet? Tisk tsk. It seemed like Bai Miao had noticed the strange looks from the players, as a flush quickly appeared on her face, and she hurriedly let go of her arms. Let me introduce myself again, I'm the boss here. Glaring seriously at the surrounding players, Su Ming's eyes became a bit colder, and he spoke word by word. If you're here to spend, I welcome you. But if anyone dares to cause trouble here, they'll be killed without mercy. Chapter 61, A Man Understands a Man the Best. We got it. After the scene, no one dared to complain any further. The remaining players obediently stood still, nodding their heads incessantly, like chicks pecking at rice. Meanwhile, the other waiters quickly tidied up the restaurant, moving the overturned tables and chairs back into place. Su Ming smiled faintly as he watched the scene and gradually walked towards the deeper part of the corridor. How's the development been lately? As if remembering something, Su Ming slightly turned his head and looked intently at the white-haired loli beside him. The development's been great. With the funding support from Mr. Su, the Yellow Springs restaurant not only got renovated, but also expanded. Xiaohong is still negotiating with the Spirit Medium Hotel across the street, discussing the acquisition. Speaking of this, Bai Miao's eyes sparkled, and her tone even carried a hint of pride. After all, just a week ago, the restaurant was under pressure from the Spirit Medium Hotel, owing a huge amount of debt, and was on the brink of closing down. Now, it seemed that ever since Su Ming arrived, everything had started to move in a positive direction. Since that's the case, then I can rest easy. Nodding slowly, Su Ming patted Bai Miao's head again and smiled softly. You've worked hard these past few days. Not at all, I just... Halfway through her words, Bai Miao glanced at Su Ming's back, stuck out her tongue, and looked like a wilted eggplant. Then, with a somewhat awkward expression, she stammered and added, I'm fine, it's mainly Xiaohong. Mr. Su. A voice full of exhaustion appeared from behind Su Ming, carrying a hint of resentment. Cough cough, Supervisor Hong, what's going on here? Turning around, Su Ming almost choked on his own saliva. In just a few days, Supervisor Hong seemed to have aged more than 10 years, with wrinkles covering her eyes, and her eye bags had swollen into long lines. The most absurd part was, the area around her eyes looked like it had been smeared with soot. No, what happened to you? Looking at her nearly lifeless appearance, Su Ming's mouth twitched uncontrollably, slowly asking. Is it that girl? Glancing at Bai Miao, Supervisor Hong took a sip from her coffee cup. This little girl has been nagging me non-stop ever since you left. I was already handling these matters. Sai, how about we hire another supervisor? By the end, Supervisor Hong rolled her eyes, her face full of despair. No. Before Su Ming could speak, Bai Miao quickly grabbed Supervisor Hong's arm. Xiaohong, you know? I don't trust anyone except you and Mr. Su. Before he entered the Yellow Spring restaurant, he had already tried something. As a player, he could not enter the Spirit Hotel across the street. In other words, those that had not integrated into the world of weird tales could only serve the strange but could not do business with the players. With that, whether to acquire this so-called Spirit Hotel had no significance for Su Ming. Rabbit girl? Is there none? Then cat-ear girls, fox girls, anything is fine. Seeing the surprised expressions of the two, Su Ming slowly explained, this is to provide better service for those humans, and besides, I am quite interested in the rules. Okay, I will take care of it right now. Looking at Su Ming's serious face, Red Supervisor nodded earnestly. By the way, raise the prices of all dishes by 10 times. We are not doing the weird market now, but rather the player market. Looking at the deep corridor, Su Ming spoke with an expressionless face. His purpose in doing this was to turn his Yellow Spring restaurant into a holy land for consumerism in the hearts of the players. Especially for those who are rich and foolish, fond of beautiful women, big victims. They are like fat, tender lambs. I understand. Taking a deep breath, Red Supervisor and Bai Miao exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Do you have any objections to my approach? Looking at Bai Miao, who was quietly standing aside, Su Ming smiled and tentatively asked. Mr. Su, the owner of the Yellow Spring restaurant is you, so I have no objections to any of your decisions. Gently shaking her head, Bai Miao lifted her head slightly, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. I'll arrange the recruitment of rabbit girls, cat-ear girls, and fox girls right now. But is it really okay to set the dish prices so high? When she said this, Bai Miao looked at Su Ming with some doubts, asking curiously. Don't worry, it's fine. Su Ming smiled, his eyes full of confidence. He was sure that the Yellow Spring restaurant, as the first to integrate into the world of weird tales, was bound to be a hotspot. The World Channel was almost filled with discussions about the Yellow Spring restaurant and the Death Amusement Park. The latter had no survivors, causing some people to be terrified. But the Yellow Spring restaurant was different, if managed well. For Su Ming, this restaurant was purely a money tree, specifically to shake out the money from those victimized players' pockets. Remember, the current waiters can get a raise to do odd jobs. Frowning slightly, Su Ming pondered for a moment and added. But new recruits must guarantee quality. Both figure and appearance are essential, understand? Salaries can be raised, but results must be achieved. A reward system can be set up, those with high performance will be rewarded, and those with low performance will clean the toilets for me. Our main selling point is sincerity. After sharing his thoughts, Su Ming slowly picked up the coffee on the table, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. As a man, he knows men best. Chapter 62 End of the World Train Number 1. Okay, then after I recruit the waiters and make some adjustments, we will open in a new way. Bai Miao nodded slowly, while somewhat hesitantly stepping forward. Lifting her head slightly, her white hair falling on her shoulders, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, Mr. Su, there is one more thing. Let's talk about these things after I solve the trouble in Fengdu City. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Su Ming slowly shook his head. Before Bai Miao could finish, Su Ming had already guessed what she wanted to say. To be honest, he didn't have much dislike for this little white-haired girl, but she was ultimately a strange being. It's getting late. I will come back to see you later.
Gently stroking Bai Miao's head, Su Ming slowly stood up and pushed open the glass door of the office.
Ah. Are you agreeing to be my big brother, Su Ming Ge? Su Ming's body, which had just taken half a step, froze in midair, and he blinked fiercely.
It turns out he had been working on himself for so long.
Did he misunderstand? Yeah. Slowly nodding, Su Ming walked toward the restaurant without looking back. He.
Bai Miao watched the direction Su Ming was leaving, gently clenched her fist, and couldn't help but smile.
From today on, I have a big brother too. Su Ming Ge. Not long after,
Su Ming drove his Wuling Hongguan back to his player space. Looking at the balance of 35,000 in his account, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he was worried about what to exchange.
Right. Suddenly, an idea struck. Su Ming quickly opened the mall exchange interface, then typed, Gene. Intermediate Gene Potion, price 30,000 rule points. Without hesitation,
Su Ming decisively chose to exchange. Using an intermediate Gene Potion, plus his MVP title, his body functions would double.
Then his physical fitness would be as strong as an ox, right?
If I add the effect of the Berserk skill. Su Ming felt that with these three combined, he had no doubt he could tear apart the strange beings.
Hiss.
The intermediate Gene Potion was injected into his arm, and a strong pain struck again. Every cell in his body seemed to be baptized by fierce fire, constantly dying and being reborn, evolving at an extraordinary speed.
But with the MVP on,
this intense pain had little impact on Su Ming. It came fast and went just as fast.
Bang!
As Su Ming suddenly swung his fist, a power testing machine near the wall flickered a few times, and a terrifying number appeared on the screen.
1,241 kilograms. My goodness, this is a bit terrifying, right?
Looking at the number displayed on the screen, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly. Looking at his fists, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. One must know that an ordinary person can generally deliver a punch of about 100 kilograms of impact.
And his one punch is almost equal to that of more than 10 ordinary players? So, when it comes to being in a berserk state, with lots of adrenaline backing him, wouldn't he be able to pound the strange beings into the ground?
Of course, even without berserk, he should still be able to beat ordinary strangeness.
Thinking of this,
Su Ming shook his head helplessly, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Since I'm almost ready, then let's start the next dungeon. Random dungeon extraction in progress. 46/200, 97/200, match successful. D-level dungeon, Apocalypse Train. In the 364th year of the Source Century, red fog fell from the sky. The red fog spread across the world, and all who had come into contact with it, whether human or animal, began to mutate. As an ordinary college student, I was lucky enough to be selected to ride the Apocalypse Train. When I thought this was a path to new life, I found that I still had not escaped hell. I am so confused, I can't see the light of hope. On a rapidly moving train, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. Still a D-level dungeon?
Recalling the prompts heard before entering the dungeon, Su Ming's brow slightly furrowed.
But this is a good thing.
At least before encountering the top 10 A-level dungeon, Fengdu City, he had enough time to develop. His gaze swept around. Surrounding him were other players who were also looking around.
A total of 200 people. So, all players are in one train carriage? That's really a bit exciting. Watching the densely packed figures in the seats, Su Ming couldn't help but lick his lips, a smile appearing in his eyes. Susu, is Su God streaming again? Let me check. By the way, this time Su God has taken more than half a day to stream. Let me guess, he went to find that white-haired little loli? What is this? The white-haired loli can only be mine, other people get lost. Is this the Apocalypse Train? I remember this dungeon is a typical Battle Royale dungeon. Su God, be careful, just in case they gang up on you, that could be bad. After more than half a day, Su Ming's live streaming room finally reopened. Those eager and thirsty viewers flooded into Su Ming's live room at the first opportunity, starting today's observation and learning. Unfortunately, players cannot start live broadcasts outside the dungeon, which made many viewers feel quite regretful. Already secretly imagining the love-hate relationship between Su Ming and the white-haired loli. Clang 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 clang. The entire carriage was constantly filled with the sound of rolling wheels, which felt inexplicably oppressive. Looking through the window, the outside world was a red haze. While surveying around, Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Because, it seemed that the storage space couldn't be opened. This meant, his wire ball gloves and skull-crushing hammer lost their effect in this dungeon. Goodness. Looking at the equally bewildered players, Su Ming's eyes flickered, and his brow furrowed slightly. Extracting your random talent. Random talent extraction complete, big bag.
Big Bag. Using the Big Bag will forcefully deal 1 physical damage and 99 mental damage to the target. With a stun effect, duration of the stun depends on your strength.
Well then, that's fine.
Hearing this familiar system prompt, Su Ming's brow slowly relaxed as he comfortably leaned against his seat.
How should I put it? The skill isn't too overpowered, but it's just right.
Especially since he just used the intermediate gene enhancer, and he was wearing the MVP title.
That experience was simply too pleasant. Sorry, but frankly, everyone here is trash.
Slowly closing his eyes, a strange smile appeared on Su Ming's face.
Chapter 63 Apocalyptic Train Number 2. What's going on? Why can't I use my gear and weapons? A ceiling dungeon? Interesting. Apocalyptic train?
I think I've seen it before, very high mortality rate. Voices buzzed around, but Su Ming didn't have time to listen to their chatter. Since this is a spooky dungeon, the first thing to do upon entering is naturally to search for the rules within the dungeon.
Where would it be?
Su Ming frowned slightly, carefully rummaging through his pockets and scanning the seats and the table in front of him.
But he found no sign of any rules.
After confirming there were no rules around him, Su Ming's expression slightly changed.
Ding!
A strange ringing sound rang out, catching Su Ming's attention.
Sir, your mineral water and food.
A pleasant voice came, and Su Ming turned to see a staff member in a white uniform appearing at the end of the carriage. Pushing a food cart, they were distributing water and food to all the seats one by one.
Wait a minute, what about the rules in the dungeon?
A player in the back awkwardly accepted a lump of bread and a bottle of mineral water, cold sweat trickling down their forehead. In the absence of clear rules, who knows if these things are safe to drink and whether they would cause contamination? Almost every player in the carriage focused their attention on this side, with a hint of glee in their eyes.
Splat!
Sir, please pick up your mineral water. Looking at the mineral water that dropped on the ground, the staff in white clothes revealed a strange smile and gently reminded.
Okay. I'll pick it up right now.
Shaking slightly, the player picked up the mineral water from the ground, and instead of immediately eating the bread in hand, they neatly placed the water and bread on the table.
Looks like they're not too foolish.
Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming whispered softly.
No, isn't this dungeon without rules? How come Su God can't find the rules?
Fool. I've seen this dungeon before, its rules are in a place where an ordinary person wouldn't think.
Hee. This carriage is packed with 200 players? How thrilling, I love it. What if Su God's personality is too stubborn? What to do when being surrounded and beaten by players?
I really don't know if the skill drawn by Su God this time is powerful enough. As the dungeon storyline officially began, the audience in the livestream started to pay attention and began to learn Su Ming's textbook-like clearing method.
Perfect, violent, simple?
Having experienced Su Ming's previous incredible skills, the audience was eager to see if the skill he drew this time would still shine. As the staff continued to distribute items, it soon became Su Ming's turn. After receiving the mineral water and bread, Su Ming was somewhat surprised to find that not only he, as a player, but even the strange traveler in the seat by the window received the same items. As the staff in white clothes left, the players who had been silent for a long time finally noticed something unusual.
The ingredient list for the mineral water. It has the rules on it.
With the low shout of a player wearing glasses, the players immediately cast grateful looks at him. The player, seeing the attention focused on him, couldn't help but blush, smiling shyly. If you don't have strength, being this noticeable will end badly. Su Ming, already studying the mineral water carefully, couldn't help but smile and joke lightly.
Mineral water ingredient list.
1. Mineral water and food will be provided on the train, but if the food is moldy, please immediately find the staff. 2. Close your eyes when the lights go out at night, and ignore any noises. 3. To go to the next carriage, you must get the key in advance. 4. There is no carriage -1 on this train. If you find carriage -1, please immediately stay away and report to the staff. 5. If you feel that your body is in a state inconsistent with ordinary people, please do not panic, this is normal. 6. Staff uniforms are divided into white, red, and black. The staff wearing white clothes can be absolutely trusted. 7. The train will not reach a platform. If the train stops, please immediately hide under your seat until the train starts moving again. 8. Please be polite to the surrounding passengers and do not disturb each other's rest. 9. If you encounter staff wearing black clothes, be careful, you may have been engulfed by the red mist.
Damn. My bread is moldy. Wow, me too, I thought this was normal. Then find the staff to change. As soon as the conversation reached halfway, several players suddenly froze. Because everyone just realized the rules late, the staff had already pushed the food cart away. Four-eyed kid. Why didn't you speak up sooner? It's over. It shouldn't be a problem not eating this bread, right? Let's drink some water to calm our nerves.
A few players with moldy bread first glared fiercely at the glasses guy, then threw the bread into the trash can. Feeling hunger hit them, they simply opened the mineral water and started drinking, hoping to relieve their hunger. Not just Su Ming, the vast majority of players did not take immediate action, even as this strange hunger disturbed their reason.
This is just the beginning.
Watching the few people drinking the mineral water, Su Ming shook his head helplessly, pondering the first rule carefully.
If the food is moldy, go find the staff. But it didn't say the mineral water was safe.
As expected, the moment those players drank the mineral water, they suddenly began to twitch, their bodies rolling on the floor.
Ah! It hurts. It feels like something is forcibly drilling into my body.
For a moment, everyone looked fearfully at the mineral water in their hands. Other than the pained cries of the few players, the carriage was silent. After a long while, to everyone's surprise, these players slowly stood up and, as if nothing had happened, picked up the previously discarded moldy bread and started to munch happily. This bread smells so good, especially those molds, they are simply top-notch seasoning.
Hurry up and eat, we've been hungry for half a day.
This bread is really delicious, but I'm still so hungry. Some nearby players could clearly see that the few people gnawing on the bread like hungry wolves had red hands. With something reminiscent of webbed fingers mysteriously sprouting between their fingers, their eyes wide open with extreme excitement, their state looking exceptionally bizarre. In such a situation, there's no need to think, everyone knew what was going on.
This dungeon doesn't seem very hard, right? Violating the rules doesn't seem to lead to immediate death? Upstairs, you're too naive. By the end of this dungeon, you will wish you were dead. Damn, how scary. Is this to evolve into a digital dragon? No, look at their palms, I think they look similar to the braised duck feet I had for breakfast this morning.
This was the first batch of players to violate the rules since entering the dungeon. Unexpectedly for everyone, it didn't seem to match the difficulty of a D-rank dungeon, it seemed they had only experienced slight mental pollution.
And a few minor physical changes.
Chapter 64, Apocalypse Trained Number 3. As time passed, the hunger in Su Ming's belly grew increasingly intense, as if constantly reminding him to quickly eat. How could there be such an unsolvable situation at the start?
So where is the problem?
Murmuring softly, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly.
Is this today's breakfast? It looks pretty good?
A strange voice came from the right, and Su Ming turned his gaze to the side. Where a balding middle-aged man in a black suit was sitting, his left hand holding a briefcase and his right hand holding a bottle of mineral water. The most special part was his pair of slit pupils, resembling snake eyes, sending chills down one's spine. Seemingly sensing something, Su Ming's mouth curled into a smile as he slowly extended his right hand.
Smack!
A crisp sound echoed in the carriage, immediately attracting the attention of players inside the carriage. The balding uncle beside him was now holding the mineral water, tilting his head to admire the scenery outside the window covered in red mist.
After a brief moment of confusion,
his eyes rolled back and his tongue involuntarily hung from the corner of his mouth. He appeared completely dazed.
Oh dear, oh dear.
With an apologetic smile on his face, Su Ming quickly switched the mineral water and bread in his hands. Taking advantage of the balding uncle still in a daze,
he thoughtfully restored his posture to how it was before.
What?
Is Su God pulling a major stunt and messing with this strange creature? Something's not right, look at the damage Su God's stunt caused to the eerie creature, doesn't it seem a bit severe? Is this the ridiculous skill he drew this time? Su God's move is fast and fierce. The balding weird thing probably doesn't even know what just happened. Uncle is innocent. So can Su God do it again?
Watching Su Ming make another move, the viewers in the live stream room erupted once more. In countless previous livestreams, no one had ever been as outrageous as Su Ming, encountering the bizarre at the start and immediately giving it a slap. Even those top players would have some hesitation.
Little brother, why do I feel like my face hurts a bit?
As the dizziness wore off, the balding uncle put down the mineral water and touched his left cheek in confusion.
That's right, it was that kind of fiery sensation. Drink more water, you might be feeling too hot. Don't doubt it, I'm actually a doctor.
Gazing seriously at the balding uncle, Su Ming's expression appeared exceptionally grave.
Oh, really? Thank you for the reminder. The balding uncle nodded thoughtfully and then rubbed his cheek, looking at Su Ming with gratitude. Indeed, he is a great doctor, he can see at a glance that I've been too fiery lately. What are you looking at? Remember, I will only teach this once.
With a calm glance sweeping over the surrounding players, Su Ming tore off a piece of bread and carefully chewed it in his mouth. Watching Su Ming, who was as steady as a rock and even began to open a bottle of mineral water, taking big gulps. All the players slowly had a question mark appear in their minds. Then, they stared unblinkingly at Su Ming, observing his state after he finished eating the bread and drinking the water.
Burp!
After finishing the bread and drinking more than half a bottle of mineral water, Su Ming contentedly burped and pleasantly leaned back in his chair. And in his hand, the half bottle of mineral water had its ingredients clearly read as water.
I get it now. So it turns out, the mineral water in the hands of the strange one is normal?
Some players seemed to be pondering, looking at the peculiar one beside them with their brows slightly furrowed.
Next, a dramatic scene unfolded.
Some players, taking advantage of the strange one's inattention, wanted to switch out the mineral water they held, but...
Stealing, huh? How rude. Bang! A player's head, sitting in front of Su Ming, suddenly exploded, a bloodshot eye rolling across the table. Just in time to meet Su Ming's gaze. What are you looking at? I didn't tell you to imitate.
Shaking his head in disbelief, Su Ming stretched out his arm and squeezed.
The eyeball exploded with a loud bang. I laughed so hard. What are you looking at? I didn't tell you to imitate. Every instance always has those few fools wanting to mimic Su God's moves, but they just don't have the strength. Isn't this what they deserve? Pay attention, the little Karami in front is called Little Handsome. He crushed Bopal's eyeball in one go. Hey, wait a minute, the person above, why does your sentence feel so familiar? Although the live stream audience felt sympathy, with the bullet comments flowing, not many paid attention to the tragic little Karami. But secretly looked forward to seeing what methods other players would use to switch out the mineral water from the strange one's hands. After a brief silence, realizing that violence was not going to work, the remaining players used all their efforts and began to brainstorm, various clever methods surfacing. At a glance, you seem like a kindred spirit, how about we play a game? Gage eye. I really want to drink the water you've tasted. Uncle, do I look that big? Why don't you give it a try? For a moment, the carriage became extraordinarily lively, countless players sparking with passion. And in all this excitement, no one noticed. The initial boy with glasses slowly stretched out his arm, saying nothing and doing nothing, easily swapping out the mineral water. As for the strange one beside him, it seemed they didn't notice anything, just gazing out the window. Su Ming carefully examined the various facilities in the carriage. He didn't know how much time had passed when a voice rang out behind him. Hey, hello there, big brother. Turning his head, he saw a girl with a pure appearance, short hair to her shoulders, wearing a white cartoon t-shirt. What's up? Su Ming slowly raised his head, a smile curving on his lips, as he calmly asked. As if he didn't see the three muscular men standing behind the girl. Kid, don't act ignorant. This is our personal invitation to you. What kind of attitude is this? Before the girl even spoke, the three muscular men behind her were already getting restless. They stepped forward slowly, their eyes filled with threats. Brother, you look so strong, can we be friends? The girl waved her hand and continued to smile as she added, think about it, all the players are gathering together, so this instance is more suitable for forming groups, much better than you fighting alone. Not interested. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ming slowly shook his head. He turned his gaze away from the girl, then slowly stood up and walked towards the bathroom at the end of the carriage. Also, if those three dogs licking behind you aren't afraid of dying, they can try to make a move on me. As he passed by a few people, Su Ming's indifferent voice caused the three muscular men to freeze in place. Damn it! Little brat, you think you're invincible? With your small frame, you're not even enough for me to have some fun. K him. I'll go first. The biggest man in the front licked his lips, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, his hands bulging with veins, like a frog with its skin peeled off. Wow, so handsome. Brother, go ahead, beat this shrimp-headed man. Give your brother a heart. The girl beside him had stars in her eyes, her hands placed on her chest making a heart shape, as if cheering for the man. And she also blew a kiss to the muscular man. Ugh. Gejai, go. Beat this shrimp-headed man. Ha 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 ha, ugh. I can't take it, I feel sick too. Does this kind of girl really exist in real life? It's probably not possible, right? The key is, these three men are just random players, they didn't even know each other at the start. I noticed this too, it looks like this female player has a charm-like skill. I saw her talking to those three, then the three players successfully became Fei Yang Yang. Watching this scene, it truly disgusted the audience in Su Ming's livestream. Even those who were somewhat repelled by Su Ming's violent actions had the urge to see him beat them up. Some bystanders wished the girl and the muscular man would have a long-lasting relationship, slowly falling in love. Ha ha! Let me teach this ignorant little brat a lesson. The muscular man swung his arms and took a step forward, a cruel smile curving on his lips. Who? With a shout, he wrapped his arms tightly around Su Ming's body, intending to throw him over his shoulder. You haven't eaten today? Even as the muscular man with all his muscles held him, Su Ming's eyes remained calm, and a mocking smile crept onto his lips. Bang!
The loud crash of the body hitting the ground sounded, and before the man could react, his whole body was instantly lifted by Su Ming and violently slammed to the ground. You! F***K, all of you, come at me. Seeing this, the other two muscular men panicked and rushed at Su Ming, fists aimed at his forehead. Slap! Slap! Two big, hard slaps landed on the faces of the muscular men, with a crisp sound. Su Ming swung both arms, his hands making intimate contact with their heads. Next, two blobs of yellowish-white, thick, sticky liquid splattered everywhere like pearl milk tea. The brain matter doesn't look fresh, no wonder their intelligence is questionable. Su Ming frowned slightly, murmuring softly. His slowly retracting arms felt numb, as if still not quite used to this kind of strength. Ah! You're a devil. How can you have so much strength? This is impossible. Woo woo woo. The short-haired girl, looking at the muscular man who had his head exploded on the cold floor, collapsed to the ground, her eyes full of horror. She seemed unable to understand why Su Ming's strength was so great. Wasn't that slap even fiercer than a hammer? Now, is it your turn? Su Ming slowly crouched down, a smile appearing in his eyes. What's with this look? My precious little princess. You, don't come any closer. The girl cried, tears streaming down her face, trembling as she looked at the man in front of her, fear deeply reflected in her eyes. I will. A smile flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he grabbed the girl's chin, carefully examining her. The surrounding players were all shocked, their mouths hanging open in disbelief as they stared at the man and the woman. Woo woo woo, don't. The girl collapsed on the ground, her voice shaking. The brain has already gone completely blank. Then, the body trembled slightly, and a warm stream of clear water slowly flowed. Could it really be this bad? Am I that terrifying? Feeling the dampness of the ground, Su Ming tugged at the car window cloth beside him, placing it under his feet. Sorry, I have a cleanliness obsession, you won't mind, right? At this moment, the girl was completely frightened out of her wits, closing her eyes and shaking her head uncontrollably. Do you think if I slap you, your head will explode? Woo woo. Then do you think I could kick you to death? Woo woo. To be honest, at this moment, Su Ming almost thought he was a certain big shot's precious daughter. If it weren't for the fact that this was a solo random dungeon. Killing you like this would be too boring. He slowly shook his head, a look of entanglement appearing in Su Ming's eyes, as if he had finally made up his mind. Rip. Woo woo. Ha. Watching her clothes turn to shreds, the girl suddenly widened her eyes, momentarily forgetting to cry. By the time she reacted, a strong sense of shame surged up in her heart. What the heck? Why can Su God look at her openly while we can only see mosaics? Are there any quick-handed brothers who took screenshots? I think I saw some water on the ground. Light yellow water? Whoa, it turns out my Su God likes this kind of thing. What's her reason? Just because her chest is bigger than mine? Whether it's big or not, you can't feel it yourself. I think you could send it to the brothers for identification. This scene instantly energized the viewers in the live stream. Honestly, the girl's looks were quite good. Even if below the neck could only be seen as a mosaic. But a large number of people instantly exited the livestream, typed in a certain health website, grabbed some tissues, and slowly walked into the bathroom. You brute. I can do even more beastly things, do you want to see? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ming's smile curled up once again. Put. With a scoff, Su Ming stood up and slowly shook his head. Never mind, I won't scare you anymore. You. Whoa. Are you going to let me go? Bang. A kick slammed into the girl's head, accompanied by a heavy thud. The girl fell to the ground and stopped moving, her eyes wide open, filled with regret and fear. What a pity, why don't you let us have some fun with her? Her body is quite nice. Slap. The face of a player beside Su Ming twisted grotesquely, a mouthful of broken teeth flying out, his body lying stiffly on the ground. I don't need your unnecessary words when I do things. Not even bothering to look, Su Ming's expression gradually turned cold, a trace of bloodthirst flashing in his eyes. Looking around, all the players lowered their heads, not one dared to speak. Chapter 66 Doomsday Train Number 5. Sir, you've dirted the ground. At some point, a staff member in a blood-red outfit appeared behind Su Ming. With a chilling smile on their face, slowly speaking. Slap. Su Ming said nothing but responded with a loud slap. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. He slowly turned his head to look at the staff member, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. After being dazed for a while, the red-clothed staff member finally snapped back to reality. Covering their swollen cheek, stammering. I am sorry, could you please step aside? I'll clean up right away. It seems he misunderstood this staff member. Su Ming's brows slowly relaxed, and he gave a polite look of apology to the red-clothed staff member.
Hey, this script isn't right, why did he suddenly back down? Yeah. The weirdness in the dungeon should be all about confrontation, gritting teeth, and vowing not to surrender, right?
This staff member is in red, which means they are not absolutely trustworthy.
Su God better be careful.
Su God, I bet my gun has no bullets, but I can smack your face to pieces with one slap.
Various talents appeared in the live stream.
People began to guess the strange attitudes before their eyes. However, for most people, the bizarre scene of Su Shen's oppression had long ceased to be a surprise.
After all, which strange being that dared to resist hadn't been taught a lesson by Su Ming? By the way, how do we get to the next carriage? Seemingly thinking of something, Su Ming couldn't help but ask.
Since the rules mentioned a -1 carriage, it meant that staying in this carriage alone would make it difficult to find clues to pass. Moreover, this so-called -1 carriage might be hiding some kind of secret.
Are you talking about carriage 3?
To go to carriage 3, you just need to stay in carriage 2 for a whole day, and you'll automatically get the key to the next carriage. The staff in red, while cleaning the floor, replied with a simple smile, showing an honest grin. Seeing the thoughtful looks of other players, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, and he instinctively tugged at the staff's shirt.
What are you doing?
Caught off guard by Su Ming's sudden action, it asked with a confused expression.
It's nothing, just come with me.
Ignoring whether the staff was willing or not, Su Ming yanked at its collar and forcefully moved toward the end of the carriage.
There was a bathroom.
Looking at the slowly cooling corpse on the ground and then at Su Ming's bizarre figure heading towards the bathroom, almost everyone felt a chilling unease rise in their hearts. Players exchanged glances, seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes.
Clang!
As the bathroom door was swiftly closed, several nearby players leaned in to eavesdrop outside.
Smack! Smack! Ah! No! Be obedient! Smack!
The strange sounds coming from the bathroom made all the male players take a deep breath, instinctively covering certain parts of their bodies.
Inside the bathroom,
Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette. After the dizziness from the big bump passed, he took another hit.
Still won't tell me the real way to the next carriage? I said, be gentle. I'm afraid of pain.
Covering his face in pain, the red-clad staff's eyes widened, its face already swollen and red. I told the truth, just hit a part, about the train stopping and the lights going out at night.
So you mean you're not planning to tell the truth? Bro. I really don't know, it's not that I don't want to. Smack.
As soon as it finished speaking, Su Ming didn't hold back any longer.
The bathroom was filled with the rhythm of smacks, sounding lively and melodious. Ah. What is Su Shen doing? I don't quite understand it. This rhythm is so fast, can the bizarre body take it? I'm not saying you guys, can't you do this a bit more discreetly? Can you sneak me some pictures? I'm coming out, I'm gay. This is way too thrilling. I genuinely love it.
With Su Ming's wild actions, those who witnessed it knew he was punishing the bizarre, but just by listening to the sounds,
it couldn't help but arouse the imagination, making one feel excited. Many viewers offered prayers, may there be no filth in heaven. Phew.
After tidying up his disheveled clothes, Su Ming slowly pushed open the bathroom door. Inside the bathroom, the staff in red was barely recognizable, their face a mangled mess, covered with numerous wounds, looking horrifying and grotesque. This scene instantly petrified several players, and the thought of not provoking Su Ming grew stronger.
This bazaar is really not honest.
They recalled that Rule 6 stated staff comes in 3 colors, white is absolutely trustworthy. Conversely, red and black are not necessarily so, or might be completely unreliable. What he can't confirm is true or false means either we can find the key to the next carriage now, or it really is as he said.
Tomorrow will appear automatically.
Leaning on the seat, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows, a bit lost in thought.
Ah!
A scream rang out, drawing Su Ming's attention.
He turned to look. The boy with glasses slowly released a player's body behind him.
Immediately, the player's chest was soaked with blood, and his body slumped to the ground.
I just don't understand, what is there for me to care about?
The boy with glasses waved his wrist, and a beautiful butterfly knife danced in the air at his fingertips.
Why can his equipment be used?
Looking at the butterfly knife in his hand, not only the other players around, but even Su Ming looked confused.
Goodness, even this cheating fool can't bring equipment. How did this guy manage to bring it out?
After calmly dealing with a player, the boy with glasses curled his lips into a smile.
Slowly walking towards Su Ming.
His eyes squinted slightly, and Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold. Even though this guy had a weapon, with his current physical condition, he could still easily take him down.
Don't get me wrong. Seeing Su Ming's half-smiling and half-serious expression, the boy adjusted his glasses and quickly waved his hand. I want to cooperate with you, are you interested?
Putting down the butterfly knife, as if they were old friends, the boy casually sat down next to Su Ming.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yelan, and my profession is a doctor. Height 178. Weight 67 kilograms, like singing and dancing to rap, occasionally plays basketball.
Su Ming said nothing and quietly stared at the boy in front of him. No, to be exact, he was staring at the indifferent, strange uncle beside the boy.
Lin Yelan looked at Su Ming with an odd expression, seeming a bit dazed, then appeared to remember something. Right. My measurements are. All right.
Watching Lin Yelan, who was about to even mention the color of his underwear, Su Ming took a deep breath and slightly frowned.
What do you want from me? Didn't I say I want to cooperate with you? Seeing that Su Ming finally responded, a smile appeared on Lin Yelan's face, and he continued to explain. You've noticed too, that in this instance we are lacking some key clues so far. For example, where this train is headed, what is hidden in car -1, and why the strange travelers beside us always have some non-human traits. At this point, Lin Yelan pointed at the strange uncle beside him. Look at this ugly guy, his eyes look like they've got pinholes. What I'm more curious about is, why, does it ignore you? The strange uncle still showed no reaction, but Su Ming fixed a sharp gaze on Lin Yelan, gently gripping his collar. His eyes became increasingly dangerous, like a beast waiting to devour its prey. How do you know? My skill is, ignore. Lin Yelan adjusted his glasses, his expression a bit strange, pointing at the strange figure beside him. As long as I try not to interact or communicate with it, I will gradually be ignored by it. Ignore? Why does this sound familiar? This seems a bit absurd, right? Did you see the activation conditions? Ignoring requires no interaction or communication. I think it's only useful for finding some clues. Indeed, but that leads me to wonder, what exactly is Su God's skill this time? Besides hitting harder with that big cheat pouch, doesn't seem particularly special, right? Could it be that Su God's skill is just the big cheat pouch? Sigh. The skill of the bespectacled boy in front of them intrigued the viewers in the livestream. But as he explained, most people lost interest because it was just the ability to ignore the strange. Compared to Su Ming, it was absolutely dull. Is that so? Slowly averting his gaze, Su Ming nodded. I must say, this guy's skill is indeed effective. If used well, he should be able to pass this instance easily. Looking at you. Shouldn't you be able to handle it alone? Why do you need me? Shifting his gaze to the depths of the corridor, Su Ming frowned slightly. You know, this dungeon is a battle royale game. Theoretically, I could clear it alone, but... Lin Yelan swept his eyes around, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and slowly added. Do you see these people? Ever since you revealed your strength, they all want to take you down, the strongest one. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes, his tone laced with sarcasm. You mean, I should just kill all these players? Think of it as clearing obstacles in advance? Lin Yelan withdrew his gaze, locking eyes with Su Ming. Their conversation did not lower in volume, causing the other players in the carriage to change their expressions. Su Ming's past act of instantly killing 3 strong men was still fresh in their minds, leaving many with lingering shadows. But with Lin Yelan's straightforward words, most players decided to drop the act. Brothers, these two clearly aren't good guys, let's team up and deal with them. Besides, this dungeon doesn't say we can't attack other players. He's too big of a threat, remember how that girl died a moment ago? If we don't strike first, he'll surely come after us. In the crowd, voices mixed in. Instantly a large number of players rallied forward, the momentum overwhelming. Sorry to disappoint you. I really don't want to kill innocents, I have principles. Looking at the players gradually closing in, Su Ming said with a faint smile. He seemed completely unconcerned. Oh? But, you did remind me. Su Ming seemed to think of something, slowly standing up, his gaze growing cold. I have a little rule, if you don't offend me, I won't act cheap. He's coming. He's coming. He's bringing his big pouch. I bet 5 bags of spicy strips that this killer will take out a bunch of people. Su God is getting ready to rob, cough cough, collect protection fees? Are these players not afraid of death? Do they think they can take down Su God with their numbers? Let's observe a moment of silence, okay? This time next year, I bet the grass on their graves will be half a meter high. Although Su Ming hadn't started yet, many viewers in the livestream had already begun to mourn, praying for these players. Hearing Su Ming speak, everyone looked at each other, confused. And I have an old rule, which is that I like quick money. So, each of you gives me 2,000 rule points, and I'll consider it you spending to avoid disaster. What do you think? Twisting his wrist, Su Ming stepped closer to the players. Are you out of your mind for money? Bang! As his words fell, a player was punched in the abdomen by Su Ming, crashing to the ground like a cooked shrimp, struggling a few times before losing all response. Brothers, let's all attack together. Don't let him take us out one by one. Ah! A player lowered his head in agony, looking at a deep blood hole in a certain place, continuously spraying blood. He panicked and covered the blood hole. The intense pain made him lose consciousness in an instant. Slap! Another random lucky player had their head deformed from Su Ming's strike, toppling over and twitching on the ground. Wah wah wah! Brother, I was wrong, I didn't, poof. A female player met the same fate, her eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment, disappearing in an instant. Su Ming's movements did not slow down at all, his gaze exceptionally icy, instantly killing off more players in succession. In just a few minutes, there were already dozens of corpses sprawled across the carriage. To be honest, as long as you don't trouble me, I really don't want to act. Once everything ended, the number of players in the carriage had almost halved. Even the remaining players looked at him like he was a devil, their faces pale, bodies continuously retreating. But, why do you think I'm an easy target? The carriage seemed like a sea of blood, with both the floor and the seats stained a strange red. Chapter 68, End of the World Train Number 7. Su Ming slowly sat back in his seat, pulled out a blood-soaked cigarette box, and leisurely took out a cigarette with less blood on it to light up. What a pity, lost a huge amount of rule points again. Seeing the pile of scattered corpses on the floor, Su Ming shook his head in disappointment. B-boss, don't kill me, I'll give you rule points. Yes, I have no ill intent, how many do you want? The remaining half of the players forced themselves to speak despite their fear. After all, no one knew if Su Ming would suddenly go crazy and kill the rest of them. No, you didn't prepare to deal with me, I'm a person of principles. I absolutely won't take what I shouldn't. Glancing back slightly, Su Ming shook his head slowly. He was telling the truth, after all, his skills in this instance weren't very abnormal. If he wanted to take players' rule points, he would have to find ways to help them clear the game. For Su Ming, he wouldn't make a deal he couldn't complete. Aren't you going to extort a little from those left? Lin Yelan turned around, noting Su Ming who was drenched in blood, as if pulled out from a pool of blood. A hint of a smile appeared on her lips, playfully remarking. Forget it, they pose no threat to me, there's no need. Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, he tossed away the blood-soaked cigarette, his voice appearing a bit calm. Then he tore off several pieces of window cloth and began to clean himself carefully. Oh, right, I seem to have forgotten something. 5,000. Staring wide-eyed, Lin Yelan showed a puzzled expression. Don't doubt it, that's what I mean. You find the clues, and I'll specifically deal with the weird problems. Waving his index and thumb in a rubbing motion, Su Ming appeared very serious. I give you two choices, either don't cooperate with me, or if you do, give me 5,000 first. I thought Su God had changed, but it turns out he won't miss any opportunity to extort. But speaking of which, don't you all think that although Su Ming looks a bit handsome and his personality is a bit violent, he still has some moral bottom line? A little bit, but not much. In the first two instances, he could have taken the money and then killed all the players, but for some reason, he didn't do that. For those above, when a person becomes completely without bottom line and despicable to the extreme, then they can't be considered human anymore. The live broadcast room once again sparked a heated debate about Su Ming's character, as many people believed that although Su Ming seemed principled, he completely went for the kill against anyone opposing him. This made some feel that Su Ming was too cruel in handling things. Then watching Lin Yelan's face show signs of struggle and entanglement, Su Ming smiled kindly. If you choose not to cooperate with me, then I'll just throw your corpse into that pile of garbage, because you threaten me, and can't be friends, so you must be enemies. Then if you're enemies, naturally, you need to be dealt with in advance. The carriage was quiet, everyone stared dumbfounded at this robber who was openly stealing. At the same time, some players became confused. Why were they all willing to give rule points, but Su Ming didn't want them, instead preferring to pull from that one player beside him? Ding! Transaction successful. Watching the balance increase, Su Ming's smile gradually brightened. It seems there's a crew room at the end of the carriage, can you go check it out? Su Ming pointed to the junction of the carriage opposite the restroom. There was a small green sign room that said, Crew Restroom. He patted Lin Yelan on the shoulder. In Su Ming's eyes was a hint of encouragement. All right. Casually nodding, Lin Yelan swaggered towards the carriage handover area. I hope to find something. Just as Lin Yelan walked away, the lights inside the carriage suddenly flickered for no reason, accompanied by intermittent electrical sounds, raising a thought in every player's mind. It's going to be lights out. Recalling the hint of Rule 2, close your eyes when the lights go out at night, and do not pay attention to any noise. But, it doesn't seem to be evening yet? If Rule 2 is correct but incomplete, it means that you must close your eyes when the lights go out.
If Rule 2 is wrong, closing your eyes could very well lead to death. Some players felt incredibly conflicted, nervously watching the light grow dimmer, their expressions dark and uncertain. Su Ming did not make any unnecessary movements. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, his brow slightly furrowed. Dear passengers, there is a fault in the electrical circuit of this carriage. Please close your eyes and remain quiet while waiting for the circuit to be repaired.
The announcement rang out just in time, with a clear, sweet voice lingering in the carriage. Ha!
As if sensing something, Su Ming suddenly stood up and quickly ran towards the crew's resting room.
What's going on? Is it going to be lights out? Did you hear what that announcement said?
I think she's right, after all, Rule 2 says so. Hurry up and close your eyes, or we won't have time later. A noisy chatter erupted, and a large portion of people felt it made sense, swiftly closing their eyes while the light was still not completely out.
A bunch of fools.
One player watched this scene with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Furrowing his brow tightly, he continuously scanned the surroundings.
Does this strange situation really offer friendly reminders? There must be a trap.
I also think that if we believe their nonsense and close our eyes, we'll probably just wait to die. A few players mocked, their expressions mocking as they surveyed those who had closed their eyes, feeling like they were the smart minority.
Damn. It even gave a hint.
All we need to do is confirm what the staff member speaking is wearing to know the answer.
If it's white, then it must be right.
A sudden exclamation burst forth in the carriage, startling all the players.
ZZZZ. Before they could react, the lights abruptly went out.
The carriage did not turn completely dark, rather, it took on a reddish hue. This looked as if red mist from outside had seeped in.
Yes, didn't Rule 6 say that staff in white clothes are trustworthy? Given the current situation, what Rule 6 states should be true.
So here's the interesting part: if those players did not rush to the crew's resting room to confirm the staff's clothing color at the first moment, they would have to rely on guessing if Rule 2 is correct or not. Rule 2 is not certain either. It says it's dark at night, and it is still daytime now.
Just now, one player seemed to run to the crew's resting room at the moment the announcement was made, didn't they?
The other players' live stream rooms exploded with excitement, and even the audience outside the screen began to feel a bit anxious. The lights suddenly went out, and even if all players had realized it by now, they could no longer confirm, only shrinking back into their seats with uneasy hearts. No one dared to speak, the air was thick with a chilling and eerie atmosphere.
Ah!
At that moment, a player suddenly let out a painful scream. Quick, close your
PFF.
He hadn't even finished his sentence before his voice abruptly stopped. Then, from where the voice had originated, a strange laughter echoed, hee hee hee.
Crack.
As if something was gnawing at his body, the sounds of flesh being torn and bones being crushed mingled together, sending chills to the core. And the players who had their eyes open were now turning pale.
Just as he was about to close his eyes again,
the strange passenger sitting beside them had unknowingly rested on his shoulders. Turning his head, he saw a pair of crimson eyes glowing chillingly, staring intently at him, with a strange smile curling at the corners of their mouth.
Hee hee hee, so fragrant.
Chapter 69, End of the World, Train Number 8.
Ah. Tentacles. What exactly is this thing?
In an instant, the carriage was filled with various screams, causing the players who had originally closed their eyes to feel a chill. If it weren't for his good luck, he would probably be in the same situation as them now.
Electricity has been restored. Please maintain good order.
As the broadcast echoed again, feeling the true light source, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes.
A train attendant in a white uniform put down the microphone, a faint smile appearing on her face.
Dear passengers, please do not stay in the lounge for too long.
Otherwise. All right.
Su Ming nodded, grabbing the female attendant's arm and pulling her out of the staff lounge.
Seeing the attendant's confused expression, Su Ming blinked. I'm not in the staff lounge anymore, am I? Can I have some in-depth communication with you?
With a smile curling at his lips, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly.
At the same time, Lin Yelon walked out of the lounge holding a manual. What do you think this is? Lin Yelon walked straight towards Su Ming, then raised the manual in his hand.
Oh. Taking the manual with one hand, and firmly holding the attendant with the other, Su Ming frowned slightly.
Staff code.
1. Please remember never to take off the white coat, it is your only identification.
2. You can trust the words of staff in red clothes, but keep away from those in black clothes.
3. Food and water will be delivered in the morning, noon, and evening, please distribute them to every visitor. 4. Passengers must not stay in the lounge for too long, if a passenger is found intruding, please drive them away immediately.
5. If you feel any physical changes, the drink in the thermos can effectively alleviate it.
6. Please try to avoid long-term contact with passengers who have a high level of infection.
7. If a passenger is found in an uncontrollable state, please send a danger report immediately, and specialized personnel will handle it. There's even a staff code?
Su Ming tucked the manual into his pocket, turned to the female attendant, and suddenly a bold idea surged in his heart.
Wait for me a moment.
Glimpsing the terrified expression of the female attendant, Su Ming quickly pulled her into the lounge and then slammed the door shut.
Ah! Don't! You think just saying don't will stop me? I insist.
The arguing voice came from inside the lounge, the female attendant's voice even carrying a hint of crying.
Goodness! Why at such a critical moment is our perspective stuck outside the lounge? No need to say.
It's too troublesome to censor if inside.
Su-God just wants to eat alone, right? Ah, is there a possibility that he is fiercely beating the strange one inside? Exactly.
From my perspective as a pure-hearted 36D college girl, Su-God would never do such a thing.
By the way, my WeChat number is X.
Listening to the strange sounds inside, even though everyone knew the truth, the audience in the live broadcast couldn't help but tease a bit. After all, this scene indeed invites misunderstanding.
This guy still has such thoughts? Taking a deep breath, trying to calm his feelings, Lin Yelan instinctively wanted to move away. Creak. Unexpectedly, just a few seconds later, the door was opened again. This, so fast? What were you thinking? I just wanted to do an experiment.
Su Ming's calm voice came, and at this moment, he had already put on that white work coat. While the female attendant was left in just her underwear and a few thin pieces of fabric.
Theoretically speaking, I am now the attendant of this carriage. I want to confirm again, where is the key to the next carriage?
Looking at the female attendant, Su Ming slightly frowned and slowly asked.
It's in the drawer.
Trembling, she pointed to the drawer in the lounge, her expression was anxious, her eyes full of plea. Clearly, she had seen Su Ming's previous actions, so at this moment, she dared not resist, only helplessly slumping to the ground. Don't worry, I won't kill you for no reason. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he found a metal key from the drawer. Then, he casually picked up a thermos cup on the table, filled with a light yellow unknown drink.
I think this key should be different from the ones the players will get in the future.
Lin Yelan looked at Su Ming taking the key and thermos, preparing to head to the end of the carriage. He couldn't help but remind him.
My current identity is a train attendant, so if there are no accidents, the player rules should not apply to me right now?
Looking down at his white coat, Su Ming had a faint guess in his heart. As for whether the drink has any effect.
Glancing at the female attendant, Su Ming suddenly yanked her up. What are you doing? Let go of me. Woo.
The already tense female attendant completely broke down at this moment, reaching out to wipe the tears from her face.
Don't worry, just help me with one more thing, I won't do anything excessive.
Directly ignoring her reaction, Su Ming quickly dragged the female attendant to a strange passenger's side, casually grabbing a water bottle from the table.
What are you doing? You interrupted my rest.
The strange passenger's fingers looked like tentacles, staring directly at Su Ming, with a strangely smiling face.
Smack. Drink it. Holding the water bottle, Su Ming's tone turned a bit cold.
Before the female attendant could speak, Su Ming pried her mouth open and directly poured all the water down her throat.
Delicious food. Hee, smack.
Without looking back, Su Ming hit the strange passenger again, stunning him.
Cough.
Accompanied by a few painful coughs, the female attendant's body began to change, her skin gradually developing blue scales, her gaze somewhat confused, and then her pupils turned bright red. Seeing this scene, Su Ming immediately and without hesitation struck the strange passenger several more times to prolong his dizziness. Then he quickly opened the thermos cup and made the attendant drink the beverage. A few seconds later, the female attendant's body indeed returned to normal, except a few drops of light yellow liquid remained at the corner of her mouth.
It seems this rule is real.
Nodding with satisfaction, Su Ming capped the thermos cup and slowly walked toward the end of the carriage.
You look for clues first, I'll go ahead and scout the path.
Glancing at Lin Yelan, Su Ming took out the metal key and slowly opened the door to the next carriage.
Wow, such delicious food?
At this moment, the tentacled passenger finally came to his senses from the dizziness, looking around at the confused players.
Chapter 70, The End of the World Train Number 9.
At this time, in another carriage, Su Ming's figure slowly entered, scanning the surroundings with his eyes. A light green sign above the lounge caught Su Ming's attention.
Is this carriage number 1?
Looking at the sign, Su Ming seemed to be lost in thought. The facilities here seemed the same as those in carriage number 2, the only difference being, the strange passengers here had become even stranger. The passengers in carriage number 2 still looked somewhat human, but the bizarre appearances here had drastically changed. Some had heads that resembled flowers, some had legs that turned into writhing black snakes, and there were even stranger ones whose entire bodies were as inflated as an air raft, with heads and limbs transformed into a mass of flesh. Perhaps because Su Ming was wearing a white uniform, these tourists merely glanced casually at him before diverting their gaze.
Number 2.
An unusually cold voice rang out from behind Su Ming, the tone tinged with anger. Su Ming turned his head but didn't speak. Instead, slowly raising his arm. This was a strange creature with 4 eyes, dressed in a white uniform similar to Su Ming's. But for some reason, it seemed oblivious to anything unusual, looking at Su Ming in silence, then loudly questioned again.
Number 2, are you mute? It's not mealtime yet, what do you want with me? Is this thing blind? Can't it see such a big person as Su God? It seems that these staff only recognize uniforms, not how you look. I think this instance has players successfully impersonating staff. This one is unprecedented. What an expert. Shouldn't be, right? That guy has 4 eyes, so his vision must be excellent. Many analysts quietly took notes on Su Ming's move to put on the uniform. Though this D-level instance wasn't considered high-end, this key information was enough to make many analysts wealthy. Many rich people and wealthy heirs in the real world like to buy detailed information about various instances in advance, making ample preparations for entering the world of strange tales after death. Chat. With his eyes slightly squinted, Su Ming softly uttered 2 words. Chat? Your infection progress in carriage number 2 is less than 10%, and you come to chat with me? Then how to speed up the infection? A smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth as he slowly asked. Speeding up the infection is. Didn't I just tell you about this a few days ago? You're not the old number 2. At this moment, the strange creature finally sensed something was wrong, its voice became a bit agitated, and it turned to run to its break room. Dressed in this outfit, it actually can't recognize itself? Watching the strange panic, Su Ming seizing the opportunity, his body erupted with incredible speed. Feeling something hug its body, the strange creature laboriously lifted its head, trying to say something. Don't get excited. Slap. A big slap knocked it dizzy, and Su Ming quickly opened the break room door, then dragged it inside. Bang! Before it could react, a continuous sound of slapping echoed in the break room. And because the break room had decent soundproofing, combined with the dazed state of the strange creature stuck in dizziness for a long time, the passengers in the carriage didn't pay attention to these noises. 10 minutes later. Su Ming rubbed his sore arms, leisurely walking out of the break room. In his hand, he held the key to the next carriage and 2 thermos cups. Creak. Su Ming quickly opened the next carriage. As soon as he pushed the doors open, a blinding red light flooded the carriage, and Su Ming's body began to change rapidly. His eyes gradually turned crimson, and his hands began to widen and thicken, with fine scales growing out. Gulp. Suddenly downing a large sip of drink, Su Ming's body returned to normal, as if everything before was just an illusion. Is the pollution this serious? Looking up at the light green metal sign, Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. -1. This place is exactly the so-called carriage number -1. I want to see what secrets are inside here. Muttering softly, Su Ming stood at the edge, his body just within the range of the red light, but he did not step inside. After about 10 seconds, the mutation in his body occurred again, and Su Ming took another sip of drink. 15 seconds. Estimating the time a bit, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, then he stepped into this crimson space. So painful. Hurts, so painful. I'm so hungry. Why can't I die? Let me die. As soon as he entered the carriage, broken and scattered noisy voices reached Su Ming's ears. Su Ming glanced around, and the sight before him made even his strong endurance feel a bit nauseous. On both sides, there were no longer tourists. Inside the carriage, it was like a giant engine, with the completely mutated monsters firmly strapped to a platform. Above each monster was a cutting machine, rapidly slicing through their bodies at an incredibly fast pace. Outside the carriage, there were no windows, but black metal plates with countless tiny holes. Through these holes, a bizarre red mist poured in, which the monsters quickly absorbed into their bodies, causing their wounds to rapidly heal. But as soon as they healed, the cutting machines fell again, as if cutting through crops of chives. The severed body parts were sent to a massive furnace, burning them, seemingly to provide endless power for the train. Damn! This is the key information. These monsters were specially created for the carriage? What exactly is this red mist, and why does it mutate the monsters and heal their bodies so quickly? Honestly, this is the first time I've seen this scene, but why does it feel like this is similar to one of the top 10 A-level dungeons? Hey upstairs, you're not getting to the point. I wish you all the best when it really matters. Watching this scene, the viewers in the live stream were stunned. Even those who had seen this dungeon's live broadcast didn't realize the secret hidden in carriage number 1. Some faint bullet comments passed by, hinting that it was related to an A-level dungeon, but no specific details were revealed. So, that's how it is? Listening to the endless screams and wails around him, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and his face turned somewhat grim. Looking at a thermos cup that was almost empty, Su Ming furrowed his brows and was about to turn around and leave.
The secret hidden in carriage number 1 was probably the final destination for these players. Creak. A strange mechanical sound caused Su Ming to freeze, then he turned to look in the direction of the noise. A vague figure was crouching in a corner, as if repairing a machine. Seeing this, Su Ming's eyes shifted, and he suddenly rushed forward, grabbing the figure crouching in the corner.
Who? I'm fixing.
A low voice immediately echoed, followed by intense struggling. The strength was so great that it successfully forced Su Ming's hand off.
You, slap. Before the figure could react, Su Ming seized the opportunity and slapped it hard.
The terrifying figure instantly became as docile as a lamb, its body going limp as it collapsed to the ground.
Slap. Slap.
Just to be safe, Su Ming dragged its body towards the carriage exit, continuing to slap it repeatedly. The purpose was to ensure that it stayed dizzy.
I absolutely cannot let this guy wake up. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming squinted his eyes, and his right hand was almost moving faster than a shadow. He had a feeling that once this guy woke up, it would be him who would die. Bang! With a loud slam, the carriage door shut, and there was no time to rest. Su Ming quickly drank a few sips of drink to restore his mutated body. Now, he could finally see clearly. The strange figure in front of him was wearing a yellow work uniform, with a toolbox hanging from his waist. Yellow clothes? Dragging the figure into the crew restroom, Su Ming's expression darkened with uncertainty. Because the rules hadn't mentioned anyone wearing a yellow work uniform, was it good or bad that he pulled this guy out? This guy definitely cannot go back. Slap. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, based on its sudden struggle, Su Ming was sure that if it woke up, he would definitely die. Slap. Slap. With that thought, Su Ming slapped even harder. The low, deep slaps echoed in the restroom. The middle-aged man in yellow clothes now had a dark, flushed face. His entire face was slowly swelling up. What is Su God trying to do? Why does he keep hitting that strange big thing? Can he really kill it by hitting? I can't quite understand either, but why isn't this odd thing resisting? What's with the rolling eyes? But the rules didn't mention workers wearing yellow clothes. Could this cause unimaginable consequences? Exactly, I think the anchor should just slap it a few times to vent his anger. There's really no need to keep hitting like this. The audience in the live stream didn't understand the scene before them. Almost everyone thought Su Ming was wasting his energy. After all, no matter how hard Su Ming hit that big thing, it was still an oddity, an almost immortal existence. How could it die just like that? Wow, it can take a beating like this? With his eyebrows slightly raised, Su Ming's face looked somewhat grim, and his breathing became a bit rapid. Because at this moment, he had been hitting for at least 5 minutes, barely managing to make its skin crack a little. One can only imagine how thick this guy's skin is. Look at me, spiral big hit. Smack. Not bothering to rest, Su Ming gritted his teeth, his face darkening. His hands moved back and forth, transforming into a ruthless big hit machine. Half an hour later, Su Ming slumped in the break room, his entire outfit soaked in sweat. At his feet, the staff member in yellow now had half his head smashed to bits, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Huff. I'm so damn tired. Once his breathing gradually calmed, Su Ming slowly stood up and stripped off the work uniform from it. By the way, what's in this toolbox? Looking at the toolbox tightly gripped by the oddity, Su Ming's gaze flickered, and he unlatched it to open it. Wrench, screwdriver, a power drill? Seeing the small power drill in hand, Su Ming instinctively pressed the switch. V-room. It can be used without plugging in? Carefully examining the spinning drill, curiosity grew even stronger in Su Ming's eyes. As if he thought of something, Su Ming picked up the buzzing drill and shoved it into the oddity's forehead. ZZZT. 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 A large spray of blood and brain matter erupted, making the scene look extraordinarily gory. Under the dim yellow light, Su Ming, holding the power drill and drilling into the forehead, had a twisted smile rise at the corner of his bloodied mouth. This was even creepier than the oddity itself. No way, sir. This oddity has really been killed? I remember in the last dungeon, some oddities seemed to be easily smashed to death by Su God with a hammer. I can understand being smashed with a hammer, but getting killed with just bare hands is too sci-fi, right? Su God doesn't have any weapons, why can he kill the oddity with his bare hands? Children can't understand. This is far more powerful than I imagined. Like someone finding a treasure, Su Ming wiped the blood off the small power drill, tucking it back into his arms. Although this special item couldn't be taken out of the dungeon, Su Ming had a feeling that this thing could play a crucial role. There's also a notebook? Searching carefully, Su Ming again dug out a notebook from the toolbox. Repairman's knowledge. 1. You can go to any carriage and stay there for a long time, provided that the carriage is broken and needs repair.
2. If any carriage has a breakdown, you must arrive and repair it within 10 minutes. The yellow work uniform can protect you from any infection.
3. Ignore workers in black clothes, you are not under their jurisdiction. As expected. Is this guy a repairman?
The previous player rules didn't mention repairmen in yellow clothes, which means this guy is a special existence. Cleaning the stains off the work uniform with water, Su Ming seemed to be lost in thought.
What if I use this buggy identity to go directly to the source? A flicker in his eyes, Su Ming's mind surged with this crazy idea. His yellow work uniform could prevent him from becoming infected or mutated. He could freely move through the train compartments. So, with his talent of big pouch, he might be able to clear the level quickly. Without hesitation,
Su Ming took a deep breath and pushed the door open, walking back to the players in the second carriage.
You're back?
Lin Yelan, sitting in her seat, brightened her eyes and hurriedly stood up to run over.
Did you find any news? Su Ming nodded calmly and asked.
I have some clues, but I'm not very sure.
As she spoke of the clues, Lin Yelan blocked the other player's sight and quietly took out a torn photo from her bosom.
In a slightly old and torn photo, a woman in a white work uniform stood on the far right.
Next to her stood many workers in white and red uniforms.
But a part of the photo seemed to be missing, only a half-visible dark green military-style pants could be seen on the far left.
This is...
Looking at the torn photo in his hand, Su Ming had a faint guess in his heart.
I suspect this half-visible person is likely one of the train management staff.
Or, it could be called the train conductor. Lin Yelan's tone was serious, her gaze filled with some worry.
Got it.
Nodding slowly, Su Ming walked towards the third carriage. When he reached the connection between the carriages and saw the female attendant huddled in the corner, Su Ming did not pay her any mind.
This attendant was not anyone from the black and white photo. Wait. There are only 2 or 3 hours left until the lights go out. If you...
Lin Yelan followed behind Su Ming, her face showing some conflict. Because if Su Ming explored for too long or encountered any unexpected situations, his chance of clearing this instance would become smaller.
It's fine, don't worry too much. I will be back before dark.
Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows, took out a universal key from his toolbox, and with a click, opened the door to the third carriage.
It's almost dark, what are you going out for? Isn't there going to be a power outage at night?
We can't decipher Su God's thoughts, but I think he must have his reasons for going out now.
Wow. Key information, so this engineer in the yellow clothes has a universal key?
Whether it's a universal key or not is unknown, but I see Su God has already opened 2 doors. Many viewers noticed the universal key in Su Ming's hand and were instantly shocked.
So this instance not only has yellow-clad workers, but also big drills and universal keys?
This news was quickly spread online by countless netizens, making various reports about Su Ming extremely popular, and instantly attracted many onlookers. You better not come in, I can't guarantee your safety. As if sensing something, Su Ming suddenly turned around, his tone turning somewhat cold.
Understood.
Taking a deep breath, Lin Yelan's foot, just about to step out, paused in midair. Then after pondering for a few seconds, her expression serious, she nodded and turned back towards her seat.
Clang.
The door to the third carriage closed again, and the players felt a bit more relaxed. After all, when Su Ming was here, everyone felt a sense of pressure in their hearts.
Come back early, it's only the first day, many clues haven't emerged yet. Don't worry too much.
Exhausted, Lin Yelan slowly closed her eyes and shook her head.
This is...
The third carriage looked like a restaurant, but there were no passengers inside.
It seemed it hadn't opened yet.
Su Ming walked slowly along the aisle, surrounded by the red uniformed staff watching him with standard smiles.
But they did not take the initiative to speak.
Su Ming walked steadily, his expression calm as he headed towards the end of the carriage.
If nothing goes wrong,
the players will arrive at this carriage tomorrow, not knowing what traps await them.
Crack.
The fourth carriage opened slowly. Su Ming could clearly see that the air around him had taken on a faint red glow.
Roar. I want to eat, I'm so hungry, so hungry. He.
At this moment, strange voices echoed again, sometimes frantic, sometimes sharp, and after a while, they made one feel inexplicably irritated. Quickly stepping forward, Su Ming glanced at the surrounding travelers with his peripheral vision. At this time, their forms had already become like the monsters from carriage number 1, their bodies severely twisted and deformed, making it impossible to see any trace of humanity from their appearance.
Hey! Walk faster, or do you want to be infected too?
While Su Ming was observing, a scolding voice rang out from beside him.
Black. His pupils suddenly constricted. Su Ming remained expressionless.
He hurried towards the next carriage.
He.
The black-clad worker behind him casually glanced over and then paid no more attention to Su Ming, but shifted his gaze to the monsters beside him.
Next, please enjoy yourselves. This is the meaning of your existence.
A pair of scarlet pupils gradually became wild, the expression of the black-clad worker turning increasingly ferocious.
Fifth carriage. The scene inside was somewhat beyond Su Ming's imagination. There were no monsters, nor any black-clad workers. What remained were ordinary passengers, of course, referring to those without any mutations. This carriage was unexpectedly spacious and enormous. It felt as if he had entered another world, where all kinds of drinks and delicacies were available. Men in tailcoats raised their glasses and chatted, while some scantily dressed women flaunted their figures. Old men played chess and drank tea, children played with each other. White uniformed waiters hurriedly moved about among them. The only common feature was that their clothing decorations appeared extremely luxurious and extravagant. Compared to the passengers in the player's carriage, those here seemed to have crawled out of a slum. Are these the Real travelers on the apocalypse train? Su Ming did not look back, nor did he stop, still calmly walking towards the next carriage. Glimmers of disdain and contempt filled the eyes of those around him as they glanced at this incongruous repairman, with some even sneering mockingly. This carriage seems to be for normal people, right? What about those earlier? I remember there are key clues in this carriage. Why doesn't Sugod even look and just keeps walking forward? This is only the first day, logically speaking, isn't this a place players can reach only in 3 or 4 days? Who knows, even if Sugod clears it directly today, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Yet, Su Ming seemed oblivious to all of this. At this time, he had been walking for over 10 minutes, and he vaguely saw the end of the carriage. Time is running out. Looking at the dim red glow outside the window, Su Ming frowned and quickly walked to the end of the carriage. Crack! Turning the doorknob, Su Ming tucked the key into his pocket. And slowly entered the next carriage. Sixth carriage. A figure dressed in a dark green military uniform sat comfortably on a sofa, a thin cigar burning in the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Didn't I say, no entry without knocking? As soon as he entered the carriage, a voice filled with a mild, angry tone echoed inside. This carriage had returned to its normal size, but it looked less like a carriage and more like a luxurious room. In the center of the room stood a large sofa, and against the wall was a big screen showing some hard-to-speak-of movies, accompanied by waves of heavy breathing. Damn it, I asked you a question. Are you deaf? The man suddenly turned his head, his thick brows shaped like an 8, his square face radiating a resolute, intimidating presence without any anger. Repairman? What are you doing here? Looking at Su Ming in front of him, the man frowned slightly, not understanding. There's a malfunction here, I need to come for repairs. Su Ming's expression was calm as he spoke lightly. This can't be. Bang! The hammer flew out of Su Ming's hand, smashing the bulb above his head with pinpoint accuracy. With a pop, the bulb shattered, scattering shards of glass everywhere. Pointing at the glass on the ground and then at the wires above that were emitting black smoke, Su Ming earnestly explained. Now, isn't there a malfunction? Chapter 73 Last Day's Train Number 12. Are you rubbing my IQ on the ground? Looking at Su Ming's appearance, the man laughed in anger, pressing the remote to turn off the projection, then slowly stood up. As he stood, he resembled a lion ready to pounce. Step by step, he approached Su Ming. I think, you plan to defeat me and take this outfit from me. Is that so? Twisting his neck, the man excitedly licked his lips, and before Su Ming could speak, he added. But you might be disappointed, ever since I put on this outfit, every day has been sheer pleasure. Whether it's women, power, or wealth. I have it all. Countless people covet this outfit of mine, but no one has ever been able to defeat me. The man's tone grew more and more arrogant, his eyes wide with contempt. Swish. His body suddenly teleported in front of Su Ming, gently patting Su Ming's shoulder, with a hint of a mocking smile on his face. With your kind of stuff, I don't even know how to kill you. Slap. Caught off guard, Su Ming suddenly swung a big slap, directly hitting the man. Slap. Slap. Not giving him a chance to speak, while the man was still dizzy, Su Ming's right hand moved quickly like Kato Kalin. The sound of slapping echoed incessantly. The man in front of him could never have imagined that the repairman he thought could be easily defeated had suddenly turned so brave. Doesn't the villain die from talking too much? You don't understand this principle? Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. As his right hand kept slapping, his left hand pulled out a small electric drill from his pocket. Well, doing a craniotomy without anesthesia, you're lucky this time. Looking at the man swaying in place and rolling his eyes madly, Su Ming spoke excitedly. ZZZ. ZZZZZ. Without hesitation, he pressed the switch, and the drill plunged straight towards the man's skull. The sound of the drill's friction in the room was a bit piercing, and the tip of the drill even faintly glowed red. You can imagine how bizarrely strong this body was. I've revealed my cards, I'm Dusty Gray, if you're a brother, come and drill me.
Let's get close to science. This man pulled out the drill from his pocket and aimed it at the forehead of the man in front of him. Let's see what happens.
Hey, Dusty Gray, I'm a brother or a comrade, can I poke you? This seems a bit off? This bizarre man looks so powerful, yet is being pressed down by Sue God so easily, not even moving an inch?
Viewers in the live broadcast room were initially watching Su Ming's operation with great interest. But upon seeing him pull out the small drill, they finally seemed a bit unsettled.
Su Ming, this guy, is simply heartless. He's trying to drill into that spot with a drill. Zzzzz. Blue smoke kept coming out, sparks were flying everywhere. And the countless slaps made Su Ming want to laugh. Didn't you say you were strong? Looking at the drill spinning wildly, Su Ming felt extremely satisfied. Remember this brand, I'll buy a drill from them in the future. Time passed second by second. The sky is getting dark. Looking at the increasingly dim sky, a hint of madness appeared in Su Ming's weary eyes. Clap, 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 clap. The frequency of the big slap didn't slow down, instead, it swung out even faster, leaving after images. This was Su Ming's plan. No matter how powerful the boss is, as long as it has a health bar, even gods and demons will get crushed. After an hour of drilling and slapping attacks, the man's face was swollen, looking like a pig's head, with his puffy eyelids almost completely covering his eyes, constantly dripping blood. Still pretty tough. Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly, restoring the drill back to its position while pressing down hard with his left hand to prevent the drill from slipping again. SSSS. V room. At some unknown moment, the sound of the drill suddenly changed, as if it had reached some critical point, countless blood mixed with brain matter exploded out. The man's head could no longer resist and began to crack with dense fractures along the drill hole, showing up on his bones. Boom! With a loud explosion, the man's head shattered into pieces. After nearly 2 hours, he died without ever being able to resist, lost in the endless big slap. And just as it died, a familiar mechanical notification rang in Su Ming's mind. Special skill, Trist's Fate Dice, attempting to imprint skill. Imprinting successful. Congratulations, you have permanently obtained the special skill, Big Slap. This is... Seemingly realizing something, Su Ming sat down on the sofa, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. At the same time, Lin Yelan quietly gazed out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. That guy. 5,000 rule points, is it really worth it? Murmuring softly, Lin Yelan sighed. The sky was getting darker, as if it had completely turned to night. He looked up at the top of the carriage. He could clearly feel that the lights were about to go out. Why hasn't he come back yet? If he doesn't come back, I'll need to change my plan. Lin Yelan slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze scanning the surrounding players, a strange expression flashing in his eyes. Dungeon triggered unknown bug. Attempting to fix. Data rejected. Fix failed. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the dungeon. Lin Yelan, who had been leaning against his seat, suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. He shook his head, slowly getting up, and turned his head in shock. Ha! Triggered an unknown bug, cleared the dungeon successfully? What the hell? What's going on? This is only the first day. Something's wrong, triggered a bug? Who the hell triggered the bug? Ha. I actually cleared the dungeon just like this, I love strange stories. I am the chosen one. The noisy voices exploded in the carriage, with everyone talking excitedly. In their confusion, there was also a sense of joy. No one expected that this D-level dungeon would be cleared in this way. This was definitely the first time in history. Chapter 74, End of the World Train Number 13, Final Chapter. Phew. This must be someone. Could it be that guy? Recalling the yellow work uniform Su Ming was wearing, Lin Yelan's pupils suddenly contracted. Now, all these players were in the first carriage. If someone had the ability to trigger a bug and force everyone to clear the dungeon, who else could it be but Su Ming? Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and he slowly bent down to pick up a blood-stained work ID from the ground. Wiping the blood off with his palm, he carefully examined it. This guy is actually not the train conductor? Looking at the position listed as security captain, Su Ming's brows furrowed even more. But at this moment, time was too short for him to think too much. The scene in front of him suddenly exploded like broken glass, and Su Ming's consciousness started to blur. He vaguely saw. In the endless red mist, a train, stretching as far as the eye could see, was rushing along the track at an incredible speed. The exterior of the carriage was purple and red, looking like a giant centipede, extremely hideous and terrifying. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the dungeon, End of the World Train, rating, SSS. Reward, several rule points. Title expansion slot *2. Obtain title, Drill Maniac. Drill Maniac, now, using any electric drill, you can deal real damage to your target. Title evaluation. Do you feel like the electric drill suits you? As long as I think so, it doesn't matter what you think. Congratulations to player Su Ming for perfectly clearing the deranked dungeon Apocalypse Train. The Apocalypse Train dungeon will be integrated into the world of Weird Tales and will be permanently closed. Huh? What is this title expansion slot? It can't be what I think it is, right? With a twitch of his mouth, Su Ming eagerly opened his backpack. Where is it? Yet, after fiddling for a long time, he found no trace of the so-called title expansion slot. This dungeon only rewards this thing. Is it possible there's no physical item? Frowning slightly, Su Ming seemed to have thought of something and quickly opened his attribute panel. Player, Su Ming. Special skills, Big Bidoof, Burst Growth. Title, /MVP, click for details, /blank. Equipment, Substitute Doll, Steel Wool Gloves, Cursed Fate Dice, Skull Crusher Hammer. Fixed assets, Rule Points 20435, Yellow Spring Restaurant, 1 Wuling Hongwang. Ha? Looking at the blank space in the title column, Su Ming seemed to be pondering. So the question arises, which title should he choose as he seems to have a bit too many? Currently obtained titles are Lowly Killer, Bidoof Master, Wealthy, MVP, Drill Maniac. Alright, there aren't actually that many. Looking at the empty list, Su Ming shook his head in disappointment. Since Big Bidoof has been imprinted as a permanent skill, it overlaps with Bidoof Master, so no need to equip that for now. Drill Maniac is nice, and MVP can enhance my body, I'll equip these two. Seeing the attributes of Drill Maniac, Su Ming couldn't help but smile as he opened the store, spending 100 rule points to exchange for 10 small electric drills. If all goes well, these 10 small electric drills should last him quite a while. What should I choose for the last title? Frowning slightly, a look of conflict appeared on Su Ming's face. In the end, he chose Lowly Killer, as having more means to deal with the bazaar is always good, even if Wealthy made money faster. After equipping these 3 titles, Su Ming opened the exchange list again and searched, Title. Title expansion slot, use it to add one more title slot, price, 25,000, already expanded to the limit, cannot be used. I thought the SSS rating rewards were so few this time, turns out these two things are worth 50,000 rule points. Earlier, Su Ming was puzzled why there were no treasure boxes as rewards in this dungeon. Turns out all the rewards were in the title expansion slot. Zunda Zeta? Is that the legendary Su Ming again? This is just ridiculous, why does he always clear with a perfect score? I suspect something's off. Has this guy discovered some sort of rating bug? Remember that Yellow Spring Restaurant? It has already become a popular check-in spot. Every time Su Ming clears a dungeon, the World Channel is filled with guesses about his identity. After all, Su Ming's scores and clearing efficiency appear almost like cheating in everyone's eyes. Su Ming, Lowly Killer, MVP, Drill Maniac, can you tell more about the Yellow Spring Restaurant? As soon as Su Ming sent this message, countless friend requests flooded in. The World Channel erupted again. This was also the first time Su Ming felt despair. Opening the friend request list, the top right corner showed 99.99 plus. He merely glanced at it and chose to ignore it. Damn it, are these people all crazy? At this moment, in another space, Lin Yelan, wrapped in a bath towel, leisurely walked out of the bathroom. Right. That guy seemed to mention adding a friend before? I need to hurry and do that. Frowning slightly, Lin Yelan decisively opened the friend list. Send a friend request. Hades Restaurant? The internet celebrity check-in hotspot? Looking at the barrage of messages flooding the World Channel, Lin Yelan frowned slightly, murmuring softly. So should I invite him to Hades Restaurant for drinks at night, or to Jingshuang Foot Bath for full service? Whether to ask Su Ming out for drinks or to relax made Lin Yelan's expression somewhat troubled. Could it be that the time in the Apocalypse Train instance is different from the world of supernatural tales? Looking at the messages on the World Channel, Su Ming's eyes were filled with confusion. After all, he seemed to have only entered the instance for a day. So why did it look like a long time had passed? Even Hades Restaurant had already become an internet celebrity check-in hotspot? As expected. Opening the calendar, the date displayed was February 18, 1982. Has a month passed? Shaking his head helplessly, Su Ming had to accept this fact. As for the time issue, Su Ming was not particularly surprised. He had heard before that. In the world of supernatural tales, some instances had different time flows, which was a reasonable phenomenon. Then let's go see what Hades Restaurant has become now. Slowly pushing the door open, Su Ming's figure gradually became transparent before disappearing completely. Chapter 75, Awakening Player? Still the familiar square. On the street, all kinds of shops were staggered, with all sorts of novel foods available. The drinks and items here were quite affordable. For example, this cup of honey blood ice city jasmine tea in Su Ming's hand cost only 5 rule points. Come back again next time.
The receptionist waved her hand with a faint smile on her face. These shops were mostly opened by players themselves. They couldn't earn much money, but it was enough to barely get by.
If it weren't for the mandatory entry into the instance once a month, there would be a lot more life players than now. Let me tell you all. A top expert has successfully come out from the Death Amusement Park. When did this happen? What was it like in there?
Not far from the bar, several players were smoking, their faces slightly flushed, looking like they had already drunk quite a bit. A player fully equipped with mechanical bones smiled and added mysteriously.
Just 2 days ago.
According to him, this so-called amusement park is actually a giant web spun by a spider, trapping all the visitors inside.
So how did he get out?
One player raised his bottle, took a big swig, and looked curious.
I heard it was also very tragic. Even though he is an awakening player, he still almost lost half his life and a precious life-saving item. If it wasn't for the fact that I knew him during the newbie time.
The player waved his mechanical arm and lit another cigarette, seeming to want to say more.
Ma Kong.
At that moment, a loud shout echoed from behind the few people.
A shadow with a gloomy face walked in front of them, looking extremely angry.
Did I not tell you, if the news about my awakening leaks out, it's not just about losing rule points, but my physical condition, if those guys find out. The man tightly gripped the neck of the player with mechanical bones, his chest rising and falling, and his expression becoming increasingly savage.
How much have you drunk? Why are you spilling everything?
The nearby dazed players suddenly became alert, their faces pale as they watched the scene, not daring to speak.
Woo.
The player in mechanical bones began to turn blue, veins bulging on his face, his eyes wide in terror as he stared at the man before him. His fingers struggled to grab his neck, trying to pry the big hand off.
You're just a pig.
The man's gaze showed a hint of struggle, and he finally slowly released his arm, constantly calming himself down.
This time, I'll spare your lives. If it weren't in the square, killing would lead to being hunted by the regulators.
The player, wearing mechanical bones, gasped for breath, remnants of fear lingering in his eyes, and couldn't help but nod repeatedly.
Don't worry, it's not just me, they won't say anything outside either. I'm sorry. Brother Jiang. In a corner outside the bar.
Su Ming had a calm expression as he walked toward a certain direction without looking back.
Awakened players, what does it mean? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly.
Even in his past life, he had never heard of awakened players existing in the world of strange tales.
He only had a vague concept of what so-called top players were.
Forget it, I'll look for it in the forum later. Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming didn't take it too seriously. Getting into his beloved Wuling Hongguang, he quickly drove toward the coordinates of the Huangquan restaurant.
Before long, a restaurant that was exceptionally luxurious appeared in front of Su Ming. The restaurant had expanded from the original first floor to an entire building, with dazzling neon lights covering the whole structure.
The main door was wide open, but it seemed to be blocked by countless figures, making it impossible to pass.
Don't push me. Which idiot keeps shoving me forward? I can't believe this, I've been waiting for 5 hours, and it's still not my turn? If you have money, then take the VIP channel. What are you complaining about if you want to watch bunny girls for free?
Before Su Ming could get closer, the noisy arguing and shouting of players rushed toward him, making him involuntarily twitch his lips. Wait, among the endless crowd, there seemed to be not only players but also some strange and bizarre figures. But one commonality among these people was that the majority were male. These individuals seemed to not be here to consume but to admire the already gathered blackstockings bunny girls and cat-eared fox girls outside.
A transparent glass wall kept all the onlookers outside the glass.
Inside were dozens of hot-bodied, sweet-looking girls. Some of them had fluffy rabbit ears on their heads, while others had a vibrant foxtail sprouting from behind. Some lay lazily on the ground like wild cats, exuding immense temptation.
But in another VIP channel,
it seemed much emptier, with just a few figures coming and going. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then parked his Wuling Hongguang and walked for about 7 or 8 minutes before reaching the VIP channel.
Stop. No appointment, no entry.
As soon as he stepped halfway into the channel, a security guard type guy blocked Su Ming.
Appointment?
His brows furrowed slightly. Su Ming looked somewhat puzzled.
Hey!
Look at that idiot, he doesn't even know you need a reservation to enter Huangquan restaurant. A player in the crowd noticed the scene next to him, and his teasing voice attracted a lot of attention.
Exactly. Huangquan restaurant is the top restaurant in the world of strange tales, how could these irrelevant people get in? To get in, I remember you need to make a reservation at least a week in advance and have a certain financial capability, right?
He's likely just a rookie who just entered the strange tale world, clueless about everything. A lot of people began discussing, all wanting to see Su Ming's joke. After all, that security guard at the entrance was not to be trifled with. Just a few days ago, there was an ignorant player who tried to forcefully break in. It seemed the grass on his grave was already half a meter high, and he was brutally kicked out.
Do I really need an appointment to enter?
Looking at the tall and burly security guard in front of him, Su Ming's face remained exceptionally calm, his tone showing little fluctuation.
If you can present an invitation letter, you can enter.
After thinking for a moment, the security guard spoke with a hint of impatience.
What if I don't have one? If you don't have one,
I'll let you see your dead grandmother. Su Ming slowly raised his head, his gaze laced with sarcasm.
It seems that Bai Miao didn't give you a proper onboarding training.
As Su Ming spoke, it felt like an invisible rule flowed through the air, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly, making even the security guard shiver.
Hey! Mr. Su!
As a familiar voice rang out, the oppressive atmosphere vanished in an instant.
You!
Gasping for breath, the security guard's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, staring with uncertainty at the man before him.
Cat ear girl?
Su Ming looked to his left in surprise, seeing the cat ear girl who had signed the 10-year contract, quickly approaching with dozens of hot-looking young women.
Chapter 76, Surprise.
Although there was a thick layer of glass between the exhibition hall and the players, they could directly walk to the VIP passage.
In just a few seconds, dozens of young women in various outfits had gathered around Su Ming. They all shouted in unison, "Hello, Mr. Su. You all worked hard."
Watching this scene, Su Ming was overwhelmed.
Serving the players.
The players and the bizarre figures watching this moment were beginning to feel uneasy. Who is this guy, and why are all my goddesses surrounding him? Sob, sob, sob.
My heart is shattered. Could this guy be someone important? Could it be that this person is the boss of Huangquan Restaurant?
Scanning the surroundings, Su Ming blinked and ignored the scantily clad fairies, turning instead to the somewhat frightened security guard, giving a half smile and saying,
"Now you know who I am, right? You are, Mr. Su?"
The security guard took a deep breath, bending down with a pale face, stammering, "Why yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you."
Droplets of cold sweat fell onto the floor as the security guard's body trembled.
Mr. Su, ever since his first day on the job, someone had told him that Mr. Su was the owner of this restaurant.
To have offended him.
Thinking of this, endless regret surged in his heart, and the security guard painfully shut his eyes. He knew that he had outcompeted hundreds of rivals just to secure this VIP passage guard position.
You don't belong here. As Su Ming's words fell, the security guard's body suddenly shuddered.
Slowly lifting his head, his rough face was filled with disappointment.
I understand. Mr. Su. Sure enough, he had to pay for his recklessness. So, how about I arrange another job for you?
Looking at the burly man, a smile slowly crept onto Su Ming's lips.
What job?
Raising his head in confusion, the security guard scratched his head, bewildered.
Be my personal bodyguard, and your salary will double. As soon as the words fell, Su Ming turned and entered Huangquan Restaurant without looking back. Personal? Wait, my salary will double? Mr. Su. Wait for me.
Suddenly realizing, the security guard's eyes widened, and he rushed into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, it had already changed completely. The original hall was transformed into a suspended stage, with several beautiful cat ear girls holding various classical musical instruments, playing elegantly. Surrounding them were small private rooms, each with a girl holding a teapot, standing quietly at the door. Not only that, the restaurant building was designed to be hollow, allowing guests both upstairs and downstairs to enjoy the beautiful view of the stage.
Good heavens!
Looking at the totally different Huangquan restaurant, Su Ming was amazed. In just a month, it had been transformed like this, which truly surprised Su Ming.
Mr. Su.
In the corridor, the white-haired loli was already standing there,
constantly waving at Su Ming. In the restaurant, you don't need to worry about me, just follow me when I leave. By the way, can you drive?
Turning around, Su Ming looked at the quietly standing security guard behind him and asked.
Yes, Mr. Su. Nodding slightly, Su Ming quickly walked towards Bai Miao.
At this moment, Su Ming couldn't wait to see how much profit they had recently.
How have things been recently?
As soon as he entered the office, Su Ming sat on the sofa, looking at the white-haired little girl in front of him. Brother Su Ming, your idea is just brilliant. Bai Miao excitedly took out a document and spread it on the table. Look, this is our total income for this month. After excluding various costs and reserving some emergency funds, there are still about 120,000 rule points left.
Pooh.
Before Bai Miao could continue speaking, Su Ming directly sprayed out a mouthful of tea.
Did you just say? How much? 120,000 rule points?
Looking at the excited expression on Su Ming's face, Bai Miao showed a touch of helplessness. I originally wanted to use this money to expand the restaurant and do some renovations. By the way, brother Su Ming, I forgot to tell you, the rule points paid by these humans seem to not convert to our currency. But they can transfer directly to the company account. Saying this, Bai Miao's eyes were filled with confusion, as if she couldn't quite understand. It's okay, I prefer rule points. Su Ming nodded slowly. As long as he could make rule points, this was undoubtedly a fast way for him to earn money. What about those non-human customers? Seemingly thinking of Su Ming, he curiously asked. They still use cash, which doesn't conflict with rule points. Does brother Su Ming need to use rule points recently? If you do, I can transfer them to you right now. Bai Miao opened the company account and skillfully began to operate. Transfer 80,000, that should be enough for now. Nodding slowly, Su Ming frowned slightly, not taking all 120,000 rule points. Because Bai Miao said earlier that some rule points were needed for renovations, leaving her 40,000 should barely support for a while. And combined with his own 20,000, he would have enough to gather 100,000 rule points, enough to choose some good items. By the way, I have a suggestion. Looking at the balance that had arrived, Su Ming rested his chin on his hand, his gaze flickering slightly. What is it? Bai Miao blinked her eyes, slowly lifted her head, and stared intently at Su Ming. Aren't those outside just for display? This effect isn't enough. Expand the scale, recruit more beautiful girls like these, give them dance and singing training, and then build a stage outside. Then send out the news, our restaurant's bunny girls, cat girls, fox girls, etc. We'll take turns holding concerts every day, competing against each other. Su Ming slowly spoke, his expression becoming more serious. I want to turn them into an idol group, letting these LSP players support each individual team, and make them go crazy voting for their idols. In that case, wouldn't we be able to cash in again? Chapter 77, Bodyguard Wang Chang. I just realized, you really are a good person. You actually think so much about these humans. Taking a deep breath, Bai Miao thought for a long time before softly speaking. Right? I think so too. Nodding slightly, Su Ming also expressed satisfaction with his plan. By the way, hold this. What is this? Bai Miao looked at the metallic plate in her hand with curiosity, examining it closely. This is a mobile phone, Press here to turn it on, then this is. After telling Bai Miao how to use the phone, Su Ming picked up his coffee again, his eyes slightly flickering. Unfortunately, in this world of strange tales, the cheapest mobile phone costs 888 rule points each. This has resulted in very few players actually owning a mobile phone. Mobile phone? Looking at Bai Miao, who was joyfully studying the smartphone, a bold idea surged from Su Ming's heart. What if the mobile phones in the world of strange tales could also watch live broadcasts? The gaze shifted to the young girls outside the restaurant, and Su Ming's eyes became a bit fiery. He quickly took out a phone from his pocket and turned it on. Quickly entering the App Store to search for Douyin, Kuaishou, and so on. After searching for a while, Su Ming, feeling a bit disappointed, put down the phone and sighed softly. It seemed that the phone exchanged within the world of weird tales didn't have a live broadcast feature, leading to a significant loss of wealth. Forget it, let's go with the plan I mentioned before and hurry up with the transformation. Picking up a cup of hot tea from the table, Su Ming completely abandoned this idea. Okay. Is there anything else that needs to be transformed? Bai Miao nodded obediently, carefully pouring more tea for Su Ming. For now, that's it. I still need you to work hard. Shaking his head, Su Ming slowly stood up, pushed open the office door, and walked out. Bai Miao quietly followed behind him. Brother Su Ming. Su Ming turned around, looking at Bai Miao with a bit of confusion. How long will it be until you come back next time? I don't know, but I will come by when I have time. Waving his hand, Su Ming smiled slightly and gently patted Bai Miao's head. See you. Bai Miao stood there feeling a bit lost, gazing up at the vanishing figure in the corridor. At the entrance of the restaurant hallway. What's your name? Looking at the honest and simple security guard beside him, Su Ming asked. Mr. Su, my name is Wang Chang. Wang Chang patted his chest, the light blue security uniform couldn't quite hide his sturdy frame. Do you have a girlfriend? The echo of their footsteps filled the hall, and Su Ming suddenly said this out of the blue. No, I don't. Mr. Su, why are you asking this? Work hard, I have high hopes for you. As soon as they stepped out of the hallway, Su Ming stopped, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he patted Wang Chang's shoulder. Did you see those pretty girls over there? Do you like them? I do. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Wang Chang's rough face slightly flushed. If you perform well, I'll give you a bonus, and I'll help you get to know a girl or two? Really?
Hearing Su Ming's words, Wang Chang's eyes widened, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. Why would I lie to you? Let's go, help me get the car ready. Casually tossing a set of car keys, Su Ming slowly walked in one direction. Mr. Su, you are like my second father. Don't worry, if anyone tries to harm you, they'll have to go over my head first. Frantically catching the car keys, Wang Chang took a deep breath to calm his somewhat excited heart. Looking at Su Ming's back, his eyes gradually became determined. In the back seat of a Wuling Hongguang, Su Ming leaned back against the seat, his eyes slightly narrowed. He had learned from Bai Miao earlier that before hiring employees, they needed to sign a labor contract. Once signed, the employees could not betray their boss in any form, or they would suffer the consequences of the contract. This was also why Su Ming felt so at ease letting Wang Chang be his bodyguard. Of course, there was one important point. In the world of weird tales, players killing players would be hunted down by the regulators, and even those so-called awakened players were very wary. But the strange beings were different, they were not bound by the regulators. The reason Su Ming was able to kill a number of players in the restaurant was due to the rules Su Ming established within the restaurant, making it impossible for the regulators to notice, letting it be thought that they were killed by the strange beings, thus going unpunished. In short, placing Wang Chang by his side meant that even if they encountered some nasty and dangerous beings outside the restaurant, he could easily call Wang Chang for help. Even if Wang Chang couldn't handle it, Su Ming could choose to beat someone half to death and then leave it to Wang Chang to finish it off. That was truly killing with intention. We have arrived, Mr. Su. Wang Chang stepped on the brake, turned off the engine, and respectfully opened the car door for Su Ming. Here's 50,000, take this to rent a place nearby for now. From now on, when I contact you, you must appear within 3 minutes. Do you understand? Su Ming's expression was somewhat serious as he handed an envelope to Wang Chang, speaking each word clearly. Understood. Wang Chang suddenly stood up, his chest pounding loudly. Here's a phone for you. Follow the tutorial, and I will call you later. Handing Wang Chang an unopened phone, Su Ming took a deep breath, patted Wang Chang's shoulder again, and slowly disappeared. This is an opportunity, grab it, you must grab it. Standing in front of the Wuling Hongguang, Wang Chang appeared calm on the surface. But inside, waves of excitement were churning. After all, as an employee of the Huangquan restaurant, being valued by the boss as a personal bodyguard meant the chance to rise to the top had come. What are you looking at? This is my boss's car, get lost. Noticing a human staring this way, Wang Chang straightened up abruptly, his face fierce. Crazy. The player secretly cursed, then quickly left. In the player space, Su Ming sat on the sofa, looking at his backpack, lost in thought. What should I change? Staring at his balance of 100,000, Su Ming felt a bit conflicted. It seemed sometimes having too much money could also be a headache. Right, awakening players? As if thinking of something, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he quickly opened the player forum. Ranking first in the forum was the current Huangquan restaurant. In this high-pressure world of strange tales, almost every player could relax, constantly facing oppression and suffocation. And now, the Huangquan restaurant had developed a unique entertainment project. Opening the search box, Awakening. Sorry, you do not have permission to view. Chapter 78, Rose Bar Number 1. Seeing this strange message, Su Ming frowned slightly. Goodness, no access? He quickly opened them all again, searching for items related to awakening players. But it still showed no viewing permission. It seems it's not the right time yet. Su Ming slowly shook his head, helplessly giving up. Then his gaze moved to the center of the interface. This should be the match for the third D-grade dungeon, right? Once this one is completed, it should be the C-grade dungeon. Muttering softly, Su Ming slowly clicked the familiar button. Starting match. Random dungeon is being drawn. 35/100, 58/100. Match successful. D-grade dungeon, Rose Bar. The moment you step into the Rose Bar, you will find that life is truly wonderful. Please forget your worries, indulge. Be free. Enjoy the blooming of life. Here, you don't need to worry about expenses because everything is free. You also don't need to worry about loneliness, as we will arrange a drinking companion to stay by your side. Please don't be shy, this is the happiest paradise. The most important thing is, the role of the drinking companion is not just to drink with you. It seemed as if the faint whispers of a devil surrounded him, filled with seductive charm, causing one's mood to involuntarily relax. Soon, the beat of the DJ echoed in the bar, and the air was filled with the intoxicating scent of youthful hormones. Go. Avi Batalai Zigu. Ah-da-da-da. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, finally seeing the surroundings clearly. This was an exceptionally lively bar, dim lights enveloping the entire hall. In the center was a stage,
where some figures stood shoulder to shoulder, their hands on each other's shoulders, heads shaking continuously. Their faces were full of happiness and joy, dancing to the energetic DJ music.
I never thought I would end up in a bar in a dungeon? Yeah, I've never heard of this dungeon before. Is it newly opened? Did you see the rules?
Where are the rules? Besides a few peculiar customers, the bar was mostly filled with players who entered alongside Su Ming. Someone is constantly watching the surroundings, while some people are rummaging for rules beside them.
Extracting talent. Random talent extraction complete, a bit of luck. A bit of luck, luck points maxed out, you can now endlessly act recklessly, any life-threatening situation will turn harmless. What a ridiculous talent is this? Listening to the notification in his mind, Su Ming's body stiffened, and his face became somewhat awkward. Not for anything else. Just the fact that luck points are maxed out, doesn't it mean that I can just lay flat? Hey! Brother Su!
Just as Su Ming was lost in thought, a clear voice came from behind. As Su Ming slowly turned his head, his expression became serious, and his eyes slightly narrowed. In front of him stood a girl who looked in her early 20s. Her upper body wore a thin black mesh top, while below she had a body-hugging denim skirt. Through the mesh top, one could even see other beautiful sights. With this scene, Su Ming almost couldn't hold himself.
Brother, I am your online girlfriend, Schwer.
Su Ming carefully examined this girl who claimed to be his online girlfriend, his brows slightly furrowed.
What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?
The girl called Schwer looked at Su Ming's lack of response and leaned forward, whispering in his ear with a smile.
What the hell is this online girlfriend? Who is this person? Is she the so-called escort mentioned when entering the instance?
But I have my luck points maxed out, whether you come hard or soft, what can you do to me? After a brief silence, a smile slowly appeared on Su Ming's face as he stood up.
Schwer, how could I forget you?
Looking at this innocent-looking girl, Su Ming slowly spoke.
Oh.
Just as Schwer was about to say something, she suddenly clutched her stomach, bending over with a pained expression, while also looking a bit shy.
What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?
Su Ming kindly bent down, supporting the girl's shoulders and gently inquiring.
Brother Su, I seem to not be feeling very well, can you help me get the tissue from my bag? Pointing at a handbag beside Su Ming, Schwer's face turned even redder.
Su Ming picked up the handbag and began to search through it slowly, then hesitantly took out a pack of tissues and asked.
Is this what you meant? Schwer slowly nodded, quickly grabbing the tissues, and seemed to notice that Su Ming's face was not quite right. Hastily lifting her head, she quickly added, No, it's okay, Brother Su. Today is already the last day, by tonight it should be, even if not, I can still help you in other ways.
After saying this, Schwer hurriedly ran towards the restroom.
Could it be that what she means is what I think it is? Watching Schwer's departing figure, the corners of Su Ming's eyes couldn't help but twitch, and he shook his head helplessly. Slowly looking down, a black card appeared in the palm of his hand. This was precisely the rule he had found in the handbag when helping her get the tissues. The Rose Bar wishes you a good time.
Warm reminder, this bar has an observation area, dance area, fitness area, and relaxation area.
The following are the things you need to pay attention to in the dance area.
1. The bar's business hours are from 20 to 4 o'clock, prohibited from entering the dance area during non-business hours.
2. If the escort girl asks you to go on stage to dance, please be sure to refuse.
3. This bar does not have Scottish ice pops, if someone tries to sell you Scottish ice pops, please ignore. 4. Remember, you will always have only one escort girl, and she will follow you wherever you go. 5. When you are drinking with the escort girl in the dance area, you can do some things you want to do to her, but you must obtain her consent. 6. The escort girl is your only soul comfort, so you cannot refuse any of her requests. Chapter 79 Rose Bar Number 2. Is this only the rule for the dance area? Does it also mean that there are rules in other places? Su Ming lowered the card in his hand and glanced at the other players, whispering softly. Though it's just these 6 short rules, some of them seem to conflict with each other. For example, Rule 2 says you cannot refuse any of her requests, while Rule 6 states you must refuse her when she invites you to dance. These 2 rules seem contradictory no matter how you look at them.
Never mind, it doesn't matter.
Lying on the sofa, Su Ming slightly closed his eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, with his little bit of luck, even if Su Ming went all out, it's likely he wouldn't die. However, this would definitely result in a low score. Brother Su, I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Just after he closed his eyes for a short while, he heard Snow's voice from behind him. As my apology, I'll drink 3 cups by myself, you can have your way with me. Snow quickly sat beside Su Ming, skillfully opened a wine bottle, and poured out a bottle of dark red wine.
Oh my! How shy! She seems to know a lot. She said I can have my way? To be honest, I envy her. To find a girl of this beauty in a bar, you'd need at least an 80 out of 100. Plus, after drinking, you'd have to pay even more. Why do I see only male players? Where are the female players? Damn. By the way, have you guys noticed a detail? Why does Snow keep calling herself Sue God's online girlfriend? The viewers in the livestream just finished analyzing the previous 6 rules and suddenly saw Su Ming inexplicably gain an online girlfriend. In an instant, some jealous male viewers could only feel envy. According to Su Ming's usual behavior, this kind of weird opportunity falling in his lap is like a gift. Su Ming nodded, slowly picking up his glass, his expression unchanged. At the same time, other players were encountering similar situations. For whatever reason, the drinking girls required them to drink a glass of alcohol. Damn. Why does this drink seem a bit off? A player sitting next to Su Ming had a grim look on his face, his eyes filled with suspicion. But due to the rule that he could not refuse her request, the player had no choice but to brace himself, raise his glass, and clink it nervously before slowly taking a sip from the cup. It's good. To everyone's surprise, after drinking the wine, a faint blush appeared on the player's face, and he looked somewhat intoxicated. How is it, brother? Isn't it tasty? The girl sitting next to him leaned in closer, smiling as she poured more wine. Something's not right. Even if this wine is strong, it shouldn't cause someone to flush immediately after one sip? Yeah, I feel like this wine is definitely suspicious. Some sharp-eyed players noticed this unusual situation, and their expressions changed slightly. Excuse me. I suddenly have a stomach ache. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back to drink. A bald player covered his stomach in pain and spoke softly. Then he ran into the bathroom without looking back. I also have a stomach ache. Another player beside him feigned pain, clutching his stomach as he rushed toward the bathroom. The drinking girl beside them said nothing, only watching their backs with a strange smile on her face. Brother Sue, why aren't you drinking yet? Don't you like this wine? Snow's voice was laced with a hint of allure, although she still spoke gently. Her eyes seemed to grow increasingly cold. Of course I like it. Shaking the tall glass filled with dark red liquid, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. Tilting his head back, he raised the glass as if preparing to savor the taste of the red wine. Brother Sue, you're so considerate. The coldness vanished from Snow's eyes as she warmly linked arms with Su Ming. Bang! A powerful force erupted from behind Su Ming, startling him and causing the red wine in his cup to splash everywhere, with a few drops even hitting Snow's face. Confused, Su Ming turned his head and looked back with some surprise. I'm so sorry. Let me wipe it for you. Behind him was a girl, flustered as she rushed to apologize to Su Ming, taking out tissues to clean his clothes. Get lost. Snow's cold voice rang out, causing the girl behind Su Ming to change her expression. She quickly lowered her head and left in a hurry. I'm sorry, I accidentally spilled the wine. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, showing a hint of regret on his face. Ah. It's fine, Su Gij, let me pour you another glass? Okay. Watching Snow quickly refill his glass, Su Ming frowned slightly as he took the wine cup again. It seems that even with his luck maxed out, this annoying thing still wouldn't let up? As Su Ming slowly raised the wine cup, ready to drink, Snow's face blossomed with a smile again. Smack! A clump of wall dust suddenly fell from the ceiling, diving straight into Su Ming's wine cup. Snow! Why does it always get interrupted when Su God drinks? This is a good thing. Didn't you see the previous player who was not quite right after drinking? From my 2.5 years of watching live streams, this must just be an accident. But looking at it, Snow doesn't seem like she's going to let the host off the hook. What will the host do next? Many people felt relieved by Su Ming's good luck but also held unease. After all, the previous 2 times seemed like Su Ming was just a bit luckier, but can this thing be relied upon? The other side is mysterious and won't let you off just because you've had a couple of lucky breaks. I can't drink this, right? It's not that I don't want to drink. Su Ming set down the wine cup, shrugged his shoulders, his tone filled with helplessness. It's okay, Su Gij, I'll pour you another. Snow gritted her teeth and picked up the wine cup again, wanting to pour wine for Su Ming. Smack! It seemed that because she was too forceful, the whole bottle shattered. You see, it's really not that I don't want to drink. Su Ming looked at Snow with sincerity in his eyes. It's okay. Su Gij, I'll go get another. Taking a deep breath, Snow's smile slowly disappeared as she opened another bottle and poured for Su Ming again. Drink. Snow looked straight at Su Ming, ready to personally feed him the wine. Chapter 80 Rose Bar Number 3. Boom boom boom. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Isn't this the haunted narrative instance? Why is the ground shaking so much? The floor shook violently, and everyone in the dance hall was taken aback. I want to drink, but it seems like the heavens won't allow it.
Su Ming smiled, casually leaning back in his chair as he slowly lit a cigarette.
Su Gij. Don't smoke anymore.
After experiencing a series of incidents, Snow's previous smile was gone, and her tone became stiff as she stepped forward to stop Su Ming from smoking.
Bang! A loud slap echoed, drowning out the music in the dance hall.
Snow's eyes widened as she stared blankly at the man in front of her, her brain seemingly crashing, unable to speak for a moment.
Just a moment ago everything was fine, why did Su God suddenly act? Doesn't he fear breaking the rules? Exactly, if I'm not mistaken, refusing her request would violate the rules, right?
But wait, Snow only said to stop smoking, and Su Ming didn't verbally refuse, he just slapped.
What you said makes a lot of sense, it has me pondering.
In a moment, whether Su Ming violated the rules or not left the audience and the live stream a bit confused. According to some opinions, since Su Ming never verbally refused, it wouldn't count as breaking the rules. Just look at the previous two players who claimed they had stomachaches and went to the toilet upon returning, even though they were still finding excuses to change the topic, they weren't attacked directly. All players in the ballroom, along with the strange entity, temporarily stopped their actions,
staring blankly at the man lighting a cigarette. It seemed they were pondering why this guy was so wild. Puff. What a brainless fool, this is a strange entity, do you really think she is your online girlfriend?
If nothing unexpected happens, this guy will die a horrible death soon.
After a brief shock and silence,
some players could not help but laugh out loud, even the nearby barmaid looked at Su Ming with mocking eyes. You let me drink, I can still play with you, but if you don't let me smoke,
then I just won't be in the mood to play with you.
Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Su Ming leaned back calmly in his chair, without a trace of panic on his face.
Ah. You dared to hit me?
Shue'er's face changed dramatically as she reacted, her once pretty face now so red it looked like it might bleed. Her nails quickly elongated, her eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets.
I will kill you. You heartless scoundrel. Screaming in rage, Shue'er jumped high, her long nails fiercely reaching for Su Ming's neck. In the next second. Bang!
Having misstepped on a certain step, Shue'er's body shifted, head down she fell straight to the ground.
Everyone's gaze turned slightly disdainful. Though no one spoke, their looks seemed to say, how could a dignified strange entity fall like that? I will kill you.
Whoa whoa. Feeling the gazes around her, Shue'er's eyes glimmered with grievance, her tone carrying a hint of sobbing.
I will kill. Bang!
A rusty steel bar fell straight down from the ceiling.
Shue'er's body stiffened in place.
The rusty steel bar pierced through her body at a 90-degree angle from her crown.
It looked as if she had grown a third leg. Oh no, you like this? Even Su Ming standing by couldn't help but shake his head at her miserable appearance.
Pain, too much pain. At this moment, Shue'er's body convulsed violently, without time to think about why a steel bar had pierced her. Enduring the intense pain, she pulled the steel bar out. The rust scraping against flesh made her let out muffled groans.
Are you okay?
Su Ming dropped his cigarette but, helping Shue'er, who was bleeding on the ground, with a trace of sorrow in his eyes.
Ah. You seem to be bleeding?
You're bleeding too much, let me get you some paper to wipe. Su Ming acted like a caring warm man, gently wiping Shue'er's body with tissues.
He didn't care about the increasingly bizarre looks around them. I'm fine.
Shue'er opened her eyes, a hint of regret and gratitude appeared, she quickly waved her hand, slowly standing up.
Your body is really good, but be careful of tetanus, I'll take you for a vaccine later.
A kind smile appeared on his face, if not for the players clearly seeing Su Ming's big wallet.
They probably would have believed it. Brother Su, I want a hug.
Shue'er sniffed, a tear glimmered in her eyes, opening her arms to hug Su Ming.
Slap. I really gave you face. Another slap.
But this time it landed on her left cheek, after all, Su Ming had a bit of a compulsion.
With you covered in blood, all torn up, don't you think that's very rude?
His eyes narrowed slightly, Su Ming smirked, tossing a tissue to Shue'er.
Wipe it yourself.
If I weren't watching the livestream, just listening to the sound I'd think differently.
It seems to have such a serious and terrifying atmosphere, why does it become a bit different in Su's mouth?
First, we are here to learn strategies from the livestream. Secondly, it's a horror story livestream, representing blood and terror.
Can't you all post some lowly pictures like I do?
Attached lowly in stockings. Wipe yourself. That phrase sounds just like my tone after I'm done. A touch of ruthlessness mixed with indifference. I don't even know when it started. In the live stream room, the atmosphere of the bullet screen became corrupt, with some scheming guys everywhere coercing others to send strange photos, fulfilling their own selfish desires. Noticing that the other side of her face was swollen like a meat bun, Snow's face turned extremely angry again.
Ah. I want to kill you.
This scream almost used up all her energy, as if that was the only way to barely release her fury.
Disturbing the order of the bar, do you want to die?
Before Su Ming could take action, a sinister voice sounded from the center of the stage. It was a scantily dressed girl, with dark red hair gently swaying, as if it were alive like many snakes.
She seemed to be a DJ.
Sorry, I was too loud. Realizing her mistake, Snow lowered her head with a pale face, her voice trembling with fear. The DJ girl glanced at Su Ming with a hint of meaning, and then slowly twisted her body. The music beat echoed in the bar dance hall again.
You know, I didn't mean to.
Looking at the dazed Snow, Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile.
It's okay, Brother Su, I'll go wash up first, then come find you when I'm clean.
Snow still lowered her head, walking towards the restroom. The carpet in the corridor was stained with blotches of blood, the color appearing even darker.
Is this what they call a bit of luck?
Su Ming smiled slightly, taking off the steel wool gloves he was holding.
Chapter 81, Rose Bar Number 4.
Scanning around the dance hall. To Su Ming's surprise, the early stages of this instance did not seem particularly dangerous. At least the players around him, for now, none had met their end yet.
What is that over there?
His gaze landed on a spot in the distance. There was a short-haired young man in casual clothes, surrounded by a crowd like stars around the moon. At least dozens of players had gathered around him.
Why does this look so much like a pyramid scheme leader?
Seeing this scene, Su Ming shook his head helplessly and looked away. As for what these guys wanted to do, he did not care. As long as they didn't provoke him, Su Ming couldn't be bothered to look for trouble.
Brother Su. Snow is back.
Not long after Elaine knew a familiar voice rang out again, it was Snow who had finished dealing with the blood and wounds. Truly nothing short of bizarre, her recovery ability is impressive.
Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, and he sighed again internally. Brother Su, do you think Snow is beautiful?
Snow slowly leaned closer, her eyes full of soft affection, her voice delicate as silk.
What do you want?
Casually pushing her away, Su Ming asked with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He wanted to see what tricks this strange one could pull.
I want you to dance with me, okay?
Snow tilted her head back, speaking with a pitiful tone. Here she comes, just as the wounds heal she forgets the pain. Next Su God will surely refuse seriously and give her a big slap full of paternal love.
But maybe not?
Su God doesn't usually play by the rules, who knows what he will do. Also, have you all noticed, I feel like this cheat's luck has run out, until now the skills drawn seem useless. That's very normal, even if Su God kept getting lucky and drew heaven-defying skills, it can't be that every time is like this, right? Many sharp-eyed viewers noticed that up until now, Su Ming seemed to have only used the big cheat skill, as if he hadn't used any other skills. Aside from a slight bit of coincidence earlier, it seemed rather strange.
But everyone didn't take it to heart. Where to dance? Did you see those people on the stage? I want to go to the stage.
Pointing at the crowd dancing wildly on stage, a glimmer of desire flashed in Snow's eyes. She even took off her jacket, unable to restrain herself.
All right, then let's go. With a slight nod, Su Ming appeared unconcerned, grabbing Schwer's arm and heading towards the central stage.
Okay. Seeing Su Ming so proactive, a hint of surprise flashed in Schwer's eyes. The big windmill creaks and turns slowly.
The scenery here is really beautiful.
As they passed through the bustling crowd, Su Ming quickly jumped onto the stage, listening to the melodious rhythm, his eyes slightly closing, his expression somewhat enjoying.
Since entering the Strange Talk world, it seemed like he hadn't relaxed like this for a long time, right? Really nice.
This music seemed to have magical power, making Su Ming somewhat entranced.
Hey! Can you really be on this stage?
A cold voice entered Su Ming's ears, and even surrounded by the deafening music, it sounded exceptionally clear.
After 2 seconds, Su Ming reluctantly opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. No wonder it's a bit lucky. I can't even die if I want to.
With a light sigh, Su Ming slowly walked to the DJ girl's side. Schwer hesitated for a moment, a hint of struggle appearing on her face, but ultimately slowly followed Su Ming's footsteps.
You, a human, aren't you afraid of dying?
The girl continued to sway her body slowly, slightly tilting her head, her brows furrowed tightly.
At least in this instance, I'm not afraid of dying.
After pondering for 2 seconds, Su Ming thought for a moment and replied seriously.
Oh? Why? Seeing his calm demeanor, the girl seemed a bit surprised and couldn't help but continue to ask. What's there to explain? Not afraid, just not afraid. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming didn't provide further explanation. After all, even if he said it, she wouldn't understand. Let's go. I've danced with you, next, what are we going to do? Schwer is so tired, can Su Gage help me massage my back? Just stepping off the stage, Schwer pouted and couldn't help but complain. Massage your back? You found the right person then, my technique is well practiced.
Su Ming patted Shuer on the head, with the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. Then, both of them exchanged a knowing glance and walked together towards a dark corner of the dance hall.
I'm not saying, are these two really just going to massage? I feel like something is off, since dancing, Su Ming seems to have not refused this woman's requests. Shall Su God really be entranced by a ghost? I said, he might not be that fond of little Lolas, he prefers the mature ones. Su Gij, you need to work harder. Boo-hoo, you must not be fooled by this vixen. Looking at the obedient Su Ming, even the old fans in the live broadcast room became a bit uneasy. After all, the old Su Ming was not like this, facing various temptations, he would be straightforwardly tough. Many people were already speculating whether he had been spiritually polluted and would soon lose himself, leading to his death in the instance. On the stage, the DJ girl stopped swaying her body, staring at Su Ming's back without speaking. Xiaofeng, you're really great.
In a certain part of the dance hall, a player continuously drank red wine, wrapping his arms around the girl named Xiaofeng's waist. His eyes shimmering slightly, his body involuntarily leaning forward.
Yang Xiao, this is only right, after all, I am your online dating girlfriend.
Gently placing a piece of fruit in her mouth, Xiaofeng's lips moved slightly, passionately hugging the player.
And gently kissed him. Ah, my online dating girlfriend, brother loves you so much.
The two were just so unrestrained, embracing each other and whispering sweet nothings without any awareness of their surroundings.
This idiot, getting hooked so quickly.
Noticing the commotion over here, a young man surrounded by players on the right side of the dance hall had a hint of disdain in his eyes.
Boo-hoo. What are you crying about? Do you believe I'll kill you?
Hearing the sobbing sound coming from nearby, the man frowned tightly, turning his head fiercely.
Beside him, there was also a girl, but this girl was a little lowly. What was different was,
her mouth was taped up with a roll of white duct tape, no matter how she tried to peel it off, it couldn't come off.
Save your worries. I spent 1,000 rule points to exchange for this thing. You should feel honored to have this one-time use item on you, little one. Slap.
The man's eyes were filled with intense excitement as he struck the little girl's cheek.
Chapter 82 Rose Bar Number 5. Exactly. Truly worthy of being a big shot, doing things so simply and brutally. Big shot, do you still have this film? I'm willing to spend 1,500 rule points to buy one from you. Brother Yang, if we seal her mouth, can we avoid her making any requests? Seeing this scene, the surrounding players looked even more eager. They chattered and asked various questions, their tone and actions full of respect. He.
I have 2 rolls left here, the highest bidder wins. The man known as Brother Yang had a flash of pride in his eyes, crossing his arms and curling the corners of his mouth into a smile. Although this little film was not particularly rare, it was perfect for the situation. In this dungeon, once the mouth of this escort girl next to him was sealed, almost all the rules would not take effect. Naturally, he wouldn't have to judge the truth of the rules.
Look, that unlucky guy who went up to dance was probably off dancing with his escort girl, right?
At this moment, he was likely already infected by the strange things. Shaking his head, Brother Yang slowly withdrew his gaze. He didn't care about how miserable Su Ming's fate would be. Instead, he was thinking about how many rule points he could profit from this round.
By the way, since everyone trusts me so much, before I auction the small film, let me give everyone a message for free.
Looking at the fervent players, Brother Yang thought for a moment and spoke mysteriously.
No way, this streamer can't be that foolish, right? Actively telling others information in the dungeon? So impressive.
I think this guy has never been backstabbed, not knowing how treacherous human nature is.
Brothers, let's disperse.
With his operation, this guy is bound to have a short life.
What to say, this Brother Yang, nicely put, he's an honest man, harshly put, he's just a naive idiot.
As soon as Brother Yang said this, the viewers in his live stream immediately sent various mocking comments. Based on past experience, this guy who lacks cunning is destined to be a short-lived ghost. He would either be killed by the strange things, or later, be betrayed by the players.
Hearing that there was a message being given away, the surrounding players couldn't help but stretch their necks, afraid of missing any key information. It's simple, do you see that idiot over there?
Slightly raising his head, Brother Yang pointed at the player getting cozy with the strange things. Listen carefully, hasn't he been calling that girl his girlfriend all the time? Looking at the bewildered expressions of the surrounding players, Brother Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes, slowly explaining.
Do you remember the question you all overlooked in the rules? It never said girlfriend, but always escort girl.
As soon as he said this, the surrounding players froze in place. That's right, it seemed that they had never noticed that the girl beside them always claimed to be a girlfriend from online, not an escort girl.
Brother Yang, does it mean that once we are contaminated or our understanding goes wrong, we might? Someone pondered and asked.
Quite clever. Brother Yang nodded in satisfaction and continued, in other words, this is an unspoken rule. No, it's a hidden rule. When you can't distinguish the identity of the escort girl, it means you are lost. This is also what Rule 4 says, you only have one escort girl from start to finish, not an online girlfriend. Got it? After saying all this in one breath, Brother Yang slowly lit a cigarette.
Now, let the auction begin.
A smile once again appeared at the corner of Brother Yang's mouth as a warm smile spread across his face. The little girl beside him still had a face full of redness, sobbing in anger, yet she couldn't say a single word. What no one noticed was that, in his left sleeve, his hand had quietly lost a small portion of his pinky finger. At the edge of the dance hall, Schwer sat on a sofa, her clothes now mostly removed, leaving only thin lingerie on her. Brother Sue, please help me with a massage, don't worry, no one will disturb us here. Slowly lifting her head, Schwer's eyes were full of tenderness, her face slightly flushed, as though shy.
Really no one will disturb us?
Su Ming's expression was a little strange, his hands clasped behind his back.
Don't worry. No matter how loud you make noise, no one will come to bother us.
After all, I'm your online girlfriend. Schwer gave a seductive smile, then lay on the sofa, slightly closing her eyes.
Waiting for Su Ming's move. Then are you ready? I'm going to start.
Su Ming also raised the corners of his mouth into a smile, his hands slowly drawing out from behind. His hands were already wearing wireball gloves, and conveniently, he was holding a large bloody iron hammer.
Why use a wireball for a massage? Have I become impure? And, was the back massage Su God mentioned really meant to be done with a half-meter-long iron hammer? What a living king of hell!
If you play like this, how could anyone trust Su God?
Looking at that strange girl, she's all expectant, I just want to howl.
I was scared to death. I thought my brother Su had changed.
He's not a pervert, that's why I like him. Ah. If he could use a wireball on me, then I might fall in love with Su God.
Seeing the wireball gloves, the bloodied terrifying iron hammer, and Su Ming's strange smile, the viewers in the livestream finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Su Ming before them hadn't changed, he was still the familiar
Su King of Hell. Do you like the wireball? His voice whispered like a demon into Schwer's ear, making her pause slightly. Brother Su, you're playing like this, ah.
Before she could finish her sentence, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from the edge of the dance hall.
Ah. Ah.
The voice was filled with endless pain, each rising and falling scream chilling everyone's heart.
Keep it down, I really hope no one comes to disturb us.
Su Ming still wore a smile on his face, his wireball gloves viciously scraping a soft spot. Since Schwer was lying on the sofa, she couldn't see what Su Ming was doing, but she could feel sharp, searing pain in one of her parts.
The pain was almost unbearable. Brother Su, you. That was just a little scraping, next I'm going to give you a back massage. Hang in there for a bit.
Su Ming slowly raised the skull-crushing hammer, his expression showing some seriousness. My strength might be a bit too much, but it's okay, it's for your own good.
Chapter 83 Rose Bar Number 6. Okay, ah.
Schwer, who had just closed her eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Then, her back visibly caved in, and several pieces of her bloodied spine snapped loudly.
It looked horrifyingly bloody and terrifying. Do you like it?
Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, his actions in his hands never slowing, the swinging hammer moving faster and faster.
Stop quickly. I can't take it. Ah.
Schwer's miserable wails echoed, her body now split in two, with only some skin barely holding the pieces together, almost unrecognizable.
Stop. I won't.
His expression grew a little strange, this was the first time Su Ming had refused Schwer's request.
At
this moment, Su Ming suddenly felt an unusual thrill, his heartbeat quickening, and adrenaline surging through his body. His smile grew more and more twisted.
I think I.
Realizing his own change, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly.
Scotland ice pops. Anyone need one? At that moment,